肉。
咁啊，賽事係15分鐘之後開始。咁啊，第一場應該係睇到 Daniel 啦，咁啊香港人，咁但係咧就移咗民㗎啦已經。
Welcome, my friends, to Heidelberg Castle for the second day's competition here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy. The focus today, Age of Empires 2, with 16 of the world's best players assembling here to do battle for fame, fortune, and of course, their share of the $200,000 prize pool. Today, we will be whittling their number down to just 8 competitors who will make it through to the quarterfinal. Who are they going to be? We're going to find out as we get underway with the second day's action here at Heidelberg Castle.
Hello. 咁啊，今日終於可以睇到 Daniel 啊！咁啊，尋日佢嗰個喺個 B stream 嗰邊真係睇唔到，冇計。哇！尋日真係慘。
To the trebuchets, and then Leary will have nothing.
Welcome back to live coverage of Red Bull Wololo Legacy. For our second day, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to our casting chamber. For the first time today, my name's Riley Knight, the host of this incredible event. Joining me today here, we've got T90 and Dave. Boys, we've rested up over the in the break since we last closed the broadcast, but we're ready to get straight back into the thick of things, and it's a cutthroat day today, Tristan.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's a
咩問題嚟啊？冷靜少少。
competition with the joy you get from victory. Obviously, there's the sadness of defeat, and we're gonna have some crazy elimination matches today. And amongst everything else, I'm most excited for like the first 2 sets.
Yeah,
the first 2 sets will be incredible.
We're going to be sending people home more or less straight off the bat here.
咁啊，今日前2場咧應該係決定出局嘅，即係自己留意一下，即係 ACCM 係幾勁啊！依家。
They can't leave anything on the table.
Yeah, and for many of them, I mean, this is the biggest tournament they're ever going to be a part of. Or I won't say that, but they've ever been a part of so far. Exactly,
right.
and it's the biggest tournament in Age of Empires 2 history. So it's absolutely massive for guys like ACCM, who has traveled so far to get here, and then unfortunately comes up against a beast like Tato. And loses out, and now he has to face a star like Daniel, who took
Daniel boy， 咁啊，佢自己話都係去旅行心態，即係冇打算打到啲咩成績。咁啊，留意下佢呢個 YouTube channel 咧，佢自己有啲即係去到當地有啲即係可能片啊咁樣，即係記錄下。
There's some players who like to, you know, bit of trash talk here and there, but at the end of the day, there is a deep and abiding respect.
咁啊，但係我發現咧，佢拍啲片咧，全部都係即係好似手震咁樣，即係打得非之多，即係條片都超震㗎，即係佢好難係可以叫做企定定喺度影啊，即係一係就影住個地下唔知做乜嘢。
To that end, let's have a look at, first of all, the prize pool. This is well, over $500,000 are being given away across the entire event, and 200,000 of those dollars. This is part of this tournament here, the Age of Empires 2.
咁啊，你見到啦，16名都有錢嘅，即係去到現場就有㗎啦。咁而且又有機票，又有即係有啲禮物咁樣，即係又帶你去下旅行。
That what we're about to watch, these elimination matches, not just elimination on the stakes, but also these are essentially in their own right $2,000 show matches.
Yeah, $2,000 best of 3.
第一名6皮嘢。
I don't think any of these players have ever played a $2,000 best of 3 before, so that's a pretty big deal. But obviously,
咁啊，佢呢個賽事加埋呢個25週年咧，好似我 聽聞咧就 AOE 2應該有新嘢。
continue on in the event, which obviously could bring so much more.
So just in case, the players who are sitting back there getting prepared, getting ready.
咁啊，另外咧，佢應該會有一個 patch 咧，就係將一啲常用嘅模組咧套翻落去隻 game 個 setting 度，就唔使即係你再走去逐個訂閱啦。即係好似。 即係好似嗰啲網格咁啦，即係網格以前喺隻 game 度都冇噶嘛，咁然之後佢係唔知 patch 咗加咗落去隻 game 度預設，咁啊俾你改嘢，咁啊又或者 TC 嗰啲射程，咁啊嚟緊有個 patch 咧就會再加啲常用啲嘅嘢落去。 但係佢又冇講直接係加啲乜嘢。睇下先啦 ，Viper 出咗線啦，咁啊應該係打贏咗 NBL 啦。咁啊 NBL 依家1勝1敗，道交1勝1敗。咁啊 Terminator 都係2比0喎，居然。咁啊 Jordan 有啲慘。
But he's not at the top of the group. He's not there yet.
No, but he could very well be. We'll move on now and have a look at Group B as well. Remind ourselves of some of the huge names there. And Tristan, very similar story. Massive superstars. We've got Hera already made his way through. A blistering.
唔知佢加咩？佢會唔會係同埋啊？即係會唔會同 Any HK 喺度夾咧？即係會唔會有冇啲咩透露下？即係正路你咁大件事啊，你肯定會揾翻個整模組嗰個人，即係嗰個作者咧。咁然之後同官方夾噶嘛。即係會唔會有啲咩 Any HK 可以透露下？有啲咩新嘢加咗落去？呂村文裸體模組。
can lose and not make it even to the quarterfinals.
Exactly. I mean, that may be the situation that we find ourselves in here. Leary's going to have to dig deep, rally after yesterday.
頭先 Group B Hera
2比
0啊，咁啊打 Mr. 嗰度打得非常清脆。
Because he is one of the all-time greats, particularly in this format. We'll come to this format in just a second. One thing I want to chat about very quickly before we move on.
咁啊比較擔心 Leary 多啲。Leary 好似唔係好掂當，尋日。
Bring up this schedule, a lot of TBDs in this schedule because we don't yet know who's going to be.
係啊 ，NHK 應該有啲內幕，佢可能冇講啊，又或者你見佢即係突然間消失咗之後咧，可能係就係忙緊呢啲。 同埋第一場 Daniel。
In this matchup, just because of what I've seen building up for this tournament. But Daniel, I mean, you talked about it, Tristan.
咁啊，然之後就係法國隊長。
He was awfully close to beating Leary. He was awfully close to not yet being in this tense of a situation.
咁啊，呢場唔輸得㗎啦，一輸就出局㗎啦。
The prowess he showed in the qualification wasn't a fluke. The prowess he showed against Leary wasn't a fluke. And that he can take it home against ACCM. I still favor ACCM, but Daniel is a tough customer.
That's coming up very shortly. After that, of course, Sito and Valas, as you can see on your screen there. That's going to be a big one as well. Both of these players have got a lot to prove. They're coming here. Sito.
佢尋日發揮都係麻麻地嘅，不過冇計呢啲。
Never in person. We talked to him yesterday, Tristan. He seemed in a good spot.
即係打機，始終你冇辦法話個個都等你狀態好先打。
I've done everything I can. I've prepared, and I'm going to play my best, and I'm going to live with that. Honestly, I mean, in terms of predictions, it's a really tough set. I talked to Velas prior to him playing Yo, which he eventually lost, but he said,
即係怎樣先叫做完勝 Leary 啊？即係第一點啊，不能夠讓他未食早餐嘅時候開打。
He makes jokes with me, about like what if we nerf crossbows a little bit more. He's like, no.
即係要讓他有充足嘅睡眠同埋做足準備。
Early feudal age archer moments are going to be huge there. Velas's macro is just insane.
And we're going to be able to see all of that live on this A stream.
即係你不能防守啊，一定要全力進攻。
On the B stream, of course, players like Jordan will be playing on the B stream. You can head over to twitch.tv/nili_AOE. That's NILI_AOE.
哇！我今日喺 Twitter 睇嗰個 mousepad， 即係佢嗰個 mousepad 係變態㗎，真係。
Again, cutthroat Age of Empires for the opening stages of this tournament. Before again, we move on to those matches that we had all the TBDs.
即係佢個 mousepad 好似用咗10幾年嗰啲 feel 咁樣，真係勁污糟啊！
Likely to see the biggest Age of Empires 2 tournament to date. Who knows what's? I mean, it's very difficult to outdo yourself in a surroundings like this. Red Bull have managed to pull it out for Red Bull Wololo Legacy. It's so good to have your company. We know that you're itching to get to the games, and so
係啊，
right
兜
now,
咗個 Microsoft
we're gonna throw it
keyboard
over
都應該係
to our
夠嘅。
casters, ready, refreshed, and raring to go. We've got Mem
Raring
and Neely
to
standing
go.
by to talk you through the draft. Let's get to it.
睇下先啊，呢啲唔係好緊要嘅嘢嚟，即係佢哋兩個。咁啊，呢個睇下先。
all the games that happened yesterday, but today it's a very exciting but also very sad day for many people because today every single game will have one player that is out of the tournament.
12 players left, and 8 of them will go home basically. So lots of losses, and from now on I think we have in total 13 series, and basically in every single one of them
Every single one。嗱咁啊，呢個咧就係嚟緊 update 嘅 roadmap 啊嘛。即係你見到第一個即係左手邊第一個框嗰啲已經係出晒㗎啦。咁然之後咧就係中間嗰啲先有趣，即係你見到佢話啲咩 something coming。
Let's see. We are going to see now because we have the draft coming, and ACCM higher seed.
但係佢實際寫咗啲乜就即係完全唔知，即係好似喺度就咁即係鳩噏咁樣。咁但係肯定係喺25週年有嘢加。睇下先 ，Daniel Boy。Daniel Boy 依家好似即係喺 AOE 入邊嘅，即係喺實力上面嘅2度發育喎。即係聽聞，即係無啦啦勁咗啊又。
Seems like ACM puts a tick behind what he wanted, which is Frigid Lake. A bit surprising to me.
Okay. I mean, I'm not surprised about the bans. Like Atacama, Daniel is a player that likes to play like all in, very aggressive. He's a little bit unorthodox player to play.
即係有手速、有操作、有營運，係爭啲經驗。聽聞。
That excites me so much. For some people that don't understand, why are you getting excited? We didn't even see the game yet.
但係 ACCM 都唔渣啊。
Of Daniel in the qualification, arguably with the best strategy we have seen in all the qualifiers together.
就係 ACCM 依家3度發育啊，好似啲實力。
The tower defense played against an ad6 all-in, beautiful strategy.
超級越南人第3代啊！
Is he gonna then ACCM remember that? We're gonna see the preparation here. We're gonna see the preparation here. I remember the game like it happened yesterday.
件戰隊衫咁嘅樣嘅咩料？
So scary, and with towers he could. I mean, didn't let the opponent do anything at all. We have Scholz. Just look at the ban from Daniel. Water.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. I don't want to see the water. Then Arabia Takema outcrop. Whoa. I'm kind of surprised about those.
即係佢嗰件嘢係越南嘅特色啊，定係日本嘅特色嚟嘅？其實即係咁樣。哇！咩圖都 ban 晒，仲有啲咩打啊？阿拉伯都 ban 埋，仲有張海圖啊！啊唔係喎，海圖都 ban 咗啊！仲有啲咩打啊？即係乜都冇噶咯。
What is our starter? He got 2 options from Daniel.
阿特卡馬阿拉伯
helps him out, and this
呢
seems
張
to
咩嚟
be
㗎？
Acclivity
哦，中間有個高地嘅呢張又係 ban 埋喎，居然。佢哋兩個打咩啊？諗住。
Very nice map. I like it. It has a lot of possibilities. I mean, if it has some water, it's. I think it's more like, extra economy that can boost yourself, but.
即係尋日出場嘅圖差唔多全部俾佢哋兩個 ban 晒。
Win the game. I will consider that the middle probably is more important with the 5 relics there.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Hill advantage, the extra berries, the 5 relics, but
卡華山
you can have the better openings here, and now we're
睇下先啊 ，ban 咗呢個布加利亞人。
And well, let's see how
Dan-
the villagers are fit. How can you fit in 3 bans there? The villager. Yeah, that's
Daniel 應該都係跟 Mr. Yo 嘅，即係好多套路都。咁但係打法咧就係跟呢個 Hera， 即係師承兩美嘅，即係呢個 style。
Bulgarians can be very dangerous. Okay. I want to see Korean ban.
Or he has a plan.
I mean, it's not that I want to see. It's only will tell us that.
睇下先啊，呢個 The Blue 好似啲人係暫時見到啲人係揀嘅咩啊？
It's true that the place has played the complete different.
即係拜占庭馬啊！之前佢仲攞過個韓國出嚟。
Everyone is hiding strategies since the qualification stage is over, so the question will be like, what changed on the bull? Because lots of players.
然之後呢個
shifted away there.
卡華山啲人係攞法國匈奴。
And now we need to
仲有
squeeze
啲咩啊
Berbers in there as well. So Bulgarians, the first ban, followed by
我見有人攞個好似啲唔知不列顛嗰味嘢。
We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Super, super exciting. Remember that the winner of this match is
睇
gonna
下先，
face
又係印度 ban 嘅，
decent player, guys.
好彩。
Indeed, a decent player, Mr. Yo, is waiting.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay, yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. But nearly 2 of the current champions has, let's say, struggled yesterday, and they are now
嗱你
for the other part of the brackets
Yeah.
because of that.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we kind of knew that Yo, Leary, or Hera, one of them had to go down and be not going through with a 2-0 score, and therefore could face someone like. And right now, for people that already want to get excited for tomorrow, a matchup like Viper versus Yo or Viper versus Leary
Can happen.
is pretty likely.
Can happen. Yeah. I mean, tomorrow, guys, one of the quarterfinals. If Leary and Mr. Yo advance.
Yeah,
Because that's also a question mark that we're going to discover today.
印度
tomorrow,
G
the quarterfinals are going to be
印度人知。
in another level.
Yeah.
mean,
Quarterfinals
really.
are going to be brutal. We're moving.
咁啊，
to
聽日
best of
打
fives then as
應該係
well.
8強㗎啦，好似係嘛？
So we might see some of those
咁啊，聽日打完8強之後4強就係下個禮拜啦，
Aztecs or Lithuanians suddenly being squeezed
好似係
in there again.
29號，
So
唔知有冇記
tomorrow is
錯
going to be a banger, but still lots of people
又好似唔係
fighting
29啊。
to get through there. And we see Magias and Franks pretty similar.
法國
civilizations
咁啊，
now.
法
And
國
Franks
打呢
have
個
a son that
考華
tried
山，
to
然之後
get
就
to Paris.
Machiar
睇下
for
Daniel 揀咩啊？
Like,
佢之前見佢成日揀埋嗰啲咩匈奴嗰味嘢，即係打比賽，
Daniel pick. I'm trying to read, but
但係唔知會唔會轉戰術咧？即係唔轉戰術嘅話，就好似 Tato 咁樣，即係
Mr. Daniel.
即係一路打到尾，即係用嗰一招，然之後俾 Mr. Yo 零
You
封。
cannot imagine, guys, how much they're practicing, how focused they are.
Saracens as well. Yeah. Yeah, Daniel
Shot,
told me
nice
like how
jump.
much he was practicing for the qualification. Basically, 1 month, 3-4 sets every
29
single day.
AOE
Took it
final.
So seriously, obviously, the biggest tournament in Age of Empires history. Right? Oh, we see Turks
查
again.
他
That is
仲有
the
咩啊？
AM preparation. We
土耳
also,
其
like, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to disclose it, but I will just
居
say,
然
like, Daniel and Tara have been practicing. We saw Turks there, so that kind of screams like we see Turks on the bull again. And
我仲記得 Five 有條片咧，即係話 Daniel 係 Hera fanboy 嚟嘅，即係人哋用咩佢照抄啊，次次都。
Aztecs was banned, but still, typically, if we want to see another civilization with eagles, we're going for Mayans here. Is he having a different plan with Incas?
I'm thinking about the maps. Like, Mayans is better, no matter what, no?
Well, Incas have.
我發現 AOE 1咧，佢係淨係得1場啫喎，即係得2條友決賽喺嗰度打1場，
28 out of 35.
然之後就係2同4，即
So that delays your
係
house
溝埋
a bit
啲
more.
時間嚟
Can
打
tower。rush a bit more if you want to go for bull because that's a bit cheaper. Can use the market a bit more. So there are some options.
Well, for the bull, now that you're talking, yeah, you might be right. It's a good
If we
option.
get to castle age,
And then
the
indeed,
tower
then
rush
it's
is
eagle
still good.
transition.
比較期待佢 AOE 2睇下佢會宣傳啲即係有啲咩新嘢。
Because we have that possibility.
越南打晒
Daniel on bull.
I think it has to be Turks. I think it has to be Turks.
But
It has to be the
冇計啊！
Hera.
越南
Yeah,
佢
but here
依
I was
家
told yesterday.
主力就係1代啊嘛。
Because it counted a lot of archer civilizations.
我見 Facebook 嗰度咧，越南啲 AOE 1直播咧係7000、8000人咁樣，
HCM is looking at this thinking, it's gonna be the last time, or I'm gonna be there.
即係呢班越南人不接受新事物啊！即係玩1代
Did
居
they
然，
just increase the epicness of the music?
即係有頑
That's
固
what。I'm getting goosebumps here.
But then I want to ask you about that. It's
I
gonna
think
be flat.
ACCM.
Holy moly, man. With that walk-in,
For
seems
ICCM.
so confident.
Ooh.
You think he's favorite, right?
Ooh. I think he might be the slight favorite. I'm really surprised how many people said ACCM is the favorite for them because I felt Daniel, as we mentioned earlier, so close to beating Leary. And obviously crazy performance, probably the most dominant player
越
in
南
the
人啊，
qualification, right? The first one to go through 4-0 as well against someone else that then still
越南好似
So
係咪識廣東話啊？啲人有
crazy
啲
out of Daniel. I was a bit surprised. Let's take a look how much confidence he is putting into the halls of Heidelberg.
Daniel won 4-0 to one player that is here, I think. It was 4-0 to Valles.
Daniel Boy。
Right? Okay. Look at Daniel.
Daniel Boy 最出名就係個
The
嘴
American
速
player,
啊！
guys. I still support him, you know why?
即係打團戰可以由頭到尾都
Daniel,
把口完全唔停，俾人投訴啊，仲要
People think that this man, but it's not.
即係俾 Viper 投訴好騷擾。
He's looking tired now. When he opened the door, he's changed completely.
And this
I like
is
his focus.
yeah, this is I think not medical. That's his right hand, by the way. I think it is.
Dan 應該有機冇，我覺得冇乜喎。ACCM 依家好勁下喎。
Not really to stabilize his wrist there. At least that's how I understood it, and that's what I thought.
即係你留意下之前2、3個大賽 ACCM 都係
surprisingly to me
名次好前㗎，
for ACCM.
Wow.
好似唔知係咪仲贏咗個冠軍喎？有一個細賽事。
Some series this year in the Deep Waters League. Yeah.
And
okay.
Red Bull 3, they face each other. ACCM won 2-1 there, but they also had some really close sets there. 4-3. Never ever did we see a sweep.
AOE 標我打，即係佢呢個同佢哋咩？同嗰啲越南一齊經營嘅一個網站啊。
We have this camera angle and always keep
即係但係心諗，即係你康佢啲450嗰啲乜鬼嘢標我打，即係中2塊田喺度教人標我打啊！即係呢啲選手。
Guys, ACCM versus Daniel. After this one, we have Valas versus Sito.
即係10個伐木2塊田，然之後集結點就指落個黃金度，之後起個市集。咁啊，之後就升城堡時代，然之後拖4個村民出去起 BK 嘅，即係呢個 AOE 標我打。
match that's happening on the B stream right now, and look at that, man. We can now theory craft a bit more. Kavasan, it should be Franks for ACM.
Yeah.
Daniel, a bit more of a.
即係以前啊450啊拖2個村民啊，但係啲人開始識截佢啦，即係然之後佢就開始即係男女老幼都拖出去起 BK。
Because Bull feels like Turks.
即係起完又可以修理佢嗰啲
Turks is
啲 siege。
mind choice there, just to confuse his opponent. I don't know. I mean, I prefer Kemer Gujaras and Tatars.
Yeah, but on the Bull, like, do you get to the spot where
No.
Gujaras are shining?
尋日個對手仲勁，尋日 Leary 係我自己覺得佢尋日好似發揮得麻麻地嘅，但係我唔知係咪因為俾人針對，即係第2場啦，第1場就我冇睇到。
So Tatar's not really shining.
And where you pick Saracens from ACCM here? Because talking about civilizations, Saracens is so dangerous. You can pick Saracens in.
Either the Bull, like Incas or Saracens. That's the big
Yeah.
question if we want to put that on the Bull.
Okay, I think we're gonna know very soon. You can see the notebook there that is already down over the table. So we're going to see the civilizations. They are getting into the game, and we're getting absolutely closer. Yeah, completely ready now.
係嘛？賽事準備開始啦，見到。
Come on, camera. So everyone, what they.
哇！咁啊，個 mon 前面仲有把風扇，但係嗰個位會唔會擋鬼住自己視野？
And we're gonna see the unique unit very soon. The production is also okay.
Also okay, man. Yeah, I can agree with you that it's also okay. Look at that. Didn't want to have the horse.
Over the notebook.
Yeah, over the notebook there. Getting it off the table, so pushed it a bit further in, and now some communication there. Probably.
What
message
games?
admin, that's the civilization that I'm going to.
Age of Empires 2。
This and that map, and Kabasan the opener, and we see Franks
Yeah, it's a
on
spec.
法國啊，
Not the biggest surprise, simply because there are so many berries.
咁
and
基本上係
if they get to the berries, forging them.
即係唔使估都知。
forging
And Castle
但係問題就係
Drop
Daniel
and,
揀咩咧？究竟
Castle Drop as well.
佢有呢個
They
Tata，所以打下馬弓。
And what to counter this one? Gujaras?
Gujaras could be a good counter, certainly.
但係仲有一個
if you
印
think,
度。
Okay, he's going for a lot of forces. The thing though, Franks, they kind of want to take advantage of the berries and kind of want to take advantage of their farms. So typically not really contesting those side pawns. So whatever Civ Daniel is going for, he could actually
我覺得
counter
只要
one,
一
maybe
打馬弓嘅時候，法國就好似成日都好辛苦啊！即係我唔知會唔會
We have to discover
揀個
now.
Tata 出嚟。
I'm impatient. And this
不過我哋呢啲低 level，
I mean,
即係唔識處理有啲時候。
to keep it, but it's killed me. How you think? I mean, well, the players are just focused. I don't think they think in that anymore. And this is so exciting because this is like now we're in single elimination. Let's say.
但係佢送個指環都幾抵啊！
some form.
At some form, because
不過我哋直城嘅話，可能冇乜支升齊啲乜鬼嘢血統啊嗰啲嘢。
Now we're going at some point.
呢個咩嚟？高面
What? Oh, look at that beautiful elephant.
It's amazing.
It's crazy.
Okay, the waiting has been worth.
居然揀高面，神奇。
The waiting has been worth. It even looks like it's there over the table. You know,
AR
it's scary,
咯
like don't move because you're gonna. It's gonna go angry. It's going to be angry.
I'm impressed how still that you can
其
sit
實
there.
其實識喐嘅，不過佢係即係好似嗰啲閒置咁樣棟喺度嘅。
Okay. Very
That's
nice.
great.
Also with this music, with this beautiful music in the background.
就係佢呢度特登留一個位，就係搞呢啲嘢。
To be there. Group B elimination.
高棉啊，高棉打法國，
With his beautiful banner.
即係但係
Do we know the backstory of that?
ACCM 好難預計佢會點樣，即係佢渣嘅時候又好渣。
Okay, I was going to tell. Okay, let's go, Nelly. Be my guest. Well, but that's a question for.
但係唯一可以肯定嘅就係 ACCM 係死都唔投降嘅，即係呢個玩家。
Yeah, yeah.
It's gonna be a lot.
即係你只要係即係領先佢一倍，村民佢都唔會投降。
ACCM, guys, people is so focused. ACCM is incredibly happy. I was talking, well, with both actually, this morning, but not.
即係起碼要逃到佢得翻10零20個村民喺個角落頭，然之後攞啲石牆圍住嘅時候咧，佢就可能會即係打 GG 嘅嗰陣。
That is a great opportunity, and the most important is they know that the level is that close that it's not like, okay, maybe I can play my best and I still lose.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah,
because the other player is not doing mistakes, and then he's having a small difference, and it's game for the other.
Yeah, but that's also-
Obviously, you want to be there. I think I don't know. What you think,
Honestly，
like the minimal goal for all of them is being quarterfinals, like less advanced group stage.
Yeah,
That would
every-
be
Yeah,
for all the players.
some go higher, right?
Yeah, but
Hera
at least.
clearly wants to win. Yeah,
But
and
at least.
Capoch, I talked to him. He's aiming for top 12, right? Because he's playing both games, so that's really tricky. We will see him.
睇下先啦。咁啊，好似賽事開始咗，你見到
and
個
it's going to be really interesting.
keyboard 喺度
Take a
狂
look at
撳
the
掣。
stats. Obviously, experience. We had to go pretty
ACCM
far
Micro
for both
8
of them,
點
simply because
，Micro 8 點
they didn't have
，Strategy
a lot of
8
offline
點，
tournaments for themselves.
經驗咁
Obviously, they
少
have online tournaments qualified for Red Bull events earlier.
ACCM 打咗好多年啊，好似點解得6
Ladies and
得
gentlemen,
6點經驗？
game number one,
啲人係咪亂嚟嘅？
there's a yellow in the south or on the left in the minimap in
睇下
your
先啊
screen.
，Daniel 呢度係
And Frank's blue.
咁啊，雙方咧依家好似係即係點講好啊？即係依家 Empire War 啲人咧唔再即係有陣時唔再係淨係喺自己屋企轉圈啊，一開始
First, let's analyze a little
即係反而係直接衝過對面望人哋打咩，即係再去應對。
I'm really surprised that
我記得之前有一個版本啲人咧係有理冇理都圍住自己屋企先，即係喺自己屋企轉個圈，然之後圍完先望下人哋做咩。
So it might be playing pretty much like Arabia here, seeing the opening, especially both players.
咁啊，兩邊都打馬。
Gold. So scouts is what we will see, both opting for Spearman, and now we go for the first dog
呢個係咩啊？
for ACC.
起碼頭。
I'm a bit surprised with that. Now 3 scouts versus 2.
Yeah, but it makes also sense because both civilizations are very.
咁啊，雙方都係起碼頭，暫時邊個比較着數啲啊？即係你知道法國佢略略血多少少一開始。
With heavy blow is just an amazing bonus. Anyway, we have now the 3 scouts coming. He need to go back. Good thing here for Khmer is that well, you start with the bar.
睇下會唔會升埋個血統啦？即係一開始應該比較。
It will be tricky, but not.
但係呢度失誤啊，又俾人剁咗幾刀。
Longer. Always happen with Franks. Longer. I'm talking in feudal age. Better for Khmer.
Better for Khmer because they can get to the tag called Bloodlines, giving them 20
法國咧
HP. Typically,
我覺
Franks
得
at 54
只要升咗血統就可以打㗎啦，但係未升之前就可能戰鬥力略略輸法國少少。
Now the wood upgrade being squeezed in.
咁而且法國有個種田免費升，等先呢度俾人捉咗個村民，大鑊啦！
The speed you can deal, but the scout is just there. So
睇下先，呢度有啲濕滯，呢個位都幾難受下。你見嘗試 quick wall 得唔得啊？唔得啊，失敗啦！咁啊，呢度死咗個村民。咁啊，另外嗰邊就仲喺度追緊啊，冇嘢可以做到，有啲蝕底。不過呢度執咗一隻馬啊，偷雞。 慘啦！咁你見到 ACCM 咧係反而係好穩陣咧，先窩咗少少個村民先。
Great map awareness here for ACCM, and he gets
即係點算？呢個有啲小細節冇做啊！ 睇下先，呢個村民繼續嘗試有窩，大鑊啦！大鑊呢度得唔得？哎，好彩呢度有個長槍兵嘅。 咁啊，等個血統喺呢度，真係瘋狂追。 死唔死村啊？哇，好彩！咁啊，村民應該係升咗職寶之後戰鬥力好啲嘅，我唔知有冇記錯。
But let's see. Now he's doing the bloodline. So Daniel is not being greedy. He's trying to go very, very aggressive. Is that another stable?
咁啊 ACCM 都開始慢慢圍場啦，但係就部隊出咗去 counter， 哇！直接拖村民同埋係 delete 翻隻啲田先啊，費事俾人哋啄啊！呢度4唔4村啊？呢度冇屋，理村民。哇！呢度死咗2村啦已經，而且一啲不過好彩換咗人哋一隻，但係暫時你見到經濟嗰度咧係39對45噶啦已經，人哋有3隻船42村，咁啊 Daniel 係落後3村同埋係啱啱先開始出漁船啊，而且最緊要就係人哋係免費有田，好似有啲蝕底。咁啊，最後掙扎即係今日係決定出局噶啦。就係有咩事拖村民打交，會唔會又死一個村啊？有一隻。咁啊，49村對43，咁啊漁船1部對4部。睇下先啦，咁啊夾硬入咗去，但係啲馬都冇乜血嘅呢個位，好似有啲濕滯。咁啊部隊係10對11嘅，咁但係 ACCM 因為有大量長槍喺屋企啦，咁所以其實應該正面戰鬥應該可以 Daniel 都可以 hold 住嘅呢邊。係啊，呢度有啲小失誤啦，即係俾人哋搓咗隻馬。其實依家還可以啊，好似係嘛，即係落後就緊咗啦，但係又唔係話死嘅。你見到佢資源嗰度調得非常之好。睇下先啦，跟住做騷擾，就係最衰就係啲馬血量唔算太多。睇下先，都係個村民啱啦。咁啊可以有少少個城堡時代即係升級嘅優勢啦，但係唔係好夠，即係唔係好夠大暫時。咁啊呢幾隻馬血量亦都唔係好夠多，殺唔殺到一個村啊？係咪得一隻啊？46對50，追咗唔少喎。咁啊，部隊係7對10啊，暫時見到。呢度錯嗰隻馬。即係至少冇啱啱一開始咁慘嘅。呢度又執一隻馬啦，見到2隻 nice， 呢個非常唔錯。咁啊，追翻唔少啊呢度，但係就些微落後啦。咁啊，上個城堡時代唔知打咩啦。咁啊，升咗個1攻。ACCM 咁啊，升個1攻，咁啊，長槍同埋馬都有戰鬥力啊！依家。但係佢呢度2馬房，呢個咧，哇！呢個咩鬼嚟㗎？3馬房？有啲型棍。但係要睇下 Daniel 睇唔睇到啦，即係佢呢個 level 應該要守呢啲咁嘅3馬房，應該都幾容易。但係問題就係望唔望到，同埋佢好似冇full喎。咁啊，43村對45村啊，咁啊一開始已經追咗唔少啦。咁啊船咧就雙方都唔太貪嘅，你見到得5部就算啦。睇下先，咁啊圍牆搶遺跡。咦 ，Daniel 升咗個老炮船喎。咁啊，can 人哋個碼頭喎，咁啊偷偷地。睇下先，長槍隻抽。長槍隻抽。係嘛，2隻馬嚟到啦，睇下幫手打啦，你見到？哇！咁啊，爭啲俾人哋係截住咗，即係個修道院。咁啊 ACCM 嗰邊。咁但係你見到法國咧，因為升咗呢個重裝長槍啦，咁淨係得馬夠唔夠抽㗎呢度？好似吹落去，好似越嚟越蝕喎。咁啊，部隊數係14、13，暫時都仲可以嘅。哇！但係呢度有成大堆長槍兵，好似有啲難處理啲。咁啊 ACCM 你見到佢咧就右邊碼頭應該係冇咗啦，咁啊5隻船冇咗啦，咁你見到 Daniel 經濟係領先嘅。 至少依家係領先嘅。咁啊，升個2級伐木，哇 ！ACM 嗰啲經濟都升齊㗎啦，已經即係伐木同埋種田啊，唔係種田送嘅。但係正面部隊13對18，長槍未升級，好似唔係好掂。即係中間啲嘢應該都係俾人攞啊！可以打咩招嗰啲？人哋溝成咁啲嘢，移動速度同埋人哋已經 full wall 咗啦，你想打佢都好似打唔到啲乜嘢。咁啊，呢個修道院應該保唔住啊！可以轉咩？可以轉咩兵
？Biggest problem here also is the monastery. He's gonna lose the monastery, so then he can't even convert.
咁啊，15對23兵啦已經。你見到 ACCM 佢都係老鏈爆㗎啦，即係佢淨係搶咗中間先，有理冇理。同埋因為冇夫喎呢邊，即係你見佢開始可以做其他嘢啦。好似有啲凄涼。其實係咪應該要略略地都要窩一窩啊？即係你睇下，即係中門大開咁樣，人哋兩隻馬鳥不斷追住佢。喺咁喺呢度偷嗰個真女。
Yeah, well, also those knights are not even with the +1 armor, so they are weaker. They are weaker than Franks.
即係村民數49對55啊，俾人哋執咗好多隻咁好似。同埋人哋係3 TC 啦已經，即係一個3 TC 嘅人壓住一個單 TC 嘅嚟打咧，然之後部隊數仲要比較多咧，基本上個形勢好似已經唔係好對路啦。打夾硬嚟嘅，你見到相，但係呢個位有啲窄。好似好難反擊喎咁樣，即係睇人哋經濟咁好，夾硬打啦。等先，長槍兵好似冇乜輸出，你見佢棘下咁樣，咁啊俾人哋招嗰隻馬，睇下先胡椒，好似唔錯，15對20，13對18、12都係 ACCM 贏啦，咁啊應該投得噶啦咁樣。咁啊單 TC 打3 TC 打唔到啊，即係。GG.
ACCM with a very smooth gameplay.
Oh yeah,
真係凄涼。冚咗啊
！Daniel do all the work there, and it just felt they went into relatively even castle age timing, and then it was double stable against double.
即係一開始個碼頭俾人哋截住咗嗰度，有啲傷得緊要。即係可能係啲小失誤嚟，即係你平時你起碼頭，你肯定係即係點2個場，然之後先開始慢慢起碼頭。即係圍都唔圍，俾人捉到啊！陰公。高棉同凌嘉誠冇咩分別。
We also forget that he went a little bit, maybe too much into the water.
唔知啊，即係佢諗，佢應該有考慮過點解嘅，我諗係嘛？應該。
So that put him a little bit even more behind after that, and the fish, it lose efficiency with the time. I mean, with those civilizations, the farmers are okay for ACCM.
Absolutely okay.
Really okay, heavy plow, right?
Yeah, that was so good. And also we have to remember late.
不過佢唔講翻諗緊咩嘅話，我都唔知點解要揀高棉。
What is that riddle?
He's talking to you, Nile. He's talking to you something? Oh my God, he's just thinking right now what he did wrong, what he's gonna make now. Still, the city is now.
咁啊，仲有張牛。咁啊，呢張牛係佢係咪又係學翻 Hera 揀個土耳其啊？咁啊，對面有呢個印加薩拉森。但係薩拉森好似感覺上似之後張圖佢自己 home map 用多啲啊。好似，但係佢仲可以即係自己 home map 揀個馬扎爾。
And I explain you why. Like, you got the option with Saracens that if your opponent is blocking you out, you're fine with the market. Like you have that versatility that you can get if you are stuck. If not, obviously.
印加有咩勁？印加好似改咗少少嘢，不過我冇跟到隻 game 改咗啲乜嘢，唔知依家印加。
Indeed going for Incas. Interesting choice here for sure. Probably wants to go for some Eagle Tower aggression early on. Remember, we don't have stone at our starting base. So Tower Rush
印加成日俾人話太廢。
But if you buy, it's just so much better for Incas because their towers are cheaper and so can go for more. Look at that shaking share. What is he doing? Wild.
睇下先啊，咁啊，你見到 Lily 咧喺度話 ACCM 唔知喺度錯乜嘢，坐緊即係喺度，即係啱啱個身搖勢向前喺度錯，即係慣咗手勢。即係 What is he doing 啊？佢喺度錯啲乜嘢？
Kind of a counter to the potential Turks here out of Daniel. Now the big question mark: Does Daniel think, okay, he probably thinks I'm going.
睇下先，印加依家有咩勁？
Like Hera showed it yesterday, and therefore he goes Incas trying to counter. But then is Tatar.
即係佢依家啲村民攻防係城堡時代先有噶嘛，咁然之後屋嗰啲冇乜所謂啊。即係佢係咪淨係支塔平咗啊？封建時代。bonus 咦，等先 ，Team bonus 依家係長槍同埋呢個矛兵加2視野喎，咩料？佢以前係種田係嘛？以前係咪種田快啲啊？即係起塊田快啲。即係嗰啲咩 Team bonus 嗰啲越嚟越垃圾咁啊，好似。
So tough, right? Daniel is an emotional player. We know that. Like he can tilt in online ladder games. Just imagine now, biggest stage in Age of Empires history, and so many eyes.
土耳其啊，咁啊，照抄 Hera 啦。
Facing an extremely strong opponent. It's so tough to keep your nerves here.
Dylan, that matchup now could be Incas versus Mayans. Perfectly fine. He could have hit Mayans instead of Turks, for example.
Yeah, the thing though.
Then you go Mayans. Mayans is not gonna be better than Incas.
Slingers are a good
土耳
thing.
其
Man, it's crazy how much damage they're doing. So then
是
you
嘅，
have to expect
咁
crossbow.
確實又係嘅，即係填嗰個又好似即係
That makes you too
嗰
happy.
嗰
As we can
1
see,
秒鐘都唔夠啊！即係好似1、2秒。
as we said, like Turks.
即係然之後佢話好似快，以前係快幾多 percent 啊？80%。
Simply because Hera was pushed so much out of his comfort zone.
即係呢個加成真係笑死人。
Although Daniel picks the
土耳其免費呢個肉馬 upgrade， 然之後有一個遠防。
simply because Mr. Yo's approach was so aggressive yesterday.
Well, I mean, I want to be here casting with you 3 games.
啊唔係喎 ，AOE 2係咪就係加遠防？好似係咪近防都有？
It's going to be aggression.
咁啊一個掘金快20%。 其實土耳其都有經濟加成，居然。 幾十塊先賺1塊。係咯，啲嗰個加成係奇奇咧咧。咁啊，可能有機會係最後一鋪㗎啦，即係對於 Daniel 嚟講。
The bull, when they go to Imperial, is usually 1 TC, 2 TCs. If he's going 1 some, I mean, we don't see like super pause Imperial games in that map because it's quite not possible.
Yeah.
It's difficult to happen.
It's just too wild and it's too easy for some players to get punished for some greed or not scouting some aggression.
好啊，即係叫自己冷靜啲啊，起碼至少即係好似 Daniel 呢啲成日都即係最容易就係心態爆炸。
We are in game number 2. Daniel as a Turks on the left.
睇下先啊，咁啊呢張圖咧即係黃金位決定咗你即係一部分勝負啊！有啲人話，即係你諗下咧，依家呢個場咧，即係 Daniel 呢個係黃金喺前面嘅，即係有啲略略不利。其實好多人投訴過啊，但係就官方唔理啊，你見到。 咁啊 ，Daniel 咧係被逼插一支塔咧，係保住自己黃金位嘅。咁啊，呢邊係剁咗人哋一隻鷹 ，nice 啊！好似唔錯。
ACCM having that goal at the back and don't be
咁啊，對面係印加有呢個長槍兵視野，可能或者有啲用嘅，即係鷹死咗嘅，咪攞長槍兵偵察。
Next to the mining camp, I feel like that makes it really tricky for those villagers to escape. Yeah, he has the tower, but just imagine a tower at the bottom, some archers at the bottom, some.
其實黃金喺前面真係好凄涼，即係你咁樣無啦啦就要插支塔一開始。係嘛？對面係死圍爛圍啊！
Dog for both players. Remember, guys, we have short fish in both corners, as you can see there.
睇下先，你睇下。有啲大鑊。咁啊，黃金係夠啊！你見到230幾啊，即係如果佢真係唔出啲咩工兵嘅話咧，即係你求其出啲即係淨係肉同埋木材嘅話咧，咁個黃金俾人封住都還可以嘅。一開始之後就唔知嘅。係非常 nice 啊！咁啊 ，ACCM 係升咗1攻啊！咁啊呢邊。
The tower now is all those villages are idle, 5 villages idle. Well, ACCM has a lot of idle villages as well.
頭先仲有75石頭。
We see the typical fight for.
真係慘啊！土耳其。
We don't see yet villages. Okay, there's a village there for Daniel to try.
咁啊，分一個村民應該係出去封人哋嗰邊啦。咁正面呢度唔知點算啊？你見佢咁啊，俾人哋咧拖埋村拆戰塔，得唔得？等下先 ，ACCM 唔知咩事，全部收走晒。
It's pretty similar compared to the Harrow situation yesterday. More villagers, and they are going.
睇下先，圍唔圍得切啊？呢個位有啲遠得滯喎。咁而且人哋有長槍兵㗎。呢幾隻馬可能佔唔到人哋嗰邊。
Ooh, that's something I didn't see coming.
Wow, well, 6 scouts is quite a lot. He's trying to control the middle. Let's see that battle.
睇下先，ACCM 冇反應啊，啱啱。哎呀，啱啱如果可能追住得嘅話，可能即係殺咁1兩隻。但係人哋3隻長槍。咁啊，2個嘅石，呢個係石嚟嘅。即係2個 stone gate 就好似箭塔。 市集，唉，真係有啲慘。呢個黃金位極度垃圾啊，真係。咁啊，依家咧，你見佢係起咗個 BA， 然之後可以出咩啊？即係你呢個，你出工兵又好似貴得滯啊，即係自己掘唔到。出矛兵又好似真係好抌，真係好抌經濟咁樣。 頭先 Daniel 依家個射箭場仲係乜都冇撳到出嚟，都係出工兵啊，出2隻啊，見到。咁啊，屋企咧係圍咗呢個，哇，夾硬打啊！呢度直頭得唔得啊？等陣先，佢呢度咧係想截咗人哋村民先啊，但係就人哋圍起咗啦。但係 OK 啊，好似呢度還可以。 即係至少人哋2個村民 AFK 啊，但係人哋個經濟真係好啊！你睇下依家準備撳城堡時代。好似有啲慘。咁喺呢度殺2個村咯，至少。但係人哋升咗城之後，你點樣打啊？佢呢度。 即係直接可以前置打你喎，即係爆鷹，然之後又可以加呢個 BK。即係你見到 ACCM 工兵都開始唔出啦，即係唔知係咪準備爆鷹啊？咁啊有2隻鷹排咗喺下邊呢個軍營度。呢2個村民。 係可以執1隻，至少一隻都好過冇。咁啊，再爆個軍營。咁啊 ，Daniel 呢邊有成1000食物㗎，但係就有冇起市集啊？啱啱，即係賣少少食物可以升級㗎啦。 啱啱先記得起啊！你見佢真係嚴重大不利。 咁啊，夾硬撳個城堡時代升咗個防，一攻一防。睇下先，好彩 ACCM 啲軍營喺下邊嘅，即係唔知咩理解嚟嘅，但係起喺下邊。我以為佢起喺上面，即係打過一波，連埋個 BK 求其出啲輕頭衝撞車咁樣。等先，呢度 Daniel 想圍住呢個 ACCM 啲兵啊，唔係村民啊，好似係咪啊？唔係喎，佢呢度淨係拆戰塔咋。我以為佢諗住圍死晒。但係呢度啲村民應該係咪都要死啊？睇下先啦，連隻羊都點死埋啊！呢度咁喺呢度一攻一防嘅，同埋連血統嘅呢堆斥候。咁啊 ACCM 係送大禮啊 ，nice。咁啊上面啲戰塔亦都係處理咗啦，暫時。哇！即係送大禮喎！你睇依家村民數係連埋船嘅話係57對47咯，已經。同埋 ACCM 啲軍營咧，因為喺下邊嘅，即係我唔知佢係諗住封咗人哋啲經濟先，但係好似喺下邊好似有啲搞笑，即係暫時你一時三刻係喺下邊係乜都做唔到啊！即係嗰啲鷹仲要走翻轉頭翻上自己屋企防守喎，即係咁樣嘅話。咁啊喺上面起咗個 TC 食魚。咁原來呢度喺打緊漁船。哇！呢度咩料啊 ？ACCM 佢啲兵全部喺晒下邊啦，然之後呢波馬咧係免費升咗呢個輕騎㗎啦，已經。咁啊一攻一防血統嚟，戰鬥力係非常之驚人下。啊先啦，咁啊上面黃金位，你睇下 ACCM 呢度 Quick Wall 想點樣 Wall 啊？咁啊求其點咗少少先，但係打唔打得飽啊？爭少少。咁啊 Daniel 呢度咧就佢啲船俾人打晒啦，咁你見到經濟嗰度係50對53暫時，但係仲有少少馬喺人哋屋企度搞緊嘅，咁人哋有少少閒置咁樣啦，至少。咁啊，但係 Daniel 自己喺另外嗰邊亦都有鷹咧，係諗住，呢波馬可能可以吞咗去喎。咁而且 ACCM 呢度係俾人打穿咗啦，直頭咁啊跌呢個伐木場，咁啊準備翻 TC 嘅。哇！呢度即係 ACCM 已經俾咗好多機會啦，就係睇下可唔可以再把握一下。暫時形勢追咗超多啦，已經。咁啊人口咧69對67嘅，咁啊好接近嘅。咁但係因為人哋淨係得鷹咧，你有馬咧，咁啊暫時打落應該戰鬥力都還好嘅。咁啊而且人哋屋企嗰波馬仲未處理到，咁啊啲馬越嚟越多啦，巴姐。咁啊鷹有10幾隻，但係因為佢冇重裝長槍啊，即係得啖笑嘅啫，暫時戰鬥力。呢度就等真女啊，睇下 Daniel 係諗住點啊？哎呀，呢度反應略慢咗少少，我仲以為佢係諗住由頭衝到落尾。其實呢度應該冇所謂㗎啦，因為嗰度4隻鷹咧，你淨係出少少馬後補就可以清理㗎啦。即係呢幾隻鷹係即係戰鬥力有限嘅，你見到。咁啊，只係等於送兵嘅啫，因為鷹行得慢啦，即係你送咗人哋，即係送咗入去人哋屋企，即係你想走都走唔到㗎。咁而且佢亦都打唔到啲乜嘢。咁睇下屋企呢邊，因為ACCM 上面亦都有一個 TC 喺度運作緊嘅，其實佢經濟都還可以嘅。但係先係呢度揀打啦，咁啊想點咗真女先啊？呢度得唔得啊？得唔得啊？一隻俾人招咗一隻馬，有啲少少蝕。咁啊真女咧，只要招到任何嘅一隻騎都係賺。咁啊就算隻真女死咗，咁啊睇下有冇辦法係將自己啲部隊 group 埋一齊先啦，至少。即係依家散收咁樣。咁啊呢邊魚咧就其實都差唔多食晒啦。但係對面經濟一定好啲嘅，即係始終 即係又有魚唔使種田。Yo 啊，打個招呼。形勢都係有啲不利，但係追咗好多啊已經。咁啊 ，ACCM 喺上面瘋狂食魚啊！咁啊，睇下 Daniel 呢度咧係拖一大堆村民準備掘石。啊！如果佢好似 Hera 咁樣咧，即係有少少細節咁樣分兩隻馬上去望下都好啊！即係依家應該暫時都未知，即係人哋偷食。睇下先啦，咁啊帶個真女過嚟。咁啊呢個真女有咩事？你招我啲馬都可以招翻自己啲馬啊！即係。咁啊，人哋有幾多個長槍兵啊？7隻嚟啦，準備衝啦！咁啊，招翻自己啲馬先啊，至少咁呢度啲兵係1攻1防血統，真係瘋狂縮啊！呢個位得唔得啊？呢個位好似對手有個 TC 喺度做個幫手做輸出，好似唔錯啊！等下先 ，Daniel 打輸咗呢一波啊？唔係啩？呢一波輸咗就好似應該冇機會添啊！呢一波好關鍵嚇。咁啊，呢一波打輸咗之後咧，就部隊數持平嘅話咧，人哋3 TC 唔知點處理，而且人哋仲有兵係克住咁啊自己嘅馬啦，你見到。咁佢盡快掘勢，應該係諗住至少出啲 UU 出嚟幫手打啊，但係唔知點算啊！咁樣依家越抌得耐，好似越蝕底啊！哇！呢度死咗好多馬啦，又俾人哋搓下搓下。佢呢個寶肯定冇可能壓到人哋啦，因為你啲兵咁少。佢依家靠咧就係靠睇下可唔可以喺自己度，至少自己嗰個範圍起一個堡，然之後出啲火槍兵出嚟。你冇可能起喺人哋度㗎啦，即係呢個部隊數。咁7對26啦已經，我諗 Daniel 佢 cancel 咗自己城堡，但係部隊差太多啦。咁你見佢咧係舉起手投降。咁你見到 ACCM 好勁下其實，就係 ACCM 話晒都喺前1-2個大賽都係好似冠軍㗎。即係最近狀態都幾好啊！就係慘，我覺得呢張圖有一半係輸個黃金位喺前面，唔知大家同唔同意？垃圾 game。Something on a horse is not a great option anymore, so he needed to go for Janissaries, wanted to have that castle very aggressively, and took a major risk. 即係呢張地圖嗰個黃金位係喺 Discord 嗰度咧，已經啲人係討論咗好耐啊，但係冇人理嘅，即係居然。我記得由 Quali 即係由唔知1-2個月前嗰個 Qualify 開始，啲人開始討論呢張圖咧，都係個黃金位你喺前面嘅話，人哋。即係已經係一開始就不利啦，已經。Finishing 13th to 16th, such a promising player, someone like the most dominant player of the qualification, and suddenly out that early, it kind of hurts. The level of the tournament is so high. Well, but但係冇辦法認命咧，即係呢啲時候，即係始終張圖係即係自己揀嘅。Kingston was yesterday against the Viper. We have not seen the game, but then Jordan today 2-0. Really great gameplays, as you can see, guys. And if you have one wrong decision, you're done. He lost that battle. No way to come back. ACM punished him so well there. Just went on to like the additional pikemen in both games against the Knights. Just going with that strategy there, and it just felt like he could defend the pushes so much. 可惜啊，咁啊應該係喺今次賽事生涯結束啊。但係 問題唔大嘅，即係攞個經驗，即係算係我之前睇佢啲記錄咧 ，Daniel 呢度已經係應該係近年成績最好噶啦，好似係嘛？即係唔計佢嗰啲美國內戰啦，即係嗰啲美國杯嗰啲，即係唔計嗰啲啊，即係呢啲大賽都算係成績最好啊。In my eye, I want to win 啊！即係你聽到 ACCM。
Very competitive, yeah. So I want to talk about the first map, right? We've seen players be very aggressive.
Yeah.
You were a bit slower, a bit steadier in map number 1.
Yeah.
Do you think it's better to be very aggressive, or were you happy to be play a bit slower?
Yeah, I think I got better zip with Frank because it's a free brook line for the scout. So my scout got more SP. So
咁啊，揀呢個 Meta Shift 啊，咁啊版本強勢嘅法國。
So and the game is going the way that I want. Yeah, so I got the game.
You lost to Tato in the early rounds.
Yeah.
He's obviously playing so well.
Yeah.
It must feel good to be able to come back from that. Are you feeling confident for the next game?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident right now.
點解 ACCM 啲嘴唇好似咁鬼黑咁樣？
Really happy to play the next game.
Well, ACCM, it's great to have you here at the castle with us, mate. Thanks for joining us for the interview, and the best of luck to you in the next game.
Yeah, thank you so much, Relay.
Thanks very much, mate.
Yeah.
We are going to move on now and have a chat with Tristan, who is keeping, of course, a close watch on what we've just seen in that last series.
咁啊，話説咧，我晏晝咧睇翻人哋嗰個 B stream 咧，原來有個女，即係咩？尋日有個觀眾話有個女人旁述，但係我聽到佢把聲，我真係即係我想即刻刪咗佢啊！即係係咁喺度鳩叫，即係 VV 娃娃咁樣嘈冤巴閉嘅，即係有啲凄涼啦！即係嗰個咩 survival list 啊，即係要拍住呢啲 style。即係我聽到條女把聲，我都想刪咗佢啊！即係個直播煩到嘔，即係喺度係咁叫。Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 即係成場喺度係咁啊！唔知咩料啊！真係。但係冇計啊！即係尋日 Daniel 搞到個女主持係咁 oh no。就係始終，唉，你攞個輕頭掟完人哋啲兵之後，佢冇理到，然之後掟埋自己啲巨頭，然之後個女主持瘋狂 oh no。睇下先啊，法國。咁啊 ，ACCM 話咧，法國有一個少少經濟加成，同埋有一個嘅血統免費升級。咁啊，前期可以即係有少少優勢，咁而且成場嘅即係劇本都係向住佢走啊，咁啊非常之好，即係向住佢所期待嘅去走。咁啊 ，Daniel 呢度咧應該係冇圍到自己村民啦，即係冇計啊，俾人捉到嗰個村，即係有啲凄涼，即係可能影響即係成場結果就係嗰個位。咁啊，呢度啲村民咧，你見到因為附近亦都冇一啲屋啊嗰啲嘢俾佢匿啦，咁啊直接同呢個肉馬打。但係佢亦都可以就咁走嘅，但係就咁走嘅可能即係有啲人又覺得啲村民就咁走俾人劈，好似好蝕底嘅，即係反而即係反正都死一兩隻，不如打。
Exactly, that was the other key difference. We can see here on the minimap a nice defensive posture taken from ACCM.
即係如果你即係齋走唔打咧，人哋啲馬血量即係一路都係維持喺嗰個即係嗰個血量。
Yeah, and then you've got Daniel with some bright moments in this game. He's trying to get value from what remaining scouts he was able to break in. But unfortunately, when you're behind the 5-6 fishing ships and the Franks have horse collar farms, your food eco is not going to be looking quite as good heading to Castle Age. But I mean, even still, like this is in CastleAge now. Daniel's getting his monastery up faster and everything. But
咁啊，正面呢度冇計啦，即係經濟好啲，法國。即係呢啲位喺即係法國免費有田嘅時候啦，你即係諗住喺城初爆兵啊，即係嗰個時候就出嚟㗎啦，即係嗰個差別。
And I believe the reaction we might have seen from him in a moment was him getting frustrated even with
即係我唔知有冇記錯咧，就係 LE 2種田咧，就你唔升嘅話咧，一開始係
well, I've got to
即係你 feel 唔到啲咩差別嘅，但係佢嗰個時間係啱啱好喺即係成初嗰陣，你要重新種田嗰下咧，咁你法國嗰度可以捱好耐，即係然之後高棉呢度就冇計啦，即係因為佢唔係一開波狂升。即係唔係狂升嗰啲科技啊？你見佢，即係嗰個 timing 就開始有差距。即係你即係點解啲人中意新手，即係叫人哋玩法國嗰啲，就係經濟好鬼順。
This as well. Those villagers get picked off like 5 times out of 10. I think even with the competition we have here, and
其實呢兩個村民應該係咁啱冇留意啊！如果唔係嘅話，佢冇可能咁樣穿過個道門走咗。
Where he could have trapped in the villagers, where some of the villagers actually escaped for ACCM. I don't know how he did that. It's an interesting map because typically you've got like your base, you've got the left, you've got the right, but you've got like so many different directions you have to run on this map to be able to focus on things.
Well, we saw ACCM take, I don't know if we want to call it map control, but certainly
就係你睇下個黃金位幾咁出啊！即係你自己望下，低 B。
Shorefish, which was really neat. And Daniel just didn't have the same kind of presence, right? Like he was under that unrelenting pressure from ACCM to just keep him off balance. He didn't really settle into this one.
Yeah, I mean, ACCM's favorite unit this series was Spearman, right? And he made a lot of Spearmen. He ended up getting into a lot of Pikes. This was a big moment, though. Like, Daniel, he's not down bad at this moment, but he's really late to Castle Age. And so he realizes that this is the perfect moment for him to rush out with the scouts and the sheep, actually.
Oh, this was a huge clear. This was fantastic.
But yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to take out the towers, free up his gold, kill plenty of villagers, and they were Inca villagers, so they stuck around a little bit longer. But in the end, I mean, that swings it back to the game for him. And again, like you've got Eagles.
其實呢個位都好似追咗好多，即係你見佢除咗之後俾人噴咗啲預算，即係嗰個位有啲蝕。
No, it's
huge
not.
amount of movement on maps like this.
And then you've got Lycav like somehow broke in here as well, which is the villagers are actually going to work against ACCM here and chop through the woodline. This was crazy. We were laughing in the back room because there were genuinely like 4 or 5 different spots where there were armies at this stage of the game.
即係反而 ACCM 好穩陣，即係至少出咗個噴火船，有你冇你喺嗰個位，即係 cam 住先。
Like look at this, ACCM passes the gold, passes the wood line, and ends up going into the farms. But that's not intentional. It's because he's looking at all this. And then Daniel probably had a WTF moment of why are there 4 eagles in my farms of all things, right?
Let's talk about this showdown because this was huge here.
This is huge here.
The key here for Daniel was he needed to have a few more monks, right? Because the monks swing when it comes to healing, and the conversions obviously help bring some units to your side. And he tried to snipe the monk when the fight was starting with the light cap, but it's just, again, the timing from ACCM was always so good. And now you know you're up against
其實呢一波係咪應該等埋個寶先衝過去？
He felt like he had to force it, and if he's
但係等太耐嘅話，人哋啲長槍兵又超級多啊！即係本身軍營都夠多啊。
Like we saw Hera do yesterday, and if you can't take the position, defensive castle is not going to do too much for you.
And we see those villagers there on the stone, like they were desperately mining that stone that was going to go up. And then we saw the last-ditch defensive castle attempt to go up, obviously denied by the reinforcements that came in. And look, you've got to give credit to Daniel. I think he came here and he gave it his all, and I think
點都死啊！係啊，冇計啊！真係，
sort of where he's at.
即係除非佢能夠
Going to be punishing himself.
點樣好咧？
That he ought to, because even getting here is a monumental achievement, and pitting yourself against the world's best, really putting the screws on Leary.
但係點樣都好似好辛苦啊！即係你一開始個黃金位咁差。
I think Daniel can hold his head high. I think he's done well.
I think he will learn. We don't know what's going to happen over the next couple of days, but I genuinely think he will learn more about himself and improve more off this tournament experience than anyone else.
Yeah.
He was close to putting the coffin in the nails in Leary's coffin, excuse me, and then there were things in this game, like there was a moment that I highlighted and completely forgot about it. Like 15 villagers queued at one point in Feudal Age.
Yeah.
That's nerves, right? But once you've been here, once you've experienced it, and then you also showed during those nervous moments that you can beat Leary in round 1.
不過算係咁啦，即係佢今次係即係近年成績最好嗰次，即係仲有大把機會。
Might not have the talent. The talent's the hardest part. So for Daniel, obviously sad that he's going to be out, but he's going to be back.
咁啊，而且佢又唔係老咧，即係都算後生。
The microphones, the cameras, like it comes naturally to some people. Other people, especially in their first time, it's unfamiliar. We talked to Valessa yesterday. He was saying, "I'm feeling much better. I'm feeling like I'm much more in the thick of things here." And so, look, I really hope to see Daniel on a stage like this
Agreed.
once again. But for the moment, for now, that is his Red Bull Wololo legacy.
咁啊，下一場應該係佢嗰個法國隊長啦，即係同樣都係 MII 戰隊啊。
For him, that's all she wrote. And that's all she wrote for you, Tristan. For now, thanks so much for your analysis. Right now, get back down, talk to an old mate of mine who's joining us.
即係 NBL 又
mate.
NBL 已經係今次
Thanks for coming.
比賽入邊連續俾人訪問咗2次啦，至少。
Because you're waiting in the wings, waiting for an opponent out of.
即係有特殊待遇喎呢個人，咩料？
But I wanted to sort of check in with you, just give us a sense of the atmosphere here, right? Give us a sense of how the event is panning out, and what's your take on it? You've been at one of these before, of course, last year.
咁啊 NBL 尋日係喺呢個 B Stream 嗰度輸咗俾呢個 Viper。咁啊，暫時應該係1比1。咁啊，其實佢都如果輸多場都要走噶啦。即係呢個賽事係始終係即係2條命嘅啫。
It's just amazing to be here and looking at all these people filming and doing an amazing job behind the scenes. It's
amazing here.
Being here, you know.
呢個賽事都幾好喎，即係唔會強迫啲人戴口罩。
Just for you, just for you.
Not for us, but like, it's insane, you know. Like,
well, look, I mean,
即係我哋香港呢度仲要咩啊12人一圍啊！即係你睇下人哋啲鬼佬個個口罩又唔戴，好離譜。
And it's been great to hang out with you. I mean, on the bus today, we were having a bit of fun. You were, I was giving you some tips playing chess.
Yeah.
You were. What's your elo in chess?
1300, yeah.
1300. So I was helping him. I was telling him how, like, if you get a pawn to the end, you didn't know that. Like
NBL 咁正常啊！
Completely new for me, yeah.
And then he cheated at one point on the app as well. Somehow, there's a lot of scandals with that. You moved two pieces in one. How did you do that? You want to talk about that? You want to address those allegations?
Yeah, the castling, it's called.
He moved the castle and the king in the same turn. I don't know how you hacked the.
Auto everything.
I did cheat. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there, and he's admitting it. $400 million.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Anyway, there's a great spirit of competition. You lost one of those games on the bus, and you were very, very unhappy about it. And you are really a competitor, right? Like you have a burning drive to win, and that can make all the difference in a tournament like this, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not competitive, you won't reach very far, I believe. So it's really, really important to have that mindset that you just want to win all the time, and if you want that, you can get really far, I believe.
Well, how do you deal with the lows then? Because obviously winning, like you talked about last year, you're massive. Still talking about that today, and obviously those highs, you can't have them without the lows, right? When you bomb out, when there's a sense of pressure on you that you've really got to perform. What's your approach to dealing with that as a competitor?
Well,
NBL
I don't like losing. Obviously, it's bothering me for.
即係想贏嘅時候就要不斷諗住自己要贏。
As the time goes by, people forget, and so do I, and move on to the next, and try to search for a better result. Yeah.
Well, you know, in searching for a good result here, you've talked about maybe you're not at your most prepared.
即係頂尖玩家個個啲心態都差唔多啦，其實。
You know, I think that's within your range. Talk about, oh, you know, haven't been preparing, and all of a sudden, bam, get in there with the high-level strats. But
I'm not lying when I say it, though.
I don't know, man. You
yeah.
People up. But you know, after an incredible performance yesterday, where are you at? Your confidence must be higher than it was at least 24 hours ago, right?
Well, my confidence raised a bit when I beat Jordan, but it got beaten down to the ground when I lost against Viper. So we'll see when I play today how it goes.
And what about going 0-8 on the chess app on the way to the
0-8?
Was it 0-8? Oh, wasn't. Sorry. What was it? 0-9. Did that batter the confidence at all, or?
I'm not gonna answer.
He doesn't have anything.
I don't want to be trolled anymore.
Mate, you're a joy to watch. Many people love watching you play just because of what you bring to the game. You know, you get characterised as a somewhat chaotic player. I don't know if you appreciate that label or not, but certainly unorthodox.
上年我都有睇啊，即係先 Hera 先贏2場，然之後心態爆炸，俾人追3鋪。
I'm a kind of guy that tries to get as close to meta as I can without watching any builders or anything.
Au natural.
So I'm basically improvising a bit where my villagers go. Just because I'm a bit too lazy watching recorded games and trying to learn where to place my villas at certain times, it gets a bit chaotic at times, and then I have to start improvising. So, yeah.
But I think there's a level of strength in that for you, right? Because if you're playing against a very cut and dried orthodox player like Jordan, who is very good when there's a plan to stick to, you throwing that spanner in the works, I think that sometimes gets you some equity, right?
It might, but it's not really.
冇計 ，Hera 都係嗰啲心態好差嗰啲嚟，即係表面上好似冇乜，即係實際上都係心態差嗰啲。
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
不過後生冇乜所謂嘅，即係後生仔即係多啲爆氣仲好。
Well, I always learn a lot watching you play. One of the other players, I'm not going to say who because I don't want to throw them under the bus, but one of them said that maybe I learn what not to do by watching you play. But in any case, it's always an educational experience.
即係呢啲大咗就唔會有啦，應該。
Yes.
And best of luck in the matches that are coming.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, that's it for us here at the desk for now. We're going to take a quick break and show you we've got some vision lined up for you here for you to enjoy. And then on the other side of this, we will be back with more Age of Empires coming your way. We've got another draft. We've got another.
Viper 聽日啊 ，Viper 出咗線啦已經，
Just a few moments.
輕鬆出線啊 ！Viper 2-0小組。咁但係呢個小組賽咧係，其實我覺得佢呢個小組賽係唔算最平衡嗰個 setting 嚟。即係佢呢個小組賽係舊嘅 StarCraft 制嚟嘅，即係種子最高打種子最低，然之後就即係打2勝翻嚟，即係唔算係平衡。即係但係時間夠快啦，即係呢啲賽制，即係唔使教好耐。即係平時你5個人一組嘅話咧，你依家嘅 GSL 賽制咧就係5個人要輪流打一場至少。
We're back, guys, with another series in, well, just about to happen. Sito Valas, what a great interview with MBL. After how many years he said, maybe I need to start to provide to reflection. Yeah. Maybe 10 years.
He is wild. He's wild. I actually also watched over his shoulder yesterday when he was playing chess. Do you know his favorite strategy? Fast castle into GG.
We are reading for the draft, guys. For the next.
唔係 sit 有 sit 嘅話，你都可以打個新嘅 GSL 賽制噶嘛，即係唔使打個舊嘅。即係新嘅賽制都有 sit 計㗎，但係就佢會分多至少2場啊，好似2、3場要打。Map TV 其實我 get 唔到佢噏乜嘢，即係有陣時。
It's very sad, but it's what it is. I mean,
即係老監啊！呢個 Map TV 有陣時啲 get 咧，即係唔知噏乜鬼。
No.
Like when he said that, I'm like.
Felt so wrong.
And if you are not checking recorded games, how can you be a meta player?
Well, if you are as smart as the combined group, like all sharing the information, then you can get to meta. But like that's not how I would think it would work. And like everyone is saying, he's the player furthest away from meta. No one understands it, and he says he's a meta player.
He couldn't define his style, so that is playing a lot. Guys, the draft is absolutely ready, and we're going to see Sito Valas. Civilizations, maps, and absolutely everything that they're going to pick. Sito, higher seat, Mr. Wololo.
太細聲聽唔到。
冇
啦，我都唔可以較大聲啲嘅。我較大聲啲嘅話，佢就擋住我把聲。Sito 今日法國隊長啊。話右邊呢個邊個嚟㗎？即係蕩失路啊！呢個後生仔。
I couldn't see it, but I'm not sure, to be honest.
Good eyes. And the pick looks like Acclivity.
Okay.
不過新面孔，咦唔係喎，舊玩家嚟原來，我第一次見佢個樣。Valas 啊，原來佢個樣係咁樣啊，即係。
Looks like Valas is a bit surprised by his own choice. Not really, no. He was thinking, okay, what am I going to ban next? And closed it's a map that he does not want to play against Sito there. Could be wild late games for sure. Map 3 will be interesting between the two of them. I could see something like Frigid Lake coming up there in the end.
People might be asking a lot, like,
橡膠頭呢條友成日即係走去串 Hera， 串到扎扎跳，但係依家又冇乜嘢啦，好似。
We had Arabia multiple times yesterday actually. I think it's a weird home map. It kind of tells the opponent, I think I'm the better player than you. accept Arabia and we will measure our pure skill.
我記得幾個月前我睇直播嗰陣，即係佢同 Hera 打，成日都話 Hera 做咩圍牆，
preparing wild strategies.
即係咪未贏過？
And here. Now 2 choices for Sito. I think it is between Frigid Lake and the Bull.
The bull is gone, so we're gonna.
Oh, now I feel smart.
Lake.
How did I? Oh God! Sometimes I surprise myself.
I really like all these 3 maps. Quite a lot. Frigid Lake. I don't think we casted yesterday together this map.
Frigid Lake. I think
we didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't cast this map yesterday. Acclivity and Kawasan. And now we're gonna see the bands, guys. Remember.
Kara 邊個嚟㗎 ？Kara 女村民啊！
Let's see. It's very common to see Khmer in Frigid Lake.
Gujaras could be an option as well.
睇下先啊，圖啊 ban 晒啦已經。
Indeed, yeah, that's often the case. Maps are pretty open and, well, something that's strong in Castle Age. Berbers was an option multiple times. I will be curious.
Yeah, remember guys that Frigid Lake, have you seen the minimap? But if you don't know, it has a lake in the middle. Also, it's shallows under the TC, so you cannot make farms. So you have to expand already from the start. So you prefer to have probably that mobility in it.
Yeah, and Khmer used to be the best one because you can't farm around this one, and it is really tricky to farm around the mill. But new change there in the map between the qualification and the main event, that the mill is a bit further away and therefore it's easier to farm around it. So relatively speaking, Khmer slightly nerfed on this map.
Okay, Franks is already banned. So we're gonna see many cavalry saves probably banned in this one, because Kawasan potentially has also, you know, similar civilization choice than Frigid Lake. Bulgarians already banned.
Kawasan, you could play something like Aztecs, something we rarely see on Frigid Lake, right? Because one-dimensional push could be an option. Magyar's now gone. Still, I see a lot of Camels here.
Wow.
Hindustani is an option that we didn't mention.
睇下先啊，咁啊卡華山最屈機嘅法國，咁啊直接 ban 咗先。
Aztecs gone. It feels like
啊知。
is banning a bit against Kawasan. Don't you think so?
Pretty
Frank's
much.
Aztecs considered to be strong Kawasan.
Pretty much. It's the whole map, so maybe he wants to secure his whole map and try to. Now Dravidians, he changed quite a lot there. Why Dravidians banned here? Is it great maybe for Frigid Lake?
Dravidians are strong on
gathering.
Dravidians, you can open double archery range, right?
Yeah.
Really good on acclivity. Maybe he wants to play more of a stable game. Vietnamese gone. Something like I see Mayans here, man. Like Mayans extremely strong.
睇下先，仲有啲咩可以揀啊？即係 ban 鬼晒啊！
Ethiopians also an option.
先嚟個高滅。
Well,
等陣先，佢哋唔知係咪 MYI 戰隊，即係幾個人自己研究出嚟。
Let's see now what Valas is going to pick. Now he has to pick 2 civilizations, right?
That's correct.
係咪啊？拜占庭同埋立陶宛。
Aliens can be played on all maps, kind of.
Yeah.
Probably Kawasan.
Yeah, we have to remind to the viewers we have recovered already those 150 foot extra in a mode like Empire Wars. If it's important in random map, in Empire Wars probably even more.
Absolutely, you can just go for the scouts earlier. You could go for some eco upgrades. And Lithuanians, if you are up to castle it that like 30 seconds earlier, that means earlier monastery. And if you get to those relics, your knights are out of control.
And now a civilization that is completely
仲有啲咩揀？仲有兩個。
to any other, the Saracens, that you don't know what your opponent is going to do, even if you know that he's going to make the market early and going to make market abuse, but it can go archers, it can go then double stable, siege forward,
一個印度，一個不列顛。
Britons and Hindustanis. Oh, Vala civilizations. Scares me, man.
Yeah.
They scares me. They're all very, very good save.
I'm surprised that we didn't see Gujaras at all. And we're going for Ethiopians. So pretty archer-heavy approach there. It's like Ethiopians could be a good one for acclivity, running against Britons, and matchup that we have seen multiple times, like this there, and then something like Khmer. Don't really see what he wants to play on.
應該可能係留俾自己 home map 用啊，即係伊索比亞。
But Lithuanians should have the advantage if we go for that matchup.
Personally, I prefer Balasivs. I like them.
Yeah.
I feel there is more versatile.
立陶宛
He has Britons and archers, Hindustanis that can counter everything.
唔知喎，即係可能
Hindustanis, yeah, against Khmer there.
Can counter everything at some point.
I'm a bit surprised by the early Khmer pick, I have to say. Well,
you can pick later.
By trying to pick up something like Valas.
佢係咪嗰個黑暗嗰個時代加成都已經有㗎啦？依家
Valas was like, they said my name a bit.
即係我記得以前係 即係黑暗時代嗰啲加成，好似大部分文明都唔計落去噶嘛，即係 Emperor War，然之後就上個 patch 好似係唔知係咪加翻呢啲啦已經。
He was looking to. He was going to come.
Yeah,
Was going to come.
Talking about the draft a bit. Like,
Yeah.
did you see how I drafted him? He got converted.
Yeah. And people say that he's not talkative. What you talking?
Yeah, Ballas. He isn't acting quite a bit there.
150肉啊，正。
There, really nice suggestion.
但係150肉又
And now, guys, we're going to see how confident.
不過直接攞經濟好似都 OK 嘅，即係啲人覺得
He's so focused. I know that he said
即係實際袋錢。
that he's not gonna be sad if he's losing. I believe till some degree. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he is happy for the experience.
But he want to.
睇下先啊，法國隊長，法國隊長成日俾 Mr. Yo 話佢冇腦啊，打機。
He's going into it as a favorite, right?
不過好彩就係
He goes in
佢唔
as
知，
favorite. So, I'm
即係唔識中文都係一種幸福嚟。
it would
即係有陣時 Mr. Yo 講啲嘢都幾過癮，即係串呢個串嗰個咁樣。
heavily with people out of Group B. Then a week ago we had the change Group A B, a big mix-up because of our replacements, and Sito therefore was put into a group against players that he heavily practiced with. Not really happy with that, but Vallas, I think something that he should consider to be one of his better matchups.
I really don't know here. Who is
中間有啲遺跡啊，但係
Well, let's see how confident he's gonna feel.
150食
We're
物
gonna see also in a LAN event. And look at that walking style. I like
Yeah.
it.
He's like a tourist.
即係你都要前面即係打到啲優勢先得喎，
And you might think
即係
I
先
have nothing to say.
先喺中間可以慢慢執嘢。
Love to say. Who's the favorite for you?
I think I would say Sito, but it feels not that clear anymore compared to
哇！呢個機械人2號喎，好似
the tournament. It felt like
55-45.
55-45 for Sito, something I feel is absolutely reasonable, yeah.
We want to 1-1-2, please.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah,
Lily?
yeah,
Okay, okay. We want that. Let's see if now. I really believe Vallas, for how I know him also from those games in BF, he's gonna take some notes. Okay, I think he knows exactly what he wants to do.
Okay.
He's doing this for the camera.
You know what?
Yeah. I think he's just telling, pin. I got it.
Really?
Yeah. I think he knows what he wants to
冇
do.
計啊，3唔識7，唔通入到場之後好 high 咁樣咩？即係個樣。
Yeah, he clearly looks very focused there as well. Sito already prepared his draft, kind of, it looks like. They're already typing,
He's
preparing,
ready to
hosting the
look.
game. And, oh, look at that. Oh, with the sword.
Does scare me, sorry, but cannot comment about that. Not anymore. That doesn't scare me anymore.
What a nice smile. Vallas.
So serious, but he's smiling. I tell you.
How much I like those shots. Really gives you a feel for them.
睇下先啊，Speed 爆燈喎，居然
Absolutely crazy, one of the
呢
fastest
個
players that we have. We have
薛拖啊，
Shadow experience, 6 out of 10 for both of them. Never had
咁啊經驗6點
LAN event.
，Strategy 7點
One like French local
，Micro 都有9
one.
點，
It's
居
not
然
comparable to the stage that we have here.
I have to disagree here with you, Nelly. In Vallas macro,
Paris 嗰邊有啲慘
he。has a very good macro.
Okay.
A very good macro. Let's see. Now, probably it's not gonna make it, no. But look at the head-to-head. 16 games.
不過呢啲評分即係求其參考下就算啦，即係好似唔係好準咁樣。
That makes you change a little bit what you think. 50%. This is what we want. Close series. It's a elimination, but we could call a decider because for them it's a decider match.
Absolutely. The loser goes home.
Yeah.
It is that simple, and we can say that for all the next 12 series that we are going to see in this event.
哇！佢呢個 mouse 即係都未開始打就已經成手汗咯。
I don't know if we have said already that after this series that is happening right now, all the series remaining from the tournament, we're gonna see now in the Red Bull main channel. We're gonna see all the games. So the winner of this series will face later today, here live on Red Bull channel, Leary.
That's going to be a colossal task as well.
Leary. That after being that, Leary didn't want to be in this position because probably he's gonna feel favorite. Probably he's gonna feel favorite against any of these players, probably, and might be the favorite. But his brackets are not as easy, in quotes, as it could be before.
And I feel like Sito and Daniel, obviously both in the same team, or like both not in the same team, but like practicing so much together and preparing. And I think actually they're
They are
playing in the same
same
team.
team. They
I
are
was
same
just
team.
surprised because
No.
he wasn't wearing
Yep.
my Insanity shirt.
But
That's why I was
they are
confused.
same team as
yeah,
well,
so
yeah.
and they're preparing together, and you saw how much Lyric struggled against Daniel there. So I think a wild one could be upon us if it becomes Sito versus Lyric.
And Sito feel good with the Archer's approach. Leo has been always loved it with the Archers. Sito too. We have seen the civilizations. If we can put the draft there again, it would be great. So we can analyze what is going to be probably the first game. Well, we
頭先啊，高面啊，
Frigid Lake on Frigid Lake, his first pick.
睇嚟係佢哋戰隊自己操練之後得出嚟嘅結果嚟。
It feels to me like, yeah, it is a really strong Civ and probably one of the best that you can pick, arguably top 5 pick, but it's not that much better than the
但
other
係
picks on this map.
啱啱
That's why
Daniel
I'm
打
really
完之後，
surprised
佢
that
依
they
家
focus on
呢個
it
隊友都
so
照樣咁樣揀，
I believe it's gonna go
即係唔知係咪
in feudal age.
Daniel 嗰邊有啲嘢打得唔好，
Did you go cast
但係呢個係即係佢哋自己研究嘅，
Khmer don't have Thumbprint.
即係 band pick 出嚟。
Not a great one in this one. And what we're going to see them for Valas in this one? You think it's gonna be?
Hindustanis is probably what we
Hindustanis.
kind of expected, right?
What about Lithuanians here? You see that in the north.
Kavasan is where I see
Oh,
Lithuanians, right?
very good
Going
opening.
for the
And for the
Russian-
relics,
for the
in
relics
the
as
middle
well.
You take
Yeah.
the relics and then.
睇下先啦，我哋睇下 Valas 揀咩啊？呢個係
Six even in class.
呢個係咩嚟㗎？
And Hindustan is indeed what we are seeing. Plus Lithuanians good if we think that Saracens could be an option on Kavasan as well, because you go for those faster skirmishes to counter the crossbow lens. So could be
Really?
another good option there. I think Lithuanians. it's
係啊，
strong
但
choice
係
for Kavasan.
我諗 MYI 佢哋自己有自己諗法嘅，即係我諗。
Kill early.
同埋你亦都要諗就係唔係淨係經濟加成啊嗰啲嘢㗎嘛，即係可能你要諗下 counter
I
人，
think this is going to be a
即係可能佢哋覺得略略
pretty good
地都幾好咁
Sito is
樣。
trying to play a feudal
即係咁樣就
game,
用
like double stable, double archer range, just really put on the pressure on Valas, because Hindustanis, like, yeah, they have a slight advantage with cheaper villagers, but in the grand scheme of all options that you have in feudal age, it's not that big. So I think Sito, if he
等陣先，啱啱嗰隻長
plays
槍咁嘅嘢
shows
係
how good his micro is.
係乜鬼嘢嚟㗎？
Need to be honest, tippy
And my
toes.
question is, are you ready for that crazy aggression, Ele?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Is the chat ready for that crazy aggression? I hope so. We want to see aggression. I mean, I don't know, because he doesn't express too much. So, are they in the game? I mean, I think they are in the game, and we're gonna be in the game very, very soon. Almost in the game.
睇下先啦，咁啊好似開始啦。
Freezy. Guys, I say
印度啊，哦，印度 UU 啊，咁真係。
He was Freezy. He was then all the night. Man, why you call me Patrick? It was
咁就
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in game number 1.
咁就有啲大鑊啦，好似。
Khmer blue on the left, Valas on the right, yellow, Hindustanis, and
睇下先啦，咁啊你見到啦，依家大部分人都係直接即係馬衝出去望下人哋做咩㗎啦。咁啊，先加咗個嘅馬房。
On gold, they're one building the house next to it, meaning in archer range is going to follow.
咁啊，呢張圖咧中間都可以食魚嘅，但係就好少，應該好少人一開波就去起。睇下先啦，哇，好陰險啊！即係特登哼你一下，然之後走嘅。
Which is very, very important to explore. We see many times how the players are sending the
誒
scout very early. Obviously,
起咗啲咩啊？佢呢度
it's great, but you have the loom already. It's not easy to pick, but you
睇下先，都係馬房射箭場，
gather information. Right now,
即係大家都哼人哋啲村民啊，即係手痕啊呢幾個。
he's still both are
誒呢度會唔會執到隻啊？可能
really sick game here. I'm
可能可以執到隻喎。咁啊呢邊呢度係忙緊控，但係自己屋企都死一隻村就有啲事啦。呢隻本身都唔使死嘅。
Oh, and getting some more damage on the scout, they're pretty sweet as well.
即係正面咁辛苦控嚟控去，殺人哋一隻村民，然之後自己屋企咁樣俾人剁，唔好同我講剁兩隻啦。
We see
哇！又翻轉頭啦。
shouldn't really find the kill, but Sito finds quite some damage.
That statistics is really, really nice to be there, because we can also feel how the players just feel confident for whatever reason.
咁啊，33村對34啊，即係
He might lose
可唔可以執一隻？
Very active both players.
夾硬換啊呢個位。
Take another village, 2 villages down. Still is okay for Valas, because he's also putting some pressure on the left, as we can see. He's gonna take another
夾硬嚟。
aim.
哇！又俾人執一隻。
Wow, HKT 2-2 here, not even 4 minutes into the game. That's a bad
咁啊，雙方都有來有回，即係見村民就衝過去啦，已經。咁啊，暫時村民係34對34嘅，咁啊，但係就已經好多村民喺度係咁死。先啊，3場槍兵，咁啊帶2隻工兵，然之後就有肉馬嚟緊嘅。Valas 嗰邊咧係啱起咗咁耐個射箭場，依家先開始篤緊第一隻工兵出嚟，咁然之後佢諗住後補，得唔得啊？呢個位？等先喺後面偷吉又執啊？唔係啩？呢度咁樣俾人白白偷村民有啲慘喎！你前面雖然係控得幾好嘅，好似睇下先喺呢度終於可以搓咗啲肉馬啦，爭一下爭一下。咁啊後補一間屋咧諗住拎嚟避難嘅，咁呢度咧係執咗一個長槍肉馬，咁然之後應該可以再執一隻啦。終於係即係打到人哋啲小失誤出嚟啦，可唔可以殺埋呢個村啊 ？Nice！ 咁啊36對37追翻少少。但係呢度2個 BA 啊，居然。咁啊，好彩佢呢度醒目仔嘅，咁然之後仲補支箭塔喺個田嗰邊啊，即係確保，即係真係唔好俾人搞啦，真係搞咗咁耐。但係呢度3隻工兵就衝過嚟趕人走啊，諗住。咁啊，俾人哋開個雙線，睇嚟形勢開始。咁啊，偏向一邊啦，就快。咁啊，暫時好似唔錯。咁啊，田呢就一個8食物，一個13食物，好似即係我記得 Viper 話咧，就如果你唔知道雙方形勢係點樣嘅話咧，你睇下雙方嘅食物就得㗎啦，即係嗰個田。即係你見到一個10，一個14，即係長遠嚟講嘅話，就睇下呢個薛濤呢邊可唔可以再壓制多啲嘢啊？又或者 Valas 呢邊可能又繼續喺度狂送兵啊！你見到佢19對11部隊喎，然之後佢夾硬都衝出嚟打啊！哇！呢度死晒啲兵嘅話，有啲濕滯喎，咁樣送分啊！即係經濟係還可以啊，但係你咁樣死一大堆兵嘅話，之後點算啊？即係依家18對5咯，而且你睇下先喺呢邊敷我未啊？未嘅。咁啊，臨急抱佛腳，但係就都係穿咗窿噶。會唔會死啊？呢度即係盡快起咗一個箭塔先，至少。但係長遠。一支塔夠唔夠保住佢啊？睇下先啊，圍牆啦，準備圍唔切啊！大鑊啦！大鑊啦！大鑊啦！呢個位工兵會唔會企喺下邊啊？即係搏下懵都好。睇下先，執到唔少嘢。咁啊，45村對44，咁啊，暫時好似差唔多。咁啊，司徒呢邊係兵比較多啲啊。哇！佢呢度強打封建啊，真係佢唔諗住升城。哇！夾硬嚟喺呢個位得唔得啊？工兵 late TC， 但係哇！真係呢個控兵好似都唔錯啊！咁啊點？咁啊點整一隻工兵，而且善用咗你個 TC 至少。可唔可以殺到村民啊？但係我覺得呢個位殺唔到太多村嘅，因為即係你唔係集火啊之類咧。睇下先，執到1、2個村。哇！呢度咁樣都可以叫做勉強守一守住。咁啊，你見到雙方經濟都係差唔多啊，咁但係高棉嘅田咧已經去到19、20塊啦，即係經濟起飛啦開始。冇啦，呢堆馬應該做唔到太多嘢，但係都唔緊要啦，即係可以升城嘅差唔多。咁啊，而且你見佢經濟好好啊，即係又有房又有血統，即係升齊咁多嘢嘅時候，你見佢依然都係率先點咗呢個城堡時代先。哇！又插一支塔。
he saved the match ball.
睇下先，打呢個位可唔可以執一隻穿
I think a lesser player easily
？Nice。
dies to all this aggression out of Sito.
咁啊 OK 啦，形勢非常之好依家。
Two more villagers could be dying here. Nice pick off by Sito.
I was talking about the match ball and almost made another here, but
咁啊，而對手咧就即係忍唔住啊，咁啊衝出門口啊，即係佢唔想淨係屋企係即係俾你帶住個節奏喺度舞。
But those archers that are coming in the middle
但係呢個 counter 咧，因為已經係提早插咗塔啦，即係呢個 counter 可能係即係靠屋企啲兵守住就夠啦。
For Sito. He knows, right? Okay, wow, I did lots
而
of
且城堡時代快成分鐘，
only way I can get behind in this game is you make a
哇，好穩陣啊！
attack happen.
咁啊，知道自己未 full wall 咧，就直接喺屋企再插一個嘅哨塔，
Sito
即係攞多少少視野俾自己做反應。
prevented damage.
But honestly, it's a good time to go castles, Valets. After all this aggression,
即係呢啲細節做得幾好。
5 villages more, 8-3 economy. That's why his 3 villages behind. I see some more idle time from.
啊，呢個位應該問題唔係好大啊，即係
And still going up.
睇下先，咁啱出咗門口，死啊！即係運氣普普通通，但係應該唔會打到啲好傷，即係唔會打到好傷嘅。哇！呢個哇，真係佢呢個運氣都唔錯啊！即係因為佢咁啱咧係想起個礦場，然之後咁啱人哋就行咗入嚟佢個視野範圍。
It was a second.
咁你見佢個反應咧係接近，即係好似直頭係好似 cam 住咁樣。
And exactly that moment.
咁啊反應好快啊！而且附近亦都好多屋咧，去俾嗰啲村民匿埋啊！咁啊呢堆嘢
This attack could have easily
未必打到啲乜啦，你見到。
Like 30 villages idle, like
咁啊，村民瘋狂走。
guys idle, which is
咁啊，略略係叫做有少少村民閒置啦，但係冇所謂啦。你吞咗人哋呢一波兵都好賺啊！
and go for ladies.
吞唔吞到啊？吞到應該。咁啊，後面有矛兵幫手輸出。
could be a good option.
哎呀，咁啊有村民白白行咗出嚟之後死咗。
Yeah, we
其實 OK 啊，呢度咁啊吞咗，然之後佢自己工兵數係9隻，
Khmer wants to go for though.
咁啊升緊個義工啦，同埋升緊個老兵噶啦已經，咁啊非常唔錯。你見到對面咧，佢
I don't know why. I keep going on.
升咗一個田，然之後升咗一個血統之後都冇錢啊，即係窮到阿媽都唔認得。
Makes even more sense, because if you make that army, it's what we were talking.
就係啱啱佢嗰個反應就係因為咁啱喺嗰個位起個礦場，即係然之後就望到人哋啲兵過嚟。
He's ahead, Sito with
即係雖然有少少運氣唔好，就係嗰啲兵行咗出去先，但係好彩就冇乜損失。
Yeah, 25 against 7 military scouts.
等下先，呢個印度經濟好似有啲差，咁啊出咗個駱駝出嚟，
Rushed in, that means fewer
加
villages
BK 啊
on
居
gold.
然。
That's 300 gold floating, but only 6 on gold right now. It's going to be tricky for Valas to.
等下先，又執一個村民。
Oh my God, he needed
哇！
castle.
直接俾人哋 TC 底嘅，佢知你 TC 嗰度乜鬼都冇嘅，即係直接喺 TC 底入嚟。
Only for all these farmers, the camels
呢個
are
位
so many
點樣啊？
crops.
殺咗村民先。
To build a castle, he might be thinking, I don't know. where am I build a
哇！
castle
咁
now?
樣嘅話，你就算唔死村都傷，都即係啲經濟都傷到無論啊！
One scorpion
就係村民兩邊走。
This is
即係成大塊田同埋木咧都係做唔到嘢㗎，咁啊上面啲村咧係冇地方匿啊，只能夠係瘋狂跑。
a lot nearly, and
哇！呢個經濟係非常之傷嘅，
Efficiency going so down as you can see, dropping below 40%. Villagers have to run.
即係仲有得幾隻駱駝，即係暫時唔係好夠。
Stream of units, you see more
即係呢幾隻駱駝會俾啲工兵秒殺啊！咁然之後啲馬會死衝你個老炮，睇下佢衝唔衝。
Now Sito relentless with his aggression.
really crazy aggressive game by Sito.
即係幾多個閒置村民啊！暫時即係全部都做唔到嘢。
But then I know that is difficult. Probably he's not building because he wanted to do in some spot that he cannot do.
真係陰公。
But if he's not building the castle, how do you stop this?
呢度啲兵太少啦，即係嚟啦，夾硬衝啦。
On getting that one up.
得3隻駱駝嘅話，其實呢堆馬都可以照打啊！講真。
To at least zone out one area and then try to deal with
但係咧，佢就選擇係做拉扯嘅原來。咁啊，後面咧分咗少少兵咧，咁啊搞黃金位。咁啊，正面呢度咧係終於忍唔住啦，衝啊！咁啊，直接係先追老炮打。咁啊，工兵咧係仲有少少喺高地嗰邊，即係偷雞射下嘅。冇啦，應該啲兵差咁多個數量，即係27隻對5隻喎啲部隊。咁啊，高棉戰術啊！咁啊，輕鬆先贏一場先。
What a gameplay, Nelly! What a gameplay! Really, really quick there.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly what we were hoping to see from him, right? We felt like Hindustanis, they will dominate the game once we get to late castle age. If we go to Imperial Age, Khmer running out.
不過呢張高棉都幾抵嘅，即係你唔使係咁起魔方。
And now we have to think about it. If we know that Khmer is going to play stable plus archer range,
等下先笑笑口咁啊，即係。
Was it maybe a bit too greedy from Valas?
通常咧變態佬先至會對住個 mon 笑笑口，即係無啦啦。
I think he delayed the first archer range, but then he was one archer against 3 archers, tried to catch up in numbers, went for the second archer range, tried to defend, but Zito kind of already got the upper hand there. Obviously, those berries that far in front really hurt Valas as well.
I think production also liked the elephant. Okay, it's gone now. Well, let's see what is gonna be the next.
就係我諗起之前唔知高登有張圖咧，係就係有個唔知電視劇咁樣嘅，即係個電視劇個字幕就係寫住自己玩自己笑真可憐，即係我唔知點解諗起呢樣嘢。
Valas still did a beautiful job finding lots and lots of villager kills at the back base of Zito, so crazy raids there, but also then took some hits against the Spearman, while Zito did a brilliant job keeping his scouts alive.
Okay, suppose we're going to have Kawasan there, and now it has to be
Lithuanians.
I was thinking Lithuanians in the previous game, it has to be Lithuanians.
即係我唔知點解諗起呢樣嘢喎，即係好凄涼啊！
Saracens or Ethiopians, one of those. Tatars, we believe it's gonna be acclivity, in just in case.
睇下先啊，咁啊對手卡華山，咁啱啱話咩啊？啱啱係立陶宛啊嘛，咁但係 MYI 嘅高棉用咗咯，咁依家仲有邊個可以攞出嚟用啊 ？Tatars 一係嘛？但唔係喎 ，Tatars 佢自己 home map 可以用嘅喎，即係薩拉森咪一係。但係呢個位有少少複雜，即係如果係亂估嘅話咧，即係因為如果你話攞伊索比亞出嚟咧，咁如果人哋咁啱攞個不列顛嘅話咧，就我唔知係咪叫做即係。半 counter 啊，好似係咪啊？即係不列顛打伊索比亞好好打噶嘛，好似又唔係話好好打嘅，但係少優勢啊，係嘛？即係我見人哋以前啲阿拉伯咧都係即係不列顛就點都對住個伊索比亞。
Really facing elimination that early, very atypical for Leary. Just imagine Zito and Leary on a map like Frigid Lake, that would be crazy.
Yeah, well, the situation has changed a lot with the matches from yesterday, but I don't think even the players that can maybe now face well, it's the Viper actually.
薩拉森嚟喎，呢個係奴隸兵喎。
It can happen in quarterfinals.
Indeed.
Don't think Viper is also really happy about that.
He can't be, yeah. And we see Saracens, so very likely that Kavasan will be map 2 here. And now the thing, Valas, I would assume we will see Elitas on the table pretty soon.
係啫 ，Valas 係揀咩啊？
I think it's going to happen very soon, guys. They are so focused. So, well, they're not clicking too much, but they're going to be there.
Kavasan has to be the thing.
Yes.
咁啊，啱啱話咩立陶宛啊，好似，但係唔知有冇機會啊？
He looks reasonably relaxed, right?
即係你又要諗下會唔會考慮埋 counter 人哋？呢隻係乜鬼嘢嚟㗎？立陶宛啊！
No Lithuanians. Are we playing Lithuanians on Acclivity then? Because I think that has to play the.
咁啊，多150食物，咁啊，同埋呢個係呢個拜占庭嚟嘅。等先，拜占庭嘅話可以點打？咁啊，淨係海圖啊，唔係，即係噴火船係勁啲啲㗎嘛。咁然之後就係有啲咩特別啊？ 即係垃圾兵平啲，咁啊有呢個駱駝玩。咁啊先加咗 BA 出工兵、長槍兵。咁啊，但係咧就都係圍㗎啦，開始。我依家咧唔識分咧，就係 Empire War 咧，即係譬如你同時間起呢個射箭場馬房啊，同埋又或者慢慢起嘅話咧，究竟即係個意圖係點樣？ 第二塊應該冇可能㗎，呢啲圖。 即係感覺上。但係真係兩個 BA。咁啊，尋日咪有一場拜占庭係賣晒石頭，然之後打一波嘅。即係呢一個唔知會唔會咧？睇下先啊，瘋狂圍牆。圍牆打薩拉森。其實圍定先 OK 啊，即係你見人哋先打馬房先，同埋都唔知佢點諗啊，即係之後。話暫時經濟差唔多啊，雙方都唔起碼頭。大鑊啦！呢堆工兵，哇咁樣送啊！咁啊唔使走啦，咁樣你。蝕啊！蝕到爆炸。但係唔緊要嘅，佢自己圍住咗，死唔去。即係你見對面係馬加矛嘅。
Finally going for the water, but this double the army. Your Saracens remember that the archers got bonus against those.
哇！加市集應該都係賣石啦，係嘛
？Sito is looking smooth. One more time, Stanley.
Yeah, looks like lots of map control there. Castle Age will be.
係一開始蝕底少少，即係送緊咗啲兵。不過有啲人係中意即係有理冇理都拖幾隻兵前㗎。
Next to the center, right? He basically already has the first foot on that plateau.
Yeah, he's as close to the center to going to go up to Castle Age because his resources are used amazing.
睇下可唔可以頂得住先呢個位。咁啊，如果賣石嘅話就插唔到塔㗎啦。咁啊，好彩咁啊，射幾箭人哋都唔喺嗰個位打。哇！薩拉森嘅市集大法，你睇下。咁啊，雖然對方好似都唔係好慢嘅，但係你睇下薩拉森嗰個有啲變態。即係薩拉森呢度出咗都唔算少兵㗎，即係6隻馬、4隻矛、2隻工兵，然之後升咗個1攻，即係升得有啲快脆。同埋佢係插咗箭塔，即係薩拉森啲經濟咁好嘅咩？即係有啲勁喎。即係呢個薩拉森唔係賣石星喎，佢係求其賣其他資源星喎。即係因為佢插咗箭塔啊嘛。即係爆一大堆兵，然之後咁樣即係用呢個 market magic 嘅。
Yeah, well, that's what this makes that Valas is now ahead. He has now fishing ships as well, so yeah, it's going slower to up, so you get time to make more villages. But let's see, KD 5-0 to Sito.
睇下先，咁啊，慢慢圍牆。
So Valas is still okay, and we have to remember.
但係佢可以，如果佢開 TC 可以買石嘅，即係如果要開嘅話。
Very dangerous. You can go up to Imperial much cheaper to the next age. But what is the next following? He catch up in numbers, Nelly, and this is quite a lot of archers now for Valas.
睇下先啦，拜占庭咁啊，起定個馬房，準備即係噴啲駱駝出嚟㗎啦。哇！真係5隻工兵都升個老兵先啊，然之後加個大學。哇！佢呢個係單 TC 嘅矛兵工兵，然之後可能溝啲騎都未定。
Earlier Castle Age for Sito simply gives him this control here.
即係慢慢剁。
Let's see, isn't better Byzantines in a 1TC approach than Saracen?
Well, if we go crossbow, it doesn't really make a difference, right?
Well, but the thing is,
睇下先呢度，哇！佢啲兵係求其原地射就唔空咗喎。
The camel is going to be there, and not too many crossbows that we mentioned. All these kills has been without the average elite skirmishes as well. So if he had now quite a lot of archers and skirmishes, what is the following here from Sito? He's gonna need.
睇下先啊，發現到人哋起碼頭大鑊啦。咁啊，應該略略都會知道自己有啲落後嘅，但係人哋死都唔出嚟。
could have pressured the archer ranges, but still wanted to go for the guaranteed damage. I think elite skirm is something Sito.
頭先呢度啲工兵好似唔係好多啫喎。咁啊，仲有4秒彈道，咁啊矛兵啊，頭先好似唔錯，好似唔錯，好似唔錯。咁啊彈道出咗嚟啦，慢慢控啦，你見到。咁啊對面應該會開始覺得唔係好對路嘅。但係即係咁樣磨落去，好似都唔係好掂啊。係嘛，唔錯，彈道。係嘛，對方咧等緊呢個2防啊，加個 BK， 開個 TC。咁啊，應該唔係好貪啫係嘛，加個 TC。睇下先 ，BK 都望到啦，有啲咩諗法呢個時候？但係你爆馬就得啦，即係如果佢冇呢個修道院。
I think if we go for monks, it has to be with redemption trying to convert those mangonels. If you want to go for
睇下先啊，咁啊，你見到矛兵咧有2防啊，所以不斷向前衝啊，即係打你唔中嘅時候，最緊要就係貼面打就即係10有8 9都中。即係有咩事向前衝啊！呢個時候即係彈道都慳翻。
Pushing away quite a bit. Crossbows not really defending that one, and that's what we said, right? Siege Workshop a bit earlier. If he had one mangonel with all those crossbows, Valas could not go up that hill. Because now the average
即係瘋狂向前衝。大鑊啦！咁啊，對面有一個嘅騎兵出咗嚟，咁啊打呢個矛兵。咁啊，屋企嗰邊咧就2隻馬一個駱駝。咁啊，暫時好接近。你見到部隊數咧係19對21嘅，好似都唔錯。
It's a bit like it. That Hero Knight pushed
Hello.
away lots of skirms. We're down to 4 skirms here. Now has to give up that hill. Oh, that was a good one.
咁啊，至少呢個士拖嗰邊咧就救咗佢自己個 BK， 而且啲兵可以放出嚟咁滯啊。但係冇僧侶喎，佢呢度。睇下先啊，呢個黃金咧係唔要啦，咁啊向後走。哇！真係3 TC。3 TC 碼頭，然之後咁多村民掘石。仲有冇黃金位啊？咁啊，上面啲村民咧就應該冇乜視野啊。你見佢唔知走去邊。He fights a bit longer in Castle Age and then tries to get a castle. 睇下先啊，睇下呢個 BK。咁啊，防守非常着數啊，就係有視野。咁啊，一部車有機會可以 delay 人哋好耐下，即係只要你唔好即係走位錯嘅話。呢度仲有一步，呢度仲有一步啊！放唔放出嚟啊？等陣先，佢想點咗呢個上面輕頭先，然之後睇下呢邊工兵，人哋有彈道啊，但係就收唔收得切啊？哇，咁樣都俾佢收到！哇，呢個真係救咗佢命啊！咁而且經濟領先，咁啊輕頭亦都係冇死到㗎，咁啊又有漁船食。
Yeah, I agree. And
好似唔係好掂喎。
has the center for what feels like 10 minutes now. Not a single relic picked up. Not even a monastery built, man.
Yeah, well, relics is important.
即係慢慢加個。咁啊，睇嚟阿隊長都好似 feel 到唔係幾打得入啦，但係就至少仲有個 map control， 佢就選擇即係加2個 TC， 即係費事落後太多啦。你知道人哋都亦都有食魚。即係費事 all in 啊！但係好似有一步啊！哇！呢度咁樣，可能仲有一步啊！好彩呢個掉頭靚嘅。如果俾人1換2就真係凄涼。但係越嚟越麻煩啦，即係尤其是拜占庭啲建築物咧係特別多血嘅，即係你咁樣掟嚟掟去，即係有機會打唔死。咁啊分得靚。
just uses the bonus of the more HP on the siege workshop.
就係拜占庭啲建築物咧，即係你睇下啲人係咁打嚟打去都打唔爆嚿嘢。咁啊，經濟係60對72嘅，咁啊船咧對面有5部嘅啫。咁啊，亦都出咗個噴火船咧，係即係避免人哋搞佢。呢度可能打唔到啦。等先，唔敢，爭啲。佢見到嗰個軌跡咧，佢應該係可能以為人哋掟咗一下。睇下先，700石頭。睇下先，呢度夠唔夠抽啊？哎呀，駱駝送咗。哇！呢度又換一部啊，靚啊！而且呢個掉頭好靚啊！哇！哇！爭啲可以換埋嗰部啊！咁啊，呢個俾人收咗1換1。咁啊，但係要記住咧，就係呢個輕頭已經係冇乜血㗎啦。700幾石頭，我覺得，哎呀，佢都係喺屋企先，即係穩陣啲。我以為佢咧係諗住，即係打完出去順便起嘅，即係非常順手咁樣。咁啊，部隊數係26對16嘅。咁啊，經濟非常之好，即係滾雪球啦已經，即係剩低就係唔好死。就係點算？呢個時候可以做啲咩？即係薩拉森。咁啊，插咗一個寶，咁至少呢個位你想輕頭打都打唔到啲乜嘢住啊。咁啊，分咗少少兵過嚟做啲即係偷雞嘢，但係有窩嘅好似。因為打唔打到啊？哎呀，咁樣送咗2個輕頭啊！即係呢個已經係第2步嚟，係俾個城堡射。但係呢度啲工兵有彈道啊，一隻穿有冇反應啊？呢度2隻、3隻啦，至少。啊，原來畫面翻嚟之後，連最後一個輕頭都冇埋啦，咩料啊？等下先，你啊，今日做個控兵，但係你睇下你自己啲工兵啲血量，哇！真係攞個市集夾硬升個帝王時代，但係73村升帝咧係你好彩佢仲有一波嘅老兵可以拎嚟升級試下，睇下可唔可以打到啲乜嘢。咁啊，但係就。可能都唔錯，你見到，就係佢呢個時候升完帝，咁啊，然之後咧就將所有嘅資源咧就調去升個強弩，升晒所有科技，睇下可以打到啲乜嘢。但係最緊要就係唔好俾人捉到啊！呢一波嘢，呢一波血量都有啲少啊。即係最緊要唔好嗱，最緊要就係唔好依家呢個時候突然間俾人哋可能1、2個輕頭打咗咧，咁樣呢一波工兵就好蝕㗎啦，咁樣。睇下先啊，咁啊對面分咗少少嘢入嚟，有啲影響嘅，但係冇乜所謂。睇下先，分一隻馬。咁啊，呢度應該唔 OK 嘅。靠就係靠波強弩啦，咁啊仲有1分鐘，但係其實對面都唔係升得好慢嘅喎，而且咧你要打呢啲咁嘅即係帝王時代，即係搶帝呢啲咧，你即係你冇城堡嘅話，即係冇攻城單位啦，然之後人哋亦都有石嘅話，人哋可以求其插個寶頂住你啲強弩，咁即係得呢個唔好啊！哇，走一走！即係好似失驚無神，唔知做乜嘢向前衝。佢呢波嘢一冇咗咧，就可以投得㗎啦。等下先呢個城堡，哇！好彩人哋冇事嘅。嚟啊，跟個城堡，至少你搶個帝，你有個攻城單位出嚟掟下先，攞個巨頭。強弩夠唔夠錢啊？佢可以市集買賣。唔係喎，薩拉森冇強弩嘅咩？哇！呢個咁啊至少換咗一部先，咁但係呢個堡可能好難起啊。 哇！一換二啦！哇！呢個操作靚啊！雖然自己都死好多村啦，但係一換三喎。尤其是你係帝王嘅兵咧，你可以係有冇機會救抽啊？咁啊，非常之唔錯。但係呢度村民有啲少啊，即係死得有啲多。因為呢個時候幾啊？兩村民起個堡喎，居然。但係如果冇強弩嘅話，感覺上又唔係好勁嘅喎，好似。即係人哋抌咗你嗰個 timing 之後就冇嘅咯喎，咁樣。頭先呢個堡，你睇3個村民起堡啊，起到依家都未起完，即係仲要俾人哋掟翻轉頭。咁啊，如果咁樣打落去咧，即係陣地戰嘅話咧，就即係經濟差啲個就越嚟越慘喎。咁樣，終於點強弩啦，咁啊升咗3攻火藥。真係有啲慘，呢個位可以點算啊？你見到對面嘅矛兵咧已經係3攻3防啦。哇！直接 dive 城堡係咪啊？好似唔係。咁啊，後面跟2個火炮過嚟，準備處理對面嘅巨頭。等先，可能有機會磨下，有機會打得贏啊！可能。哇，可能有機會喎，至少咁啊，打唔打到個巨頭先啊？咁啊，屋企咧就俾人哋漏咗幾隻矛兵嘅。哇，好彩至少呢個堡冇爆咗。咁啊，對面咧分咗少少矛兵入去自己屋企咧，就係應該有啲煩嘅，即係因為3防噶啦已經。即係呢班低 B 咧入咗去自己 TC 底嘅，雖然就好似睇落冇乜好大嘅戰鬥力，但係你搞佢亦都好難搞。係嘛？人口咧120對160，但係長遠好似都好難打，好辛苦啊！打得，即係人哋垃圾兵又平。哇！真係你見對面嘅火炮都出埋嚟啦。你睇下呢堆矛兵咧，即係又冇乜戰鬥力，但係就煩到嘔。真係有啲凄涼。咁啊，97村民對呢個117，咁啊經濟已經係非常唔錯啦，對面。等陣先嚟啦，火炮大戰。咁啊，直接係點地下，睇下中唔中啊呢啲。咁啊，因為薩拉森咧係勁少村民上帝嘅，所以佢依家咧想點樣轉兵都好咧，即係略略地都冇乜錢㗎啦，已經。即係你睇下人哋啲矛兵，佢都即係被逼都要一齊出矛兵打，但係人哋平啲嗰啲兵，同埋佢自己得1防啊。哇！真係你睇下啲矛兵。即係啲矛兵立大功。係嘛？睇下正面個堡應該都係收唔起啦。咁啊，對面火炮巨頭。咁啊，矛兵亦都係貼面去追住你火炮打。咁啊，村民數係80幾對110幾㗎啦，已經。就係佢處理唔到自己屋企嗰啲矛兵嘅直頭，即係冇錢轉兵。咁啊 ，Valas 係直接喺中間插一個堡咧，係固定喺呢個位先啦。咁啊 ，GG 隊長。
Oh yeah, and we are going to acclivity, and look at that, Valas. He is relieved.
He is focused. He's feeling it, and he's like, this was an amazing game by both. Honestly, he used the Saracens completely aggressive, and then he had to defend all the time. I told you about the macro.
嗱，喺 Gym 停，佢呢個碼頭真係慢慢貪下經濟。咁然之後咧就守住自己就得啦。我覺得前面嗰個輕頭嗰啲操控咧，真係幫咗超大。
Sito, when should he add how many town centers? So tough to judge for Sito being the Saracens, because this is kind of a push that you so rarely play. It is tough to know where you are in the game.
And now we have a legendary map for Game 3.
Yeah.
Because that map only brings good memories for many people. Yeah.
睇下先啊，有張 home map， 咁啊呢個 home map 咧係 Tatas 係咪機會比較大啲？但係人哋有呢個係咪應該會攞不列顛出嚟？我記得以前有一個版本，啲人唔知點解好多時候都係呢個圖打工兵。
Because the winner advance, play against Leary, you know, and the losers go home. Civilizations, what? Nearly.
It has to be Lithuanians, I believe, and then
not Britons.
立陶宛、不列顛。
Simply like, even if I might consider both of them relatively similar in strength, maybe Lithuania slightly better. Simply, it's because it's the first pick. It feels so likely that Valas wants to play them.
And what you prefer, Tatars or Lithuanians? If they pick that, we're gonna see in a moment, guys. But let's see.
I'm a Lithuanian fan. It just helps.
睇下隊長可以走幾遠啊，隊長。
Help out. We've seen that like how they were chasing down those crossbows over and over in this game. If you get ballistics there, and obviously the faster opening scouts could help out quite a bit as well. I think Lithuanians.
但係始終呢個係敗者組嚟嘅，即係佢贏完呢一場之後，仲要再打多個，先至有機會出線。
He plays it all, and that can make you think, oh, Valas is going to be intimidated.
No, not at all.
He played his game, and look, and you saw how he was with his hand on his face. He's feeling it. He's feeling it, Valas.
But we didn't see it in the game, right? He stayed so cool there.
But not after the game. After the game, he just started to express it, you know, and well, we were talking.
係咁啊嚟啊
Tatars for so Lighters. Not really sure if there's an option to see them in this game. I think we will mainly see like crossbow, CA, and if we go into the very
立圖啊，我哋睇下佢咪真係揀先。
Activity pretty great with the massive hill in the center and the extra hill bonus there for Tatars. A pretty solid choice.
Depends how they play, but obviously if they play that aggressive, potentially to go for a late game. But this is a map that you can expand all over. Like there's a
咁啊，
lot
直接
of
打矛兵。
because the players play aggressive, but if you are conservative, it can be a booming map at some point.
但係可以點樣打優勢翻嚟？
All over, and if you are going with Archer's approach, you can be fine if you put TCs not close to your main base, like far away.
And Tatars get extra sheep there. If you have multiple TCs, you want to run around with all the CA, get more food from those sheep as well. And Thumbring for free, pretty lovely as well. And Valas likely to play Lithuanian.
睇下先啊，今期六合彩再度係冇人中頭獎啊，睇嚟。
There it is.
Oh, beautiful, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, we had the boot camp, right, with the GL boys, and we had a cook there.
GL boy.
Doubt. We just eat salad. Do you like lettuce?
打桃園啊！
And he said, I like lettuce.
Mr. Doubt. Mr. Doubt. And game number
咁啊嚟啊，開始啦！咁啊，直接係先加咗個 BA 啊，咁啊射箭場。但係打咩咧？頭先係起弓，唔係喎，工兵。頭先單 BA 打兩 BA， 而且好似係咪好近啊？呢個位。
Ooh.
Only 4 times.
Okay. Record games 2022. Pretty interesting here for sure. Probably a lot of random map stats there in as well. We feel like Lithuanians might be.
出咗兩隻長槍兵。
Well, let's see what is going to happen now. And
咁啊，呢個長槍兵應該冇乜所謂㗎啦，你見到，即係人哋都唔係一開始唔係打馬。
So this is we were talking that today we're probably going to have more of these because there's no comeback. There's no comeback and people has to put everything, you know.
睇先，紅兵，nice。 但係人哋已經係轉咗隻矛出嚟啦，
It can happen, and right now it is
好似有啲大鑊。
And let's see what is gonna happen here with Valas one Sito.
哦，佢自己都報咗2個 BA 啊，即係由工兵打到去矛兵，然之後再由矛兵打翻去工兵。
And Sito with the double archery range, but Valas is the one who is taking the initiative now. It seems so.
A bit late with his
咁啊睇下先啊，咁啊立陶宛有食物送啊，所以一開始應該係咪略略比較着數少少？
for them to get to that, but now nice chase down there. Scout still helping out against the scums, but enough archers.
nice， 咁啊移動速度係冇幫助啊，大鑊啦咁樣。咁啊送咗一波之後，部隊數係4對8啦已經。 即係大家都係同樣嘅建築物數量嘅話咧，即係你呢個數就應該追唔到噶啦之後。但係佢仲有移動速度優勢。嚟啊，準備點啊！哦，先殺一個工兵。呢度咧矛兵打啦，你冇得走啊！搶個高地先，應該走唔到啊呢度。 哇！即係立陶宛啲矛兵如入無人之境，即係直接衝入敵陣。咁啊，殺完工兵殺矛兵，殺完矛兵又殺翻工兵。哇！啲矛兵咁勁嘅，哇！咁啊，塔塔少係咪要開始轉？即係如果真係要控住個圖嘅話，係咪要轉肉馬㗎啦已經？ 哇！啲矛兵疾走模式喎，你見到呢堆嘢？哇！佢仲要，因為佢依家 keep 住都係有數量優勢啊，即係然之後人哋矛兵過嚟，佢就繼續打。哇！呢個係矛兵大戰啊，即係咪10年前嘅 AOC style？ 哇！真係乜都死啊！而且移動速度快少少啦，你避人哋啲箭都容易啲，即係避人哋啲矛。咁啊，夾硬咧起咗個馬房咧出嚟，即係出少少兵咧去頂一頂呢堆矛啊！即係如果唔係嘅話，真係打鬼啊！哇！居然咁樣飆下之後，部隊數係14對8啦，已經變咗。呢度即係死守呢個黃金位。先控兵。好似都唔錯，即係你睇個移動速度，即係喺個控兵上面比較舒服啲啊。係嘛？部隊數係13對11嘅，你見到呢度 trade 得應該麻麻地嘅，但係都仲係撳住對面。同埋經濟咧就係雙方差唔多啊，而且係唔得閒調資源啊。咁啊，法國隊長直接係派個市集啦，因為好難調資，即係直接係即係買資源，即係太多黃金啦。咁啊，但係 Faris 咧佢係升緊1攻，佢係想繼續打呢個位啊！哇，起塔啊，要打到，唔知起唔起得到啊呢個位。咁啊，部隊數係16對12嘅，但係因為仲有啲兵喺中途，同埋有啲兵喺後邊 AFK 啊，即係呢支塔應該起得切嘅。加咗塔之後可以點樣打啊？調位。咁啊，工兵係 keep 住出嘅，但係就馬都 keep 住出嘅。咁啊，唔打算升城住啊。就係對面呢度死龜嘅，你見到，即係唔出門口。咁啊，圍牆唔出門口，咁啊，等緊個城堡時代。好似唔係好對路啊。咁啊，部隊數雖然好多啊，但係就即係人哋圍成咁，你都做唔到啲乜嘢。我覺得呢堆村民，如果你真係呢個位保唔住嘅，咁你咪即係調位咯，即係你下面仲有一個木位。咁啊，而且你見到黃金位有支塔啦，咁所以直接出去係做 counter。 睇下先啊，呢個村民諗住起屋啊，但係就好似太遲。哦，唔係，佢呢堆兵係截後邊嗰啲部隊嘅，即係如果人哋後邊有兵逐上嚟，即係佢喺後面 cut 咗佢。但係呢個咁樣衝上前送兵嘅喎，你會唔會少兵得滯啊？你咁樣勇氣可嘉。咁啊，部隊數係26對11嘅，所以照道理係冇可能出去即係引人打交啦。睇下先啊，仲有5秒城堡時代。有啲咩啊？有個可以升個2防可以。咁而且因為有市集嘅關係咧，即係可以叫做調下資嘅。咁啊，出馬啦。睇下先啊 ，Valas 好驚啊，直接走佬。啊，塔塔係應該係加咗個修道院啊，即係執定遺跡先。
There's a hole, and he need to notice because they are coming. The scouts are going to be there. I don't know if he can see that hole. We see that population.
咁啊，呢堆矛可以吞啊。咁啊，經濟係差唔多啊。咁啊，矛兵係盡換嘅啫。都唔錯啊，就咁睇。
Crossbow count potentially around like 8.
咁啊，暫時好似都還可以。
Upgrading his stable a bit, and I think Cito needs to go for the second armor.
咁啊，歐
needs to add a siege workshop to deal with this massive wall of crossbows that's coming.
But he did a monastery. He's doing now.
睇下先，又加個市集。
This is really good army. Now he's doing the.
咁啊，升個老兵啦，升個逐輪，升個2級伐木。
And Capel University is gonna go ballistic. He's going to go ballistic.
Oh, there's a lot of crossbows.
Yeah, but his opponent is starting to make a lot of knights here. He has 6, 2 more.
強軍事。
monastery.
咁啊，加個修道院亦都係慢慢執遺跡啊。
It's so important,
And it's really easy to
Chirp,
grab two
chirp, chirp 啊。
right? Because 2 are always spawning really close to your base. 1 in the center there, as we can see.
睇下先啊，遺跡大戰。
Big run is who gets 3. If you get 4, then often you're in a really good spot.
先執一
because you
粒。
already had massive
咁啊，有2粒喺對面比較近嘅，即係我諗預計都好難阻啊。
ballistic though. He did the university and now
睇下可唔可以
he's
搶？
trying to sell some food.
咁啊，暫時冇2防啊，升唔升啊？都唔升啊。
So many knights. I don't know. He can't take those crossbows with this amount of knights.
有啲凄涼。
But we have the hill advantage here, even Lithuanians, 25%. I think 2 monks, and then the knights can't engage anymore.
Okay.
即係盡快執遺跡。你見
Ballistic already there, so
立陶宛嗰邊有2粒啊，至少可以攞。
the pressure, that's gonna be a
咁但係應該係先搶咗出邊嗰啲，先再慢慢執自己側邊嗰粒啦。
And the goal nearly with heavy blow, ballistic on the way. Oof.
睇下先嚟啊，等個2防，然之後 BK 起咗啦。
69 population, 79, and the units are
對面加彈道。
It looks a
依家呢個版本我唔知道啲老兵咧，即係拉大啲旗係咩效果，即係 Pathing 好似改咗少少。
in a great economy going.
但係我睇尋日嗰啲
Crazy, right?
戰況咧，就係啲騎兵好容易就可以包落啲工兵度。
Just wants to grab 2 of those relics.
但係呢度有個兄弟，哇好彩！
They are on point. The quality of the cities is
幾多隻嚟啊？25隻對12隻騎，其實呢個數量唔算係
big that monk. And
唔
then
算係好多喎。
the knights are +1.
係嘛？執咗前面嗰粒先，
Does have the
穩穩陣陣。
grabbing also the relic. He's gonna have a great army, and he's started to expand more his economy. I'm telling you this, Nelly.
咁啊，大家都爆經濟，因為村民差唔多。
Ballas feel confident, feel good with the macro.
其實呢個兄頭都要小心啲喎，即係佢冇真女寶啊。
Also, the Lithuanians are very dangerous.
Oh, that knight should disengage. Monk was
睇下先，有啲大鑊，招降啊！
And now he's gonna take the mine. No, he's blocking. He's blocking.
乜嘢啊？佢點解有個黃色箭嘴指住嗰隻騎嘅？啱啱。
did not go through. Knights could go in, but only 2.
睇下先，大鑊啦！呢度開門俾人入去。
Trying to free 2 of his
咁啊，呢堆馬可以走啊！咁啊，留2隻喺入邊劈下村民。
ballistics.
No, no, he has
睇下先，呢度有個真女啊！
ballistic already. He's going
哇！
to
咁樣俾人招咗一隻。
Ballas is playing amazing. Ballas is playing amazing.
咁啊，形勢非常之好啊！咁啊，又有 TC。
He has all the economic upgrades. He has everything in his favor at this moment, Nelly.
咁啊，花萊斯呢邊已經係執咗2遺跡啊，即係自己出邊嗰粒啦，同埋左手邊嗰粒啦。咁啊，剩低中間仲有一粒，但係2粒都唔錯啊，即係感覺上。咁啊，村民數係64對62、63。咁啊，田係差唔多，咁啊，黃金都係差唔多。17隻馬。
Those knights are not going to do damage also to Valas anymore. He has a lot of farming at home. He can defend.
係先啊，好彩佢呢度有啲細節嘅，即係圍下牆先，即係唔好漏窿住，至少。
He has Tonwatch. He did Tonwatch during feudal age, so he can see it. And a second monastery nearly. Coming with the crossbows, doing sanity even. Whoa.
係先啊，呢度略穿窿都冇所謂啊，即係啲兵可以行出去啊，直頭。
Incredible cities already with so many knights coming. Bloodlines and +2. And the economy. Ooh, he saw it.
等先，望唔到啊，唔係啩？
No, but he saw it. Valas saw it and he's walling.
What a crazy read by Valas. Double monastery, something we very rarely see. Simply because
純馬都打死佢啊！睇下點啦，之後就要。其實你真女夠多嘅話都 OK 嘅係嘛？
It's impossible that you are on 3 TCs. Therefore, it's more likely that you are going to try to find some damage, try to go for some.
哇！咁啊呢個時候，立陶宛嘅部隊已經係去到44隻啦，但係呢個Tatas係停晒所有兵，就係出村民。
Probably would be a good choice. He's even selling food. He's gonna make redemption. He's doing redemption already.
話準備招呢個輕頭啦，即係升級。
Sito is coming with a lot of farming, so he wants just to convert those mangonels. And then husbandry, he's gonna spam. He's going all in as well, all army.
好似有啲唔係好對路，呢個軍事數量好似差得有啲遠喎。即係法國隊長呢隊兵會唔會少得滯啊？即係人哋50隻兵咯已經。哇！呢度4個招降，知唔知道啊？俾人招咗個輕頭大鑊啦！佢呢個咧就一開波咧攞人哋啲馬咧拎嚟儲，然之後咧就突然間轉咗一個目標咧，就直接招咗個輕頭啦已經。好似唔係好對路喎！你睇下呢個部隊數差成倍喎，村民數亦都係爭10幾隻喎，點解？好似要死咯咁樣。即係而且人哋係3 TC 啊！即係你點都唔會想話自己縮埋，即係慢慢諗住等機會啊！即係咁樣嘅話，人哋經濟起飛喎。咁啊，石頭咧亦都係掘到400幾啦。咁如果喺部隊數優勢嘅情況之下咧，佢可以前置城堡添啦，直頭。即係呢個時候就優勢不斷滾落去，即係個雪球無限大。好似要死啊！但係有機會咩嘅？即係如果失誤嘅話咧，就可能一波翻盤啊！就係呢個小心啊！咁有真女負責招啊！咁啊，佢可以招下啲騎咧，然之後就轉個目標咧去招咗呢個。哇！等先，分咗少少馬，咁啊打側邊嘅，咁然之後咧正面嚟啦。咁啊依家啲馬咧就睇下佢啲趴分係點樣嘅。咁啊後面個輕頭咧係好似冇招到啊，咁啊就係招咗少少馬。咁但係招咗少少馬唔係好夠啊。部隊數係幾多啊？46對20。其實最緊要就係哇！呢度後面真係執咗好多村民喎。佢呢度仲要好似冇乜意識啊！佢前面控得太 high 啊！即係後面冇乜反應啊！即係呢個雙線咧係好多即係勁少少嘅玩家都成日做嘅，即係呢啲係即係搏你喺前面係咁控兵咧，然之後就側邊偷雞嘅，即係就算打唔到嘢都好咧，都係有賺。即係更何況依家係直頭搏到啦已經。咁啊呢個部隊數係43對22，但係就 Valas 呢邊好穩陣啊！我啱啱見佢咧拖村民咧，諗住咧就係即係好似正如啱啱所講咧，就係直接上前嘅啦，即係壓個步，但係就即係依家唔係太肯定嗰個戰況係點樣咧，即係自己啲部隊優勢唔知係咪好夠多，咁然之後就喺自己屋企度，咁啊招咗啊，唔係冇嘢。咁啊，佢想招啊，但係招唔到。咁啊，等個帝王時代啦。咁啊，法國隊長76村民，雙 TC， 今次應該係要瓜啦，我諗。就係有啲可惜。咁啊，你啊直接衝。咁其實咧，佢好倚靠咧，就係後面個輕頭可唔可以掟得中一下嘅？即係如果唔係嘅話，你靠呢堆馬咧，可能未必打得死。咁啊，對面嘅工兵嘅，因為佢。 點都有得縮嘅，即係呢啲工兵。哇！佢靠呢個前置堡啦，但係就人哋都帝王啦。講到尾就係呢個前置亦都未必真係打到好多嘢。中唔中？哇！呢度靚啊，但係唔夠。咁啊，對面已經有個堡喺度㗎啦。如果對面係先升帝嘅話咧，其實你前置呢個堡咧係做唔到啲乜嘅，即係人哋直接巨頭可以係打咗你個城堡。呢個堡係等於送㗎咋咁樣，即係除非人哋係升帝比你慢咧，咁樣你呢個哇仲要起唔到添，仲慘。可以點起啊？即係。呢個時候，你見側邊咧，咁啊 Valas 亦都係準備係起一個堡咧，去確保咁啊對方唔會有啲咩機會啊。我覺得起喺高地咯，一係你冇地方可以起啦。你見到？睇先呢度可以堆下田都好啊，呢個位，即係求其堆5塊田300木啊。但係呢個堡咧就等先，真係堆田啊，好似你見到，但係就啲馬唔係好夠多啊。應該好難打啊咁樣。咁啊，佢起咗個堡，但係呢個堡都唔係好靚嘅，因為你諗下人哋有個高地堡喺隔離喎，即係人哋一上帝就巨頭噶咯。咁啊，村民數係114對91，咁啊嘗試打個多線，睇下可唔可以搞亂對面啦。但係呢個 level 應該唔係咁容易啊。轉咩啊？轉直接係轉長槍兵啦已經，咁啊費事俾機會你啊！而且佢經濟唔錯啊，即係百幾村上帝嘅，咁啊轉兵都有錢轉嘅可以。咁然之後咧屋企咧係出咩啊？求其出啲 UU 添啊，直頭。頭先呢個堡係送嘅啫，即係你睇下先，佢升咗嗰個出兵嗰個生產速度先。咁啊，之後可以點個巨頭出嚟嘅。咁啊，法國隊長係夾硬嚟㗎啦呢度，即係你見佢嘅經濟上唔到地嘅，但係就夾硬打，即係揾個機會，睇下可唔可以係即係亂一亂，然之後就揾個機會自己都上個帝王時代。下試下呢度吞咗一波，都唔錯，都唔錯。好似都唔錯，還可以啊，叫做。睇下先啊，佢呢個巨頭個位唔係好靚，即係人哋有隻馬喺度啊。哇！真係勉強啦，即係叫做夾硬騷擾下，然之後咧就上個帝王。睇下先啊，106村對99，但係因為人哋係點咗咁多科技之後，即係仲有咁多村民喺度，又冇死到。會唔會有機會啊？會唔會有機會啊？咁喺呢度做咗個多線，亦都係殺咗少少村民嘅。咁啊，暫時節奏上面係好似都係唔係好夠啊！即係你睇下人哋經濟非常之好啊。咁啊，正面停咗個攻勢之後咧，就到對面反撲你啦。咁而且係32部隊對14。咁啊，攻守反轉。咁呢個時候就睇下阿隊長可唔可以頂得住啊？呢個時候。咁啊，直接咧係轉駱駝出嚟，諗住頂住呢一波馬先嘅至少。咁啊，正面個保冇㗎啦，呢度個位，即係冇可能保得住。可以轉咩啊？等陣先加呢個射箭場啊，居然。就係睇下捱埋得住啊！呢個時候，佢轉馬弓就諗住處理埋對面長槍，但係人哋啲馬客過嚟搞你都有啲辛苦啊，而且係3防㗎。咁啊，呢邊處理咗啦。咁啊，你見到隊長分數落後係3000嘅，但係就繼續嘗試，即係絕對唔放棄嘅。你見佢咁啊，人口咧係156對97㗎啦，已經跌到好多啦，已經跌咗好多啦。下先呢堆村民仲要俾人捉到就更加之慘。下先呢堆村民冇啦。咁啊，再死10隻，咁啊村民應該係去到70幾啊，可能。
the score, and only now we see Botkin for Sito trying
即係700零村民咧係好難話俾你轉兵嘅，你只能夠揀一隻兵嚟打嘅啫。咁如果唔係嘅話咧，就即係 upgrade 都唔夠嘅，但係就選擇投啦，直頭。一級田一級木啊！我記得 Empire War 咧啲人咧係唔係好興升呢個經濟科技，即係啲人咧寧願係慳啲經濟科技去爆兵嘅，但係就即係咁啱唔 work 咯，只能夠講。即係好似 Nico 呢啲，佢好似連一級伐木一級田都唔升，由頭打到尾，即係逐輪都唔升。就係依家呆咗，你睇下佢呢度勁凄涼。
Versus Valas, and to be honest, I want to see that. I want to see that, and I'm gonna tell you why. Valas has played those games kinda how Leary tried to play yesterday. He went for the macro approach. Remember that he was not attacking. So Leary has to change something today. 不過冇計啦，一開始封建咧，好似係俾人哋啲矛兵賺咗都唔少嘢。即係你點諗到嗰6隻矛兵，即係佢部隊數係少啲嘅，但係非常神奇就係6隻矛兵企埋一齊行，即係見人點人啊！即係你見到阿隊長啲嘢散收收咁樣，俾人哋慢慢逐隻執。
It away. Right. Let's go. Yes, thanks very much, boys. Joined here by our Victor Valas. Congratulations, mate. That was the first 2-1.
Valas, congratulations.
Came back to win. Well done. A big moment for you here, but your next opponent is Leary. How are you feeling about that one?
Gonna be a hard one.
For sure. I mean, Leary, one of the best players, not just of Age of Empires, but Empire Wars. So, I mean, you've got a little bit of time to get ready for this match. What are you going to do?
Well, let's see. Like, he plays so clean that I will have to very well play my best.
For sure. Let's talk about what we've just seen. I mean, talking about playing your best, we certainly saw some of it just now against Sito. In game number 1, we saw some signature Sito aggression, right? We've seen a lot of aggression so far in this tournament. And it worked really well in beating you in game number 1. Game number 2, playing the Byzantines, you managed to hold off that aggression. What's your approach? What's the way that you deal with huge aggressive pushes with a civilization like the Byzantines?
Well, defending with Byzantine is so easy. You have answers to everything and you have discount for everything. So I wasn't really feeling the pressure at any time because I knew that I was economically ahead. And with the Byzantines, you can always be in a good spot in Imperial Age.
So you just wanted to push to the late game. Was that a reason to pick the Byzantines, knowing that you wanted to play defensively?
Probably yes.
So even in the draft stages, maybe you're thinking about that aggression. Let's move on.
真係隊長好斬啊，隊長。
The Lithuanians. We haven't seen the Lithuanians played all that much so far. Their unique unit, the Latiae. Talk us through your pick here, because I think the other one you had was Britons, is that right? So why did you pick the Lithuanians on acclivity rather than Britons?
Well, I don't like Britons against Tatars because in the later stages Britons kind of die to them, I think. But the Lithuanian start is so good because you have the extra food and the faster skirmishers because it usually goes to a skirmisher war. So they have really good bonuses for that map, I feel like. Not sure why we haven't seen them so much yet.
Well, typically we see things like Tatars on acclivity, but do you think Lithuanians have got some unexplored potential on maps like acclivity?
Well, you just saw.
You're letting your actions speak for themselves. Valas, one final question for you, mate. You've come in, you picked up a loss, you picked up a win. Are you finding your feet? Are you feeling more comfortable, more confident than you did? Talk us through your headspace right now.
Well, definitely I'm playing better each match. Taking used to the main stage was a bit different, but after a shaky start, I think I got off pretty well.
Well, Valis, congratulations. A big win for you, mate. Looking forward to seeing you go up against Larry. The best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Valis. We're going to move over now
Thank
to
you.
our
話自己場場都打得唔錯，
Joined by Dave. Dave, thanks for.
但係佢仲要贏多場先可以入呢個 main stage 啊。
Valis put on a clinic. Really strong comeback from him after an early loss to Sato. Talk us through some of the key moments for you in this game.
Well, I think the key basic principle of this set is that Sato is really good at providing pressure early, right? And we saw that in game number 1. I mean, his build was sick, if I have to describe it any other way. Like, it's sick. And he used the Khmer to their full potential on Frigid Lake. He pushed in with low numbers of archers, took a really good fight, and then he didn't let Valis close up, right? He didn't let him wall. He always kept a way into his economy. And game 2, that didn't pan out for Sato. Valis managed to close up. Valis managed to get his eco rolling. Valis managed to get, I think it was like a 30 villager advantage and a similar Imperial Age time. It was really, really impressive from him, and we saw a very similar thing in game number 3. I think if we go to our highlights now, we can see what I'm talking about for game number 1. And this is the early fight, right? I mean, Sato just gets the early military numbers down, and he's got 2 archers. And we look up at the top right there, Valis is in the process of making only his 2nd archer, and this aggression continued the entire game for Sato. In the back there, Tristan and I were, T9 and I were talking about how Sato is looking so impressive early and how it's going to be so difficult for Valis to deal with this, because he brings that army around to the farms, constantly harassing, pulls it away once again, and then uses another army to keep the base of Valis open, and he's constantly distracting him at all points in this game. And we saw it carry forward. Here's the big moment, right? Valis tries to go for some quick walls. That house is never gonna stay up. He can get the foundation down, but it's never gonna stay up. And that hole was wide open the entire game until his victory.
One of the key moments, I think, or one of the key aspects I think we need to point out in this series was the contrast, the comparison between game number 1 and game number 2, right? The aggression really worked for Sato. We know Sato loves to play aggressively. And here, a textbook Sato win, right?
Yeah.
Game number 2, things change up a little bit.
Yeah, I want to point this out because I labeled this as well. Sato, as soon as he takes his foot off the gas, he puts an outpost down at the back of his base. He puts a tower down because he knows as soon as that aggression is gone, Valis is going to be ready to hit him. And Sato was ready completely. So this was incredibly impressive from Sato. But like you said, game number 2 came along. All the highlights I think we're going to have in game number 2 are Sato being amazing and pressuring, and Valis just weathering the storm, right? Like, Valis comes forward with an army. Sato defends with scouts and with skirmishers. He gets himself a fantastic position, has archers all over the gold later on as we see him clearing up the first aggression and probably only early aggression from the Finn in this match. And here he is. Here he is with the crossbows pressuring the gold, but somehow, some way, Valis just manages to survive throughout the ordeal. The micro from Sato here being fantastic, but the macro from Valis behind being equally as good. I think shortly after this, he adds that 2nd TC. He was the only player with a presence on water getting those fish out there. So his priorities were completely different from the Frenchman. And Sato, well, he couldn't do enough damage. Valis carried it through to the eventual villager lead that he had. I mean, holding on to the siege workshop, how stubborn can you be, right? He's got mangonels coming out of here constantly, Saracen crossbows attacking it, double mangonels attacking it, and he just can't clear it up. Valis being so stubborn here, getting that first mangonel and just buying himself time.
And backed up with, you know, the Civ that is arguably, or just not even arguably really, the best defensive Civ in the game. Valis himself, I mean, it's interesting questioning him during that interview. I'm not sure if you heard his response, but he said it was easy to defend with Byzantines. And that's just the name of the game, with the Byzantines. And I think positioning himself defensively when everyone is wanting to be aggressive, particularly on a map like this, particularly with that Civ, Valis really read the room.
Yeah. I mean, that's something we haven't seen so much during this tournament, right?
We haven't
player
seen
holding on.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's usually the aggressor that has the advantage, and Valis is proving that macro can be your friend as well as micro. And Sato losing a lot of villagers on this castle. I mean, it was up way too late. Valis was already in Imperial Age, already had trebs of his own appearing, and he was ready to take it down. And here's the final blows right here. I mean, 3 bombard cannons from Sato and a dream. There was nothing else here. Valis had a huge eco lead. He had a huge military lead. He even sent skirmishers into raid. And that brings us to the game 3. Valis, I know he's not showing that much expression on his face, but when he's in this position, he must have felt extremely relieved.
The Finns are known for their stoicism. They do play a very close hand, but you know, even Valis just mentioning how he's starting to feel more comfortable under the bright lights, that sort of stuff. He's warming up to this arena.
Yeah, and here's the early defense from Sato, once again showing like he can win the battles with small amounts of units, right? Even against the Civ like Lithuanians that have the faster skirmishers. He can win those battles with his superior, well, I won't say superior, but more focus on micro. At the end of the day, though, Valis is going to come back with a big enough army to push you back to the gold, and he's going to take advantage with the farm count that starts to climb here, and Sato's eco was ragged because of all of this early pressure from him.
We're used to seeing the Tatars really succeed on acclivity, and that seems to be the sort of established orthodoxy. I think we've seen Tatars on acclivity every single time. It's been on our mainstream at least. But a bit of an upset, well, not an upset in the sense that, you know, these two players are very evenly matched. An upset in the
咁啊，之後咧仲有4場嘅 mainstream， 咁啊全部都係即係出局戰嚟嘅。
Right? And behind all of this, he's walling. You can see on the minimap, he's starting to get his walls down. Sato is playing open, as we see Sato now trying for some pressure. By the way, this is a man who made, I think, 40 crossbows with a Civ that doesn't get the Arbalest.
Doesn't get ups.
It was fantastic. He's like, well, it works, so I guess I'm gonna make them. And Sato's knights were just chopped liver. I mean, he had the mangonels, Valis to counter the mangonels. He goes and gets redemption, and suddenly Sato can't push it all. I think he tries for a forward castle later on, but the mangonel starts getting converted, and
he pushed with like 7 months at one point. Like this was a really, really good decision.
Yeah, you can see this right here. Valis, he's like, as long as I take out the knights, it doesn't matter if I lose a bunch of crossbows, because late game, I know I'm not going to be going into more crossbows. I'm going to shift into something else. My eco is fantastic. I know his eco is certainly less than mine.
Yeah. I just want to give full credit to Valis here because this was a hard-fought match. We haven't had a 2-1 on this stream so far all weekend, and I think Valis really put on the show of a lifetime. That's not to say that Sato didn't test him. I mean, this was
incredibly entertaining player, Sato. Yeah.
And let's take a moment to acknowledge the contributions that he's made to this event so far. It's always great fun to watch Sato, an aggressive, forthright, and proactive player. Unfortunately, his road ends here, Dave. But I mean, he played his guts out, so full credit to him.
Yeah, and Valis, I mean, Valis certainly had his moments too. I mean, some of the micro between both of these players was so intricate, right? I would love to sit here for like 10 minutes and just break down those early fights. Like T90 and I were oohing and awing in the back, and we really, really enjoyed this, especially game number 3. It was absolutely fantastic. And
哇，咁啊 Capuch 贏咗呢個 Doubt 真係陰功。
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that. Well, Dave, thanks for your words there, mate. It was good to check in with you. However, as I said, that is the last that we are going to see of Sato, unfortunately. So we want to take a quick moment to get this interview that we recorded with Jordan in front of you.
Jordan 最後機會。
Our favourite Frenchman who's come here, he's given it his all, but unfortunately now bows out. So let's hear from Sato right now.
睇下先，佢呢個係做訪問啊，法國隊長。
So I'm Arthur and I'm from France. Qualifiers was great. I performed pretty well and I practiced a lot for it, so I'm quite happy. Mentally, I prepared to play in LAN event because it's my first LAN event, and play-wise, I'm just practicing and thinking about the games incoming. I think my group is tough because there are some big players there, but obviously I'm not scared of anyone. So the opponent I fear the most is Yo, because he's a really tough opponent, like really smart, and I don't know what to expect from him. I feel confident versus Era, Doubt, people I've been preparing for, so I don't mind if I play them, and I will try to play good versus anyone anyway. I'm not sure I want to reveal my strategies, but I don't have anything specific for my training. I'm just playing and trying to figure out what is the best on every map.
Welcome back to our caster chamber here at Heidelberg Castle, live from the heart of Germany. You're watching Red Bull Wololo Legacy, and what a pleasure it is to have your company for one of the biggest, no, not even one of, the biggest celebration of Age of Empires that we have yet seen. Riley Knight here, your host throughout both of our weekends here. Age of Empires 1, 2 and 4 on display here in Heidelberg as part of this tournament.
1, 2 and 4 真係冇 free， 真係凄涼。
Right now, we have wrapped up our elimination.
其實唔係好明喎，點解冇3代啊？真係。
And some players unfortunately have bowed out, but we still have quarter.
即係我覺得就算唔打啲大賽，你搞個表演賽都唔係問題嘅。
Two of our qualified
即
players.
係 1, 2 and 4，
the Viper and Villese.
即係3代玩家真係陰功。
Will be some of the other players that you can see there on.
睇下試下 Jordan 到交咁啊，搶呢個最後一個位啦，即係呢個組嘅。
To Kapoch 2 games to 1. It was a hard-fought battle, but unfortunately.
咁啊，兜齊出咗去，出咗局。
Look at Group B here now, and remind ourselves that of course Hera and
B
Tato
組
sizzling performances from them.
咁啊 B 組嘅 AOE F4，
But coming up.
咁啊有3個喺度啊，但係有2個居然係暫時1比1。咁啊分別係 Leary 同埋呢個 Mr. Yo。
Well, salutations to them as
咁啊 ACCM。
Indeed. Let's check in with our schedule and remind ourselves of what we're going to be seeing today now that these matches are locked in. These pairings are once and for all finalised. ACCM Daniel already in the books. Sito and Valis, same story there. But coming up now, we've got Dogao versus Jordan. That's the first one on the docket here, and once again a quarterfinal.
終於又可以睇下 Jordan 啦。
NBL versus Kapoch as well later on. But before that,
哇！咁啊，下邊呢啲全部都係啲激烈苦戰嚟嘅。
going to have to play his heart out in order to beat Leary, who is a
就係睇下可唔可以入到8強啊？就係。
and has really put in a good performance at these tournaments in the past. And rounding out today's coverage, Mr. Yo versus ACCM. One of those blokes will advance through to our quarterfinals. But who will it be? You're going to have to stick around to find out. It is our great pleasure to bring you live coverage of this magnificent event, and we certainly hope you're enjoying it half as much as we are as well. Right now, however, it is time to get stuck into our first decider match. And once again, you are in the capable hands of Mem and Nilly standing by at the caster desk to take you through all the action. So let's get to it.
We are getting there, guys. Now with Dogao and Jordan and SCs, but before that, we have to talk the surprise of the tournament now. Till now, they upset, and a lot of people are going to be sad, I'm sure, because everyone loves Daud. Daud is out of the tournament in the group stage. A player that we have also to consider a legend, because qualified for Age of Empires 2, for Age of Empires 4, and now he's still in the tournament and will play versus MBL to be in the quarterfinals, Kapoch.
That's going to be a crazy match, MBL versus Kapoch later on. And I talked to Kapoch and when he arrived, and I said how I would have never believed that he qualified for both games. And I truly believe, and a lot of people will hate me for that statement, but I think achieving round of 12 in AOE 2 and AOE 4 is a bigger achievement than getting a semi-final in either one of them.
He has already guaranteed $12,000 already.
Sick.
Already, if he qualified against MBL to quarterfinals, I mean, it can be epic, absolutely epic.
An absolute legend. And remember, Kapoch and Daud, they have been facing each other 20 years ago, right? I remember casting or watching their games in 2002 when they were all back in Elkland. So it is crazy how this guy is making it happen over so many years. Kapoch, a crazy, crazy story. Can still make something happen against MBL, and obviously is going to play AOE4.
We definitely feel for Daud.
先啦，咁啊 Kapoch 除咗 LE2 之外咧，佢仲要打 LE4嘅比賽啊，即係呢條友。咁佢應該咧係唯一2代入邊，唔係唯一，唯二，即係另外一個就係 Viper， 即係打晒2隻 game。
Dogao, impressive performance yesterday. Probably we will not expect to be here, but maybe we would not expect to be here. Jordan as well.
咁啊，入咗16強已經有錢攞啊，即係舐嚟佢呢一個旅行，即係又可以貼錢，又可以有獎金攞，又有飛機票。
I will have to give the slight advantage to Jordan here, but I could easily see Dogao taking a 2-1, maybe even 2-0. It just feels like
先啊，揀阿拉伯嘅嘢。
variance matchup here where no result would really surprise me.
And Arabia,
咁啊，啱啱冇留意 Jordan 究竟狀態係點樣添。咁但係佢個對手應該唔係好難打啊，好似。咁但係依家就難講啲啦。即係道交好似狀態都唔錯，即係至少好過佢之前打 qualify 嗰陣，即係打到完全唔知咩料。
Because now we are one round further. We are in the deciders. So each player gets 4 global bans. So he himself and his opponent can
就係支持 Jordan。
And then they pick 4 for themselves exclusively and have to play 3 of them if we go to distance in the best of 3.
I don't know what map is going to be, but I would like to see Enclose.
Oh, Enclose could be an option.
As the first one.
Could be.
I like that map. I think it has a lot of potential, the map, but it's not going to be.
No.
Because Enclose is banned.
Taken away. That's interesting because I thought Dogao could have played
Enclose
as well.
Better than Kawasan, no?
Well, Kawasan, remember, like Dogao has played multiple Red Bulls as well, so he knows.
先啊，睇下佢哋 ban 唔 ban 啲咩法國嗰啲，即係我發現呢個場好似啲人話法國肯定係最好用。
Probably like we played it like 2 Red Bulls ago, but I don't think that much changed.
但係我記得有一排啲人又唔揀喎，又唔知咩事喎。
Actually, since he's Tiger Seat, he had the choice to pick Enclose or Kawasan. He picked that one, so it's what he wanted. We don't know about Jordan because it wasn't his choice. But now civilizations, Arabia can be many civilizations to pick, so they are going to try to probably eliminate civilizations from Kawasan and Moraz. And we see already Hindustanis.
Taking that one away, and I
阿芝 ban 唔 ban 啊
？Picks will be for Moraz and Kawasan. Like Arabia pick will be for
ban 啦，阿芝加呢個
Dogao does not want to
薩拉森。
he got Saracens, kind of a ban against GL.
Yeah, well, let's see. Arabia, Moraz, and Saracens bye-bye. Hindustanis. Are we going to see some
哇
Meso
，Tatar 立陶宛
Lithuanians and Tatars. Finally, Tatars being banned.
Okay, although we don't have acclivity, kind of interesting. Probably didn't want to face it on Kawasan. I didn't expect Tatars necessarily to be picked on those maps anyways.
But can be big on Arabia.
On Arabia, a late pick there for sure.
Very strong.
Now we see Gojara's banned and Cuban's banned. So the Wild Sifts, wow, banned by Dogao. That sounded like Byzantines.
Byzantines, right?
I saw like, and oh.
Okay. Look how he put the hand. Did you see?
Yeah.
Not even the camera is going to see anything. He's hiding everything, absolutely everything. Now we're going to start with the picks in a moment.
Franks feels like Kawasan.
哇！即刻搶啊！法國。
Saw it being used. Jordan now with 2 picks in a row. Villager knows. Okay. Bulgarians here.
保加利亞。
Potential Moraz pick.
Yeah, very strong for
And
Moraz,
Jordan has another one. Goes for Berbers. Could be Kawasan. Could be Arabia. Remember, Jordan yesterday lost to MBL.
With Berbers.
On Arabia.
Yeah. Don't want to repeat that one. And now let's see what he's going to pick. There is so many civilizations. I couldn't hear.
Dravidians. Oh, and
For
Dogao yesterday evening even asked me, Nilly, do you really think Dravidians are that strong? Because Jordan played Dravidians on Arabia, and I told him, like, I can't talk about that. And he was fishing for information. That sneaky little guy.
And maybe it's like a pick to don't give to Jordan. Maybe he's not going to use it. And then he's just taking it. You know?
He said it's not good on Arabia, he thinks. Maybe it's a better pick for Kawasan or Moraz in his eyes. Vietnamese
咁啊，啱啱聽到 Lily 話咧，就係道交喺咩啊？喺晏晝嗰陣喺度走去問呢個 Lily， 即係呢個文明勁唔勁，好唔好用？
Could be an easy Arabia pick as well.
Well, Mayans is always dangerous, you know. It is really always dangerous. That's why I will have banned more civilizations like Mayans than Tatars. I mean, Tatars is good, but I mean, I don't know.
係先係馬亞喎，有馬亞打呢個阿拉伯。
No, I mean to ban.
Magias to close it out there. Could have been an option for Kawasan, even Moraz and Arabia. Kind of an all-around civilization. Gives you quite some aggression. We didn't see the last pick of Dogao there, I believe, right?
No, I missed it, but we're
and it's now fleeing.
What? Got, well, he got Winchester Banner.
睇下先啊，卡華山，睇下 Jordan 呢邊
Got.
會揀咩文明啊？即係保加利亞一開始。
Got.
And Togao giving us the wink. He say like, you can watch, you can watch.
And they smiled. Both were smiling, guys. It was a very nice one. They just crossed through here. Both players, they are going to the room, and Togao was like, and we didn't have time. We didn't have time to ask about Dravidians. We were having dinner last night. Mr. Yo, Togao, Nili, and me. Be jealous, guys. Be jealous because you have to be great guys. You're not jealous, right?
I'm not jealous. I was there.
You were there.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's see, because we're going to see now Mr. Togao, how confident he is after grabbing information from Nile.
Seems like he's focused. He just thinks like GL, Dravidians. Now I played Dravidians on Arabia. Do I play them on Arabia? Did I try to screw with Nili said so that he talks to Jordan and makes my great game plan all work out?
鋼之煉金術師，即係睇下佢左手。
Could be an option for Moraz as well. If he maybe go for wild minute armor in.
左手呢個人體煉成嗰個叫咩啊？叫嗰個叫咩咩卡茲啊、卡修啊、亞修啊，即係嗰個黑鬼。
Yeah, and in what map?
It has to kind of be a Ray, man. It's still so tricky. I think Goth is really could just be a throwback pick, but then why?
即係我仲記得好似係左手係破壞，好似啊唔係分解，好似係嘛？即係鋼之煉金術師。
Smiling, even more now because today is an amazing weather here in
斯卡係斯卡。
More rainy, but I think even the Heidelberg now with this great weather want to see this day the deciders that the stop by Jordan and now again, right? Let's go.
Nice. He knows the full.
即係睇下佢嗰個刺青。
And he's smiling like, wow, I'm getting paid for playing against Goth.
But he smiled too.
其實都幾型，即係啱啱望到。
He went around too, and well, what's happening?
Honestly, I wouldn't mind if like Togao did it as an homage to Winchester there. Winchester obviously very famously picking Goth even when they were way worse, picking them in really big tournaments. And Togao, as we can see in the banner there in the background, the replacement for Winchester, who sadly couldn't be here. And Togao, he's filling his shoes pretty damn well.
Oh, so excited with this series because I want to tell you that after the previous series.
哇！佢右手咧就係嚟自佢哥哥噶嘛，咁但係左手咧，我記得好似係左手好似唔係破，即係唔係分解嘅，但係我唔記得咩嚟。即係兩隻能力噶嘛，佢隻手即係左右。
On the back of on his back, so makes lots of sense that he will play them. Head-to-head, 2020 on the ladder, 10 games. And you can see Togao pretty much through the bank. Played a lot of offline finals. Pretty identical stats. Jordan just getting one more extra point there on macro, but those points kind of indicating a super close set.
Yeah, it's a very close set. And I don't know. For you, the favorite is slightly a little bit Jordan?
Yeah, but it's like 50-50 sounds absolutely reasonable to me.
Yeah, 2 layers of the game.
睇下先啦 ，Jordan 咁啊，咦50-50喎，居然。
Ask to the chat who they want to win because I really believe that Jordan might have more fans in the chat. But you type 1 in the chat, spamming for Togao. You type 2, spamming for Jordan, and I'm very curious to see the reaction from the people.
Shouldn't it be spam 1 for Togao or spam 7 for Jordan?
But
I think that would make more sense. But okay.
There was more ones there that I thought nowadays a lot too.
Okay.
It will be not 70% now, for Jordan. Oh man. Well, first game is gonna be. What is gonna be the first game? I forgot. Kawasan. Franks sounds like.
咁啊道交係搶咗法國嘅，咁所以如果正路嚟講就應該攞法國出嚟㗎啦。咁問題就係 Jordan 究竟揀咩啦？
I like Franks against Mayans.
Franks against Mayans.
I like that.
Yeah. I think so as
其
well.
實好似保加利亞都幾過癮㗎喎，可以。
With the camel cheapers, knights. I mean, all in Mayans, you go all in with Franks, and Franks is fine.
咁啊，但係 Map TV 咧就話有機會係呢個馬亞，
Then it has to be Dravidians or more Rust kind of, right?
但係馬亞好似
Arabia, Vietnamese trying to counter Mayans here.
好似有啲怪怪地啊咁樣又。
Well, remember that one civilization is not going to be used. So, and I don't know, maybe
哦，佢呢度搶，佢呢度原來搶咗個哥特出嚟啊，居然。
like trying to confuse your opponent as well. It can.
但係要記住啊，因為呢個係 BO3嚟嘅，即係3盤2勝，有一個文明咧係呃人嘅，即係未必攞出嚟用嘅。
Yeah, that will be really interesting. If somehow Dogao gets in a boomy scenario where he can play Goth against Mayans and gets to Huskarls, then Mayans obviously don't have a single answer. And this is Bengals, right?
This is... They are trolling us?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe...
頭先呢個係嗰個印度嚟喎，嗰個。
It's maybe...
Or this is...
Can production tell us...
Maybe they didn't have a Huskar because they thought, okay, Winchester isn't coming.
Nobody's going to pick his God. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The remove. Yeah, well, that's Bengalis. So, Bengalis for Kawasan?
Let's see about that.
I don't know.
I think
咁啊，一開波就嚟個陰招啦。咁啊，雖然係搶咗法國，但係居然唔係攞法國出嚟。咁但係呢個文明咧，好似係一開始送唔記得100石，唔係100木定係200木啊？
Red Bull 5, probably the strongest player that didn't qualify.
He changed to go pick Franks.
Okay, so he picks Franks there for game 1 on Kabasan, so no big surprise there against Berber. So Jordan has to be happy with this matchup.
Yeah, Berber is good.
睇下先啊，啪啪啦，居然攞。
If the game go for Castle H, oh man, potentially can be an amazing game. But it's all about how the transition it is. If you're gonna go feudal a lot, if you're gonna transition faster to Castle, it depends.
但係啪啪咧係一個封建普普通通嘅文明嚟嘅，即係唔多唔少應該都係星城先開始打交啦。即係好似尋日 NBL 咧都係老年圍定先，即係求其出啲兵頂下對面就算數啦。咁啊，上個城堡時代之後先至開始諗下做啲乜嘢啦。即係始終到時啲馬又減價咁樣。
One massive initial push from Berbers. Probably have to play like a knight composition with either monks or pikemen.
咁但係因為卡華山要喺出邊搶遺跡。
To write 14 in the chat because we are going to start. It looks like this is starting. You can see.
其實單 TC all in 都幾勁，即係拍拍呢啲。 即係加個 BK 喺前面。睇下先啦，咁啊呢個係道交嘅貓屎啊，咁啊你見到佢用嘅係 Logitech 嘅 Super Nice 啊，咁啊呢個 G Pro 成 Super Nice。咁啊暫時價錢係減價去到呢個999港幣。 睇下先啊，道交直接係法國喎，原來都係。咁啱啱佢嗰個 AR 係乜鬼嘢嚟㗎？佢整咗一個馬車呃鬼人嘅原來。佢都係搶法國喎，喂，即係都係用法國喎原來。即係佢嗰個 3D 圖呃人嘅原來，即係欺騙人感情。咁啊，雙方都係打馬㗎啦。咁但係其實雙方都係即係慢慢上城堡時代就唔係即係唔係強封建嗰啲嚟嘅，即係唔係強打封建。係咁你有啲小細節圍定個村民先啊，真係唔好賴嘢。咁啊，偷偷去起個碼頭。咁啊，法國咧係一開波係送咗個1級田嘅，咁啊經濟會好穩定嘅。咁但係 Jordan 呢邊咧就升咗個1級伐木。
Yeah, especially Dogao feels like he already completed like 60% of his walls. Jordan a bit more to the right.
先啊，咁啊，道交瘋狂圍啦，已經咁啊，準備咧就係爆到咁上下兵就唔出啦，剩低就係可能上城啊咁樣。 升個伐木，佢呢個都圍得幾好啦，已經就係右邊略略有啲空曠咧，咁可能即係求其擺啲兵喺嗰邊守就算。即係而且都係個果位嚟啫。睇下先啊，暫時係呢個血統免費升有少少優勢。睇下先，執一隻馬都還可以嘅。
And the population exactly the same. Ooh, he's paying attention, man. They're paying attention.
哇，要小心啲啊！呢個位冇俾人偷得太多下。
John got 3 hits in there. Needs to go back with his own scouts now. Takes that fight a bit too
delay
long.
佢哋佢哋有陣時啊會係即係隻 game 咧，佢會 run 咗一陣間睇下會唔會 hand 嘅，然之後先至入 game 俾觀眾睇嘅。
If we get to an even cast late, probably feels like Berber should be superior.
即係尋日咧有一場咧就係即係前期 hand 咗機嘅，咁所以就一直都冇 game 畫面。即係因為 Empire War 咧，你一開始入 game 咧，你第一件事咧係要 check 下自己嘅村民數夠唔夠嘅，因為佢呢個隨機 gen 出嚟咧，佢有機會係有 bug 嘅個圖。咁啊，直到雙方都確認咗係問題好似係冇嘅時候咧，咁就會 keep 住打。啊，呢個圍唔圍得切啊？好似圍唔切，但係有馬頂住㗎啦呢邊，咁啊保住個村民就 quick wall， 咁而且有長槍喺後面跟住上嚟啦，所以呢個位應該問題唔係好大啦。正面幾多個長槍啊？7隻長槍兵喎，即係呢個道交出咗。但係我覺得長遠睇咧，因為 Jordan 係有碼頭嘅，佢雖然就唔係好貪心咁樣狂出漁船啦，但係兩隻都係經濟啊。咁但係道交嗰邊都有3隻啦，原來。都還可以啊，你見到。咁啊，雙方都係有碼頭，都還可以啊。但係法國依家12隻兵，仲出唔出兵啊？唔出啦已經。哇！道交嗰啲黃金掘得多得滯啊，即係500幾金。咁啊，佢呢個資源咧，基本上都要交個市集調資，如果唔係嘅話，好似好浪費咁。喂，掘石喎！有奇招，咁啊直接打 UU 啊！睇嚟咁啊6個人掘石。但係一開始如果掘石打 UU 咧，前期啲經濟都幾慘。但係有漁船咧都 OK 啩，好似。咁啊，有啲神奇招數。睇下先，上面捉唔捉到啊？捉到，好似哇！呢個有意識咁樣嘅喎，你見佢。唔係啊嘛，咁樣都俾人哋可以圍得住。哇！黐線呢個反應。咁啊，見到咧3隻斥候咧係分開得呢個牆咧，就係費事你起嘅。屋企呢邊長槍應該冇乜所謂，唔好理佢住。睇下先，法國4馬9隻長槍兵。咁啊，經濟差唔多㗎，冇乜損失。咁啊，船咧就係4對6部，咁而且法國咧係因為免費升田咧，經濟應該會略略好啲啲嘅。咁啊，柏咧喺城堡時代咧，應該係騎嘅即係馬房嘅單位係平啲啦，但係因為 Jordan 佢選擇係打呢個 UU 啊，即係話佢嗰個優勢應該係用唔到嘅，暫時。即係佢唯一好咧，就係村民行得快脆。咁啊，出咗個噴火船，咁啊，準備咧係清理咗人哋個碼頭先啦，至少。咁啊，呢邊咧就加個城堡。咁啊，好穩陣啊！咁啊，呢個位置。
Camards are really good against mangonels, against mangonel pressure. I think he might be trying to hide it.
But for what? Like you were
好穩陣喺後邊。
That's not. I don't like that castle personally. And
咁啊，呢個城堡咧，就算人哋想偵察都第一時間唔係咁容易嘅。咁但係咧，就道交嗰邊亦都唔係話即係老練亂咁爆兵嘅。咁啊，剩低就係睇下，好似呢個都唔錯喎。即係諗下人哋升晒重裝長槍移動速度，點鬼知原來你係打駱駝嘅？咁即係呢大波長槍兵都係有一半都係當垃圾咁樣啊！ 哇！等陣先，呢度升咗一隻船，然之後就出噴火船，居然有啲意外。係咁啊，執一隻嘅真女 ，nice 啊！咁啊，中間應該係加咗個係咪 TC 嚟嘅呢個？咁啊係啊，加咗個 TC， 咁啊喺出邊順便食下果啦。哇 ！Jordan 自己屋企漏窿啊！不過正常應該好難咁即係咁容易發現嘅，即係對面。係咪先噴火船？咁啊噴漁船嘅拎嚟係嘛？即係無視你嘅噴火船，然之後走去噴你嘅漁船。得唔收到啊？嘿，冇鬼用嘅啫，原來。等陣先 ，Jordan 呢個原來周圍都穿窿嘅喎，即係唔單止係下邊啊。但係因為呢度有一個堡啦，所以又唔係打到好多嘢嘅，而且佢後面有一個 TC。咁啊，再加上對面其實又唔係話特別針對佢呢啲位打。等先呢幾個村民路慘啊！不過好彩有騎喺度等嘅已經。哇！咁啊，駱駝非常正啊，遇到長槍兵，但係俾人搓一下就有啲蝕底啊！哇，仲可以招一隻騎喎，知唔知道 ？Nice！ 哇，呢個位靚啊！舐舐嚟啊！呢個係咪先？佢可唔可以執？即係有幾多兵執幾多兵啊！你見佢盡量。咁啊已經有血統有義工㗎啦。咁啊順便都升咗個防啊，真係好穩陣。即係平時啲人咧特別少去升防啊，咁早即係又要錢，同埋你唔會預人哋打到你㗎嘛，即係你打馬弓。啊！即係瘋狂喺度偷雞、偷摸啊！哇！執咗好多兵啊！呢度 KD 咧係18對12啊！呢個唔錯唔錯。咁但係咧就未有呢個彈道。等陣先，咁啊，居然暫停。好彩咧就係佢打 UU， 然之後係雙 TC 嘅，咁經濟係落後少少嘅，但係問題唔係好大啊！你見到。咁啊，同埋咧就佢亦都係留咗3個人掘石啦，即係隨時，即係如果有咩，即係有咩 feel 啦，即係覺得自己啲兵足夠嘅話咧，即係中間呢個 TC 應該都可以，即係靠個寶打埋佢，即係前置一個。睇下先啊，咁啊，法國呢邊係加咗個 BK 啊。咁啊，呢個 BK 應該係諗住唔知係咪出弩炮啊，即係懶得轉呢個矛兵啊，暫時。咁啊，但係好接近嘅，即係無論經濟又好啦，部隊又好啦，暫時都叫做好接近嘅，因為 Jordan 呢度亦都唔係話完全冇升嗰啲乜嘢伐木。哇！等先 ，Jordan 喺度做乜嘢？喺度舐個 keyboard 啱啱。你睇下佢個 keyboard 嗰個即係特別地有個位係有一笪濕咗，唔知咩料。
He stopped it because he's scared. Now saw Krasini around and he said that I need a pause. Do you remember Red Bull Legacy 5? It was so scared.
哇！呢個人真係要求多多啊，真係。
Completely different role now. Well, not role, just not the outfit there. Okay.
加油 stream.
Who is in a better position for you there? I mean, right now is Canada. I think it's too even.
I think Jordan. Not like the game feels kind of evenish now, but just imagine.
Thank you.
4 minutes. How will Dogao deal with those camouflages? Like, hope for Jordan making a mistake and your siege is getting some connections. Kind of the only way that I can see.
Yeah, well, the game keep going. Go.
咁啊，有3個人掘石嘅，即係漚一陣間就可以起個堡噶啦。即係雖然就掘得慢，但係至少唔係雙經嘅。咁啊，呢個 BK 出弩炮啦，係嘛？我覺得佢呢個 TC 又唔係話。即係點講好啊？即係俾人哋壓個堡啊，好似又冇乜所謂嘅。即係啲遺跡係執去後邊嘅，因為。
Yeah, it's not really scaling too well, right? You don't want to go.
係嘛？駱駝弓係11隻嘅呢度，咁啊好似係想，哇！呢度啱啱穿咗一下，好彩。哇！好彩啫，同埋喂，等先，佢呢個老炮棘住咗自己喎，俾三個果，乜鬼嘢啊？真係搞笑啦！咁樣佢呢個時候就變咗一個即係原地動喺度嘅箭塔啊！即係老炮效能嘅。佢呢個老炮有啲型。啊唔係喎，可能亦都好似幾好用喎！即係你3個果保住自己個老炮嘅話，人哋即係人哋如果要出騎過嚟劈你，好似又唔係好 work 喎，係咪啊？不過感覺上好似好 high 喎，即係你睇下呢個老炮喐唔到啦已經。scam 啊呢個老炮。先，駱駝呢邊拉呢個馬嗰幾多隻？得8隻啫，同埋馬有2防嘅，暫時1攻。但係長遠即係你咁樣拉法，其實啲馬應該都係蝕底嘅。頭先佢哋招咩？招噴火樹，招唔招到啊？夾硬嚟啊！哇！佢呢個招咗好耐啦，已經，所以100% 招咗啊！咁樣就。即係招行咧，招到大約秒數咧，就基本上係100% 嘅，所以你冇得走啊咁樣。但係佢呢邊4個老炮，其實有5個，不過有一個困住咗。咁啊嚟啊，阿寶啦呢個位，呢個唔知得唔得啊？佢呢度有一隻嘅馬咧，係至少係不斷追住啲老炮嚟劈，同埋咧因為道家呢邊唔記得招行同埋攞村民維修啊，得唔得啊？呢度等陣先，呢個老炮真係好凄涼啊！咁啊，好似起得切啦咁樣。咁啊，封住咗中間之後咧就，但係講真啦，我唔覺得佢封住之後會有啲咩好大優勢咯，即係至少叫做，因為佢遺跡執晒啦。呢個位除咗係一個高地之後，好似等陣先，呢度幾個村民唔係起唔到啊嘛。仲有幾多？後面再拖村民，咁啊98、100% nice。哇！即係暫時佢雖然起咗個堡啊，但係佢呢個經濟好傷下，即係80村對90幾啊。咁啊，而且咧佢自己個海咧係俾自己嘅船咧，因為俾人招降咗咧，就噴咗唔少漁船。咁啊，經濟係82對100啦，差唔多。我覺得呢個形勢都唔係太，都仲未係太好嘅。即係，但係至少叫做起住個堡啦，即係。但係人哋嘅遺跡喺後邊啦，咁呢度睇下可以執到幾多嘢啦。睇下先，執到幾個村民，暫時即係摸，盡量摸，但係就唔好俾人哋劈啦，真係。好似都係有啲不利。即係同埋，哇！呢度唔係咁樣穿咗窿啩？咁啊，有4隻入咗嚟。其實呢個時候都幾煩嘅，因為你淨係出呢個駱駝弓咧，你一時三刻有幾隻馬，你冇兵處理佢嘅，即係。咁啊，佢後面咧係補咗駱駝，諗住去即係至少打一打呢啲嘢，但係暫時你得呢個駱駝弓喺度幫手射。係嘛？形勢非常之好，而且你係 delay 緊人哋經濟嘅。咁啊，道交拗一陣間就可以上帝王時代啦。咁啊 ，Jordan 仲要儲呢個兵糧啊，即係。可能會俾人哋冇腦 A 死。可能俾人哋冇腦 A 死，即係啲兵數唔係好夠多啊！即係唔知可以做咩。咁啊，而且對面係準備升呢個帝王時代啦。咁啊，到時候升埋個重裝騎，然之後3防嘅話。即係你短時間都唔知點樣處理佢。睇下先啊 ，Jordan 仲喺前線控得好 high 下。咁啊，中間呢邊咧就應該係清咗啦。咁但係屋企點算啊？仲係遺漏窿㗎。哇！呢度得1隻駱駝同埋3隻駱駝弓啫喎。大鑊啦！咁啊，對面上帝啦。咁而且仲有哇！呢度3 3個老炮係偷射駱駝。Jordan 好似開始搞唔掂啦，即係佢唔係手速唔夠快，但係佢又要即係諗住搶翻個節奏翻嚟，然之後前面又打，後面又打，即係打到立立亂自己都。咁啊，道交喺前線，咁啊交個寶準備咧，就係搶咗個帝王之後咧就出巨頭啦。我覺得會俾人即係3防馬 A 死啊咁樣。咁啊 ，Jordan 經濟好普普通通嘅啫，依家基本上。呢個可唔可以點唔到啊？點唔到啊！真係太冒險啦呢個位。咁啊，對面上咗帝之後咧，就係巨頭侍候。咁但係 Jordan 咧，連兵量都唔係好多啫，即係20幾隻駱駝弓。咁啊，田咧都仲係1級田嘅，即係勉強點咗帝王時代。咁啊，但係好窮啊。係先，佢呢個係保咩嚟㗎？出矛兵啊！咁但係咧馬咧係冇停嘅，即係咁老練出馬。睇下先呢對 counter 嚟睇係嘛？睇下先見到嘅，但係打唔打？選擇打定係選擇counter 人？其實追好似好搞笑喎，但係照追咯。其實追嘅話夠唔夠打㗎？依家你都係要走啊！打人啦，即係追都追唔到啊！不如打人啦，好似咁啊！喺對面咧亦都係惹咗2個馬房，準備係搞人屋企。啲馬咧，啲馬仲喺度，咁啊等個3防重裝，然之後就睇嚟佢都係想清理咗呢一波先。咁啊，仲有至少等個3防先，忍耐打。咁啊，20秒喎。咁啊，呢個位都還可以，仲有10秒。咁啊，正面已經有巨頭咧係打緊呢個城堡噶啦，咁之後就係經濟優勢巨大。但係如果越拖得越耐嘅話咧，就發覺好似會開始難打。等先，佢轉擊兵嘅居然。等先，佢轉擊兵嘅點解？有冇人話我知點解要轉擊兵？即係佢依家連呢堆 UU 都搞唔掂啊！即係咁快轉定擊兵。試下重裝都搞掂啦，咁啊睇下可唔可以？等先 ，Jordan 呢度控兵有啲搞笑。試下駱駝本身移動速度快脆啊，即係睇下可唔可以即係走佬嚟啦。如果佢轉擊兵嘅話，就因為對面已經有駱駝弓咧，咁剩低就係究竟即係究竟係想點樣打啊？即係相近戰單位你 A 埋有陣時都幾難做輸出。睇下先，掂唔掂咧？冇啊，俾人打咗，但係唔緊要，大把錢，豪氣。咁就好似 Jordan hold 住啦，咁啊剩低就係唔好送太多兵嘅啫。即係駱駝弓儲起上嚟嘅話，你2個近戰單位其實駱駝弓都可以打啊。但係唔好死咁多。 等啲兵過嚟啊！呢個部隊數係40對40㗎，好接近。咁但係我覺得部隊組合應該係怕比較好啲嘅，即係但係可能要拉唔拉打啊？好似拉打都唔使啊！即係你見 Jordan 咧係不斷攞呢個駱駝弓咧係點呢個擊兵啦，然之後就靠呢個駱駝咧去即係平 A 啦，已經唔得閒去控啦。夠唔夠打啊？咁啊部隊數係34對33。Jordan 得唔得啊？呢個位咁啊後面駱駝咧係救咗唔少㗎，但係喂呢個控兵有啲撈教，哎呀呢個控兵有啲撈教，但係好似咬得好緊，但係啱啱嗰個控兵有啲搞笑喎，佢呢度炒埋一碟俾人哋打。哇！咁樣依家部隊數係13對26啦，已經咁啊經濟係 OK 嘅，但係就其實好似如果假設係5-5波嘅話咧，即係再抌耐啲就得㗎啦，即係好似抌耐少少就 OK 嘅，即係只要死唔去。等先 ，Jordan 升個重裝騎喎，居然。嚇！即係咩意思？人哋有擊兵你走去升個重裝騎鬥多啊，諗住鬥多騎兵。咁啊，但係咧喺攻防上面係輸唔少㗎，你見到。咁啊 ，Jordan 咧係1攻2防嘅。Jordan 冇黃金。死啦！佢呢個雖然升咗個重裝騎啦，但係呢個重裝騎喺呢個情況係幫唔到手嘅。咁而且駱駝弓亦都係停咗冇出啊！直頭佢轉打呢個重裝騎喎，但係人哋係擊兵嚟嘅。佢可以打咩啊？呢個時候你見佢仲喺度擺緊重裝騎喎，佢唔係應該要轉兵去嚇咗呢堆嘢先？咁你見佢咧，終於咧係點咗個矛兵啦，終於。咁啊有3攻1防嘅，咁然之後咧，哇升埋長槍，升埋步兵，即係乜都升啊！你見佢。但係我唔知係咪因為佢唔知道可以做啲咩啦，已經求其出啲嘢。其實佢有駱駝同埋騎，可以至少追住人哋啲馬嘅，但係就 GG 玩完了。玩完了啊 ！Zero Castle 真係慘。喂，你睇下佢呢個 AI 唔係即係 AR 咧，呢個係有問題㗎。即係呢個點都唔係法國啊！即係呃鬼人。係咁啊 ，Jordan 啦，咁啊直接眯埋眼深呼吸。但係再輸就出局㗎啦，好似。真係慘。
Camel Archer play and couldn't really dwindle down those knight numbers. Great economy behind it for Dogao.
I think now Dogao feel pretty well because he's thinking, okay, Arabia and got. I mean, Jordan can play in Arabia.
即係道交喺呢個小組賽好似勁過佢 qualify 嗰陣好多。
What we are going to see from Dogao and from Jordan?
Think kind of has to be.
即係道交創咗一個紀錄咧，就係 qualify 第一日嗰日咧係一開波就輸咗啦。即係我冇記錯嘅話，即係第一回合瓜咗，即係打老人啊，仲要係。我唔知有冇記錯。但係今日嗰個氣勢唔錯。
He will get like 15, 16, something in the world ranking. But if we ask the top players, he often got something like around 9, 10 spot in the world. And people really fear him because he's so deadly in those macro games.
Dogao told me last night when we were walking to the dinner that he felt that he could have done against Velese. He felt he did some mistakes and he could have been already qualified. So, and Velese has been playing really well. So let's see what is going to happen.
Well, let's take a look. Obviously, Jordan has the choice. Could technically go for Maras.
其實佢啱啱開戰嗰個係即係正路咧，唔係咁樣 A 嘅。不過我唔知係咪因為佢想 盡快即係打完之後打埋巨頭。
We will see. I think Moras makes a lot of sense.
即係你有隻兵種可以拉打咧，正路嚟講係應該盡量拉打噶嘛，即係唔會即係駱駝企定喺度射。
Could be something with a prepared strategy here for Jordan. I think it's just so easy for Dogao to already have confidence and then go into Arabia. Moras just feels very likely to me.
不過亦都冇計，即係人哋經濟咁好，上個帝王時代，即係心急啦，然之後 Jordan 就。
But it's not working. We're gonna see it in a moment. In a moment. I saw 3 players. It's the Lithuanian, but the 3rd player is the admin. That it might be Krasini there.
Yeah.
Checking that everything is all right, controlling absolutely everything. Well, this is. I mean, we have the Viper, Tatot, Hera, and Velese in quarterfinals.
咁然之後咧就係啱啱要揀咩圖啊？我記得對面係阿拉伯 home map 好似。
And right now, Dogao only need 1 victory more. Bulgarians.
喂，
It's Moras.
保加利亞喎。
Bulgarians. I think it's gonna be Dravidians.
I think Dravidians makes a lot of sense here. And
the whole artillery range opening is.
Double archery.
對面有咩啊？對面。
Like Bulgarians are always going to throw lots of aggression in your face. Could be like an archery range.
我唔記得咗對面有啲咩文明。對面好似對面係咪有哥德啊？好似有啲騎呢文明，好似係咪呢個？
Lots of question marks there. Dravidians, if they play double archery range, they can.
即係有個
so then Bulgarians
有個印度咁嘅物體。
He has to go very aggressive, Jordan. It fit that to him. He's more a macro player. He likes to go more aggressive. Nelly, how do you think he's feeling more confident?
I think he.
睇下先啊，咁啊影住張台啦，已經咩嚟㗎呢個？
Yeah, I think he can like absolutely defend, and yeah, it's indeed going to be Dravidian.
呢個係咪嗰個印度？即係呢個係咪送木材嗰個印度？
Giga Brain 300 AIQ. You go 1 archer range skirm defense against Dravidians because they basically don't have a stable, and ignore most of your bonuses, and then play massive castle age. That's someone that let me think.
咁啊，呢個印度咧應該係送木啦，然之後就係咩啊？我記得好似係軍營啲科技平啲，同埋係咪漁船？好似仲有個漁船，唔知咩 buff 咁嘅好似。但係咧就因為前期送木材，你可以加個建築物快少少。
Is because, no spoiler guys, but the game is going to be there in a moment. And now it's not going to happen, and then it looks very bad. It's what it is, you know? It is what it is.
睇下佢表演，定係 Jordan 要出局咧？究竟
？Seems like go ready indeed. And now the hand are at the right position there. Although Dogao still takes his time, we can still remind you of the great matches
呢個巴西斯卡刀疤男。
MBL versus Capoch is going to be following this set. Absolutely crazy success for Capoch already being this far. Same goes for MBL. And then the highlights of the evening. Yo against ACM and Liri versus Valas closing out the night.
But then you are a professional player, and then you start to think, why I'm preparing? I'm not going to prepare anymore. I mean, let's just prepare a little bit less, let's relax, and then let's try to go wild in the tournament.
Well, MBL's preparation was 9,000 ladder games in the last 3 years, right? So he is practicing. He's just not like practicing the last 2 weeks.
But not only MBL, Dogao, you know, it's.
Well, Dogao like played multiple 100 games to prepare for the qualification, right?
That's true.
He didn't really adjust to the new civilization changes that happened like 3 weeks ago. But he obviously can easily read up on them, plays Arabia, plays meta, and nothing new was played, for example, in game 1.
That's true. Well, there was a small bug in the game. For that, it's get a little bit delayed, guys, and they restarted the game. So that when you saw that moment, it's because they were starting, but they are restarting the game in just a few seconds. And we're going to see. We're going to see what is going to be the second. I want a 3 game. I mean, I know that you want 2-1 for Jordan. Let's be honest, Nelly. But I want at least 3 games. You know, we want 3 games. Everyone wants 3 games, I'm sure, from all the cities from now on. Like, and tomorrow 5.
Yeah.
5 games tomorrow, quarterfinals. We have to remember tomorrow is already the quarterfinals. Not tomorrow at the end of the night. we have the 4 semi-finalists ready. It's insane.
Semi-finals and finals next Saturday in front
睇先啊，睇嚟好似開始啦，你見到佢係咁撳呢個 keyboard mouse 啦。
Should be like an epic atmosphere there for sure. Even more pressure on those 4 remaining players.
Today they were already fans, they were already people in the castle.
咁啊 ，Jordan 一關就出局㗎啦，睇下有冇機會先。
The crowd is the next weekend, but there was a lot of people already around, and now what is around?
咁啊，始終係 home map 嚟啊，即係總要
Jordan as a yellow on the left.
即係總要打啲優勢啩。
On the right, and the
即係如果唔係嘅話冇理由。等先，呢度係兩個嘅 BA 啊，咁而且佢呢個係食魚會多15 carry 啊，即係可以行少啲路啊。哇！直接打步兵。唔係好掂喎，即係睇到個好似。如果你直接打步兵嘅話，但係因為佢對面係送木材，直接雙 BA 咧，好似唔係好掂喎，即係咁樣係咪俾人黑 counter 啊？
That's important. That's important because maybe well, still he's gonna mass arches anyway.
好似唔係好掂喎。咁啊，睇下 Jordan 咧係一防都升埋嘅，但係問題就係究竟呢個裝甲步兵可以做到幾多嘢咧？即係夾硬補咗個馬房。我以為佢可能會即係至少轉個矛兵啊，但係佢居然走去加咗個馬房喎。
You don't have food.
Well, 21 on Shorefish, man. Fastest food
大鑊啦！
in the game. Looks pretty solid to me.
咁啊，一開波嘅裝甲步兵奇招，好似係俾人哋完美防住嘅。咁啊，略略地係可能死咗一隻工兵啊，或者啲村民俾人劈到殘血啦，但係冇死又冇所謂啊。但係呢啲步兵可以點算啊？咁啊，升埋個一攻，同埋你要諗下咧，就係人哋食魚多10幾 carry 係，即係佢雖然唔係啲咩好大嘅加成啊，但係長遠都係有嘅叫做。有啲大鑊。咁啊，呢邊咧係揾個機會想偷雞執村民嘅。 好似都唔錯，即係步兵咧可以叫做即係如果係拉散人哋，唔係即係等人哋啲工兵唔係集中咁樣行咧，即係至少都有啲機會嘅。好似都還可以。咁啊呢邊應該俾人清理到啦，但係可唔可以殺至少殺啲嘢啊？係嘛？好傷哦！即係你睇下 Jordan 佢係抌晒所有錢去做呢件事嘅，但係道交呢邊咧已經慢慢搞下經濟，準備係即係一邊出兵一邊上咗城堡時代。即係 Jordan all in 啊！睇下佢有冇機會啦咁樣。咁你見到對面咧係起市集，應該係賣石，準備係即係點個城堡。頭先呢啲2、3隻馬，嗱呢2隻馬唔係3隻馬有攻防嘅，但係冇血統呢個時候。嚟啦嚟啦，衝啦！呢度夾硬嚟啊！ 頭先 all in， 即係呢度等個裝甲步兵喺側邊，咁啊肉馬喺正面又 A 嘅，即係全部框晒向前 A， 殺得啲乜得啲乜啦！只要削低人哋嘅部隊數咧，就裝甲步兵好勁嘅。即係裝甲步兵最怕咧，就係你啲嘢全部黐埋一齊。 好似唔錯咁樣，依家你見到佢仲有一隻長槍，然之後睇下先啊，有4隻工兵去打馬，但係咁啊要不斷換啊。睇下先，裝甲步兵出唔出啊？好似都唔出啦，大鑊啦，大鑊啦！好似唔掂啊！呢個戰術。咁啊，對面咧已經係賣石上城啦。咁啊，道交如果穩陣嘅話咧，就即係唔使再攻人哋住噶啦，已經即係歸下先。頭先嗰啲馬冇所謂啦。咁啊，部隊數係8對17，咁啊，道交唔好出門口啦。呢個時候等呢個城堡時代升級就得噶啦，即係升下科技咁樣。咁啊，而且咧，因為佢已經點咗呢個城堡啦，咁基本上就係攞晒啲錢係咁出兵啦。呢個時候。 即係捱住就贏啦！即係相近戰單位點樣啊？你睇下呢個裝甲步兵啦，即係人哋工兵多嘅時候就冇用啊！點算？即係冇晒退路呢個時候。仲有1分鐘時間。咁啊，Jordan 咧應該係想嘗試，即係睇下上面有冇機會啦。咁啊，兜個大圈，都可能可以殺啲嘢。咁啊，道家反應好快啊！咁啊，呢個村民直接拖走啊已經，但係就呢邊好似好難 quick wall。咁啊，有幾隻嘅長槍過嚟防啦。咁啊，分咗少少馬咧去打右邊。殺唔殺到村啊？殺唔殺到人啊？但係殺到村好似都冇乜用喎，你正面點算啊？咁啊，你見到 Jordan 咧留咗2個村民掘石，應該係諗住再加支塔嘅，可以嘅話。咁啊，夾硬上個城堡，殺唔殺到啊？呢度即係一人剁一下，但係就殺唔到一隻村。咁啊，城堡時代，咁啊，然之後咧就升呢個長槍，咁啊升呢個老兵同埋義工。咁啊 ，Jordan 知道咧就係你會升級你嘅部隊啊，所以呢個時候咧就盡快打咗先啦。而且有血統同1攻防，好似即係至少都就算殺唔晒都換到你啲數量啦。呢個唔錯，感覺上。咁啊，另外嗰邊咧亦都係留緊人哋屋企嘅。呢個唔錯，咁樣好似。哇！呢度一打咗一大批部隊咯，已經咁啊，正面有一個 BK， 但係已經拖咗好多時間啊！可以加咩啊？呢個時候咁啊，求其掘啲石再插咗個戰塔。哇！至少好過啱啱嗰個形勢啦，即係啱啱嗰個形勢人哋想完成，然之後一大堆兵咁樣。咁但係依家咧就你見到村民數咧係47對43嘅，咁啊對面係出咗個攻城嘅大笨象。其實抌咗好多時間。下先啊，咁啊不斷咁啊揾啲斥候摳下先。咁啊，保加利亞攻防平啊，你起碼可以盡快升一升個，會唔會升一升個2防先？然之後就唔知點啊。係先啊，升咗個輕騎。咁啊，食物唔係好夠啊，你見佢。哇！側邊一隻斥，即係好似都執咗唔少嘢。你見村民都。其實都互換咗唔少，大鑊啦！冇錢啊！啲食物俾人哋停晒啦，即係食魚呢邊。佢出到村民都出唔到，即係升唔到啲咩攻防，出唔到騎。等陣先啦！哇！呢度得唔得啊？呢度拖村民去圍個牆先，咁啊頂一頂先至少。哇！咁樣都起得到，但係冇食物啊！呢度佢要食物升攻防啊，夠唔夠打呢度揀嚟？咁啊，而且喺塔底嚟嘅，睇下佢想點樣拉打，即係都係走。即係都係帶你遊花園，而且處理咗隻象啦，已經至少。雙 TC， 唔知會唔會有機會逆轉呢？即係你見到經濟上面都還可以啊，而且雙 TC 嘅話，即係如果你 keep 住出下村民嘅話，好似都可以慢慢追翻少少。咁啊，部隊數係4對23啊，暫時。咁啊，升個1級伐木。其實佢呢個冇2防咧，即係呢堆工兵應該都好難殺噶，咁樣夾硬打。咁啊，終於點個2防啦！咁啊，2防半價，好平。睇下先，唔敢打呢個位。咁啊，等防啦，即係好快啊，10秒鐘。其實 OK 喎，即係好似又。即係因為你依家雙 TC 你慢慢摳下嘅話，其實對面又唔係俾啲咩好大傷害你。佢前面呢個應該係 BK 嚟，我唔知係咪出呢個輕頭打大笨象。 睇下先，二防到啦，咁啊二防到之後咧就係即係收翻呢堆工兵先。冇錢啊！你睇佢冇錢出呢個，我唔知佢想出輕頭定係咩啊，但係總之冇錢。睇下先啊，打個大笨象先啊，至少咁啊大笨象死咗之後咧就有戰塔處理呢啲長槍嘅。其實經濟都還可以喎，好似即係53對47咁樣，係要時間漚咯。即係短時間唔死又感覺上都唔錯。等先出咗個老炮，居然。慢慢漚，慢慢漚，有機會啊！哇，咁啊已經係掘夠石頭去起一個細堡啦，咁而且係封住對面嘅食物位。但係呢個位起唔到村喎，喂唔係企唔到啊！呢個位窄得滯喎。呢度有幾個村民起㗎？有2個人。等陣先啊，咁啊 Jordan 咧選擇咧係 delete 咗佢㗎。唔錯，呢個位唔錯。咁啊，而且有少少馬咧去掩護啦，即係呢個位唔錯，感覺上。咁啊，正面呢度咧就始終你一隻大笨象同埋啲長槍兵咧，感覺上亦都應該唔會打得死人啩。係先要揾人去處理下呢幾個重裝長槍啊。OK。呢個 TC 道交打唔打啊？即係好似俾人帶住嚟遊街咁樣。哇！真係 Jordan 繼續拖村民啊！咁啊，村民係59對44喎，道交呢度亦都係俾人哋殺咗超多村下喎。等先逆轉喎，可能哇！呢個啱啱個輕頭爭少少掟得中，等先仲可以掟咗一炮㗎。咁啊，佢選擇咧就唔係打你嘅工兵先嘅，即係盡可能係哇呢個陰險。咁啊，盡可能係掟咗啲重裝長槍先。但係 OK 啊，呢度佢只要大笨象死咗嘅話咧，你呢支戰塔就感覺可以保護住佢噶啦已經。可以出啲 UU 嚟玩喎。等先，道交呢個冇攻城單位，即係遊街，即係 TC 又打唔到，戰塔又打唔到。行去邊啊？上面冇嘢打，即係一隻村民都冇。喂，等先要死喎！咁樣呢個時候經濟係59對40幾咯，已經。道交拗頭啦。道交已經唔知發生緊咩事，撞鬼啊！明明優勢咁大，即係然之後 Jordan 呢邊繼續再拍一個 TC。要死啊！咁啊，道交。佢呢堆嘢咧，因為即係唔係好高遠防嘅單位嚟，即係你 dive 又唔得，即係喺度遊街淨係可以。冇控，即係。但係唔緊要啊！呢個有 TC， 守住啦。咁啊。經濟係61對46啦，咁而且係3 TC 啦已經。哇 ，Jordan 逆轉啊！咁但係佢人口數唔係好高咧，就係因為佢嘅部隊唔係好夠多啦。但係佢有 map control 咁啊，好似即係周圍插寶。但係人哋兵多，依家唯一。但係有京呢邊。佢可以出老炮處理長槍同埋即係工兵嘅呢邊。其實 OK 喎咁樣。哇！呢度亦都係免費執咗唔少兵啊。咁啊，道交有少少失誤啦。咁啊，村民數係70對50啦已經。咁啊，中間嘅魚咧係俾 Jordan 控晒啦。咁即係經濟非常之好。睇下先啊，即係2隻嘅大笨象，15隻工兵，18隻長槍。其實形勢開始穩住咗啦，已經。好似形勢穩住咗啦，好似。
In the north, is the pikes going away? No, it's the archers there. Oh God!
但係 Jordan 啲部隊有啲少。
With ballistic, will take all the villiers. And now he's missing so many shots and he's losing so many. That wasn't a good one.
哇！呢度靚啊！咁啊，可能死少少村啦，但係呢個村民數嘅話，你死少少村，然之後肥低人哋啲兵，反而好似仲幾賺。
But at some point, you will need some minimal economy. And right now, it's not happening, really.
頭先呢度亦都可以執一隻嘅輕頭喎，可能一下 ，nice 靚啊！兩隻馬換一個輕頭超抵。咁啊 ，Jordan 咁啊，慢慢喺度掘石，應該再加補噶啦，可以加個細嘅繼續。但係呢個時候佢係應該諗住加自己屋企啊，定係繼續入侵人哋？睇先，1、2、3、4，四個大笨象。大笨象，但有輕頭喎。輕頭已經係其實有陣時係好足夠防大笨象噶啦，已經。哇！你睇下呢個 damage， 而且一次打4隻象啊！道交好似瓜啦就快。咁啊 ，Jordan 咧亦都係好細節咧，咁啊將個寶咧就係點啲長槍兵嘅拎嚟。哇！咁樣一個輕頭打幾多個大笨象啊？呢度咁啊個寶咧就不斷點啲長槍，長槍死晒啦已經。哇！真係殺咗幾多大笨象啊！佢至少都要處理咗4個大笨象，但係佢損失嘅係一個細寶同埋輕頭。哇！呢度3個老炮。冇啦，應該冇啦。90村對63，經濟，哇！呢個靚啊，掟得有少少啲 Viper 嘅味道。咁啊，正面唔知點算，即係又冇攻城單位，又得啲長槍同埋工兵。咁啊，43個村民揾食物。咁啊，人口咧已經係反超到108對87嘅啦，已經。咁呢度部隊數亦都係略少啦，基本上係散收啊。哇 ！Jordan 連呢個即係長劍兵都攞出嚟玩。就係 Jordan 依家即係打順咗啦，已經大鑊啦。咁啊〜道交只能夠係等死，咁啊，因為10幾隻兵咧已經係冇可能話俾壓力對面啦，即係尤其是對面係即係經濟又好，即係周圍都係寶。咁啊，最後嘅工兵係喺角落頭等死啊！靚啊！咁啊，瞬間係連個部隊數都冇埋啦。咁啊，村民數係69啊 ，69。冇啦。咁啊，道家玩完啦已經。咁啊，但係可能會嘗試一下嘅。咁但係因為你連呢個即係部隊優勢都冇埋嘅話咧，咁啊對面經濟加部隊優勢。哇！周圍都係魚啊！哇！真係 Jordan 呢個一開始個開局即係感覺上係俾人秒殺咁樣啊，好似。但係我唔知點解打下翻嚟。即係有一個位都幾關鍵嘅，即係人哋升完城之後咧，老兵啱啱未升級咧，佢吞咗嗰一波嘢，即係都幾關鍵嚇。同埋我覺得道交貪心得滯啊，即係佢自己未升完啲老兵義工，然之後直接上去壓人哋啦，即係有啲心急得滯啊！即係俾人哋吞咗嗰一波嘢之後咧，就好似成個形勢唔係好對路。但係其實都仲有優勢啊嗰陣。睇下先啊，呢家長劍兵發威啦，咁啊直接係多線開軍營啊！哇！你睇下啲劍兵追住啲工兵打。咁啊，連 map control 都冇埋啦，點算？咁啊，村民係116對76、79。哇！真係點樣可以打翻嚟呢一鋪？仲喺度堅持出大笨象啦，因為冇啦已經，唔知可以做啲咩。咁啊 ，Jordan 亦都係好穩陣啦，就即係繼續喺度即係搶地啦。
But now he has a stone to make a castle. The problem is Dogao needs 3 castles in this game.
咁啊，道交
All sides there.
唔知點算啊？你睇下部隊數優勢冇咗，經濟又冇啦。咁啊，喺個 KD 上面咧係171對95啊，居然差咁遠嘅。哇 ！Jordan 爭啲就出局㗎啦，即係今日呢一鋪，但係仲有一場，即係佢贏完呢一鋪之後，仲要贏多場。即係依家唯一咧就係期望呢個道交因為呢一鋪崩咗啦個心態，咁樣下一鋪就易玩啦。睇下先，呢度起一個堡，好似唔係好掂喎都。呢度有輕頭有老炮，咁啊正面死晒啦啲嘢。咁啊掟一下先，咁啊先掟村民嘅，但係就都係唔得，真係太多長槍。但係冇所謂啦已經，咁樣有2個細堡頂住㗎啦已經。同埋佢嗰個堡就算起喺嗰個位咧，佢都唔係搶到好多地方翻嚟。應該睇下 Jordan 咁啊，升埋個帝王時代就道交會投噶啦，真係冇錢啊！你睇下11個食物。咁啊，屋企仲要俾人屠緊村民，呢個真女仲要唔幫手招降。哇！真係屋企立立亂，再加個 BK。但係唔多唔少應該都要前面再加多個堡嘅，即係你上咗帝王，你即係點都要出個巨頭啩？定係直接出呢個衝撞車？有陣又加個，周圍都係呢個細堡。咁啊，應該起得切㗎。我覺得4啲村民都冇所謂啦，嗰個位已經即係優勢咁大。咁啊，已經領先成50村啦，差唔多。即係 Jordan 爆晒力啊！即係呢一鋪。咪仲有50秒就應該投嘅，應該50秒。係成日出咗啲彎道。咁啊，瓜啦瓜啦，周圍都立亂啊！咁然之後就係仲有20秒，咁啊準備投噶啦。投咗3、2、1 ，GG，well play。哇！真係1比1。即係道交前面打得咁好，然之後唉一波冇咗。
Yeah, so sick there by Jordan, and I was really scared at the opening. Remember, double stable, double barracks, and Dogao defended with all his archers.
即係唉，道交忍一忍就得㗎啦，即係咁心急走去打，俾人哋吞咗個波路兵長槍，即係蝕到喊。
John, well, he still knows that he has a colossal task in front of him, right? Maybe he still feels a bit like, oh God, game 1. If I just
咁啊，你見到 Jordan 咧係擰晒頭啊，其實佢開局真係唔即係唔 work 啊呢招好似。
He has no idea if he faces Gotham Vietnamese.
Oh wow! So look at now the moment. He's thinking now. I mean, if you go still the Mayans.
睇下先啊 ，home map 阿拉伯咁得翻呢個越南同埋哥德啦，即係冇理由用哥德咁搞笑，但係
I think I might even go Magus. Early few ledge pressure, like you are guaranteed to be really in a solid spot against Goth.
哥德
absolutely fine against Vietnamese as well.
你敢唔敢攞呢個馬出嚟？
With the unique units, with the cap archers that are great. I mean, they are strong.
I'm too scared. I'm going Magus.
定係
if I'm Jordan.
馬扎爾
Okay.
And if I'm Dogao, I don't know how crazy I am. Like
he's gonna go God, I think. No? Like
頭先啊 Jordan 點頭啦已經。
more or less similar against both. Like better against the Mayans and against Machiars. Obviously better is Machiars, but Vietnam is better. Might be a little bit better than Gods against potentially Machiars.
Did I just say something and didn't realize? Whoopsie.
I don't know.
Apparently.
頭先啊，呢個雙方都要賭啊，即係揀咩文明出嚟。
Yeah, Dogao still pretty confused.
So against Magyars, against potential Magyars, Vietnam a little bit better than Gods.
究竟會唔會搞個哥德出嚟玩嘢？即係臨尾一鋪，即係 all in 啊！呢個時候。
I don't see Goth. Yeah.
Well, I want to see Gods
即係
actually.
揀個哥德出嚟。
But I want to see them.
Yeah. I want to see them, but I don't see them, especially on Arabia. Something like an enclosed, I could see some wild scenarios where you can play them, but on Arabia,
心理戰
it feels like
究竟會揀咩？
some very open generations you can just
末日 option 啊！呢個時候。
Has to be Vietnamese.
Let's see what is going to happen.
但係我覺得為咗觀眾起見，我覺得佢應該要揀個哥德嘅，至少即係輸嘅話都冇所謂咁啦。感覺上即係睇落刺激下觀眾個眼球，即係攞個哥德出嚟。 但係佢呢度因為係出線嘅，如果佢贏一場應該係多幾錢啊？係咪多2000蚊美金？即係攞皮幾嘢走去賭呢一鋪啊！即係攞個哥德出嚟。 即係好似係多2000美金啊！出咗線，即係16強去呢個8強。我冇記錯嘅話。 2000蚊美金攞哥德出嚟賭。
Well, not Jordan. It's the winner of the set.
The winner of this one, yeah. Togao or Jordan versus Tato versus Hera, and then well,
真係令人失望，即係攞越南嘅嘢冇大志。
Vietnam, not Gods. So we don't see the Gods.
Okay.
但係先係阿拉伯可以偷豬啊！
More sense, yeah.
Ratan Archer, beautiful unit. So we have
嗱，為咗贏，
Vietnam.
肯定要嘅呢啲偷嘢，
Jordan goes for Magyars. I think
即係
Vietnam's
錢
also an option,
即係唔係講玩，
really
唔係
good
講
at
笑，
everything. Archer-wise, right? He needs Imperial skirmishers could be an option.
直接衝出去偷嘢啊！
Also,
即係
Vietnamese
偷
like
豬
not
偷
having
羊，
crazy
即係轉一個圈先。
the massive eagle play.
咁然之後咧就行翻屋企，
Where's the? I want to see the unit. I'm
即
just.
係越南人就係咁樣
I
玩。
want to really see the unit. I think he's gonna go.
Magyars.
即係如果貪心少少嘅，就係拖多個村民出嚟。
Control the game. This is also where Jordan like
即
really
係有咩事
shines, right?
美國佬會搞掂。
Scouts going for the counterattacks. That's what brought him back into the game as well, right? You saw those scouts that didn't find the initial kills, but made it really weird for Dogao to control.
高處未算高。
He's going to appear in a moment. He's going to appear in a moment. It's gonna be the Magyars Azar or the Plume Archer.
即係心紅少少，
Where's the production? Oh,
即係拖個村民出去圍下人哋資源。
put it there. We don't know yet, guys. We don't know yet.
But we have
But
to
the
say
game
the draft had to be
nowadays.
better for Jordan, right? Oh, and
哇，馬亞喎，居然
I think this means that we won't see like massive commitment in the archer direction.
Castle.
Right?
呢個咪5-5波啊？呢
You
個
go for either eagles
呢個 matchup
or you switch into eagles early Imperial Age, and we see obviously the opening here with the archer range regardless for Jordan and Togao going for the archer range.
睇下先 ，Jordan 打咩啊？
Ladies and
咁啊，
gentlemen,
一開波就撳咗兩隻鷹出嚟先。
Jordan as a yellow on the left.
咁啊，然之後咧就加咗個射箭場。
On the right with Mayans for Jordan, Vietnam for Dogao. Decided game, trying to take the hill a little bit and kill
So
that
much
one.
damage.
唔夠抽啊！呢個
Dogao has
拖村民
68% win
2打1
rate. Mayans in 2022.
呢個係低地嚟喎，好似死啊！Jordan 蝕
So he
底
knows
啊
how！strong they are.
死啦，玩完啦，心態崩啊！
They are. Yeah, but how about Vietnam and how about
唔係
Jordan?
喎，Jordan 點解啊冇嘢？
Mayans, Mesocivic, they're
依家
always very good.
係黑暗時代，
He's already taking the
即係嗰
deals.
啲加成都有嘅，所以你見佢啱啱多咗一個村民。
His castle age
我唔記得
approach.
咗嘅啫。
Even more being that important, like it's the third game, it seems that they are going for the castle age. And look, he's not going to be housed ever again in this game.
Could we zoom out even
哇
a bit
瘋狂
further
圍牆
here? Because like how many votes are we taking? This is 3. This is a wall with 4 villagers for
villages.
Dogao and
4
Jordan.
咁啊，
on the other
馬
side, I think is
嘅
rolling with 4 villages as
資
well.
源係持續耐啲嘅，
3, 4, 4.
即係食鹿啊嗰啲嘢都幾抵嘅，食鹿食果伐木。
Their civilization will be stronger in the late game.
And you think he's going to be
咁啊，越南咧就係經濟加啊，唔係經濟嗰啲科技咧就係唔需要木材啊嘛，好似。
details, really detailed. Jordan is
等下先，直接係起市集賣石頭升級啦。
market is what?
雙方都係買，咁但係咧就 Jordan 呢度咧係兩村民起市集㗎，
This is a rush for
邊個
time.
快啲啊？
And I think that
邊個
kind
撳
of
掣先？
means that
其實好似依家呢個版本唔係差好遠嘅。
3 archers.
其實應該唔係差好遠。依家呢個版本。咁啊，你見到道交咧直接賣晒㗎啦。咁啊，而且係略略調一調資買咗少少食物添啊。咁啊 ，Jordan 呢邊咧就啱啱應該起完市集嘅，但係就佢賣唔賣啊？哇！你睇下越南嗰個咁快就已經可以升上去啦，真係快脆。咁啊，部隊咧係我唔知係咪因為 Jordan 出咗3隻鷹啊，即係略略使咗啲錢。咁啊，直接上城啦。咁啊 ，Jordan 呢邊好似形勢普普通通。咁但係咧，我記得之前 Mr. Yo 話咧，就係如果你對住啲英文名咧，你好少話特別去前置 BK 嘅，即係因為如果你話真女招降又唔知招乜嘢咁樣。咁然之後咧，人哋咧求其即係爆啲鷹可以處理咗你嗰啲乜鬼嘢，即係輕頭真女嗰味嘢。但係佢賣咗石喎，即係可以打咩？即係賣咗石應該都係強攻㗎啦，我諗。睇下先，雙方都賣石啦。咁啊 ，Jordan 咧係繼續督呢個鷹出嚟嘅，你見到。睇下先，佢呢個係唔知係咪3、4軍營爆鷹。先啊，咁啊呢個工兵數咧比人哋少啊，咁啊，即係人哋都果斷追住你嚟打，但係呢啲鷹唔係，即係呢啲工兵係唔緊要啦，因為佢係爆鷹嘅。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。其實你見到人哋咁樣送工兵，然之後你 check 下佢可能，但係佢升咗攻喎都，會唔會估佢唔用？係就係後面加咗個軍營啊！你見到好似幾多個軍營啊？3軍營。咁啊啲鷹咧係數出去啦，但係咁啱得咁巧，俾人望到，真係運氣唔好，俾人提早望到啊！咁啊，越南可以加個馬房先啊，如果真係打鷹嘅話。咁啊，升級個老兵加呢個義工。即係貪尾唔夠快脆。睇下先啊，走一走走。咁啊，資源係有嘅，咁啊可以升個鷹，但係夠唔夠升2防啊？升個鷹唔夠，2防唔夠錢。呢個冇乜損失，冇所謂啊。咁啊 ，Jordan 咧有500幾木啊，好多錢。加咩啊？哇！呢度仲加射箭場。嚇！純工兵可以打贏鷹嘅咩？定係靠卡位嘅？等先，唔係喎，佢轉馬弓喎，原來咁潮啊！但係馬弓打鷹都唔錯嘅喺城堡時代，但係去到帝王時代就唔係好掂嘅好似，但係城堡時代好似都 OK 嘅。但係呢個有啲型棍，咁啊嚟啦，防升好啦，咁啊移動速度都有啦。衝啦！咁啊，直接包上去，咁呢堆工兵應該可以吞㗎啦。吞唔吞到啊？好似唔錯。nice nice， 咁啊唔錯唔錯，咁啊未死至少。咁啊經濟咧係40村對44。咦？點解 Jordan 死咗村民咩？哇！唔係死唔去嘛？呢度死唔去有啲濕滯呢堆嘢，居然包唔死。咁啊，拖村民去起 BK 啦。Jordan 係停村嘅喎，佢呢個打法。等先，大鑊啦！加咩啊？繼續加軍營，好似有啲大鑊啊！咁啊，依家咧就係靠呢個村民睇下可唔可以偷雞起到個 BK 啦，即係只要啲鷹有位入去就得㗎啦。但係因為人哋10隻馬弓啦，已經好似唔係好對路喎。咁啊 ，Jordan 終於重新開始慢慢撳翻村民先，至少即係有經濟多餘錢，終於撳村啦，可以。 但係形勢好似有啲唔掂。其實馬打英爆得唔得㗎？即係正路呢一招係亞茲專用㗎嘛。
Still pretty solid, will get to reasonable numbers pretty quickly. I think he can clear up the crossbow numbers pretty easily.
清唔清到啊？呢度佢會俾馬公拉死晒啲嘢啊！等先，咁啊馬公發現即係 sorry 啊，咁啊調轉頭走。哇！雙線拉打。依家就係靠個 BK 仲未出兵啊，應該係起好㗎啦，好似。出個輕頭，還可以。咁啊，部隊數係17對20嘅。咁啊，經濟咧就因為 Jordan 停咗好耐村㗎啦。佢呢個停村咧就唔係因為佢唔夠手速啊，係因為佢要好多支去爆兵啊。咁但係即係呢個有少少慢性自殺 feel， 即係一打唔掂就冇㗎啦呢度。出咩啊？出一個輕頭。話對面馬公越嚟越多啦，有啲濕滯。同埋你因為出嘅係輕頭咧，即係你要幫手打馬公又好似唔係好 work。等先，呢度靚啦，唔係邊個靚啦？道交做到嘢，即係佢依家啱啱個馬公向前衝，然之後俾人片咗幾下。咁你見佢依家暫時，喂呢度得唔得？呢度得唔得 ？Jordan， 哇！唔中啊！好可惜啊！話啱啱如果佢打中嘅話就形勢大變啊，但係暫時好似都還可以。唉 ，Jordan 佢即係打開籃球啊，居然射唔中，有冇搞錯？咁喺呢個時候咧，你見到道交呢邊其實中唔中啊？都係唔中 ，fuck！ 佢已經2下唔中啦，大佬。咁啊，部隊數係23對17，唔係喎，道交冇黃金出兵喎，佢乜鬼嘢？佢依家咧佢有市集賣木材噶嘛？等陣先，形勢略地轉緊去 Jordan 呢邊。即係雖然佢係停村嘅，但係佢部隊 keep 住一路係領先對面成倍啦已經。其實佢一早就開始轉少少馬咪好咯，即係。哇！佢呢個村民仲要未死，即係呢個村民可以做好多嘢，即係起下屋、起下哨塔。咁啊，衝入去啦，準備。咁啊，馬公得翻8隻啦，即係冇啦。咁啊，數量俾人削得太多啦，即係呢個部隊數。即係你連打英都唔夠打啦，咁樣即係本身都幾好打啊，但係啱啱佢嗰個道交回頭啊！咁啊，然之後咧就啲馬公死咗7七八八啦，死啦，玩完啦！依家有啲咩兵可以打英啊？即係馬公數量唔夠多嘅話打唔入嘅。咁然之後就係即係正路應該前線會有少少馬幫下手頂嘅，但係好似都冇錢。咁啊，黃金喺前面㗎，俾人壓住就即係瓜㗎啦已經。Jordan 居然可以打翻嚟啊！真係又係一個奇局嚟啊！呢一鋪，好入去咯。咁啊，黃金仲有冇啊？咁啊，左手邊有個金位嘅，但係就應該食唔到噶啦，喺出邊啊，好似應該呢個位應該食唔到噶啦，咁樣真係慘。即係點解可以形勢咁好，然之後一嘢就冇咗啊？無啦啦。咁啊，部隊數係38對14嘅，咁啊 Jordan 咧係完全唔出村民噶啦，即係淨係攞晒啲錢爆兵，仲可以得幾個村民喎。咁啊，部隊哇，好彩。咁啊呢度咧就有2隻騎兵，咁啊去秒咗呢個輕頭先嘅，咁但係。其實都還可以啊，我覺得 Jordan 依家咧係唔知道究竟道家仲有幾多兵嘅，所以佢唔敢衝入去啦。但係其實佢可以，哇呢度穿咗啦已經。正面點算啊？咁啊 Jordan 係咪應該要分啲兵穿入嚟幫手打下？即係反正都係。喺邊啊啲兵？咁啊打緊多線，原來喺側邊殺緊伐木位。咁啊再嚟一波英啊！即係村民係到依家都冇加過咁啊，48隻村啊！但係殺下之後咧，就對面啲村仲少。 哇！呢個穿窿啊，亦都好似冇啦，打唔入啦已經。睇下知唔知啊？哦 ，GG well play， 2-1，哇！即係前面形勢咁好，然之後又瓜咗啦，即係唔知咩事。呢個真係神奇呢一鋪。
It looked like maybe Dogao could have finished him.
He's not happy.
No, he's relieved.
He's not as mad because he's really.
其實打馬弓都幾過癮嘅，但係實際我見啲人大部分咧都係出呢個老兵加騎嘅，即係無啦啦走去轉一波馬弓。
Jordan is going to face either Tato or Hera. We'll see that tomorrow. The draw probably going to be live this night.
What
or at least you will
series.
see that. Whoa, what a good
What
set.
exciting series. Have you enjoyed? Hopefully you have enjoyed. We have enjoyed a lot. I'm sweating.
哇！真係兩鋪都係非常驚險。
Well, and the previous, I mean, the series has been fantastic, and it was looking rough, like the comeback. But Mayans are Mayans. I know it's a simple statement.
Eagles are eagles, is something I would say as well. Yeah. Oh man, and Morash looked pretty tricky for him as well, right? After the Archer ball was there, so Jordan basically like 2 comebacks. Game number 1 really shaky, crazy set.
Crazy set, absolutely crazy set. Mayans are Mayans, that's absolutely truth. But how difficult are the Eagles if you really don't have?
咁啊，之後咧應該係 Leary 打 Valis 啊，好似。
non-stop. Eagles non-stop. And ladies and
其實
gentlemen,
佢個 schedule 係溝亂咗。
they are ready. And Mr. Riley is going to see what Jordan has to say about his victory.
Thanks. Welcome here back to our caster station. I'm with Jordan, and Jordan, holy moly, we got our money's worth from that series. I tell you what, congratulations on the win. What's in your head? What's on your heart right now?
Obviously, the heart is pumping very heavily right now. Games were super tough against Dogao. Yesterday, after I lost against MBL 2-0, I was very disappointed because I think I have prepared way more, and MBL just kicking me 2-0 was really tough for me. And obviously, I knew coming in today it was going to be very tough because I had to play 2 very good sets, first against Kingston and then against Dogao. So yeah, a lot of relief is coming on right now.
I mean, how do you deal with that pressure? There are some players who kind of thrive under it. What's your approach?
哇！真係 Jordan 打咗兩鋪逆轉，
having to win out essentially.
Yeah.
Does that play with your head?
Yeah, I think
個 feel 一定好正，即係呢啲。
the more pressure is on, the more
即係打順風反而個 feel 冇咁好啊！即係打逆轉係最 high。
Exactly.
Turning into a diamond.
Let's go.
Yes.
And all of a sudden I was green and then bam.
Beautiful. I want to talk about these games that we've seen here. Going down early to the Franks as the Berbers, pushing back the Camel Archers.
Yeah.
Camel Archers can be nightmarish for the Franks. Obviously, it's good against their halbs, good against their knights. What went wrong for you with the Camel Archers?
I think the main issue was that I was losing a lot of villagers in the middle. So Dogao did a nice job sniping a lot of villagers there.
係先啊，佢講緊第一場。
So he kind of anticipated me to switch to camels. Therefore, he then went for the halberdiers. I think if I continue building camel archers and have 3 castles producing them, I think I should be in a good spot. But yeah, very well done by him.
哇！咁啊，聽到 Jordan 話咧，就本來 keep 住有幾個城堡爆下呢個駱駝宮嘅話都唔錯，但係即係咁啱就俾佢打晒。
Chips are down and you're not feeling too good. But then after you won game 2, you looked really cranky.
Yeah, I know. I was like, how did I win that game, right? Because I thought I was.
Jordan 都估唔到自己第二鋪可以贏。
I was like, whoa, that's something I did not expect at all. Usually you have a feeling if your opponent goes to Castle Age or not. I did not that time, and I was like, whoa, what is happening? And I think in a later game I would have just called it there. But I was like, okay, biggest tournament of Age of Empires 2 history. I want to give it all. And yeah, don't ask me how I was able to pull it off because I have no idea.
Well, let's talk about, maybe if you don't have an idea how it ended, let's talk about how it started, game number 2. Double barracks opening. Have you got anything to tell us about that, or you kept playing that one a bit close to your chest for the time being?
Well, the thing is, obviously one of the big heads of my team members, Daud, he came up with that strategy.
原來係 Dose 教佢玩嘅呢個雙軍營，
Who's quite arrogant or thinks a lot of themselves.
Okay, so
did you
that's
mean it in that
no,
way, or
定係賴嘅？
person who is very smart.
Okay, look, maybe
佢話 Dose 好似好醒咁樣，然之後佢話推薦呢個戰術俾 Jordan 用。
So I was like, okay, let's try that because I think it's very, very strong. But
咁但係好似 Jordan 都覺得呢招都好似幾勁，
defense there.
今日攞嚟用。
Obviously, there were some slip-offs from my side, but overall, the early stage was definitely hugely in favor of Dogao. And I was like, okay, losing game number 1, which I should have won, and then game number 2, going into the game with a very bad start. And I was like, okay, Jordan, what's now?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Time to pull out Jordan's special sauce, and that's certainly what you did. Final question here on game number 3. Vietnamese.
真係好彩佢呢個居然冇心態爆。
Popular choice for Cav Archers, but they can still obviously be deadly in mass numbers. More broadly, what's the response to Cav Archers? What's your immediate way to deal with them?
I think the most important thing in those kind of situations is, especially if you're an Eagle player, you have to spread the attention. So if you're fighting one-on-one, he's always going to be outrunning and out-microing you. So my idea was, okay, I have to pull his attention away. So I was able to do so. And I had also a very fortunate engagement when he had the crossbow and the CA on my gold. I was able to engage there. I had the slight momentum, and if you get the momentum as the Eagle player, then it's really hard to come back. And also I'm very happy because I was deciding, okay, do you want to do the siege workshop forward or passively? I was like, okay, if I want to win this game with the strategy which I have committed to, I have to have it forward, like all in. And yeah, that worked out pretty well for me.
Worked out pretty well, and you've had an astonishing day after obviously what was probably a disappointing start yesterday, Jordan.
就係偷起 BK。
Well done. Can't wait to see you in the quarters, mate.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us, Jordan. We're going to jump over here now and check in with T90, who, I mean,
就係啱啱佢喺度教人打呢個，即係用鷹打馬弓。即係最緊要就係引開人注意，然之後就嘗試即係開戰。
His skill as a player that he was able to turn around what at one point could have been a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, I mean, both game 2 and game 3, he could have lost. In fact, there were instances where people in the back room were saying that he was going to lose game number 2, right? So, I mean, Dogao played incredible. Obviously, hats off to him. But yeah, Jordan, like he said, there were moments where he reminded himself, this is like the most important moment for me. Let's make it happen. He really used that extra focus.
Really interesting to see his response to that, because some players, and look, it's just human nature, right? Some players buckle under that. Some players, that gets in their head and they realize, no, I can't do this. I'm not this person. Jordan, I'm not surprised to see his mental fortitude enabled him to pull through that really difficult spot. So
yeah, I agree.
Let's have a look at some vision here. T90, you've chosen some key moments from the 3 games that we've seen here, and I want you to give us your perspective on some of the action. As soon as we've got that vision ready, we'll be able to share it with people.
係先啊，佢哋仲喺度分析緊啱啱嗰鋪，即係意猶未盡。
Has had an uphill battle so far.
Yeah, I mean, and game 1 is going to be mainly about Dogao. Obviously, there's a lot of different things that we could talk about in this one, but Jordan decided to go immediately in early castle age for the unit that you want as the Berbers. That's what made this game so crazy. He's going for the Camel Archer. His opponent was going to play into Pikeman and Knight. Berbers are typically going to go for Camels mixed in with their own Knights, and that play from Dogao would have been perfect. So, you know, again, you know, lots of conversations. We're all back there trying to predict how things are going. It was even hidden away. Like, he hid that castle, which led to some confusion from Dogao. And, you know, Camel Archers eventually come out. Eco is going to come up behind this. But, man, Dogao's Eco in this game was so good. So he's going to place a TC here. That's TC number 3. Typically, you want the 3rd TC to be on stone because you want a castle early in the middle. And that's especially if you feel like you're going to lose control. So Dogao is basically like, this unit, which should massacre me, is not going to be just enough, quite enough for me. I guess. I mean, it was insane. Lots of pressure here in the middle from Jordan as he tries to whittle his way around here with the Camel Archers. I think like the only awkward thing for Jordan, you have 7 base attack on the Camel Archers. That's great, but you have to pay attention to it. And so Dogao's got 42 on food at the moment versus like 23, and that's the difference between the Knight player and between the Camel Archer player, which I think is what kept Dogao in this game.
Yeah, he did exceptionally well in game number 1 to take this out in what could have been very adverse circumstances. So full credit to him for that. And on a map where, you know, the Franks can really seize advantage and generate a huge amount of value. You know, Middle Berries, nice open map for cavalry, that sort of thing. But ultimately, Jordan's Berber play didn't punish the Frank player as much as it could have.
Well, he couldn't control the game because Dogao just insisted upon like splitting groups. Again, if you listen to Jordan's interview, he said he did that later with Eagles, but you know, the Knights were continuously in Jordan's economy. And even though the castle did end up going up in that all-important middle area, Jordan he paid the price for that. Because it did reach a point, and we're pretty much getting to this right about here, where those camel archers are almost one-shotting the Knights, and it's looking really difficult. And keep in mind, there's unique techs, which means they produce faster out of castles, and also they heal up over time as well. So like just a crazy unit.
Well, a crazy unit for the fact that it's completely ahistorical as well. People never shot.
That was my point. Why don't we talk about that?
I mean,
I'm a huge historian.
And that's right. Horse archer's perfect for that sort of thing because when they gallop, they lift all 4 legs off the ground, a nice stable firing platform. Camels, disaster. You'd never hear anything. People used to ride camels, get off them, shoot from the ground, get back on them like that. But,
I know.
But as you well know, Tristan.
Where's Microsoft?
No, I mean, can we talk to someone about this?
I think we should.
Yeah. Camel archer nerf, please, now. Get them dismounted, firing like that, then we can, you know.
Look at this, though, from Dogao. He's got, so not only did he tread down the initial castle, with 4, by the way, not 1, not 2, he committed, and then he just followed it up, and he had just enough to take out the next castle. So that's 2 castles down from the Berbers, and while heavy camel's in, he's already got halberdier to counter that, and the camel archers are not something you have to be worried about if your opponent can't really make more of them. I mean, from the castle on the gold, he also had outposts down here and vision on a TC. I'm not sure we're going to see that, but Dogao was just everywhere. It was truly, right before this, I tweeted, like, Valis just played, like, the best defensive macro play that I think I might have seen so far over the last couple days. And then Dogao was just like, hey.
he held onto that title for about 15 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's move on to game number 2. This was Dravidians, Bulgarians on Morass, and it was here that we saw this double barrack opening from Jordan.
Yeah, so I think Mapu put on Dogao's Fog of War here. Mem might have prompted him to do that, and he didn't know it was double barracks originally. So you expect the 1 barracks because of all the shorefish being in the middle, and so the double range was likely to counter that, but double barracks was interesting. But the most exciting thing for me, I mean, we're going to see action here, but finally we got to see something that was prepared by big-headed Doubt, apparently.
Yeah, big-headed Doubt.
Big-headed Doubt.
In the English and the German sense.
And when I say you know, prepared by Doubt, I meant Gamer Legion as a whole. They obviously talked a lot about the 2 weeks that they were there, and I honestly, apart from like Dravidians being used in some unique scenarios, I hadn't really seen a ton from Gamer Legion yet that said they were like coming up with more unique things. And I'm sure there's going to be more things out there.
This is right. Like as the tournament develops, as we get really towards the spiky, the top end of town, the really huge matches, I think we're going to see some stuff pulled out of the back pocket.
The game changer here for me, because there were a lot of swings in this game, it was Jordan having 3 to 4 on stone and this counterattack. Because the towers neutralized that offensive army, and he recognized ahead of time, the archers are going to show up, my towers are going to defend, he is to run back, I'm going to hit him elsewhere. And again, the theme of the series possibly is just mobility and how you can use that in a game mode where we still very much see a lot of infantry and archer, which is slow. It was impressive from Jordan. Also, this fight, both Tato and Viper back there were like, oh, that's not good. He should go back now. He should go back now. And then the upgrades start coming in, and still Jordan commits, and like he killed like almost this entire army.
Yeah.
Because of the full upgrades there on those scouts. That was a really important moment for Jordan.
Well, I think and the mini-map kind of reflects the point I'm wanting to make here. Jordan's map control.
Yeah.
Grabbing that center, holding onto it, defending it from the raids, and also still being proactive himself.
And he's dead. He's like dead here. Look, 71 population versus 53. I think the tough thing for Dogao is he's like, I have to move around. I have to kill. I have to kill. I think if he stays there, obviously, he has an opportunity to kill some villagers. But his problem was he's going for a death ball push with siege. His opponent doesn't have siege yet, and he had to leave his elephants. So there's a couple moments where Jordan's able to snipe the elephants, and then everything behind that is protected. I mean, I really think that if those crossbowmen and the pikemen, had they not killed those vills there, and they just would have protected that elephant, the siege workshop, the tower, all that's down. And again, it's 6 military versus 28. Dogao would win this game.
But I think this fits into the broader picture of what we've seen here in Heidelberg so far in a really interesting way. We've characterised these games as being very aggressive. We've characterised the posture adopted by most players as proactivity, mobility, getting in your opponent, up in your opponent's grill. It's nice to see that that's not necessarily how all these games are going to be won. Jordan clung onto the cliff face here and hauled himself back up slowly but steadily and ultimately turned this game around when he could have, as you mentioned before, very easily lost it.
Yep, now is the siege out at this point. So he's able to hold a little bit. I say that as he's losing siege, but obviously still is the tower, still has the potential to make more, and very similar to the counterattack from the scouts earlier, expanding with the Krepos. And the Krepos was always going to be part of the game plan for Bulgarians. You'll see Bulgarians used a lot on Atacama to control wood. This map, I mean, Jordan barely had farms. It's about the food in the middle. I think a big reason Dogao was actually able to stay alive for so long is because his army didn't really cost a lot of food at this stage. Yes, pikemen do, of course, but lots of crossbowmen were huge. But I mean, so many important moments. Elephants go for the castle here. But look, Jordan's ready. Like, the defensive mindset from him was really smart. And I think even losing this castle was just such an expensive loss for Dogao.
And this is what I'm pleased to see, right? Because we want a diversity of gameplay. We want different strategies coming into focus, and it can't all just be immediate, you know, throw everything you've got at the opponent and hope that it's going to be enough. And I'm really impressed by Jordan, as you mentioned, his defensive mindset going into this game, recognizing that there still was a path to victory, holding on, keeping himself, you know, bolstered against these.
即係呢一鋪咁樣都可以逆轉，真係神奇。
And again, we're seeing a diversity of gameplay.
Yeah, so Vietnamese was an interesting pick. I could be wrong.
呢一鋪又係。
There's been some B stream action, but I think it's the first time I've seen them played so far.
It's the first time it's definitely the first time we've seen them on the main stream.
Okay.
For sure.
Yep. So anyways, obviously like a new thing for a lot of our audience, and Vietnamese are known for being very good with archers, as are the Mayans. So. I picked this moment because both players recognized we've got to win that market race, basically. And we saw quite a bit of buying and selling there. But, you know, right here it looks standard, but I think this is where Dogao's scouting and recognition of what should come from this type of situation is important. So, first off, he has more archers. He also has more HP on his archers, and obviously he does a great job catching this out. And not only that, I think he loses 1 while killing 4 or killing 5.
I mean, it's a great exchange.
Yeah, great exchange. You just saw that scout there, though. So we've also obviously fast-forwarded ahead. I think he had to sense Eagle. And most people, if they sense Eagle, are going to go like double barracks, long swordsman, or they at least add a stable. Because I really felt like he had a...
咁啊，聽到 T90 都話啦，即係至少都有個馬房啊。 即係然之後佢走去轉馬弓。
It could have had a few knights potentially. He chose to go to cav archery, which I actually love, but
not something we always see in Vietnam.
Yeah. But people forget the foot archers have more HP, but so do the cav archers. So they like I think they have 80 HP on their cav archers with full upgrades and Castle Age. Nilly's like very emphatically shaking his head up and down behind Riley there. So, but yeah, you know, and then Jordan kind of again said it in his interview. He got gotten in at this point and done a lot of damage, but he split focus, and when you've got 1 ball of cav archers, you can't put out every fire.
Yeah, and I think that's the important thing to note in a general sense, right? Dealing with the big ball of CA, Jordan gave us that advice, zoom out, take a bigger picture, because you're going to lose those individual engagements.
好醒嘅呢度。咁啊，英打馬弓好難打，即係人哋 group 埋一齊。
He played his guts out. He was down but not out, and he has found his way, I would say deservedly so, through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and he lost the first game, came back 1-2. I don't know if we've seen a lot of that yet.
No.
Granted, it's just best of 3s. And he was losing every game, at least partially at some point. That last one, you know, it would depend obviously on a few factors. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Jordan will do going forward.
Really thrilling stuff from him. Thanks so much, T90. We're going to move back over now to the other casting
係先啊嘛，應該係
And mate, I guess you've had a second or two to sort of
準備下一組人啦。
decompress a little bit after what we've seen. I want your take. I want your take on Jordan. His performance yesterday, a little lackluster, sort of had his pants pulled down by MBL a little bit, but he came back today and he fought so hard to get to where he is now.
Yeah, especially like for him, like so much was on the line, right? We saw him struggling in the first qualifier, right? And now he kind of had to live through that again against MBL yesterday, right? Where we had like great expectations already, like envisioning being in Heidelberg, and suddenly like, no, you're not even going through in the first qualifier. And now we put him into the same spot. MBL probably like considered to be unprepared, and suddenly Jordan loses 2-0 in like not very stylish fashion. That's some mental strength to come back like this, how he did today.
I spoke to Jordan about the qualifiers. For those of you who don't know, Jordan had a very, very rough go of things in the qualifiers to actually get here. There were 2 rounds of qualifiers. He was a clear favourite, probably number 1, number 2, right up there, right? And he bombed out pretty spectacularly against Ganji.
Correct.
And who, full credit to Ganji, played an absolute blinder against him, right? Before ultimately not, he didn't obviously convert on that all the way, but still, Ganji put in a clinic. And I spoke to Jordan about how he recovered from that because he'd been
Ganji 啊，Ganji 喺 qualify 打贏 Jordan 啊，好似。
The hard work he was putting in, and nearly he just stopped. He stepped back. He told me he went down to the mountains. He lives in Bavaria, so he went and walked through the Alps to try to recenter himself. And he came back without the scrutiny of the stream, without the pressure. This guy knows how to center himself when it counts and play to those big moments.
Yeah, and that's what we saw after game 1 as well, right? He like was so in, like, it feels weird to say, but like inner peace and accepted the situation, and he knew if I just play to my very best, I can win 2 games against Dogao, and that he did. It was still a shaky game 2, right?
Yeah.
And game 3 was shaky as well. Like honestly, like it could have been a 3-0 for Dogao in a best of 3, but like Jordan made it happen.
Yeah. And I want to talk quickly about Dogao as well, because that is the end of the road for him here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy. But this bloke has done really well, particularly under the circumstances. Nearly, I'm sure you've got a perspective on how he played and how he's conducted himself. I think we can all look at Dogao and really, I mean, he should be proud of what he's achieved.
Yeah, absolutely. Like crazy performance, obviously stepping in very, very late notice, right? And like basically Monday he was told, get over here, like very short. And he obviously played the qualification, knew about this, but it was tough for him to adjust to the new balance changes that we had like 3 weeks ago. Some civilizations now way stronger, some civilizations a bit weaker. And to adjust to that, he picked Arabia because he felt he was so strong on it and put on a great performance. Could have been a top 8 in the biggest Age of Empires tournament ever, and would have been deserved.
Very, very close to it, and on such short notice, I think he can walk away with his head held high. Congratulations to Gowan getting as far as you did, but commiserations in that this is the end of the road for you. We've still got plenty of quarterfinal slots to give away, of course, and one of the people that will be contesting them very, very heavily is the 2-time Red Bull champion, Leary. This bloke largely considered to be one of the best, if not the best, when it comes to the Empire Wars format that we're playing here in Heidelberg. We got the chance to catch up with Leary, get his thoughts and perspectives on this tournament, format, and everything else to Red Bull Wololo. So we're going to hear from Leary right now. On the other side of that, we've got more Age of Empires coming your way.
I'm Leary, I'm 20 years old, and I'm from Austria. I kind of feel good about not having to play qualifiers, you know. Obviously it gives you some practice and some preparation for the tournament itself, but at the same time it's easy to pick up wrong things as well. Wrong strategies, wrong metas, wrong things where you think it works out and then the main event doesn't work out. I prepared, well, mentally, the casual routines, you know, living my life basically, and well, age-wise, I just practiced some sets here and there, you know, some different players, took a different approach this time, and let's see how it works out. I know my matchups and the players I'm going to face, but I feel like I have the tougher group, in my opinion. I feel like it was tougher before already, and now it's even more tougher. But you know, like, if I want to win the whole event, I have to beat everyone anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't have a feared opponent. There are people who are harder to beat for me, like everyone else. There are people who I think match better up against, but there's no one I fear. I feel confident in myself, you know, like confident against everyone. If I have a good day, if I perform, I can beat everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Well, I guess you've stayed tuned, but we have Valis versus Leary coming right up, and it is me, Dave, and Tristan, T90 official over here, that will be taking you through the rest of the matches tonight. I mean, Valis put on a show earlier, right?
Big time.
Defensive show, especially that hold, that incredible hold with Byzantines, and then the hold as well with 30 or 40 crossbows, whatever he had with Lithuanians. But Daniel is not Leary.
I think it's going to be more interesting than people think. You're spot on. We're going to send it to the draft here and see what these civilizations are going to be. Man, I mean, so you got to remember, guys, I think Sato was up 1-0.
Oh,
in that
Sato.
series.
Sorry. I said Daniel. Same team, different person.
They're basically the same from a different country. I'm kidding, guys. They like us. We're good. We're going to start the draft here. We've got Valis, the, I think, 20 or 21-year-old Finn, who has some crazy confidence and macro, as you saw in the gameplay. And he's going to ban out Atacama from Leary. I don't blame him at all.
Yeah, Atacama is one of Leary's favorite maps. I would say Leary and Kapach.
Yep.
They both love that map. And we see a ban now from Leary of Northern Isles, so he doesn't want any of the water shenanigans. He wants Valis, I think, as close to him as possible, where he can get him right away.
Look at this. You say, don't want water shenanigans? Guess what? There's another water map.
Yep.
We have not seen this picked, at least on the main channel. So Shoal's getting picked up, and then Leary wasted no time with Arabia.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's the water element. It might just be the fact that Valis wants to be far away from Leary, right?
Yeah,
He doesn't want that pressure coming into him. I mean, Leary is one of the best players in the world when it comes to just micro, getting value out of low numbers of units and getting that momentum. And he is a Red Bull Wololo, 2-time Red Bull Wololo champion, 4-time Red Bull Wololo finalist. Valis, well, this is his first time at a LAN event, so it's a big task in front of him.
Yeah, but he's already on like borrowed time. He's already passed his possible dream. He has made it here. Now he's 2 wins away from going into a quarterfinal. And look at it this way: if he can beat Leary, he can beat anybody, right? That's got to be your approach. So imagine the confidence that you could have after the reverse sweep, going in here against Leary, who's looked a little shaky by his lofty standards.
Yeah, I was talking to Leary yesterday, and he said he didn't feel great yesterday. So hopefully he's feeling better today. I mean, some shaky results in the first set against Daniel. Daniel may be throwing his opportunity away a little bit in that. And then, of course, we saw the set against Tato, where he kind of, well, Tato played really well.
Tato wiped the floor with him, quite honestly. Now Valis is a different type of player. While he did have quite a few crossbows in that game that we mentioned earlier, Dave, he's not the in-your-face crossbow player.
Yeah.
He's more the player who prefers to have 3 town centers behind, and he'll defend, and then suddenly his economy will be greater than you and push out. So if you like stylistic matchups, you probably want someone like Leary up against a player like Valis.
And we were kind of going nuts about it in the back room. It's not something we can share on the highlights, really, because it's not, it's not a sexy thing. But the farm placement from Valis, that man can drop 40 farms in 2 seconds, all perfectly placed. You are just full of envy.
And
right
that's
now.
coming. I was going to say that's coming from you, not me, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, that comes from me. People aren't going to be so impressed with
his macro is amazing.
Yeah, it is. And, his prioritization, I mean, we can go on and on about it. But we can also go on and on about how we will probably never see Aztecs played. They were so good in previous Empire War events. They became, a little bit stronger with recent balance changes. And so that's, I think, like 20 out of 20 bans right there.
And really good on Kawasan and Arabia. I mean, unlikely to be picked on Shoals, but Kawasan and Arabia, Aztecs, top tier civilization. So that's probably just a good ban from Leary to get a really overpowered or OP civ out of the way.
I think we have a bit of a bug with what's being shown on the graphic, as it was Gurjaros that was banned. Wait, now Dravidians is being banned anyways, so okay, well...
blind?
I mean, they really did me dirty there. We'll go back and we'll see if Valis banned Britons or Bengalis in a moment. I do want to say, though, as obviously we're talking about civs, I feel like so little has been said about Valis's name, which means whale in Finnish, and that awesome banner. That's such a cool banner. I think it might be my favorite.
Yep.
That's all you have to say is yep.
Hashtag free Valis.
I was hoping I'd get a lot more than a yup, but okay, that's fine.
Vietnamese band. Interesting.
It's, I guess, an archer civ you might not want to play with, and he might take. So.
I mean, he's banned Britons, Ethiopians, Vietnamese, and Tatars.
I love it.
So there's definitely a theme starting to take place here from Valis's bans, and he gets Franks as well as his first pick. Meanwhile, Leary has banned, as you said, Dravidians, Gujaras, Aztecs that we talked about, and Lithuanians. Maybe he was watching.
This is so important because remember how Leary drafted against
下先啊，屈機明明都 ban 晒啦。法國啊，又係擺尖停。
And now he goes Byzantine Saracens. I
等
wasn't
先，有啲
expecting
型
it,
喎，
but
咁
I
樣揀
like
嘅
the。picks.
I mean, Archer civilizations.
Yeah, and Byzantines also is the civilization that Valis used earlier in the day, and everyone's been using really well.
And you can just go, archers into crossbows. And that is Leary's comfort zone. And Arbalest with bomber cannons, and it's very, very nice. You can do that with both Saracens and Byzantines, as we see Bohemians. I think that's the first time we've seen that on the draft, but we haven't seen Shoals yet. And Bohemians, I know, was a very popular pick through the qualifiers with Shoals.
Leary, excuse me, picking humans? Again, I'm again a little shocked.
I like humans if you play them the aggression route, right?
Yeah,
Because your archer ranges are cheaper.
Yep.
I think you can get a fantastic opening, and then
哇！真係兩個屈機文明搶咗，
with your opponent, you just add that second
其實都唔係搶啊，即係人哋俾。
and start building up in eco. But I mean, Calisan in Arabia, Shoals.
Wow.
I don't know, maybe Cumans is just as
西西里人啊！
It could be. I mean, you know, he certainly, when I talk to him, as we see the fist bump there, and we see the magnificent trophy, we certainly, based on what he told me, he wished he would have gone aggressive. Sitting back with 2 town centers is just not how Leary plays.
I don't think Humans is a bad map on a close. I think it's quite, or a bad civ on a close. It's definitely not a bad map, but I think it's quite good, even for Leary's style, if you go aggressive first, right? You can't just sit behind that TC. Tato punished that so badly. Last civ we have to talk about was Sicilians being picked there from Valis. Another civ we haven't seen yet. Very, very strong in the previous iteration of Red Bull. Obviously, they've been nerfed a little bit with the bonus damage reduction being reduced. So it was a double reduction on that as the players walk on by to the main stage. Sicilians, though, an excellent counter to Byzantines. Possibly the only counter civ to Byzantines. A little bit.
I've had some, it's hard for me because there's a certain player who was on the B stream earlier who plays Byzantines all the time. And let me tell you, I've had some rough run-ins playing as the Sicilians against Byzantines. I don't try that anymore. But, you know, maybe. It's something certainly to keep in mind. And it is cool to see a couple of these civilizations finally feature. As I didn't really think we would see much new in the best of threes. Obviously, we'll see a lot different things.
We might see, I think we're going to see Bohemians on Shoals, but I don't know. And here comes Valis. He's making his grand entrance into the main stage for the second time today.
Yeah, second time. I mean, remember, he got completely stomped in the first game and then won 2 incredible games against Sato, sending him out of the tournament. And here he comes. And man, is he ready. Again, he has come so far, but he has so much left to accomplish. You know, the other thing is, too, I mean, yes, he's good. Yes, he's been in that top 20.
終於開始啦，捱咗咁耐。
When they bring up data and the stats on Leary and Valis, I wouldn't be surprised if they played less than 5 games together or against each other in 2022.
It might be a similar thing to, well, it's not going to be similar to Kingston.
No, it won't be
Viper,
like
but
that. It won't be
it
like
will
that.
be a low sample size.
就係 Valis 啱啱好似都幾鬼勁
I'm
下。
before, I'm sure they've met in team games before, but in tournament games, we don't know. I mean,
究竟 Leary 會唔會炒車？
production crew can grab those numbers for us as we have Leary now making his entrance onto the main stage. And Leary, I mean, like every time you watch this guy make an entrance, he just seems like it's a walk in the park for him.
A walk in the park, walk in the castle. What's the difference?
Exactly.
What's the difference?
He's got a little bit of swagger, a little bit of confidence, and why wouldn't you? 4-time Red Bull Wololo finalist and 2-time champion.
He did not feel good or look great yesterday. So will he be able to turn it around here? Is it just a day thing? Is it, you know, are you acclimating to the weather here? Or is it that you're just not in as good a shape as some of the other competitors? These are the questions that you have to ask yourself. Or actually, you should probably just forget all those details and just do your best. Don't think about it too much.
I think if you're Leary, the key to a matchup like this, when you go in favored against Valis, is not to overthink it.
Yeah.
You play the way that you know you can, and the way that you've played in the past, and I think your skill will be enough to overcome someone who might be a lower seed.
Yeah. I'm excited for Shoals. Now, ideally for Valis' sake, I suppose we'll never see Shoals because clearly he's got a strategy saved, and obviously if he wins game 1 and then he wins on Leary's home map, he's through and everyone in Finland screams and rejoices. But I think we're gonna see it, Dave. Like, I feel like we've got a bank on Shoals coming in. So you said Bohemians on Shoals.
It was very popular. Yeah,
Okay.
it's basically a fast castle map because you can't get to your opponent fast enough to do damage in Feudal Age. I think people generally realize that the water isn't really that valuable early in terms of the fish, because it's all shore fish. The water can be valuable late for map control, but what they're really going to be fighting over are those gold piles on the sides of the map.
Okay, yeah.
And Bohemians, well, they have a lot of options, right?
其實睇佢笑笑口咁樣狀態好似都 OK 嘅，但係尋日打到咁樣，
There's the stats there for you now.
即係
That was probably
俾人陰。
It was probably 2 Arabia
Two
games. Yeah.
哇！
Like I said, small sample size.
Yeah, and
咁啊呢個咧係對戰記錄0% 對呢個100% 啊，居然。
But if you were to compare Valdez's scorecard, you could call
即係呢個分數有啲凄涼。
other players who have already been knocked out. We had him lower.
Yes,
we
we
have
did.
experience all the way down there at 6. I can count today.
Yeah.
And then we've got macro at 7. That's got to be higher. He really deserves more points on those cards.
100%. His macro, I think this performance in this tournament already is going to bump that up at least by 1 point, if not 2. I mean, his macro is insane, and as long as it feels like as long as he can get into his comfort zone, he can just start trucking, you know? He can start churning out those TCs, the villagers, the farms, like we said, getting the food count up, and then late game military, push back the aggression.
I saw a little smile there. I wonder if they're in the lobby. It is possible that the admin is speaking to them as well. Leary didn't think the joke was as funny, I guess. But they'll be preparing here to start on game number 1, which is Arabia.
Alice probably got in and then 14 spammed.
There's no admin rule against that.
He's one of those.
All hail king of the losers.
Exactly.
That'd be so sick. That would be so sick. Oh man, well, I have to imagine that's not happening at the moment. We do have an interesting interview here set up as we have Leary getting prepared. Earlier, Riley was able to pick Valdez's mind a little bit.
My name is Juho, known as Valas, and I come from Finland.
下先有訪問喎，居然。
I qualified to the second open qualifier for Red Bull Wololo Legacy. Most of my preparation to Red Bull Wololo was to.
其實我都係中意睇舊嗰啲嘅，
I played a lot of games before.
但係 Emperor War 算係啲節奏快少少嘅，即係唔會種田種咁耐啊。
Against opponents that are playing in the tournament as well. My group is not an easy one, but I think I have a decent chance of making it through. My most feared opponent has to be one of the highly skilled, so I would say Leary Hera or Viper, because there is no aspect in the game that I can outplay them. I feel more confident against players who like to take it a bit slower, so it gives me more control of the game.
Well, we heard him there.
More control of the game 啊，係咪真係開始㗎啦？佢哋真係播嚟播去嗰啲嘢。
Someone who's slower, but yeah, he did say Leary, Hera, and Viper. Those not the players he wanted to face up against.
Yeah, and interesting point there. He said, I don't feel like I can beat them at any specific element of the game. But that, a lot of times, that isn't what you need to win in a setting like this. You just have to be a little bit better on that day, and they have to be a little bit worse on that day, or maybe your nerves are better than their nerves.
That's
or
true.
Maybe you're more prepared coming in. It's not always about those basic
stats,
you know, that we show there. Sometimes it's
呢個係另外一個，
mindset.
呢個另外一個印度。
Think about who's in his group, right?
係，總之幾個文明我全部都叫佢印度啦，即係呢個應該係印度 G 啊，好似係嘛？
A fairly decent chance to get out of the group with those players in that group. I mean, that's insane. It looks like Hindustanis for game number 1 on Arabia. Excited to talk about that, but let's see what Leary's thinking, or what he's chosen anyway.
We can't see his mouse pad from here, can we? I think he's
that the white on that mouse pad blinds me.
I think he's superstitious because that mouse pad is it's a theoretical.
唔係喎，啱啱講好似係印度 H 喎，唔係印度 G 喎。
Won KOTD and it won Red Bull and it won all these things. He's like, we've been through a lot together. I can't give it up. So
he definitely can't hear us right now, by the way.
Yeah.
睇下先，拜占庭啊！
Listening to Krazini speak, as that is a cataphract there, my friends.
Cataphract, yep.
All right, the cataphract, the Latus, they look somewhat similar, but I'm loving the fact we're seeing more cataphract than Latus so far.
I think that how you differentiate them is like the horse has little armor eyes with the cataphract. Yeah, I don't know how to explain
armor
it.
Eyes,
Armor
Latus,
eyes.
Armor. Do the horses not see for the Latus?
I don't know. Maybe there's not armor around the eyes.
Okay, all right, I got you. Well, so, okay, Arabia you have to expect is going to be more within the wheelhouse for Leary. And I only say that because it's easier for him to play into those archers. There's not as many water factors as we might see in the rest of the games. But what a statement it would be for Valis to open it up. And if you'd be looking for a civilization that has a lot of options because you're up against Byzantines, which are like the civ, the king of options. Yep. Hindustanis are pretty good there, Dave.
And I think we're about to get into the game here. Byzantines, if Leary plays it Leary style, I think Valis is going to have a lot of trouble coping with that early pressure.
其實黑暗時代開始慢慢打咧，就即係始終依家呢個年代，即係節奏都太慢啦，感覺上。但係唔係冇嘅，即係啲人打比賽打10幾年，即係求其揾啲新嘅模式玩下啦。
So we are closer, ladies and gents. Keep in mind, we have 2 more big best.
其實呢個 Empire War 啲節奏佢前面快啲啦，同埋咧佢有一個 setting 咧就係咧遊戲時間係上限，好似係90分鐘啊！即係講到尾就係費事大家打太耐，即係觀眾都捱唔住啊！即係唔好話個選手。
I mean, Byzantines have an answer for that.
Honestly, I think the biggest.
我仲記得咧，當初咧佢 set 呢個時間上限咧 set 得太短咧，然之後啲人咧就係咁升科技咧，即係搶個分數啊！即係因為完場嘅時候邊個分數最高咧，就當係贏嘅。即係無論個局勢係點樣都好咧，即係你就算死晒所有村民、死晒所有兵，你只要係分數最高嗰個咧，都係當你贏。但係依家咧係額外再加咗少少。時間咁樣啦，即係再耐啲啦，即係費事啲人咁樣屈啊。
I think Byzantines are so good. Like I think I said it to you before we.
By Jemton.
I was talking to Tato or someone. He was asking me what my favorite civ was coming in here, and I said Byzantines. I don't think they'll be picked all that often, but I think.
其實拜占庭呢個都幾型，即係正常人都比較少揀。
As we're being told that they're restarting the lobby, so it's just one more second here until we get into the game. But Byzantines with Empire Wars, essentially in RM they don't have an eco bonus in Dark Age. Right, you go through 10 minutes or whatever of the pre-build-up, and you're not getting advantage from that eco bonus. Empire Wars, you start in feudal with the ability to make army. So those.
不過咧，我聽日應該未必開啦，因為你諗下，禮拜日開完之後，即係第二日要翻工啊！我聽日應該唔開，可能。
You just get closer to the situation where Byzantines thrive, and Byzantines thrive the longer the game goes on. So. But yeah, I mean, even with Dark Age starts, Byzantines have always been a civilization that players necessarily don't like to play. They don't like to play against Byzantines, excuse me, and they don't necessarily want to pick them first either. So it's always been really interesting. Even on Arabia, I always
basically the same civ balance from when this game released. What?
哇，眼碌碌咁啊呢個。
And you know. Maybe my memory fails me, but I don't think there were many balance patches back then. The Byzantines of all things, right? And man, are they still so well balanced. I love it.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, in recent years, they did receive a slight water buff as well.
Yeah, Cataphracts got a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, that's true.
Upgrade,
that's true.
And then they got Town Patrol.
But actually, like, they got a few.
I think that's the fewest changes out of the original civs, though. I think it honestly is. In my opinion, it's the most well-designed civ in the game. But this isn't just us, you know, commentating on on the changes to the Byzantines. We're waiting here for Leary to get in, and it looks like he is ready.
He is ready. 終於開始啦，真係搞咗咁耐，終於開始打啦。
should hope to win this Arabia. I think it would be a surprise if he did. But definitely, I'm looking forward to Scholes.
Well, here's what's interesting, right? The way this map was determined was after a long back and forth of bans. So if he didn't have the confidence that he could play Leary on Arabia,
yeah, I guess he would have
banned Arabia. Yeah. Here's something I want to see. I want to see a scout opening. A lot of players are going for ranged opening, forcing the opponent into some skirms, and then going maybe into scouts. But I think if you try and mirror Leary with the opening, which would be archers, the Civ matchup and the player styles go against you. And per his interview, he said, I can't beat Leary outplaying him in any specific thing. So I think you go for a different unit type.
I mean, we're about to see right now as we head into game number 1 here, and we have.
嚟啦，終於開始啊！等咗好耐啦。咁啊，見到 Leary 第一時間就送隻馬過去望下對面做咩啦。咁啊，雙方好似都係一樣嘅。咁啊，選擇係印度打呢個拜占庭。睇下先，呢度純粹係都係佢兩下煩佢嘅啫。
Byzantines obviously still very good with some fish. And that is the one thing you're going to have to look for in that menu.
咁啊，呢度雖然有個海啦，但係食唔食啊呢度？咁啊，鹿位都幾靚。
For Leary, you always got to be watching out for that because if he can pick off a few units with it, he will, and he's going to be as annoying as possible. He's hanging out near that archer range, trying to track where the army.
咁啊，你見到 Valas 呢邊係略略黃金靠前少少啦，但係還可以嘅。呢度加個睇嚟想加個射箭場啦，但係對面因為有隻戚喺度咧，佢應該係等人哋走咗先至起呢個建築物啦。咁然之後咧就升咗個一攻一防，咁啊準備出門口啦。睇下先啊，咁啊呢個長槍兵。
Either one, I guess. I never want to use that Jordan quote again. But
即係幫手嘆，好似都唔錯。大鑊啦！邊個贏咧？呢個位？即係換得好接近啊！咁啊，吞埋呢隻肉馬 ，nice 啊！咁啊，部隊數咧係2對4啦，咁啊 KD 咧係4對2啊，你見到？咁啊 Leary 係略稍微控兵，啲優勢啦。咁啊，吞埋呢一隻啦。咁啊5對3 KD 啊！咁而且因為 Leary 係一開始咧係收埋咗第2個 BA 未起咧，咁佢依家係。即係佢應該係即係預計對面未咁快去應對佢呢個即係戰術啦，出咗個矛兵。咁啊，你見到 Leary 亦都係轉矛兵啦，咁而且拜占庭出矛兵，抵玩。咁啊，正面嘅鹿咧食得差唔多啦。睇下先啊，呢啲工兵應該係唔係好想打係嘛？
It just seems like every time one of Velas's units shoots, Leary has enough micro to pull in.
睇下先啊，咁啊攞個矛兵去做騷擾。
And he's got so much value out of the spearman, just even getting extra damage against the skirmishers.
咁啊，佢呢度避得好靚啊，而且啲矛啱啱先升好第一個防咧，所以你見佢之前都好踴躍喺度打嘅。咁但係依家咧就被逼要退一退啦。KD 係幾多啊？7對8，差唔多啊。 咁但係 Leary 呢邊係佢冇乜經濟加成，咁啊而且雙方亦都係未出去食魚啦，暫時。哇！真係不斷壓制對面。咁啊之前 Tato 嗰邊咧係即係唔知係咪就係因為類似呢啲 style 嘅，即係不斷死壓人哋。咁啊 Leary 好似學精咗啦，即係費事打太被動。 咁而且紅兵非常之掂當，又換一隻啦。
He deliberately distracted Valas, and I think Valas kind of senses that the archers aren't there. He's going to pull the skirmishers back, and I don't think he's going to lose a villager.
哇！呢度打咗個雙線，咁啊正面咧得矛兵啫，但係因為數量都略有啲多嘅，即係雖然可能未必咁快殺到村民啦，但係煩就肯定係好煩嘅。 咁啊，雙方係差唔多時間，亦都係點咗個城堡時代。你見佢夾硬交馬房，哇！佢呢個前壓打得效果唔錯啊！哇！又點一隻啦，而且仲要平喎，即係啲兵拖村民打。 哇！真係死剩一隻啦！依家 KD 啊去到8對12啦，即係而且你正面未圍好㗎，會唔會插塔啊？呢個位咁啊，你見到咧矛兵差唔多數啦，已經開始轉翻工兵啦。咁啊，後面咧亦都係打咗一個雙線，大鑊啦，粒亂啊！呢個好難停㗎咯，已經咁樣你唔插塔嘅話。咁啊，佢依家係期望呢個出唔出肉馬，佢唔夠食物添啊！哇！呢度黃金位咁樣俾人打走咗，咁啊間出一隻肉馬啦，但係一隻係唔夠㗎呢個時候。哇！真係成個屋企都粒亂啊！真係點算啊？呢個時候，哇！你如果俾一個即係一個勁人咧打得咁順風嘅話咧，即係之後就唔使玩啊！係試下呢個黃金繼續係掘唔到啊！咁啊，升咗城堡時代啦，點算啊？咁啊，黃金仲有少少嘅，即係如果真係超級唔夠用，又想即係打翻出去嘅話，就唯有起個市集，即係連啲石頭都埋咗佢啦。哇！真係拜占庭打到咁順。咁啊，你見到 Valis 係出咗2隻駱駝。咁啊，因為冇計嘅，即係冇兵好出，即係被逼出嘅呢個。但係其實係咪應該出翻馬，然之後就升個輕騎，即係正路啲。但係呢幾個駱駝真係唔知點算好啊！呢度即係駱駝本身防又即係遠防唔係好高啊！呢隻嘢。同埋得1防啫喎，呢啲駱駝。哇！呢度送咗幾多兵啊？你睇下 KD 暫時好似都還可以，不過真係夾硬嚟。哇！呢度死咗好多駱駝啊！咁而且大家要諗下就係拜占庭死嘅係即係可能係大部分都係啲矛兵嚟。睇下先啊！咁啊搶咗個高地起咗 TC， 然之後起咗個修道院啦。咁啊，拜占庭呢度雖然冇經濟加成啦，但係因為人哋村民即係俾打到扎扎跳啊，即係完全冇乜經濟呢邊。咁啊，村民數咧係44對52㗎啦，咁啊略略優勢幾大，同埋唔係太怕駱駝啊，即係因為駱駝係即係佢搞唔到你經濟啲乜嘢。咁啊，同埋呢邊圍得好好，即係冇乜機會，即係細節做好晒，圍牆。咁然之後咧就加個 BK， 咁啊準備應該係繼續壓啦，因為見到人哋個黃金位喺前面。唔知點算，即係去到依家呢個時候，啲村民都仲未有辦法係全部人都安安心心咁做嘢，又死一隻。睇下先啊，咁啊輕頭出嚟啦，仲可以出咩兵啊？呢個時候有啲咩可以出啊？你見佢一大堆矛兵啊！咁啊，升個戰矛啦，咁然之後就係佢冇錢升呢個義攻同埋義防啊！即係你冇義防嘅話咧，其實冇呢2樣嘢都好難打工兵嘅，真係唔好話淨係升個戰矛。你冇射程嘅話，人哋會屈你啦。咁然之後你冇防嘅話，人哋都係照樣屈你啦。咁然之後即係兩尾啊！依家淨係升個戰矛係唔夠嘅喎。睇下先啊，控兵啊呢個位，你有射程優勢咧，基本上你見到啦，即係人哋係向後斜咁樣拉你打，即係你係打唔中人嘅。咁啊，而且仲有一個輕頭喺度，點啊？哇！呢個 即係咁樣食咗一炮。咁啊，村民數咧係54對63嘅。咁啊，雙方都係雙 TC 啦，咁所以應該唔會差好遠嘅，即係除非你俾人偷射村民。咁啊，呢個村民數應該係即係前面打翻嚟嘅優勢嚟。咁啊，但係咧就千祈唔好即係拉得太開啊，即係呢個差距。咁啊，後邊升個2級先，即係義工。哇！但係佢冇錢喎。係，其實呢幾個矛兵應該係搏下懵睇下可唔可以打啲咩，但係感覺唔係好掂。係先，輕頭都出嚟啦！哇！呢度乜都做唔到。又食一炮，哇！呢個掟得靚。咁啊，正面嘅 TC 咧亦都係應該捱唔住噶啦。咁啊，佢等緊錢去即係出輕頭啦，但係好遲啊！呢個 TC 應該保唔住。就係第一個 TC 冇啦。咁啊，輕頭出嚟。所以算啦，你見佢直接投咗啦，算唔算係秒殺？咁啊，成鋪係冇咩特別壓力㗎，居然。
The impressive aspect of that game for me is that he only lost, 46 units. Yeah. He only lost 6 villagers, and he only had a minute of idle TC time. That is impressive, considering the pressure that Leary was putting down. I don't think there's like a player in the world that doesn't get completely smothered by that pressure from Leary.
Okay, here's the thing though. I hated that choice. I hated everything about it.
即係拜占庭喺前期真係冇咩特別優勢，但係印度佢雖然出村平啦，但係因為由封建開始咧，感覺上又唔係真係加咗好多嘢。即係我唔知道咧 ，Empire War 咧係咪即係印度啲人係純粹因為佢除咗經濟之外，就係佢啲兵種都幾齊。咁但係啱啱嗰個情況咧，好明顯係好似係同呢啲嘢冇乜關係。
We've got Franks, Bohemians, Sicilians, 3 very different choices there.
Yeah, I don't know what Leary's going to go for. It could be Cumans here, it could be Saracens here, it could be Bulgarians as well. Like, it could be all 3. I didn't really see any of those in the qualifiers as a popular pick. I definitely saw Sicilians and Bohemians.
咁啊，先攞咗1-0啦。咁啊，之後應該有一場咁啊對手嘅 home map 啊。咁啊，我唔知係咪有海啊呢張圖。
Just to rewind here a little bit in terms of the series. Shoals obviously home map coming up next for Valis.
等陣先，呢張圖我第一次見喎，好似。
We talked about earlier will come later on.
You got confused and then you confused me.
我見到呢張圖嗰個即係嗰個 logo 咧，即係佢側邊有2笪黃色嘅，我唔知係咪啲咩黃金石頭位嚟。咁但係佢中間咧係一大片都係海嚟嘅。
Cumans, Bulgarians. I think Saracens is an Arabia pick for Leary. So is Shoals?
Look at that.
係咯，佢係啊寫筆記啊，呢啲筆記係現場啊，唔係即係紅牛杯佢哋咧會好似係 send 一大 pad 嘢喺佢嗰個酒店度，即係一上房就會有㗎啦，即係啲選手。
The guy who was making the graphic was like controlling, right?
Yeah.
Also, the guns are like it's not even like symmetrical. It's all these
like, what are we playing, Oregon Trail?
Exactly. Oh man, well, it's pretty cool to see. And we'll see what Leary's choice will be in a moment. He's thinking. I don't think he's selected it yet.
其實正路好唔環保啊！即係你咁樣俾啲筆記。
God, Cumans feels really good, but it looked so bad yesterday.
即係應該每人一個 iPad Mini。即係可以循環再用嘛！我寧願你即係一個 iPad Mini， 然之後再送一個可能皮套咁樣啦。即係又可以符合呢個 AOE 嘅即係風格咁樣，即係又可以環保。即係送本嘢，即係呢本嘢我諗佢寫完幾隻字就唔要啦，真係好浪費。
Bohemians are going to get up super fast anyway. Feudal boom on Empire Wars when you're just walled off completely.
Yeah, I don't think it's something.
即係呢啲就係好似大家小學嗰啲紀念冊咁樣，即係大家仲有冇保留喺度啊？即係我都冇，唔見咗啊！
So he's going to have to pressure down one of those sides and into the base from Valis, which is going to be incredibly difficult if Valis manages to get a castle up or manages to
iPad 倒迷係啊，即係依家 Apple 啲今年啲產品真係廢，
5 or 6 years ago, this is actually precisely what Dave looked like.
即係 iPhone 又廢 ，iPad 又廢。
The ponytail?
What did I? Was that the wrong person's Facebook? I'm sorry. I thought that was you, man. I thought you were raiding Canadian villages. I mean, Halloween's coming up. That's all I'm saying. All right.
I'm not going to be a Kipjack for Halloween. I'm sorry. I'm not even fond of the unit. It's my least favorite unit.
Sorry, just
不過冇辦法，呢啲 Apple 自己選擇嘅路線，即係佢就係要出啲垃圾出嚟。
Will you do it?
No.
Ah, man. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we give up on that anyway. So okay, humans though. So
睇下先，呢個人韌身韌勢啊，咩料？
it's got to be 2 TCs, right? Or can you go?
It's not, I don't.
I think he's gonna try it.
睇下先啊，T90 話 Leary 揀咗呢個富曼啊，咁啊應該係可以打下雙 TC 咁樣之類。但係其實佢唔一定咁樣打㗎，即係因為你仲可以係利用佢呢個馬防射戰場，即係平價啦。 咁啊，有啲時候可以直接係連起兩個建築物，然之後爆兵。
Okay, so let's say that Leary played 100 practice games.
但係因為呢張係咪海圖嚟？
Yeah. How many of them, or what percentage, would have been played on shoals if you had to guess?
Oh, I mean, single digits.
I would say like 2. I feel like at the end of the second game, he resigns and he says, I'll just ban that map. I realistically think that might be.
I actually, now that I'm thinking about the qualifiers, I think I saw Bohemians versus Cumans matchup.
係咯 ，Apple 啲嘢今年揾笨啊，真係。即係你見佢嗰啲14 Pro 都減產啊，直頭咁快已經，即係出咗幾耐啫，出咗冇耐啊。
Hey, they just got to keep throwing new units up on the screen this week, all right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Leary took his time to get into the lobby, we've been told. So
咁啊，睇嚟都要等下年啊，即係今年啲嘢有啲廢。
But I was back there with his older brother yesterday, and when he saw Cuman's first pick, he shook his head, and I said, that doesn't really fit Leary's style, does it? And he said no.
頭先啊，喂，見到佢哋畫面應該係開始緊㗎啦。咁但係咧，通常咧開始嘅時候咧，因為啲 admin 咧，佢亦都要去 check 下究竟有啲咩問題嘅。即係我記得之前咧有一次係有個選手唔知村民少幾隻，然之後打咗10幾分鐘，然之後先至發現少咗村民。咁啊，然之後又要重新開始。睇下先啊，打開啊呢張，咁啊側邊有2個黃金位嘅。咁啊喺 qualify 嗰度應該係見過㗎啦呢張圖。即係我記得嗰陣啲人係揀維京啊嗰味嘢啊，但係咁啊佢哋冇特別揀。睇下先啊，遺像咧，咁啊加個市集。睇下先，呢個唔係咁樣執咗個村民啩？哇，咁樣都死一個村啊！呢個佢唔係啲咩好大優勢，但係真係心態爆炸，咁樣俾人懟冧一個村民。
Okay, so there was a time where I hadn't seen any games on this map. I went to you, said, hey, what are people doing? I was like, full galleys, and you said, no, that sea tower is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah, and we're going to see it because Leary's making Navy.
Sure.
And that scout, how is that scout alive?
係咁啊，食咗2下。咁喺呢度咧又輸一隻馬入嚟啦，但係呢2隻馬應該血量冇乜㗎啦，即係應該唔會死穿啦啩？咁樣即係咁樣得幾滴血都要死穿。睇下先啊，咁啊下面隻馬亦都係送咗啦。咁啊呢個圖咧，因為正面有一支箭塔咧係免費送嘅。
His fish are in a really rough position. They're really far away from his dock. Sometimes they can spawn right next to it.
佢係打緊單碼頭啊，真係單碼頭。
He has the potential to kill fish. I think I like his position off that 2TC boom, but
減產係呢個14 plus。 我唔係好記得，我就係知道佢至少即係佢普通嗰個版唔係 Pro 嗰個版，好似已經全部都唔即係全部都唔加產啦已經。哇！呢啲箭啱啱爭啲射死啲鹿喎。睇下先啊，咁啊 ，Valis 呢度係睇落好似係放棄個海啦，但係實際就係即係人哋都奈你唔何啊！即係呢個時候。
Look at Leary just camping. He's on the stand ground with those galleys. He's like, yep.
Okay, well, your fishing ships are
買100石，開唔開個 TC 先啦？呢個時候。
He's on the way up. He did sell 100 stones, so if he needs the tower, he won't be able to. And
睇下先，2個射箭場喎。
Hot and heavy here, and there's no water control right now for Valis, so he is making a.
有啲型。
Valis being off that gold out there is kind of unfortunate for him, and Leary adding the archers on that side means.
睇下先啦，咁啊暫時壓左手邊。咁啊，最後7球都死埋啦。
And with Bohemians, he's bringing in a lot of gold.
其實要黃金個，即係呢個佢呢個文明啦。如果你話要升科技啊咁樣，你要好多黃金啊。咁啊，所以你見佢淨係賣咗100石，我諗應該都諗住開 TC 嘅，但係唔知開邊咧。睇下先，出咗噴火船居然。
Yeah, I feel like it's perceived safety though, because Leary with 3 galleys is going to be incredibly annoying.
佢應該開 TC 啊，但係向邊行啊？咁你 Leary 呢度咧就略爆少少兵咧，就係應該可能順便捉下人啦，如果捉到嘅話。
Which makes total sense, you know, a ship designed.
Well, I mean, you spend all your time getting stuck.
睇下先，升個城堡時代，定係打海打一陣間先？但係佢冇黃金喎。2秒，1秒，升係咪升船？係唔係㗎？係升經濟科技，然之後就出咗一隻騎兵。哇！佢 TC 原來擺喺屋企啊！
And I think he's going to pressure because he probably suspects that Leary has army out there. He's probably going to push out.
咁穩陣嘅點解好似
Can we after this little engagement here, nice snipe there from Leary. Can we see the point of view from Valis? I want to see
3 TC 都擺喺自己屋企喎，居然。
He saw the stable. Okay, so he doesn't actually know there's going to be ranged army out there.
But the TC is going to be so.
哇，3個 TC 都擺喺屋企，你冇黃金喎咁樣。
He really will need as he even going to add a knight. Wow. Is he sneaking a veil? No.
咁啊，送咗一隻騎上去，咁啊連埋個7球，咁應該係諗住自己唔開 TC， 人哋都會開掛。咁啊，衝過去睇下，又係可唔可以捉到人哋啦？係咪應該？哦，圍而上。圍唔圍得切啊？圍唔切好似。不過好彩就係一隻啫。喂，殺咗個戚先啦！呢度戚冇血㗎。懟佢一拳啦！睇下先啊，死一個村民 OK 啊。還可以啊。睇下先啊，咁啊你見到 Valis 呢邊係加咗個 BK 啦，但係就佢因為中間呢位冇乜黃金啊，佢上面好似仲有2粒，即係食上面嗰個2粒咯，即係至少出到啲兵嘅應該。其實咁樣好唔好啊？真係好似好奇怪。
But it's too late. That's such an annoying army there, Dave.
And of course,
又係經濟流粒咧。但係還可以嘅，乜都冇死。咁啊，行到埋嚟，知道人哋3 TC 啊，至少咁啊，自己喺黃金開一個先。呢個村民去邊啊？ 個村民咁樣行嘅，唔知係咪插哨站啊，定係加 BK？ 咁啊，過嚟射下啲田。而家小心！哇，真係神奇！咁啊，先避咗下啦。咁啊，而家呢下爭啲。咁但係呢個位應該太入㗎啦，係嘛？射唔到㗎啦。 哇！咁樣仲可以死唔去？
There he sees the
哇！
hitting the Mangonel. He's hitting a farmer.
左邊、右邊、左邊。 咁你見佢已經俾人韞住咗㗎啦，咁但係就盡可能地係煩住人嘅，你見佢。黐線，咁都死唔去啊！仲繼續喺度玩緊。睇先，可以射塊田啊！哇！呢度仲未死，咁啊老炮都嚟埋啦。哇！黐線，咁都可以執到個村民喎！哇！死唔去喎，一路都。啊，先爭啲。哇！佢呢度即係整到人哋啲村民閒置，又殺咗村民，又打咗田咁樣，其實係咪回咗本㗎啦？已經呢堆嘢。等先，暫停啊！你見到？哦，原來佢前面係加咗個 BK， 咁啊Violence 呢邊咧係加咗個哨站，應該係可以即係判斷到啦。但係咧，因為佢黃金只係靠上面2粒，然之後自己屋企嗰度可能仲有1、2粒咁樣。唔知長遠夠唔夠佢爆咁多，即係夠唔夠耗咧，夠唔夠消耗？咁啊經濟係還可以啊，咁啊58村民。咁但係呢隻 game 去到呢個地步就唔係淨係村民數㗎啦，咁樣。哇！睇下先啊，咁啊直頭喺度等緊你掘金啊！死啊！呢堆村民真係定係食鹿啊？唔係啩？運氣咁差？睇下先啊！呢度非常好啊！咁啊送咗幾隻馬，而且你見到人哋幾個工程單位可能會直接衝過去懟冧佢啊！真係可以。咁啊大鑊啦！依家。真係咁啱得咁巧望唔到啊！哇！真係呢個波工兵本身可以捉到好多村民啊，但係估唔到就係咁啱陰差陽錯，即係一個喺左一個喺右。不過呢度都殺咗少少村民都唔錯，但係唔夠啊！呢個時候如果能夠截住人哋嗰啲黃金收入咧，然之後大家打呢個 BK 真嘅話咧，就喂呢度。空！哇，得唔得啊？哇，都係避唔到，俾人0換2啊，陰公。頭先呢度都掟咗一個，但係俾人哋打咗個騎 delete， 哎，好彩。Violence 呢邊佢冇黃金啊，即係佢靠上面個偷起嗰個 TC， 即係睇下係咪起得切啦，即係然之後掘下金咁樣。睇下先呢個爭啲秒咗啊！其實咁樣後來咧應該冇黃金噶啦，即係你繼續修理，你睇下佢呢度資源冇錢啊，即係換唔起啊咁樣。換唔起啊！真係冇錢啊！咁啊，有木材，田亦都俾人封住咗，咁啊，食物來源有限。睇先，哇！好彩佢呢度縮得快出去。咁啊，連續2次預判，咁啊，第尾嗰下終於搞掂啦！咁啊，呢個輕頭冇錢啦，出唔到呢個輕頭咯，咁但係就拖30個村民起城堡，即係好唔想死啊！你見佢得唔得啊？呢度仲有幾多啊？仲有幾多 percent？ 哎呀，俾人招咗一隻騎。睇下先，佢呢度真女，哎呀冇啊，可惜。即係人哋搏晒老命去。真係起呢個步，哇！呢個村民好勇喎。咁啊，下面個戰場打唔到啦，咁應該係應該點樣走啊？佢應該係經翻自己屋企翻去啊，定係還是兜人哋前面，然之後慢慢摸下。睇下先，經前面。呢度應該一開始未發現人哋個 TC 啊，但係依家應該等先行2步啦，爭啲。佢仲未知對面個 TC 啊，依家。佢只要行前多2步就知啊。 望到啦，望到啦，望到啦，係望到啦，望到啦，終於望到啦。咁啊，但係還可以啊，因為你搞亂咗人哋經濟。我見你依家望下佢嗰個資源咧，都差唔多可以上呢個。但係佢呢度係咪 TK 嚟㗎？即係秒殺自己啲騎兵喎。但係先呢度仲要係死咗一個輕頭喺呢個噴火船上面。但係經濟唔錯喎，即係你見佢依家。等先，呢個預判掟呢個真女死唔死啊？死咗一隻。咁啊唔錯。咁啊，翻嚟呢度你見佢黃金應該係俾人又封咗一次啦，咁啊開始又掘勢啦。睇下先，哇！呢個老炮咁勇嘅，即係自己走去射人哋兩箭。睇下先啊，即係依家咁搞笑嘅。咁啊，啲鬼佬喺度講緊咧，就係佢啲田點解可以咁細地方起到30幾塊，即係又掘咗一個寶出嚟。但係咧，因為你見到 Leary 呢邊已經撳咗帝王啦，咁剩低就係即係睇下喺呢個附近位置加個寶，即係出下巨頭都差唔多。咁啊，呢個帝王升得好快脆。咁啊 ，Valis 呢邊係啱啱先即係順住，即係點講啊？即係比較順啲去掘下金啦，即係暫時仲係爭緊啲資源。Leary 爭個寶啫，加個大河。哇！咁啊 ，Valis 呢邊用嗰個市集，咁啊繼續係調嗰啲資咁，亦都係上咗帝王啦。90村對104村，咁啊好接近啊，打和咁滯。可以出咩兵啊？等唔好啊！呢個啊，好彩嗰個輕頭略略調一調位。等陣先啊！佢呢個好似望唔到呢個寶喎，居然佢咧就向上咧諗住去追呢個Leary 嘅輕頭啊嚟掟啦。咁啊死咗一步。哇！真係好彩呢個寶冇望得到啫，如果唔係俾人 delay 咗有啲煩。咁喺呢度工兵略多㗎呢個位，長槍兵即係得個走字。睇下先，終於望到呢個寶啦，但係呢個寶差唔多起好啦已經。係咪差唔多起好啊？好似唔係喎，你好似仲有變數喎呢個位。哇！等陣先，佢一瞄就瞄一個，淨係得單丁一個村民嘅位嘅，點解？但係驚驚地啊！你見佢都係向後退啦。但係呢個應該要死啊！呢個輕頭。秒集火 ，nice。咁啊，只要收村民入去咧，戰數加多啲，咁啊呢個寶咧就可以處理嘅，即係。咁啊，下面咧就非常舒服，咁啊慢慢掘金，咁而且好多視野同埋建築物，你睇下下邊嗰度周圍起建築物。咁啊，戰場應該喺上面㗎啦。係先啊，上咗個帝王，咁啊升咗呢個重裝同埋升咗個義防。直接衝經濟啊！哇，佢啲兵完全係一條線咁樣向住呢個 Valis 屋企喎，即係因為我唔知佢係咪預呢個長槍兵移動速度唔係好掂啦，即係你手上面我就打你屋企直頭。咁啊，而且有少少工兵掩護啦，咁啊你淨係得長槍兵好似亦都處理唔到呢堆騎㗎啦咁樣。喂，等陣先，係咪俾人秒殺呢個位？咁啊，暫時村民係逆轉㗎啦，部隊數係35對21嘅。咁啊，人哋咧都係2個寶出巨頭去打你1個寶。咁啊，等陣先，轉咗火炮啦已經。睇下可唔可以抌到時間啊？得唔得啊？呢度得唔得到？如果運氣唔好嘅話咧，俾人巨頭掟落個火炮度掟死咗都會啊。 睇下先，已經轉矛兵、工兵，咁啊準備啦。睇下先啊，巨頭依然係集中掟呢個寶先嘅，咁啊但係下面有大量嘅村民喺度維修緊。得唔得啊？呢度仲有哇！原來呢個人有成2000石頭喎，黐線嘅。哇！佢啱啱掘咗超多石喎，佢依家係咁收你都仲有成1700石喎。咁啊，但係好可惜咧，就係佢嗰個火炮咧，佢揾唔到個靚位打人哋個巨頭啊！即係咁樣俾人拆咗個寶有啲事。嚇！喂，等先，佢呢兩個火炮點樣死啊？啱啱點解佢？我聽 T90 話佢俾城堡射死咗2個火炮啊！咩鬼嘢？咁啊，心態爆炸咁樣。呢個黃金位都幾緊要啊，因為佢下面係冇控圖噶嘛，即係得上面呢度噶啦。即係如果冇黃金嘅話，你點樣同人繼續打呢個消耗？哇！真係慘啊呢個位。咁啊，一個巨頭又俾人掟咗啦，巨頭掟巨頭。哇！呢個火炮亦都俾巨頭又收埋。即係有幾唔好運啊！即係即係只能夠講就係平時巨頭掟火炮都幾少，即係幾少會掟得中嘅，即係除非你有啲咩命中加成咁樣。哇！佢咁樣送咗2個火炮喺個城堡度，然之後再俾巨頭又掟咗另外一個火炮，真係陰公。咁啊，呢個時候咧，你見到佢仲有少少嘅工兵咧，係掩護呢個騎兵啊。咁啊，擊兵冇辦法做到啲乜嘢啦。咁啊，開始係轉個戰線打下邊啊。上面應該係好似少少失手咗啦。呢度一大堆村民去起寶。咁啊，上面冇啦，真係可惜。但係下邊咧就呢個唔係話呢個 Parfing 呢個 Parfing。咁啊 ，AOE4 嘅 Parfing 出嚟啦，即係呢個。咁啊，啲村民咧行路咧就唔知點解向咗呢個即係掘頭路行啦，即係棘鬼住晒，然之後就咁啊，而且咧周圍都係屋嚟嘅，即係起屋起到係你想起個寶穩位都有啲難。咁啊，呢邊咧矛兵加呢個嘅工兵，然之後後面有波重裝騎兵。冇黃金啊！你睇下佢0啊！咁啊 ，Leary 咧係好醒啊！你見佢咧，佢直接係咁埋資源。咁啊，所有資用到使，用到盡。咁啊，你見到 Viles 呢邊咧，佢賣食物咧係只能夠換到30幾黃金啫。但係呢度打算再起一個堡，哇！呢堆村民真係求其揾個窿位，真係起到堡，唔係即係掘到金就掘啦，已經。但係你俾人棘住咗，即係呢啲村民真係求其有個位。係，但係呢度有個輕頭掟咗少少兵，咁啊有個爆炸船，嘣啊！但係範圍唔夠遠，但係都 OK 啦，已經暫時睇落。咁啊人口咧係173對134啦，其實應該幾穩陣㗎呢一鋪已經。咁啊幾穩陣，咁你見喺中間亦都係，等陣先，原來啲兵可以喺中間行嘅，咁搞笑嘅，即係你見啲兵原來喺中間個海度咧，由上面行去下邊啊，原來可以行路噶，即係啱啱先知嘅，即係啲巨頭咧喺上面轉移咗落去下邊，然之後就掟埋你個寶啦，咁啊剩低就係完全冇黃金。即係完全冇黃金啦，咁啊轉咩兵啊？你見佢淨係出呢個擊兵，咁啊同埋村民啫，其他都出唔到啦。睇下先可以做啲咩呢個時候？即係盡量堅持啦，始終係最後一鋪噶啦呢度咁樣，即係一輸就收檔。
啲
巨頭可以掟擊兵㗎咯。
Pushing out with the halves. If he manages to take down the other castle, maybe he can get some gold access.
Leary's making crossbows with Kumins.
即係
He just can't
冇啦
stay。away from the unit line.
Yep.
Even with one of the worst civilizations for that unit line. But now he's going to go for man at arms maybe. I like that.
仲可以出咩兵啊？真係冇錢，即係全部都係擊兵。
Valis is probably hard stuck on halberdiers, right? And Bohemian Helms get extra bonus damage against the cavalry. Leary obviously doesn't want to continue.
睇下先啊，咁啊，富曼呢度咧只能夠有
Has no further use.
應該係義工嚟啊，見到義工一防，
He simply doesn't care about them now. He adds another castle in the center here, though.
又加個堡。
Again, it feels like that right side's really
即係盡量堅持啦，但係講到尾就形勢真係非常之不利。
Or even just cav raiding would find a very exposed side of Valis's eco, but 53
即係叮叮叮叮叮
and he's going to have
54一長槍
on the way, so that's something here for Valis.
Yeah, maybe he can sell some more wood, maybe sell some more.
咁啊，你見到 Leary 咧都係冇打算慢慢等嘅，咁啊同你慢慢摸下先繼續。
Produce more Hoofneats. I mean, it's an incredibly powerful unit. Only takes a few shots for that entire ball of range units from Leary to go.
哇！咁啊，直接再轉呢個步兵、火把、義工。
This might be the first time I've ever seen Leary go champion, legitimately. I do not recall a moment
即
where
係
he
直接
has.
轉
Now,
步
it
兵
fits the
打。
situation, right? It's a unit that's good against counter units like skirmishers and like halberdiers. And again, certainly he's not going to win.
其實好辛苦啊！呢度真係完全冇黃金，即係你攞個市集 trade 都 trade 唔到啦已經。咁啊，即係俾人瘋狂摸，即係向前衝人哋就走，向後推人哋又偷射你。
Well, knowing Leary is probably going to unpack them and then snipe that Hoofneatsa from downtown.
True.
Yeah.
咁啊，喂，等先，有3個火炮，會唔會有機會？
Valis is dealing with it.
睇下先啊，屋企咧俾人哋少少重裝騷擾緊，咁但係
And I wonder, I see units
但係感覺上都還可以。
side too near the gold, and I wonder what that is.
等先，哇！佢呢個居然揾咗個角落頭去掘金喎！
Sneaky boy.
Man, there's something about him and sneaking villagers.
哇！真係呢少少黃金可以救命啊，但係就都係要睇下正面打成點。
He's been down bad over the last couple minutes.
睇下呢個火炮可唔可以摸多啲嘢？誒，今日又中咗幾下，
Will have been the key.
Yep.
但係哇，好即係
Well, it's short-lived.
又
It'll be short-lived.
即係又係一個步。
I think Leary could lose this gold now. How do you stop this? I don't think
睇下先啊！咁啊，你見到 Leary 咧係即係唔知打咩兵好啦，咁啊直接係轉呢個應該係想轉劍勇啊。
It's so tough with the champions coming through these.
咁啊轉咗劍勇之後咧，就你就算擊兵再多都好啦，就又唔怕，即係又唔太怕呢個火炮咁樣。
Here we go again.
Hit bomber cannons. Yeah, watch him.
睇下先，睇下先，啲巨頭喺度瞄住呢個火炮打。
Fast Dave and champions almost in, but you know that's going to be a lot of champions. There's 18 of them now.
幾多隻步兵啊？依家22。咁啊後邊咧仲有5個軍營爆緊嘅應該，好似唔止添。哇！真係呢幾隻馬，即係不斷搞住佢經濟，即係又死唔去。哇！真係佢呢個火炮係即係全心全意喺度控㗎啦已經。
Leary using his mobility on those cavalier to take.
咁啊，人口170都仲係幾健康嘅。咁啊，因為你見到 Leary 嗰邊，其實你見佢其實都唔係滿人口，即係睇下邊個配兵比較好啲啦。
I think what Leary needs to do is just control the wood lines on the right now.
即係小心啲。 其實上面黃金位已經封死咗，即係對面點都冇咁多錢㗎。等先，等先，嚟啦嚟啦嚟啦！咁啊，控火炮。哇！咁樣又點咗個巨頭啊！咁樣都可以逆轉冇理由啩？應該唔會啩？睇下先啊，火槍兵過嚟處理呢個劍勇啊！ 佢仲有錢啊！居然可以，你睇下佢依家將所有木材係咁死埋啊！即係20蚊都要。
Look at Valis just sell wood for gold for the last like 5 minutes to try and get these Hoofneats up here, and the Trebs are all clumped up again. Oh no, Leary, please don't lose the Trebs.
得唔得？呢個巨頭唔好死。
All Valis needs is a little bit of an invitation for this.
哇！又俾人換咗2步。
He can take gold
但係講到尾咧，就係冇黃金好難咁樣一路消耗落去，即係佢要贏一波大嘅。睇下先啊，小心火炮唔好 TK 自己有。睇下先，連 UU 都出埋，但係佢有冇攻防啊？咁啊，依家升緊個2防。咁啊，血統移動速度應該有噶啦，即係因為之前打緊馬。OK 啦，OK 立亂。哇，又分咗2個劍勇過嚟。即係呢一波非常緊要，而且人口都 OK 喎，即係你16幾170咁樣。不過好彩咧，就係 Leary 嗰邊係咁騷擾佢塊田，即係至少搞下佢經濟先。嚟啦！UU， 但係 UU 數量唔係好夠多啊呢個位。即係仲係唔係好夠力啊？你見佢，同埋 UU 咧升級好似係要木材食物噶，即係黃金反而好似冇乜所謂。咁啊，升個馬弓嘅打長槍兵大力啲。睇下先，瘋狂避火炮，你睇下佢。得唔得啊？呢度好似都唔錯，好似唔錯啦已經。哇！但係呢個 Valis 佢仲有錢，佢居然可以，即係俾人哋騷擾屋企經濟咁慘，然之後都仲有錢出兵啊！即係96隻兵啊得翻。睇下先啦，咁啊瘋狂避火炮，睇下點樣避啦，你見唔見？咁啊打唔中，咁而且最緊要分咗3批喎。得唔得？殺唔殺到啊？火炮？靚啊！咁啊完全冇辦法打，即係散收咁樣。睇下先啊！哇，至少殺咗2、3隻，但係唔係好夠。唔係好夠，即係人口咧，你見到係16幾對14幾啦，但係就應該冇啦，係嘛？即係冇錢啊！即係應該冇錢啊！而且 Leary 咧，佢不斷喺右手邊咧，就係分少少兵搞你經濟。咁啊，再嚟劍勇加呢個 UU， 睇下先啊！佢不斷預判，但係就即係始終火炮呢個都幾明顯。係咁啊，中2隻。睇下先，瞄邊啊！瞄邊都唔，好似瞄邊都唔掂啊！咁啊，又俾人換咗一步啦，仲有200幾黃金。睇下先啊！哦，佢呢度原來仲有幾個村民喺度掘金嘅。哇！真係好頑強下喎，真係去到依家都未死啊！咁啊，準備喺右手邊亦都係爆肉馬添啦，直頭。即係點解死唔去嘅？居然，會喎。咁啊，應該係慢慢好啦，俾人哋。咁啊，數量越嚟越多啦。中唔中啊？都係唔中啊！即係 KD 係420對367。哇！真係不斷喺度俾人磨啊！冇啦，真係冇錢啊！仲有700幾木同埋400幾、500幾食物。咁而且咧，右邊咧係開始係加呢個野建築爆兵、爆肉馬，即係連分兵都好難啊！咁樣。哇！真係分2邊。 睇下先呢度，呢個中咗靚嘅呢個位，
Been waiting for that for a while. That's
但係如果早少少能夠做呢個效果就好啦。
two. There we go.
咁啊，你見到 Leary 依家咧人口係去到180幾嘅，咁啊而 Valas 係得130啫，應該差唔多講拜拜啦。GG。
That was incredible.
哇！真係佢都雖然係輸啊，但係打得都
And that shows the strengths of Valis.
都幾勁下啦，真係咁頑
Into
強
his。full wall, into his boom, and it shows the strength of Leary to just overcome that with military pressure. Going Cumans and not making that second TC on what is traditionally a fast castle map.
Yeah, I loved it. And he was a bit unlucky at times if you think about the sneak villagers finding that gold. So pretty well executed to lock down that map.
Yep.
Leary wins with Cumans. Leary shows everybody what many expected, and Leary, he will move on to that quarterfinal.
This was a different beast today than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, this is the Leary of old, and some of his unit control here, I mean, we thought, we questioned the practice Leary put in prior to this event. We get to this event, we talk to the pro
有驚無險咁啊，應該係出線㗎 Leary， 真係好彩啊！真係。 第一次見一個 F4 炒車，即係 AOE 2嘅 F4， 即係4人組。咁啊，呢個分別係 Viper 啦、Hera 啦、Leary 啦，同埋呢個 Mr. Yo， 即係呢4個人咧係，即係打咩賽事你都至少見到有3個入去4強嘅，即係好多時候。咁但係咧就你好少見佢哋特別地會打啲咩16強賽事。 炒車，但係最近開始有啲變數。
Yeah, he's been eliminated, but man, did he play good. Yeah. He played so good. And also, I mean, I don't think he expected to play Leary in that position. You know, Tato sending Leary there, that's going to be something Valis might have to say something about to Tato later on. But man, I'm excited to hear from Leary, especially because I don't think we've heard from him in a real winners interview yet. First series he played was on the B stream, and then he lost that second series to Tato. So we'll get to hear his current and up-to-date thoughts on what he thinks about everything.
Yeah, it was certainly amazing. I mean, the first game, typical Leary. Second game, Valis defense. We should have Riley and Leary here shortly with you folks. I'm sure Riley has a lot of questions and Leary has a lot of thoughts on his performance there.
睇下先啊，咁啊見佢做個勝組訪問，勝者組訪問。
After your loss to Tato yesterday, we saw you on the B stream, beating Daniel. But finally, you're here, and it's great to have you. Congratulations on the win, mate.
Yeah, I could get used to this.
Finally， 哇！咁啊，終於笑。
As one of the Red Bull Wololo champions, a two-time champion, in fact, you're probably the player who has enjoyed the most success at this tournament series.
嗰幾個火炮真係做咗好多嘢啊，但係即係只能夠講冇辦法啦，即係。
You know, the game's great. So you're very familiar with this format.
即係前面雪球都滾起咗。
You know, reflects what you've got to offer in Empire Wars.
Yeah, you know, still a lot of new things. So much happened the last couple months, years with Age of Empires, with the castle, with the whole scene. So there's always something new in the back, like in the game itself.
Well, let's talk about some of the stuff that we've just seen against Valis, who really turned the screws in game number 2. We'll get to that, but let's talk about game number 1. Some early aggression from you with the Byzantines, a typically very defensive civilization, pushing Valis off gold with the archers and the skirms. What's your take on? We've sort of characterised a lot of the gameplay we've seen as being very aggressive. Players have been quite proactive. What's your take on Empire Wars as a format where you do want to be aggressive? Is that what, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of pros and cons. I like being aggressive, and you know, we all saw what happened yesterday. I wasn't aggressive, and today I was, so you know, it kind of worked out.
睇下先啦，咁啊聽到佢話咧係尋日咧就打得比較被動啲嘅，咁啊今日咧就打得比較主動啲、進攻啲。咁啊呢個咧係反而係佢自己個 style 嚟。
Well, that's in contrast to game number 1, game number 2.
即係中意打呢個 aggressive。
A post-imp affair. There's a lot going on that battlefield. There was a sense that Valis sort of seized the initiative in the Castle Age. Maybe wasn't patient enough in trying to get to where he needed to be to win that. When did you feel you were up against it in the Castle Age? And if you did, what was the decision you made to turn it around?
Honestly, I made like 100 decisions during the game. I had no clue what I was doing.
No,
like...
well, I need you to pick one.
Okay, one decision.
Or how much time we got? We're going to do all 100? Okay, all 100. Number one, go.
Okay, number one, I didn't know if knights were correct. I didn't know if crossbows were correct. You know, the siege push was spontaneously. So, you know, tried to take control of both gold sides, and, you know, it worked out somehow.
Pushing the trebs across the lake was certainly a lot of fun to watch.
First time I saw that as well. That's kind of cool.
Well, let's talk about the late post-imperial long games there. What are some of your keys to success, particularly as the gold starts to dry up, when you're thinking about trash wars, that sort of stuff? What are your priorities as we head into that really, really late stage of the game?
It depends. As always, it depends. Obviously, on this map, it's important to focus on the golds because there's endless amount of gold, and Bohemians thrive of gold. And, you know, humans, I don't like them in post-imp for various reasons. For reasons you actually saw. And so I tried to finish the game early, so I tried to get a lead before that, and it worked out somehow.
I want to talk to you about your pick for Cumans. We didn't see you drop the second TC. We didn't really see you take advantage of their Civ bonuses to the full extent. Was this, it sort of felt like you weren't making the most of the pick with the Cumans. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, I had no clue what I was doing, and I knew Vilas had no clue what I was doing as well, so he couldn't counter it, so it just became a messy game, and that was my way of thinking, actually, the game.
A little bit of that MBL energy, yeah. I don't know what I'm doing.
You could think I have this strategy from MBL, just improvise.
Yeah. Well,
makes sense.
It's worked really well for you so far. Leary, we've already mentioned one of the most decorated players in Empire Wars. You've locked up your spot in the quarterfinals. You've got to be feeling good about yourself right now.
Yeah, I mean, after such a game, the mixed feelings, obviously, but I'm happy to be in the quarterfinals. Rough start, but I'm getting there slowly.
Well, my friends, I've got one last question to ask Leary. It is his favourite question to be asked in an interview. He cannot wait. He said, Riley, make sure you ask me this question. Leary, how do you feel?
Amazing.
All right, well, there we go. A textbook interview with Leary. Congratulations, mate. Looking forward to seeing you in the quarters. We're going to jump over here now and have a chat with Nilly, who, like me, was glued to the screen.
Amazing.
Series 2-0 to Leary, but Valis.
咁啊，啱啱我冇乜特別聽佢講乜嘢，佢好似話咩啊？諗下先，佢好似話自己啲選擇都唔知自己啱定錯，咁然之後咧就即係搞亂個局，有咁亂搞咁亂。
Like Vala's incredible defense against Sito earlier today, and we know Leary typically an aggressive player, similar maybe to Sito, and therefore we wanted to see how Valas could defend, and he defended really well in game 2.
He did indeed, and I want to give credit to this bloke. Of course, we have said goodbye to a fair few people today, and that's just the nature of the business. It's a cutthroat game when it comes down to it. But I think Valis, like I've said about other players, can walk away.
咁啊，下一 pair 人咧應該就係 NBL 同埋呢個 Capocha， 咁啊之後最尾應該係 Mr. U 同 ACCM。咁啊，最後一場咧至少係3點嘅，即係又夠耐。希望佢哋打快啲啦，真係。如果佢哋打一場長嘅，就有啲濕滯。
And this one, game 2, maybe 1-2 different steps, and he could have taken that one as well, then pushed Leary to game 3. Would have been another big success. Like crazy good performance by Valas.
Standing up amongst the best and really acquitting himself well. Well, if we've got some highlights to look at, Leary,
大家聽下佢吹水先。
And walk through some of the biggest moments from
so I have to quickly jump into this one. So basically, this is the moment where the game is already over. We have 4 minutes 30 seconds into this game. Military count is 8-3, and I had no idea why. Because KD was relatively even going into this fight before. It was 5-4, and suddenly, well, Leary is getting pushed back, but he already is sneaking around with archers pretty soon here, and I wanted to figure out why. So actually, I I went back and found out that Leary added his archery range around the 2-minute 10-second mark. Villagers now being sent. On the other side, Valas wasn't able to do that. He actually was floating 400 wood at one point, and only a bit later we see that he added that second archer range. Now, as you can see, now he's rushing it, still 200 wood in the bank, and that's why Leary got so out of control in his archer count. And it's so weird that one little moment, floating 200 wood, delaying the archer range for a minute, actually cost him the game. The game was over. Here, as I said, 4 minutes 30. It felt like, the game was going on for a bit more, but gold control forced into lots of skirm war, and Leary took it from there. Crazy how smallest mistakes are punished here.
It's interesting to see that in the early stages of any game, whether it's Empire Wars, whether it's random map, just tiny decisions, tiny edges can have a huge snowball effect in this game.
game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see we're already jumping into game 2. Not a lot of stuff happened before all those aggression here. Nice defense by Valas. And he's holding quite nicely. Going into the mid game, as we can see, ahead here in villagers and fought all that off pretty nicely for sure. Then again, those crossbows, they were annoying quite a bit. Mangonel struggling a bit as well. Maybe 1-2 monks could have made life a bit easier there for Valas with the defense, and had to give up that TC, had to build the more defensive castle, obviously losing that gold and stone. Those crossbows just so annoying, as you can see, finding quite some villager kills here.
But at this point, Valas is still sitting on 4 TCs before this one goes down. He's made a good amount of progress into the gold at the top. And even though there's this sort of pincer-like attack from Leary, I don't think he made as much out of this as he was perhaps hoping to, particularly as the conflict shifted now up into contesting this area, which obviously Leary won. But I think this was the point where Valas kind of lost the lead.
Yeah, well, it is still a relatively stable game, I feel, right? He got the sneaky town center, which he maybe should have never gotten, right? Leary with interesting army choices here for sure, getting pushed away. Monk now finally coming in for the conversion here. Castle is up. And Valas, he knows if he gets to Nietzsche and Halberdiers, he has a really good chance to beat Cumans, even if Leary is playing them.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the way the Bohemians are leveraged early early chemistry in the Castle Age, allowing them to churn out gunpowder units much faster than many other civs. But here we see the sea tower being taken down. I know
and
the
damaging his own knights with the mangonels here as well. And you see the monks are going down. That was actually a really good spot for Valas. He bought himself lots of time. And I felt, after Leary lost this attack, or at least lost a lot of units, that Valas would be winning.
Well, that's what I was alluding to earlier. You can see a very different affair now with all these castles being put up in some real... this area under very, very stiff competition. But I think it was in this zone that, as I mentioned before, Valas kind of started to fall behind a bit.
It felt a bit like it, right? Traps are going down here, and we have 4 traps. It felt a bit like Valas was fighting for this area a bit too much. And it feels so weird to say it, because it is the most important area at this moment. But I felt going back, giving it up, getting to 6 of Nietzsche, and try to play an all-in from there, trying to reclaim the gold could have been an option. Here, lots of gold invested into those traps. Bombard cannons couldn't really be defended. It feels so unnatural to give this area up and try to reclaim it, but I think it could have been the right spot, because Leary, a bit faster imp and massive trap production.
Yeah, and we saw how devastating those Hufnichu were when the fight moved down to this area here. Once they finally rolled in, you can see them over there next to Nilly. These units are just devastating.
Yeah, like massive splash damage, and you see how good Halberdiers are at protecting those as well, trying to reclaim the right-hand side. Not really an option, simply because, well, you are not really mobile. Trap there to help it out, but with shifting the attention from the top to the left, well, Leary had enough time to tag into champions, a good counter there to the Halberdiers. Then also, as we mentioned, Bohemian army really immobile, so raids at the side made it really easy for Leary to punish Valas there. Now even splitting the Kipchaks, we see some good shots against them, really enjoying that. As you can see their left-hand side, bam, big connections, but not enough. Valas couldn't deal with all around the map Leary.
And we saw Leary's uncontested mastery of micro here with these Kipchaks. He's making them dance along like you wouldn't believe, right? Like just dancing to his fiddle and ultimately winning the game, because at this point Valas had just kind of been outmaneuvered.
Yeah. And yeah, beautiful, beautiful game there. It just felt like walling off is obviously not really an option on this map, right? Then Cumans can always run in with some siege rams, can push with champions, hussars. It's tough to have a good army there against Bohemians. They really want to have the one-dimensional push, and Leary just a bit tiny, a slight imp advantage. I'd have won him the game.
And yes, indeed, and it's good. It's great. I mean, it's great to see Leary in the quarters. Nelly, we're looking forward to seeing what he can pull out, of course, as we head towards the top end of town here. But once again, one final congratulations to Valas, because he's done very well for himself, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly increased in his market value after this tournament.
Yes, just a little bit. Nelly, thanks so much. We're going to move on now. We've got our next match coming up very shortly. But there's something I wanted to chat to you about, because one of my great passions in life, of course, is history, and being able to compare that, combine that with coming and talking about video games. I mean, doesn't get much better than that for me. And I was reminded while we were watching that game of the Bohemians, right? The Bohemian civilization, based on the civilization that was roughly came to its apex in the early 15th century under the leadership of Jan Žižka. And you may have played the campaign around this bloke. I want to tell you about him because he's absolutely incredible. And it will help you understand why the Bohemians have the playstyle they do and the technologies that they do. Žižka was essentially a bloke born into the minor nobility who led for want of a better term, a peasant uprising. He fought a religious war, the Hussite Wars, as a proto-Protestant movement that followed Jan Hus after he had been executed, burned at the stake as a heretic. Throughout Bohemia, or the modern-day Czech Republic, Slovakia, people rose up against the Catholic Church, and a crusade was called. The Holy Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Hungary, moved in to take the fight to these perceived heretics in Bohemia. And Jan Žižka, he rose to the occasion. He rallied a peasant army and armed them with a marvel of the age, something that would propel Europe into the early modern period, gunpowder. And that's why the Bohemians have chemistry one age earlier, because it represents, at least in Europe, obviously gunpowder had been around for a long time in China and East Asia already, but in Europe it was the Bohemians that were one of the first adopters of this incredible technology. And we see that is reflected today, even in English, the language I'm speaking right now. The word howitzer, right, for these massive guns that were made famous during the World Wars in the 20th century, howitzer comes from this old Bohemian Czech word hufnice. Pistol comes from a Czech word, pistala. And these weapons were wielded to great effect by untrained, inexperienced peasants on the battlefields of the Hussite Wars, hidden behind farm wagons that had been turned into mobile tanks. These peasants shot the horses from under heavily armoured knights, the premium military technology, the dominant military force of the medieval era, cut to pieces as they marched over muddy fields towards these Hussite war wagons. They were cut down, and the knights who were lucky enough to survive being shot at then had to trudge through the mud in full plate armour, only to be torn down by the Bohemian cavalry that was waiting within these war wagons. And what, for me, is fascinating is to see the way that the gameplay of Age of Empires, games like Age of Empires, invokes these historical concepts, these historical technologies, these historical units. It's really just a beautiful marriage of gameplay and flavour when we look at things like the hufnice in Age of Empires 2, when we look at things like the war wagon and, of course, the early access to chemistry. And I think, you know, even as fans of this game, it's a great opportunity for us to step back and learn a little bit about where we've come from with the vast scope of human history, and look at Age of Empires, of course, as a learning tool. And the reason I'm saying that is because I still remember being 12 years old and convincing Mum that no, this is educational, as I triple-walled with the Byzantines and, you know, had a great time building bombard cannons. Anyway, that's that, my friends. We're going to chuck it over now to MBL. We caught up with MBL earlier on. We've got an interview lined up with him, get his thoughts and perspectives on the event, because we're going to be seeing him play in the feature match area before very much longer. So stick around. We're going to check in with MBL. On the other side of that, more Age of Empires 2 coming your way.
Hello, I'm MBL and I'm from Norway. My qualifier was pretty good, went pretty smooth. I don't think I lost a single game. Qualified first weekend and I prepared for it, so everything went perfect. After I qualified, I kind of got a little bit burned out. I have been playing a lot, so I took a good break. I was full-time working. After that, I started thinking that, yeah, I can prepare a little bit, did some games on the ladder. Yeah, it hasn't been a lot, to say like that, but I'll try my best. First, I was in the group B, which is a little bit hard because it's against my teammates who are quite strong, and also they know my style pretty well and everything. And then I got moved to group A because of some complications, so now it's looking a bit better for me, I have to say. I don't really fear opponents that much. The only players I do bad against is Leary and Viper for the most part, and Hera. But yeah, I'll take any challenge as they come, and I'll just play my style and see what happens. I feel more confident against players that aren't insanely fast, so that I can kind of get to their level a bit. Everyone's really good, and I don't really have that many thoughts about those kind of things, but we'll see anyway.
I just play my style and I don't really think about it.
That is his style, isn't it?
And it works so well. It worked for Leary. He said himself that he kind of played like MBL there, just kind of played, didn't think too much, and got that win.
Only Leary would come into an interview. That was the strategy, though. I mean, you do a strat that you don't even know where it's going to go, and your opponent definitely doesn't know where it's going to go, and you just do what feels right, and you rely on your experience, you rely on your skill, which is exactly what Leary displayed there, and I think we're going to see a lot of that from MBL as well. Now, he's matching up against Kapoch coming up, and these are two of the greatest survivors, I would say, especially into late game Age of Empires in our game. The determination from both of these players is something that stands out. And MBL's style, well, getting there is a little bit different from Kapoch's.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they both tend to, there's nothing really flashy about their early game, but they both tend to thrive with a messy mid games. And there was one game and one series, which I'm sure we're going to spend the next 5 to 10 minutes talking about, that really comes to mind. And I would think it was Red Bull 3, when Kapoch had just returned, ended up qualifying to get into Red Bull, and they faced each other. And it was one of the sets of Red Bull Wololo history.
I think it might have actually been Red Bull 2. I think we might even go farther back than that. I mean, maybe we could get a fact check on that. I'm sure they'll have the historic matchup. But that was one of the greatest games, especially on Atacama. We talked about it earlier yesterday, where MBL was way behind, and then Kapoch was way behind, and then MBL was way behind, and Kapoch ended up taking it. And that was kind of like his comeback game, right? Like, that was a statement, like, I'm here. And I know MBL was super disappointed with himself about that. He wants to avenge himself.
He does.
For that today. And I think he has a good chance to do it, because I think right now his execution is pretty good. The strategy, like we were talking about before, he more relies on his instincts. So maybe that element and the training element isn't as much needed with him as it is with more players. So as long as his execution is good, we are expecting to see huge things from him.
Definitely. Well, we're going to hear from Kapoch. Just heard from MBL. Kapoch flew a long way to get here, and he's been playing amazing Age of Empires. We'll see what he has to say.
My name is Patricio del Olmo. My gamer tag is Kapoch, and I'm from Argentina. My qualifier was kind of weird because I didn't expect to qualify right away at the first qualifier. But after some stuff that happened during the bracket, Jordan losing against Ganji, I felt quite good and I could qualify. I started training 1 month before the qualifier for AOE2, and I started playing and thinking about, like, first qualifier was more of a training, and I was expecting to qualify on the second qualifier, but I was lucky enough to get it on the first qualifier. I feel like my group is kind of hard, but it's possible if I play correct and well. I think I can advance a bit further. I'm actually afraid of playing against several opponents. Luckily, they are not in my bracket, but there are a lot of great players anyway, so anyone can be really hard. I would actually love to play against Doubt, but I am not sure if that's going to happen. Probably just because I like playing against him. We got very different play styles, and he's an old friend, so I would love to play him again.
Well, you heard it there.
真係慘啊！佢呢個訪問就話想同呢個兜打一場，咁但係兜士已經出咗局啦。
Always good for some surprising picks, I believe, in the drafts. We've seen it here in these.
咁啊 ，Kapoch 除咗呢個2代之外咧，佢亦都喺4代入咗圍，即係連2隻 game 嘅佢。
And we're about to get stuck in here as Kapoch.
MBL
First ban there, and I believe that is Outcrop.
咁啊 ，MBL 喺訪問度話咧，就好似話好怕打呢個 Mr. Yo。咁但係咧，好似話實際上就大部分人都即係佢都係咁樣打㗎啦。
And basically, he just asked for a pep talk
睇下 NBL 玩啲咩怪招先。
Says, what do you think I should do? Because the NBL would never say that to a caster.
Nor would I.
He's like, Dave, give me a pep talk. He just wanted energy, and I think that's a good strategy.
就係 NBL 話自己啲 style 就係打到成場好騎呢，然之後就等個，即係然之後就由嗰度開始。
And we see the second ban there for Atacama. That was the piece of advice that came.
Yeah, and actually, you know, as good as that ban was with Kawasan, I'm very surprised that when Capwatch had the opportunity, he didn't pick Atacama. He actually had picked Frigid Lake. I think that was unexpected for MBL.
Yeah, maybe Capwatch thinking that MBL would let Atacama go to the end.
睇下先啊，又係阿拉伯。
Maybe MBL wanted thinking.
咁啊，1-2年前嘅時候咧 ，Mr. Yo 話咧就 NBL 咧就除咗阿拉伯之外咧，就大部分圖都唔識玩嘅，即係因為咧佢成日即係一味就係打天梯，即係練習又係打天梯。
MBL wants to avoid the ones he's inexperienced at, and Bull is probably one of those maps.
This is interesting though, Dave. Sorry, we're gonna have a water map or some map.
就係阿拉伯小王子。
Brain is working properly. Yeah, because Shoals was the final ban. The only remaining map is Northern Isles. So
睇下先，有張海喎，居然。
MBL just gonna land on Northern Isles. I could see that happening.
I could see it. I mean, we got to see the civs first, obviously.
咁啊，聽到啱啱 Dave 咧就話 NBL 應該就算打海都應該係。即係運啲兵過去。
Yeah, my villagers are not. Man.
Look at this.
That's true. That's
I haven't been clicked yet.
Someone needs to hit the idle villager hotkey.
Oh man. And now he seems confused. See, that's the type of villager that I know.
Yep.
Those are the ones working for my and MBL looks confused.
其實啱啱有個環節都幾奇怪，即係走去講呢個咩啊？係咪波希米亞？即係嗰啲歷史。即係無啦啦，即係打下機，然之後插一段咁樣喺度，即係喺度講喎，真係唔知咩料，即係大家學嘢讀書。即係話咩啊？話波希米亞呢個火槍火炮，即係領先人哋一個時代啊！因為咩啊？係因為歷史喺歷史歐洲嗰邊都係即係略比中國遲，但係就喺呢邊係比較快脆，即係發展呢啲科技。但係最大問題係即係打下機無啦啦講呢啲唔知咩料，即係攞嚟攝時間，但係應該有第二啲更好嘅選擇先啱啊。睇下先 ，ban 咗馬亞居然 ban 印度。咁啊馬咧，有啲人都攞去玩登陸㗎。
No one wants to be the one to ban Aztecs, but they know they have to ban Aztecs, so MBL just sucks it up and bans Aztecs.
睇下先啊，印度 ban 咩呢個？馬扎爾。
Well, which is another great like. It feels like he's not putting a super amount of thought into the strategies. He's just saying like, these are really good civs. Yeah. I don't want to play against them. I'm just going to ban them.
Yeah. No,
and I think that perfect. You know what? I think
it
plays into his strengths as well. I think
點解 ban 馬扎爾啊？即係馬扎爾係蝦咩㗎？
The last couple of years and has come to the realization that like he's just not that type of guy to be going into circumstances with like set strategies and stuff. He relies on himself.
He reached this point. Now I think that will change going into the series as we see the final ban in Cumin.
我唔知係咪因為人哋個 home map 嚟嘅，所以佢 ban 咗呢個文明。
And he's better when he's like that. Yeah. He's better as a player when he's like that.
It's not fun to play up against a player like that.
And every player, except maybe Viper, who has tons of experience against MBL, doesn't want to play against MBL. Yeah. Cumin's banned now from Capwatch, and Byzantine's banned from MBL as well. And that Byzantine pick is good on Arabian Northern Isles and Frigid Lake as well.
直接搶啊
So MBL will get 2 picks now. I believe
打咩 NBL？ 拍意大利，意大利打海，拍打咩啊？ 咁啊，上一場拍佢係拎嚟打呢個阿拉伯嘅。
A lot of people have been picking Berbers in like third or fourth.
It seems like a Frigid Lake kind of pick to counter.
但係普遍我哋啲普通人咧，即係遇到拍嘅時候都係即係人哋過嚟，即係做騷擾，即係打天梯，即係殺豬偷羊咁樣圍果。
Actually, Berbers is looking even that much brighter now because Tatars and Franks could struggle against.
睇先，法國喎。
I like the Civ for
法國都可以打阿拉伯。
Italians, I mean, we see that on Northern Isles.
睇先，高明打 home map 啊，可能係咪啊？
I mean, he can do it. It's just a preference thing in most cases. So we have Khmer, which is normally top 3 on Frigid Lake. We've got
中國
Tatars and Franks, which I also
咁啊，中國應該係阿拉伯用噶啦。
That's got to be Frigid Lake.
睇落。
I think that's Frigid Lake pick because remember they have 0 food.
Yeah, but you have
曾經嘅阿拉伯超級文明係咁啊，留低一個打海嘅。
I don't mind it. I just want to see where he's going.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a lot to talk about for us. Let's put it that way. That is
睇下先啊，中國應該打阿拉伯呢個，我記得之前 qualify 啲人係咁即係搶中國嚟用。
and made them far too predictable at times.
Yeah, and Capoch is working on his final Civ pick, and is that the
that's the Bengalis?
That is the Bengalis right there. We see.
又係一個印度。
Okay, so that is another time we've seen that Bengali civilization pop up. There's the beautiful trophy we have here, and here's the not so beautiful casters. But we are back, and I'm just speaking about myself, by the way.
I know you are.
Okay.
睇下先啊，咁啊呢個印度咧係宋村民嘅。咁啊，另外就係有啲咩科技啊？啊唔係，船可以回血啊嘛呢個。
Don't look. He's looking at me.
I don't talk to people as they walk by anymore.
咁啊 ，Hera 咧喺尋日嗰個訪問咧，佢亦都係打 Mr. Yo 咧，都係用呢個文明嘅。咁啊，當時咧佢就話，即係人哋冇辦法 punish 你嘅話咧，咁即係送2個村民都好抵用。
He was on the opposite end of what was considered a big upset, and he was on the opposite end of just massive waves of celebration from Argentinians, and some of which I believe went a little too far towards him, and that affected him a little bit. You know, he got a little frustrated. He had already lost, and then he got a little frustrated. And so for MBL, you know, he has something to prove here. There's a lot of passionate people out there, and I heard him say to Capwatch back there, he said, this is your home map. Like, this is you are at home. He's like, I don't think I have that many people rooting for me.
咁啊，打完呢一場之後咧，就應該係最後 last 嘅 Mr. Yo 同埋呢個 ACCM 啊，我諗應該都係3點鐘左右。 咁啊，打完都係4點啫，即係感覺上都算快脆，即係至少佢個賽事唔係話即係由11點開始，然之後打成個通頂咁樣，即係都還可以。至少佢係8點開始，即係仲早咗，即係仲早過之前，即係播其他 game。
So amazingly well in his set, and Capoch is a guy that you cannot take lightly. We were talking about his comeback to the game, and he is just a grinder. He is a guy that has gotten incredibly skilled. He's got a great tactical mind and the determination. The fighting spirit is off the charts with this Argentinian, and he's got a lot of fans, like you were mentioning, to back him up.
Yeah, and of course, you know, as we're going to have the players walk in here in a second, he has already probably surpassed possible expectations because he put time into 8 week 4 as well, which you're also going to see this week. This guy's here all week.
即係一個多棲型選手，即係咩 game 都打。咁但係最近就應該淨係得2代4代啫。
Man, well, he will make his way out of that dungeon and into the player room, and here he is. And he gives that camera a quick little stare, little smile.
真係估唔到都咁老啦，即係我仲睇翻佢之前啲舊相。
And not too far away now from him loading up that lobby.
即係依家都
I can't wait for NBL's.
即係帶住個肚腩。
What's he gonna do? Is he gonna be super serious, or we're gonna see a little smirk
No, he's gonna
from
skip
him?
down the steps and then smirk at the camera and then go to the PC.
Well, I thought of Jordan when you said that, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Jordan had a little pep in his step earlier.
And here comes MBL. We've been notified that he's on the way through the tunnels, through the labyrinths of the castle.
MBL.
Oh, that's swagger. 7 out of 10 for swagger. Let's go. All right.
He's gonna head in here. Unorthodox Civ draft a little bit, like we said. He avoided Atacama, that famous map that he had against Capoch, kind of skipping down the steps, little smirk, little wink maybe, and then onto the desk.
It's gamer time,
Yep.
and it's gamer time. This is going to be an amazing series. Reminder that the winner of this will move on to a quarterfinal tomorrow. And I actually forget the minimum jump, because I know that at this point, I believe the loser of this will receive $6,000. But think about this. You're going to have thousands of dollars more if you win 2 games here, and then the potential to go on for the whole thing.
And it's going to be, I mean, if you lose here, you miss out on the semis or the quarterfinals of like the biggest Age of Empires 2 tournament of all time.
Yep. And biggest of their careers, regardless of how successful their careers would have been up to this point. So most certainly.
So it's like you got to give it your all. You got to go all in here. Any strategies you were hiding or maybe thinking about, if you're Capoch or MBL, any energy that you can scrape together to put into this match, you need to do that right now.
Yeah. Man, especially because they've known about this matchup for, I want to say, about 2 hours now. And they've all just been sitting around waiting, and they're trying to watch these games. They're trying to get as excited as we are, but you know, it's just been going through their mind. What maps, what civilizations? It's been a big build-up, and we are close. We're very close to a series that I'm happy is like right here in the middle. We're a little tired. We're gonna carry through, but like this is gonna give us all the energy we need.
22.5% 啊，哇！而且係打咗31場，即係呢個 percentage 有啲誇張。
The pikemen, the skirmishers.
Yeah, if there's 15 different types of unit on one.
睇下先啊，我哋睇下 NBL 會唔會直接係即係運啲兵過去打交。
But I think, and I've been saying it since we've been here, I think we need another stat there for Capoch.
31 games， 我唔知佢係咪計埋呢個普通模式咧，即係由黑暗時代打起嗰啲。即係 Empire One 應該冇可能遇過咁多場啊！佢哋兩個即係31 games。
Because when that guy gets locked in, he is a force of nature.
And honestly, on that note, I think there should be a category for MBL, Chaos.
Oh, yeah.
He'd be 10 out of 10 on Chaos, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy. You know, the games he played against Jordan, particularly the Outcrop one, he did such an amazing job of controlling the map with random units. And like some of the things on paper might not have made sense. We saw a Siege Workshop that was on fire making ramps, all these things, but he just, whatever order of events that you have in your brain on how a game should play out, he never brings you those situations.
No, he subverts it.
Yeah.
He brings you something different. And like, he is the one player where if he plays a set, best of 3, best of 5, whatever it is, at least one moment in that set, you're going to be saying, how is this working?
Yeah. And then you're like, oh my God.
No, it's either how is this working or how did he think this would work? You know?
Yeah.
There's two sides to the coin there for sure.
But, you know, and that's the amazing thing about MBL. And remember last year he had, I don't want to say the best set because the final was extraordinary.
I think it might be the greatest comeback in Age of Empires I've seen.
Probably the greatest comeback in Age of Empires 2 ever. And so he went from those awkward things that just like, okay, well, that's why that's not meta. And then all of a sudden, 3 games in a row versus Hera now.
咁啊，仲喺度講緊上年打 Hera 嗰個超級大逆轉。
I think there's a 50% chance they would play Hera in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
I think you're asking questions that I don't know the answers to.
Yeah, but I think it's because this group's winner here would go on to face the other group's winners. They're in separate groups. So
because MBL got shifted into the other group.
Correct. Yeah, because you know, so.
哦，咁佢哋喺度講緊咧，就 NBL 咧可能喺8強亦都有機會打翻呢個 Hera 㗎，好似。
I did hear Hera say something along the lines back there when he's sitting next to MBL. He's like, I'm rooting for you. He's like, for you, not for me.
Yeah, Hera's, knowing Hera though, he'd probably want some revenge for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, he is
係喎，可能真係有喎。
Hera would definitely want to answer that. And I think even though MBL said he was nervous to face Capoch, I think deep down inside, he probably wants some, you know, revenge for that that series. We're not saying that they're, you know, they hate each other. All the players here get along, but definitely that competitive edge starts to sneak its way in as soon as they're in the game, right? And Capoch, probably on the another token, he wants to prove that he can do it again.
哇，咁啊，如果喺之後8強 NBL 同埋呢個 Hera 遇翻就有趣啦。
maybe wasn't someone you would have predicted to be in the top 16 if we would have made predictions 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And then at the same token,
and you tell us
on one game, he's on another one.
He's on another game too. Yeah, he's on another level. This guy. I mean, he's a true gamer.
Yeah. Look at that MBL. I don't know if this is like the thinking, the focus mode MBL, but he's certainly getting himself ready.
He's in the process of deleting all thoughts from his mind, probably.
It's at 60%.
No, he's at a system.
其實我成日覺得佢嗰個耳機係咪反轉咗嚟戴？
Because he knows that's where he can be most efficient.
But I want to bring something else up here, and I think we touched on it more so when MBL was up against Jordan. But remember afterwards, prior to that, I said, "How do you think you're going to do?" He just kept saying, I'm probably going to lose. Next time I asked him, after the win, how are you going to do next series? I'm going to lose. And you and I said, he doesn't want to put expectations on himself because that's where the nerves come in. But here's the thing. 78% win rate against Capwatch over the last 35 games. He has the more successful Age of Empires 2 career. The expectations are there now. The expectations have to be there because he is the favorite in this series.
Oh boy, we saw them loading into the lobby there. They're just getting ready to go. Our admins are working on the details behind the scenes, and we.
係啦，咁啊，好似準備開始啦。咁你見佢啲人入齊 lobby 啊。
This is a best of 3 to determine which one of these players will go home. So this is going to be very tense. The trip back to the hotel this evening is going to be, oh man, you're going to be walking on eggshells. I know Doubt was already eliminated. We all felt bad for him. Daniel was eliminated. We felt terrible for him. Kingston was eliminated. I mean, Valis is eliminated. There's so many emotions right now as players are celebrating after their victories and then just kind of commiserating with the others after their defeats, right?
It is, you know, as casters who typically cast online, it is a bit different. You know, you cast some players online, they lose. Oh, I feel bad for them. But you don't have them walk right next to you 2 minutes later, right? But everyone's been very respectful. There's been no rubbing it in. Everyone understands that there's a very good chance that they could be the ones that join the losers. So there's that lobby, and I'm sure MBL's coordinating there with his with the admin. Shout out to Crazini, by the way.
Yeah, Crazini has been behind the scenes. He said very firmly that he did not wish to be on camera. He said that's not the job I signed up for. He was very uncomfortable last year. Maybe we'll bring him out again. Maybe we'll get a Crazini cam.
You know,
down there.
it's funny because he is also very well dressed. So
yeah.
Oh man.
Also, shout out to our observer who has done a fantastic job. You know, Mapu's good. When, like, I think it was a newcomer here saying, who is the observer? And Tato turns around and he's like, it's Mapu. And they said, is he an Age of Empires player? It's like, no, not really. Is he good? And Tato's like, yeah, he's really good.
Yeah,
really, really good.
Also, I probably made this joke last year, but he looks at the map, Mapu. That's like, which came name? The observing or the name?
I just clap boo for Mapu. Yeah.
Well, could you turn it into a Rapu?
Okay.
Come on, I had like 5 more stacked up. All right, that's fine.
You deserve a slap boo.
You'd make me taboo.
Jokes like this, about to go for a nap boo.
Okay. Crap, I wasn't ready.
You mean crap?
哇，喺意大利。
Keep us off camera for the time being, all right? I'm getting a little hot over here with all the laughter.
唔通正常打？
We're going to focus, and we're ready, everybody. We're all ready. We're not even finished after this one, man.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Oh, boy. All right. MBL Capwatch getting locked in here, and that's a guy we know can get locked in. When the game face comes out, things start to get dangerous for his enemies. When this guy is locked in, it is crazy what he can accomplish.
I imagine Capwatch is not the type of individual to play any game that is casual. However,
oh no,
I am curious. Does he make that face in
like in The Sims?
Like imagine him playing solitaire. Just staring at the computer, just like spam clicking. Like I need to know, you know.
His computer's like calling 911. I'm in danger.
Oh man.
Yeah.
真係喎，真係照跟 Hera。
pretty soon, and he embraces that, and Bengalis, which was a pick.
咁啊，送2村，然之後就係好似有大笨象玩嘅，有呢個戰象。
The opening map. I think he had Kawasan. Northern Isles is the opening map. That's right. And we're into the action right away.
話嚟啊，開始啦，咁啊 NBL 打咩啊？咁啊慢慢圍添啦，直頭。
matchup from what we saw Hera versus Yo. Hera going Bengalis and winning, and Yo going Italians.
咁啊，暫時你見佢咧係未有任何啲咩建築物。咁啊，雙方好似亦都唔係打算暫時揾啲咩過去啊。
You can build up quite a force.
Yeah, so it says this is the first time we see Bengalis being played in Red Bull Wololo Legacy, which I believe is not.
睇下先啊，前面加個碼頭。
From yesterday, but we're just keeping you guys on your toes out there, all right? So you can't just listen. You got to make sure you pay attention.
You got to fact check too.
Yeah, seriously, we can't be trusted.
咁啊，圍住自己屋企啦，即係有啲人可能係即係略略怕人哋登陸啦，咁然之後就求其圍下。
Having 2 additional villagers when your villagers are going to be untouched usually is amazing. And then Italians, it's cheaper for them to go up to each age, and their dock techs.
意大利啊，咁啊，意大利升呢個時代比較平。咁啊，好似同埋係碼頭同埋大學嘅科技，好似都係有折扣。
You know that honestly might be a strategy. If you have a dock, you make a second transport ship, and then you keep the first one within view of your enemy.
Your brain's working way too hard right now. But think
同埋
about
加個
this,
射箭場。
Like so far, it's been very passive. We did have MBL.
哇 ！NBL 呢個圍牆。
But he doesn't know.
Speaking of Mapu, thank you for that great.
Thank you, Mapu, for making
咁啊，
it look foolish.
即係咁啱望唔到啊！但係嗰個位掘頭路嚟。
They both realized that with the dock starting on the backside, that they can get away with a few more fishing ships, and now they're starting to make the navy.
睇下先啊 ！NBL 喺呢度拖咗個村民啦，已經咁啊，可能又係準備加碼頭啦。但係佢後面已經有2個啦。哇！3個碼頭喎，即係喺城堡時代，即係要爆幾多船啊！即係咁起碼頭。
Also, I think Kapoch missed a building. Because remember, usually you make an archer range right away or something. Yeah, he was waiting for the market. So he was delayed because he's had the resources for a bit.
Well, I mean, uptimes are cheaper for MBL anyway.
True.
So he's always going to probably be up faster. As MBL with 2 fire galleys, it won't matter about the HP regeneration.
睇下先啊嘛，3碼頭打應該係2碼頭咯。咁啊 ，Capoche 係喺前面加咗1個，後邊就應該得1個啫。咁啊，運咗。
As the villager now lands on MBL's economy and
去人哋屋企，但係
you know what Bengali like monks
一個村民。
Bengali monks are disgustingly good.
I guess the problem is if someone has food from fishing ships, I feel like light cav is a possibility there, but we'll see.
I think it's tough though for MBL to keep these fishing ships alive.
睇下先啦，咁啊 NBL 咧好似打算出幾隻工兵咧，然之後就運過對面嘅，但係俾人捉到。等先，呢隻船俾人韞住喎，係咪啊？等先，佢原地噴係咩料啊？控唔切啊，可能。
It means you can always win equal number fights. It's fantastic, and now Kapoch is doing exactly what Hera did. He just
睇下先啊，咁啊對面嘅船咧，因為可以係每分鐘回係咪15滴血啊？即係1打1嘅話咧係有着數嘅。哎，等，呢度死唔死啊？至少放啲兵落地先。放唔放？係啊，求其放啲係落地先啊！如果唔係冇噶啦。等下先啊 ，NBL 係升咗個城堡時代，加咗個 TC， 然之後就佢暫時未知道人哋咧係放咗個村民喺佢自己嗰邊嘅。
And they agree with us. Don't make your win condition winning a Mangonel war.
3 TC 直接。
If MBL sees that quickly.
哇！如果佢望到人哋係直接喺自己屋企加嘢嘅話，佢唔知仲會唔會咁樣加3 TC 啊？
And he's going to go for those Bengali monks that have 3 pierce armor, 3 melee armor. It makes them incredibly difficult to clear up.
Let's see if Kapoch can get away with some of these weak ones. I think we really have to pay attention to that.
Yeah.
He's just going to add a
有啲
skirmish
濕
with
滯。
those archers. That's not really that big a talking point at the moment.
咁啊，海呢邊咧就還 OK 嘅。咁啊，始終你本身都係碼頭多嘅，即係照道理冇理由打輸啊。
And they save so much, right?
但係咧就一打嘅時候就一定要係打到尾嘅，即係你唔可以俾機會人哋慢慢回翻血。
He received +2 more when he made it to Castle Age Capoch, and there's the monastery.
正面呢度打咩啊？一個真女，咩建築物都未有喎。睇下先，爆炸船，MBL 散得還可以。咁啊，碼頭多呢度優勢出咗嚟啦。咁啊，你見到船咧係11部對3部係嘛？啊，唔係3部爆炸船同埋3部呢個噴火船。睇下先，靚啦靚啦呢個。咁啊，人哋揸唔到太多嘢。
That's what MBL can see. He might start to get a little suspicious if he doesn't see more on water from Cap Watch.
睇下先啊，咁啊 MBL 咧係留咗一個爆炸船，應該係我唔知佢咪諗住捉人哋啲運輸船啊。
I think he's gonna like outpost the side because you got to think, what could he do to me right now that could win him this game? And that's certainly the area.
睇下先，佢望到食佬啊！佢呢度睇下先，哇！呢個好緊要，佢望到人哋啲嘢就得啦，好緊要呢個位。
Always. Now what do you do, right? You know there's going to be
睇下先，俾人招啊！咁啊，
I think what you should want to do here is go for your own siege.
加咩啊？加 BK 啊，諗住。
But we'll see. I mean, it's
killing the scout is
take
huge.
things away from the water as well.
Honestly, killing that scout is huge because now you can go for your own siege. Italians have a decent monk texture of their own as well, so maybe you could go for atonement.
啊，市集。
You want to find an atonement war?
咁啊，暫時你未見佢係加任何啲咩建築物嘅，但係佢海嗰邊咧應該係清咗人哋個即係海嘅食物來源啦。你見佢冇晒漁船㗎啦已經。
He doesn't quite get it. He's not going to quite get that fire ship. MBL still has 7 fish alive. We have to point that out.
咁啊，維持住個經濟優勢都唔錯。你見佢係47經濟嘅資源啦，咁啊對呢個63啊。咁啊，漁船7部，咁啊村民56隻，咁啊唔錯㗎呢個位。咁啊 Capoche 呢個位咧就有啲尷尬嘅，即係如果佢又要打翻個海嘅話，其實佢又冇乜着數嘅，即係。但係唔打嘅話又好似好奇怪。定係喺陸地 all in 就算數啦，即係喺呢度，即係贏就贏，輸就輸咁樣，即係個海就唔要啦。即係冇退路㗎啦！呢個位如果係咁嘅話，就靠陸地呢邊啦。即係佢就算出去重新打翻個海度咧，即係你又冇漁船，即係你打完翻嚟好似都係兩手揈揈，即係嘥埋啲錢。咁啊喺陸地呢邊直接打一波啦。睇下先啊 ，MBL 係仲係出緊噴火船。唔係喎 ，Capoche 正面嗰個碼頭 MBL 望唔望到啊？究竟？佢好似完全唔知啊。
In an ideal world, he clears out the monks and then he drops a castle where all those buildings are.
Or yeah,
but that could lose him the game if the conversions work.
I wonder if there's.
睇下睇下點樣守啊？呢邊咁啊，暫時已經有5個真女啦。咁啊，真女係咁喺度升緊科技。睇下先呢個寶睇唔睇到啊？人哋睇到喎。但係呢個位俾 TC 肥到啊！呢個可能可以抌到少少時間。睇下先 ，Capoche 繼續喺度出船，但係即係打又唔係，唔打又唔係。其實錢係有嘅。
As Sanctity is now coming in for those monks, the monk push is basically stalled out once that TC is gone.
咁啊，經濟已經差好遠㗎啦。咁你見到 MBL 咧係儲咗一大堆肉馬咧，係順便咁啊處理下你嗰啲真女啊。咁啊，睇下個數量夠唔夠多，然之後就鏟埋佢啦，直接。呢個幾多？呢個就係得5個真女啫喎。咁啊 ，Capoche 呢邊係完全冇兵係處理嗰個即係輕騎兵啊。咁啊，輕騎咧有抗呢個招降。咁啊，而且即係對面啲兵咁少。但係等啦等啦，咁啊嚟未啊？咁啊 MBL 嘅部隊夠唔夠多啊？呢度嚟啊！咁啊兩邊包抄直接。咁你見到 Capoche 係直接想招咗左手邊嗰邊嘅，但係因為始終輕騎咧係少少抗招降嘅，即係同埋就算你招得到都好啦，好似感覺上都唔係，等先唔係喎，唔係喎。 哇！呢、個位真係我唔知係咪 Coach 運氣好咧，即係佢點解佢招得咁快脆啊？睇下先，呢度攞個村民咧去修理呢個輕頭，死唔死啊？至少換到咁啊 OK 啦，咁樣 OK 啦。咁啊真女死晒啦，然之後輕頭冇啦，咁啊得翻兩隻啱啱招翻嚟嘅肉馬，而且村民亦都係俾人捉埋㗎啦，應該。咁啊海嘅話咧，你見到 Coach 係仲有6隻噴火船同埋佢出緊2個爆炸船，但係呢個經濟差距有啲大。睇下先啊，咁啊而 NPL 咧亦都係因為有船嘅關係咧，佢食物收入嗰度略係即係感覺上都唔錯。咁啊又嚟600石頭啦，650石。咁啊呢邊應該清理咗㗎啦，咁佢剩翻啲石頭可以起喺邊啊？其實呢個路口都幾鬼近喎，定係運啲村民去中間起步，即係確保個後期打得舒服啲。先啊，呢個村民好似都係想運過去，唔知係咪？咁啊，登陸處理咗啦。咁啊，船係鬥多嘅啫，依家。真係好多石啊！但係點用咧？究竟？哇！真係呢個文明都幾屈機，真係。佢仲可以有陣時咧，一打嘅時候。即係數量差唔多嘅時候咧，你可以靠少少回血咧，即係都略係有啲優勢。哇！呢個咁樣炸2步有啲事。咁啊，部隊咧係8對19㗎啦已經，咁啊差得有啲遠啦開始。睇下先 NBL， 咁啊暫時你見佢經濟咧，佢又唔係話上到帝王住喎，即係反而係靠 Poach 嗰邊咧經濟係差唔多撳掣啦，準備。咁啊起咗個運輸船，應該係準備運村民去中間起補，然之後即係穩住中間啲經濟先啊。咁啊靠 Poach 點帝王啦。咁啊村民係86隻，呢個數。好似都唔錯。咁啊，我本身諗下，即係我覺得佢80零村，你上帝王嘅話，即係你通常要諗就係佢有冇錢升下其他嘢，即係科技啊咁樣。即係80幾個村民好似都唔錯。睇下先啊，咁啊噴埋啦。咁啊打下走下咁樣又可以慢慢回下血。即係呢個帝王優勢。睇下先，轉老炮船。咁啊升防啦，你見到咁啊直接係帝王噴火準備。即係一路咁樣耗耐，好似都唔係辦法。其實最好嘅話，梗係呢個時候唔打嘅，因為你升齊科技先打，點都着數啲，即係等多啲船仲好。咁但係睇嚟佢好似亦都，我唔知係咪佢覺得自己冇乜選擇。即係諗住打下先，但係咁樣打落好似唔係好對路喎，即係部隊數相差1倍喎。睇下先又炸啦，咁啊呢個炸邊好啊？炸上面啦不如。睇下先呢個位，求其揾啲嘢炸先，求其啊。炸到嘅至少，但係都係差好遠啊！呢個部隊數，呢個部隊數差好遠。咁啊15秒。如果佢真係要打，即係要搶帝打開，佢應該要忍下先啦，係嘛？即係仲喺度追人哋打。睇下先升唔升科技啊？升咩啊？上咗帝啦已經。 咁啊有幾百嘅食物黃金，佢夠錢升㗎。咁啊升咗個噴火先。咁啊升埋個3攻，哇！村民運過去直接係插一個寶。但係 NBL 呢個帝王其實亦都唔係好遲嘅咋。咁睇下先，忍耐。其實呢個時候等升級嘅啫，忍耐。有哇，真係俾人哋上下包抄大鑊啦！咁啊，仲有6秒、5秒升級，佢只要升級就可以嘗試打下，但係我唔知贏定輸啊，但係可以打噶啦，係嘛？升級完，贏定輸啊！而且呢個寶咧就啱啱好可以喺佢打贏人嘅時候咧就起好喎，居然！哇 ！NBL 都要走啦，呢個時候你見佢咁啊，部隊數係21對28啦，咁啊非常接近。咁 NBL 嘅帝王時間其實唔係好遲啊，佢亦都可以係叫做即係出定巨頭去打人哋個寶先嘅。但係呢個戰況就有啲立亂。其實靠 Post 個經濟都唔錯喎，即係佢雖然前面好似好落後咁樣，但係佢依家村民已經去到120隻啦，即係好似都感覺上都唔錯。哇！真係呢個噴火船，仲有冇兵啊 ？NBL 27隻。咁啊船呢係4、5部咁樣，有幾個老炮船。睇下先可以打咩先？即係呢個時候，大鑊啦，大鑊啦！咁好彩咧就係其實都唔係好彩。咁啊暫時唔知點算好呢個時候，即係人哋耗得越耐咧，佢啲船咧慢慢噴下噴下，佢自己又可以慢慢回下血咁樣。即係都幾煩人㗎喎，咁樣。睇下先有冇辦法處理咗呢邊啊？真係凄涼呢個時候。咁啊，後邊應該係冇辦法處理啊，即係正面呢邊儲多少少兵。咁啊，暫時部隊數係28對36嘅。咁啊，船呢應該係靠 Poach 嗰邊戰鬥力好啲嘅。咁但係 NBL 呢邊咧應該係陸地略多少少兵去，即係順便守埋自己屋企呢邊。哇！大笨象都出嚟。睇下先啊，咁啊，靠 Poach 係木材，佢唔係冇木嘅，只不過佢可能啲村民積晒喺上面，即係佢下面大把木未伐啊！哇！哇！啲巨頭居然唔死啊！哇！黐線，靠 Poach 去到140村喎，依家即係雙方都140村啊！咩料？哎呀！呢個升級俾人打停咗。部隊數53，咁啊對39。得唔得？哇！呢邊火炮同埋巨頭咁啱可以，亦都係嗨到呢個寶啊！咁啊幾好，又要重新升多次，即係升嚟升去都未升完。140村，其實啲村民俾人肥下都冇所謂啊。咁啊 ，NBL 亦都係因為控制咗中間嗰個即係嗰個細島啊，即係入邊都好多資源嘅。咁啊，暫時睇下靠 Poach 可唔可以點樣善用佢啲資啊，真係唔好亂咁使。即係1000幾黃金仲可以漚好耐下。但係其實佢係咪應該要分村民去伐木啊？即係個個走去掘金。咁啊，你見到 NBL 咧係成65個村民伐木㗎，咁資源都係唔夠用嘅。咁但係靠 Poach 嗰邊咧就40幾個村民掘金。咁啊，但係伐木咧就略略唔係好夠多。咁啊，人口亦都未滿㗎，即係未滿走去同人哋200人口打。 睇下先 ，NBL 佢未升3攻喎，不過好似睇下點先，睇下效果點先。呢個位有啲即係打落好似有啲辛苦，感覺上。就係 NBL 少咗3攻，夠唔夠抽啊？但係佢部隊數夠多啊，即係50幾隻打30幾隻。咁啊 ，Capuch 冇木材出兵啊！睇下先，呢邊清咗啦，差唔多，好似呢度清咗啦。咁啊，中間呢個資源太緊要啦，亦都。咁啊，中間處理咗啦。咁啊，剩低就係 Capuch 上面嗰個登陸係想點樣處理佢？哇！佢應該要去下邊伐木啊，即係。係唔錯唔錯唔錯。咁啊，暫時都仲未完嘅，睇落好似咁，但係即係啲老炮船開始係威脅到呢個 Capuch 嘅陸地啦。其實應該都未完嘅，經濟係有啊。咁啊，中間出唔到兵，咪喺上面起碼頭咯。真係瘋狂升經濟啊，雙方都。睇下先啊，部隊數係幾多啊？30隻船啦，咁啊打 NBL 呢邊都係30隻、32隻，咁但係佢有5個嗰啲火炮船，即係拎嚟拆建築物。睇下先 ，Capuch 好想打，但係個陣營唔知點樣執。即係啲船數量多嘅時候咧，就係個陣營係弱智嘅。睇下先，打唔打？打。其實俾人威脅到陸地咧，都有啲辛苦嘅，即係你俾人干擾自己經濟。睇下先啊 ，Capuch 呢度都打唔打？睇下先，有啲凄涼。咁而且 NBL 咧亦都係送咗一隻村民喺旁邊嗰度，唔知係咪起緊軍營。咁啊 ，Capuch 佢一直即係佢其實應該唔係好想依個時候打嘅，因為你始終人口未滿啊。等陣先，哇！原來 Capuch 嗰度仲有一個嘅 BK 咧喺度出緊呢個大混象搞嘅 NBL。咁啊，搞到立亂啦！依家呢個情況，睇下先打。哇，部隊數逆轉喎，可能可以喎，呢個位可能可以喎，即係呢個時候嚟啊！但係人哋因為有個寶喺度啊，即係你亦都唔敢咧係 A 得太入。睇下先，等緊科技，仲有一個升埋啦。OK， 衝！咁啊，衝啦！咁啊，冇辦法啦，因為人口滿啊。呢度夠唔夠打啊？睇下先啊 ，NBL 呢度黃金咧係得5個人掘嘅啫喎，佢 NBL 佢霸咗中間都冇黃金，咁搞笑嘅。佢等先，佢 TC 上面有一大笪金嘅喎，佢自己中間嗰度村民唔知係咪死鬼咗定係運走咗？哇！真係呢個時候 Capuch 嘅經濟咧就係木材唔係太夠，黃金好似都差唔多冇啦。其實 NBL 可以捱。其實佢應該執好經濟嘅話，可以捱多陣嘅，但係佢黃金暫時得6個人掘，好似唔係好夠多。哇！喺人哋屋，等陣先，唔係，即係出咗求其出咗少少嘅呢啲係咩啊？嗰啲僱傭兵。其實 NBL 要黃金啊，即係佢依家唔知有冇時間，即係分啲村民喺中間啦。即係如果唔係嘅話，長遠好似出唔到兵啊咁樣。咁啊賣咗少少嘅食物，咁啊換咗少少黃金。等先，部隊數好接近㗎。等先 ，NBL 喺度起一個 TC 啊，居然呢個 TC 咩料？好彩佢後面仲有少少火炮幫手做下輸出。 其實哇 NBL 終於咧係分咗20個村民出去掘金啦，睇嚟。睇下先夠唔夠啊？呢度淨係得老炮船，好似唔係好掂啊。即係你要有少少噴火船喺前面做彈咧，咁樣會比較即係輸出正路啲嘅，即係好似人哋陸地咁樣咧，一個近戰一個遠程咁樣。睇下先 NBL 呢度唔係啩？即係因為自己冇黃金，然之後死鬼咗。即係但係佢係有控圖有資可以掘㗎，但係佢係即係中途唔記得分村民過去掘。即係 NBL 冇黃金啊！真係有搞錯啊！你中間控咗圖，但係冇黃金。咁依間部隊數咧係50對42嘅，真係有機會咁樣俾人哋無啦啦咁樣一波滾雪球打，即係打翻轉頭咁啊！真係濕滯。咁啊，人口係好接近嘅。真係有啲凄涼。咁啊 ，Capoche 咧就冇黃金啦。睇下先，石頭亦都冇啦。咁啊，修理都費事啊。咁但係因為巨頭亦都拆晒啦。哇！真係 NBL 呢個真係都係有驚無險嘅，真係。但係佢黃金嚟嘅時候咧就出到兵㗎啦，至少。Capoche 冇黃金啦。哇！啱啱爭啲好似有啲機會去死，但係好彩。就係屋企立立亂。咁啊，應該冇㗎啦呢度。佢呢個位仲可以打一陣間啦，但係你冇黃金嘅話，應該冇㗎啦。冇錢。咁啊，陸地亦都係俾人搞到7個咁亂。睇下先啊，木材都攞去賣啦，咁啊換少少黃金翻嚟，但係冇啦應該。哇！真係中間呢度3個堡咧，你就係靠船去打都有啲辛苦。咁啊，人口咧140幾啦，咁啊準備啦，應該係打至少掙扎一下打一波，然之後投降啦應該。即係嘗試一下。睇下先啊，咁啊揾咗一個靚位，咁啊叫做可以略散一散開自己啲兵，有個靚陣型嘅。咁但係 NBL 亦都可以係選擇唔打嘅，即係反正有錢唔急嘅呢個時候。咁啊，最後啊呢度打埋差唔多頭啊應該。咁啊，下面亦都係着晒燈啊，即係自己屋企立亂。咁啊，上面都俾人打退咗啦，咁啊冇錢啦。就係最後一個保住佢資源嘅寶嚟啊！呢個應該差唔多啦。應該差唔多啊，5秒，頭尾。咁啊，上面仲有少少兵，有31對67㗎，已經差1倍㗎啦，啲部隊數。好啦，都係投啊，好準啊，好準確預測5秒鐘就投啦已經。但係冇辦法啦，即係一開始即係我諗佢嗰個登陸好似有啲尷尬。block out everything so he can focus on his game. He's got a defrag going on right now. 即係不過 NBL 一開始係3碼頭爆船嘅，即係我諗佢亦都可能冇預計到。就係樣樣都想做啊，然之後就樣樣都做唔掂。即係又打海又登陸，然之後就兩邊都冇咗。
NBL played that pretty solid. Like all his transitions were basically on point. The defense from the Siege Workshop and the Monks getting Lightcap being so patient and waiting with those Lightcap to engage.
That was a
I
great
was impressed. Yeah,
that
I
was
was
a
really
really,
impressed.
really good game. I mean, when Kapoch looks like he's dead in the water.
睇下先啦，下一場咧就係呢個 Kaposh 嘅
Something that
home
outpost.
map。
He knew and lovely stuff. And also, if you wanted a really competitive series, I think that's a good sign. Also, if you like the longer games, that one was what, 50 minutes?
就咁望個樣，我唔係好認得啲圖嗰啲。
For Kapoch, you would think. I believe that is MBL taking a quick bathroom.
睇下先啊，呢兩個人約埋去廁所。
Saying, well, if you do, I guess I will too.
What type of conversation?
手拖手。
They're going to talk strats.
I'm just.
They're going to talk strats together. Yeah.
There's only 2 urinals in there. That's all I'm saying. So they're
And
just
side by side. Yeah.
Anyways.
Listen, if one of them comes back and the other doesn't, we're gonna have to send in a crew. We're gonna send in some people. Yeah.
Well,
investigate.
I mean, obviously, you got to want 100% focus on the game, so they can go take their time.
Yeah.
But okay, so again, it is possible for Kapoch, if he wishes to pick Arabia. I think that would be a big mistake for a home map. So we have to assume Frigid Lake. If we could have the draft up, so we can all remember what this is.
係先啊，T90 都喺度講啊，即係俾人哋攞阿拉
I
伯。
think there's quite a few out there that can work particularly.
俾個阿拉伯小王子攞個阿拉伯。
Has to really work around that Berbers pick, right? Like Tatars was his very first pick. Does he want to play that on Arabia? Does he want to play that on Frigid Lake? He does have Khmer for Frigid Lake.
即係如果你遇到啲咩 Hera 嗰啲，即係你都唔會想俾佢揀個阿拉伯嚟玩。
Might do well against Tatars.
I agree. I mean, I think he has Tatars,
Franks, and Khmer.
Franks.
Yeah.
All 3 of those can be
Berbers
awkward
are,
against
yeah,
Berbers.
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, when do you think MBL is going to pick the Berbers? When do you think, or which Civ do you think is going to
阿
be
拉
best
伯
out of those 3?
應該都係中國㗎啦，即係佢呢個 NBL 呢個阿拉伯打中國，啊唔係中國打阿拉伯。
MBL's got Dravidians.
咁啊，但係咧就 Kaposh 呢邊要揾個文明去打。
Are at the very least untested.
可以打咩？
Start with 0 food. Which means if you go archers on Arabia, you're not going to have fletching as fast. Or you idle your TC. If you go scouts, well, you're not going to make a scout for a solid 2 minutes. So like, if he goes Berbers on Frigid Lake and doesn't win, he's got a very awkward Chinese and a low win rate Dravidians for Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, but if he wants to play Arabia a little bit Wally with Chinese, it could work.
It could work, yeah.
And I think we have, I believe we have Riley over here with, is that Hera across the room that I see?
It is indeed, yes, very handsome face of Hera.
Hera.
Just watch your teammate MBL take out game number 1, the players in a quick break. So I wanted to check in with you, get your thoughts on what we've just seen. Northern Isles, one of the more unique maps in the pool, in that it is a hybrid water map. Give us your analysis of what we've seen and how it went for MBL.
Well, the funny thing is that was actually the exact same matchup that I was playing earlier as well in my set, Bengalis, Italians. It was quite interesting that Kaposh decided to go for the landing. With Bengalis, usually, you know, when you go for a landing, you probably want to have access to strong units, and Bengalis not having access to stables do leave them a little bit limited. So I feel like he was a bit, you know, one-dimensional with his landing, but you know, he made the game messy, and I think that the turning point for me was when MBL was able to, you know, secure the land a little bit and then make his way, you know, back onto the water.
And onto the centre isle in particular.
Oh, yeah.
We'll come to that in a second. I want to focus on the response to that Monk Siege push there in the south. MBL's very patient with that. You know, he actually chose his moment really well. And, you know, we talk about MBL being chaotic and improvisational and all that, but that was a very calculated response. He kept his TC alive, he waited for the light cab to come in, and then sort of a bit of a pincer movement came in to make sure he could clean up the monks and the siege.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing I know from playing MBL thousands of games, the viewers know how much we've played. You know, siege pushing him is extremely challenging. He's one of the best defensive players when it comes to siege. He knows the ins and outs of Mangonel and monks, and you know, picking his timing is key. And I think that the pincer move was kind of like the cherry on top to make it extremely hard for Kapoch to react and to maybe even land some attack rounds with the Mangonel. So yeah, it was really beautifully played by MBL there, and I think, if you ask me, you know, picking the right moments can make the difference between winning and losing the game.
Well, let's talk about one more key moment before we let you go, Hera, and that is seizing the centre isle. I was asking some of the other, the casters, Mem and that sort of stuff about how key that centre island can be, shoring up those resources, a castle to defend what you've got there. And do you think that was decisive? Did that make the difference in this game?
I mean, that's a great question. First of all, let's tackle like what controlling the center means. Okay. Obviously, so like even on other maps, right, the middle of the map is absolutely key. Even if we're talking on Arabia, guys, like having the middle is really important because to attack, the units have to go either through the middle or along the sides. If you control the middle on Northern Isles, that whole middle ring of water is kind of yours, and it makes it very awkward for Kapoch to maneuver around it. But then obviously having golden stone access, that's kind of infinite because of just how much there is. I wouldn't say it was necessarily the absolutely decisive move because I feel like Kapoch did have a chance to kind of snowball the water, but MBL held beautifully, waited till the center kind of kicked in, and it was just a slow and painful death for Kapoch after that. Well played to MBL.
Yeah, MBL did really, really well, and thanks so much, Hera, for your expert analysis there, mate. It's always great to get your insight. We're going to head back to the casters that now they're standing over there ready to go. So right now, it's back to T90 and Dave.
All right, well, that was good insight there from Hera. Breaking down a water map, as we all know he's...
睇下先啊，佢哋已經翻埋位啦。
Make that water map look fantastic. Yesterday, I almost said last week.
高棉啊
like last week.
In a good way.
We've had a lot of games. Like we've been watching some of the B stream games while we're watching the main games, and it's just been so much Age of Empires as we see Kimura, that wonderful Ballista Elephant. I think that might be my favorite.
Yeah, Ballista Elephant, also shout out to the Hyofnitze.
Yep.
And then also
the
really
Janissary.
liked the Dismounted Conic.
Oh, with the menacing like chain ball, the mace?
Oh yeah.
Or whatever it is. I think
It's a mace.
No, the mace is the one that I think that is just like a club.
A spiky militia thing?
Yeah.
Like the militia has a mace?
Yeah. And it's very small actually. Maces are very, well, maces.
Riley.
Mice? What's the plural of maces?
I don't think
oh
it's
no,
mice.
not this again.
Oh no,
Well,
not the
I mean,
mice.
right now, Riley is just shaking his head.
Is he?
Super SMH back there. I imagine he is. I don't
Okay.
see him right now, but he's ashamed to know us as we don't know the proper weaponry. And here's the Berbers, and Berbers certainly have answers to Kimura. That camel archer looks pretty awesome.
It looks amazing.
Look at that.
Even the camel looks menacing.
Yeah,
but
even though according to Riley, it never existed. So
yeah, well, it is rather ironic how Riley stood up here maybe 45 minutes ago and talked about the historical accuracy of Age of Empires 2. But if everything was historically accurate, we would not have well-balanced civilizations.
He is not historically accurate. Here we go into game
咦，咁啊嚟啦，賽事咁啊，等佢哋去完廁所之後開始打。
on his home map, Frigid Lake, Kimura.
睇下先啊，咁啊高棉好處就係即係唔使係咁加魔方。
Farms on the moon wherever you want to make them, and the villagers don't have to drop off to a gather point. NBL playing as the Berbers though, which is kind of a little.
睇下先攞個拍出嚟喎，居然。
I mean, Kimura typically it's fast farms, fast up, make a lot of knights. There are other things you can talk about, but forget about the elephants.
睇下先啊 ，NBL 死圍牆啦！哇，佢呢個木位咁核突嘅。
What is that wood line? By the way,
it's so no, dude.
佢呢個木位得2行啫喎，咩鬼嘢嚟㗎？
It took me aback. I mean, he's got the lumber camp there, so he's going to chop through it sooner rather than later. And this is the NBL.
真係有啲搞笑。
I mean, walls down in the second minute in.
即係同埋佢個木位咁嘅嘅樣咧，你應該係即係啲村民都要調走佢，即係費事嘥咗呢個位。
Also, the cheekiness there to attack the villager when he knew that his scout could die was interesting.
Also, Kapoch pre-walling in his villagers.
係咁啊，屋企呢邊咧就死圍啦，咁啊，然之後咧就上呢個城堡時代。 唔知賣唔賣石咧？即係呢個時候。
And the archers and the spearmen are going to hit these walls, and they're not going to be able to do anything, Tristan. This looks like MBL is going to be really safe against this early pressure.
Yeah, that spearman will find it.
等下先，對面呃到過嚟啊！
So he knows
出咗啲咩兵啊？即係3隻工兵，3隻長槍。長槍。
Kapoch will be confused though, because Kapoch will see that the archery range doesn't have a flag on it.
I think Kapoch should now, seeing the full walls, he should go and add a dock. I think he should take.
睇下先，呢個木位有啲核突得滯。
Here's MBL.
睇下先啦，咁啊有一個矛兵同埋3隻工兵，咁啊睇嚟係睇下可唔可以吞多少少啊，或者等先打唔中啊，有少少濕滯。睇下先，如果換得多啲仲好。KD 係1對2啊。
From there, because that was risky business. But now the pressure
咁啊 NBL 咧就即係斥候未死嘅，咁啊你見佢仲可以攞去偵察一下啦，咁然之後屋企咧係出呢個矛兵工兵。佢會唔會又走去打呢個即係標槍騎？睇下呢度進攻得滯，貪得滯。咁啊斥候咧就拖走啦，直接即係費事浪費。但係呢個位有啲貪心。咁而且咁樣換落去咧，你又要諗下就係人哋高棉經濟都唔錯喎。
It's unlikely we're going to see heavy archer play from Capwatch. I think if both players are making this many skirms, it's probably going to be knights for both.
哇！真係呢個時間好似好慢喎，真係人哋升城咯喎。哇！真係呢個拍啲經濟咁差咁遠嘅可以。咁啊，而且 NBL 咧係升咗呢個防啦，咁然之後亦都係。但先呢隻馬唔係新出嘅，哇！可以升城咯，即係呢個經濟有啲誇張。咁啊，而且咧唔使特別地行去交資源，又唔使加魔方，即係好似都幾正。咁啊，已經升級啦。咁啊，7分鐘時間，咁啊一邊打一邊升。唔係喎 ，NBL 點解無啦啦變咗幾百食物出嚟嘅？即係可能啱啱佢其實唔係咁少食物嘅，佢係可能喺 TC 嗰個撳村民撳得多，即係取消翻之後就有一堆嘢啦。咁啊，升級嘅時間爭少少，問題唔係好大嘅。咁然之後已經準備掘石啦。咁啊，睇嚟係想打 UU 添啊。睇下先，起咗個馬房啊。咁呢個馬房咧，應該係拎嚟升下血統同埋移動速度啦。然之後4個人掘石應該係起城堡啊，好似。睇下先，正面係咪加咗個碼頭啊？係喎，出漁船啊！咁啊，有1級伐木，1級種田。唔係喎，佢點解升個馬房嘅？又升個血統。哇！真係靠 push 呢度3馬房爆馬，食乜宵夜？食咗啦！我啱啱食咗個三文治，公司三文治。
Well, the resources are insane for Capwatch. If he wants to boom, he can do it. He can make knights out of 3 stables, though. He can do 2 stables.
睇下先，呢個 NBL 我暫時覺得佢都應該係打 UU 嘅，但係佢加咗個馬房，升咗個即係升咗個1馬房啦。即係我唔係好肯定佢打咩，咁啊出咗少少駱駝暫時。睇下先啊，佢唔知係咪望到啦人哋個馬房。咁啊出少少駱駝頂住先啦，咁啊好似係想慢慢咁樣轉去打城堡兵。唔知咁樣好唔好咧？真係。即係雖然咧，佢係淨係4個村民掘石，佢投資唔係好多啦，但係高棉3 TC 喎。即係你冇乜蝕經濟，但係人哋喺度爆經濟。睇下先啊！呢啲騎咧應該係俾駱駝追走噶啦。嚟啊！拖村民啦！哇，好果斷，而且靠鋪場應該望到啊。等陣先，個寶擺邊好啊？咁樣大就。咁啊，靠鋪呢個圖咧都幾靚嘅，因為你見佢黃金都唔係話特別向外嘅。 個寶可以擺邊？睇下先啊，呢邊俾人哋招嗰隻駱駝，哎呀，上面穿咗個窿，咁啊俾人都係村民。呢個寶擺喺邊啊？佢前面應該有偵察一下嘅，佢好似係想封黃金位啊！呢個哇，呢個貼住個牧場起啊，諗住。呢個位封唔封到啊？但係呢個位可以封建築物，好似都唔錯。即係冇地方好起就，即係揩到少少黃金位，但係建築物都有，好似都唔錯。咁啊，有少少駱駝咧係 cam 住㗎啦嘛 ，Capoche 出唔出嚟啊？佢有2個真女嘅，可以嘗試打啊！呢度村民唔係好多咋。大爆炸，大爆炸，得唔得啊？呢度因為人哋已經有2個真女啦，即係你除非即係有辦法包咗佢啦。如果唔係嘅話，你要預計一開戰嘅時候至少蝕2隻兵。打唔打呢個位？至少蝕2隻兵喎，咁樣如果要打，可能唔止啦。依家越嚟越多真女啦。哇！呢個寶失敗咗啦。人哋係3 TC 喎，仲要。咁啊，雖然 NBL 呢度係即係冇乜點樣死村民啦，但係佢呢個投資都好多下。而且仲有一堆村民係冇做嘢。咁啊，暫時經濟係相差10隻村打啦呢度。咁啊，被逼一定要至少損失少少嘅駱駝啦。如果唔係嘅話，唔知點樣，唔知點算啊之後。咁啊，駱駝一定要打落騎兵度，真係唔好浪費，唔好浪費 DPS。但係哇，又嚟招學贏唔贏啊？呢個位部隊數係16對16㗎，好接近㗎。但係 Capoche 呢度係因為始終係騎兵嚟嘅，好似唔係好夠抽。但係好似好接近，好似好接近。呢度村民都死咗唔少啊！你見到咁啊 ，Capoche 係其實係咪 NBL 玩完啦？應該玩完啦，即係冇村民前面已經同埋後面，因為你仲有後續部隊去守啦，即係佢就算剩低幾個駱駝都，即係感覺上都唔使怕啦，已經。有啲濕滯，即係佢呢個時候唔知點算好嘅，即係你拖幾個村民又唔夠皮啊！即係佢呢度淨係拖3個村啊！等先，唔係呢度仲有2個，咁啊加埋5個。等先啊，後面得5個村民啊，即係佢又唔敢拖太多，即係好似太 all in 咁樣。咁喺呢度咧就，咦招咗一隻馬。咁啊，怕俾人招翻轉頭，所以就 delete 咗啦已經。哇！呢個佢唔想投資太多，求其拖5個村民再嚟試一試。咁啊，村民已經係相差30隻㗎啦，已經部隊數有優勢。咁啊，招，睇下招唔招到啊？招咗幾個駱駝㗎啦已經。咁啊 ，NBL 呢度都有真女嘅，即係邊個贏啊？好似打得好接近啊！咁啊 ，Capoche 瓜喎，啊唔係，不過呢個好難死啊！都講真，你就算係呢個寶都，冇同我講啲村民死晒啊！呢度仲有3個村民嘅，你見到？咁啊，部隊係13對15㗎，咁啊，駱駝越嚟越多啦！突然間，哇！真係夾硬起啊！夾硬起，咁我覺得呢個寶即係起到都還好嘅，至少即係又封咗咁多嘅建築物，同埋嗰個大金可能食唔到啊！射唔射到啊？呢個大金好似射唔到啊！陰公，好似射到又好似射唔到啊！呢個距離，我覺得不過佢都係算數啦，即係呢個位有啲難守啊，即係射唔到都有啲麻煩。係咪先啊？暫時係領先差唔多40村民啊！即係雖然你封咗嗰個黃金同埋啲建築物啦，但係即係始終你另外嗰邊好似冇晒壓力啦，已經即係人哋向出邊發展。
barracks like within the army of MBL as he now is killing all the pikemen coming out. That was
好似
barracks location was
睇落有啲即係有啲辛苦啦，但係就招雞唔係問題啊，即係有啲立亂咁樣啦。不過好似 NBL 都好中意呢啲情況啊，即係打到個場立亂。咁然之後咧就睇下雙方點樣應對嘅，即係佢比較自信喺呢啲情況度，即係打翻優勢翻嚟。但係因為 Capucci 呢度優勢都幾大啊，即係30幾村優勢。睇下先啦，哇！即係駱駝。俾幾個村民圍毆，應該好難追啦，係嘛？即係110人口今日對呢個75人口，呢度有幾個建築物可以俾你拆下嘅，但係好似都無關緊要。如果 NBL 可以再插多個堡就好啦，即係插喺左手邊。
Yeah, I mean, he has camels at home at his base, and I think he's going to send them to the gold right now. I think they're on their way. So he might get some really good damage there against Capuch. I mean, Capuch is using gold now.
呢個時候唔知點算。咁啊，出咗幾隻駱駝弓啦，咁但係就義弓都未有嘅。佢可能唔記得咗添啦。咁啊，依家撳掣啦，見到。係先，小心啲。咁啊，呢啲馬弓咧，真係數量唔係夠，即係唔夠多。即係戰鬥力有限。如果可以再插多堡就正，但係暫時見到資源唔係好夠。即係105村對64。咁啊，2 TC 打3 TC。頭先係咪有爆炸船啊？但係會唔會太陽啊？呢個即係咁啊 ！Capucci 會唔會咁蠢俾人炸？唔會啩？你見到 NBL 一忍啦，但係 Capucci 呢度咧係好醒啊！冇即係咁少嘅原來，炸咗3個長槍兵，好似個爆炸船仲貴啊！你雖然插咗個堡喺度啦，但係人哋喺另外嗰邊發展，即係完全冇咩所謂喎咁樣。咁啊，繼續 keep 住啦，係分少少馬咁啊，搞住 NBL。睇下先啊，第3個 TC。哇！真係你見到 Capucci 嗰個經濟佢唔係升齊嘅，真係冇辦法，真係搞到好似即係有村民優勢，但係又好似唔係好大咁樣。炸咁啊！2個真女，呢度炸唔炸到呢個位？嘣！哇！呢個 damage 就靚好多啦，真係靚過啱啱好多。但係唔係好夠喎。咁啊，村民又嚟到呢個69啦。咁啊，直接嚟個 counter， 咁而且屋企夠 TC 多啊，真係唔係好怕你。應該唔知會唔會投咧？真係屋企俾人搞到咁辛苦，即係全部填廢晒，然之後啲村民淨係圍住呢個黃金掘啊！即係木材仲有冇啊？啊！呢個位俾人哋起咗堡，有啲慘。如果呢個堡咧係由 NBL 喺度起嘅話咧，就正啊！升帝啦已經。咁啊，帝王之後應該投啊，可能。即係做男人果斷少少，即係唔好好似 ACCM 咁樣，即係有理冇理都打到一兵一卒先投降。啊，試下升房啦，可以打咩啊？呢度黃金都有足夠嘅，即係出重裝啊！其實人哋有10幾隻駱駝，我唔知佢打咩兵啊，諗住。係咁啊，捉咗幾個村民。其實人哋咁多駱駝嘅話，係咪照道理都唔會咁冇腦走去打重裝？但係睇佢個樣又好似係喎，好似想啊。
We have seen this situation before with the Camel Archers. When they get to above 10, it becomes a problem, but not when someone's 60 seconds away from big upgrades.
下先啊，呢個可以捉㗎呢一波嘢。咁啊，駱駝會略啦，行得快少少嘅，即係招人嗰啲。睇下先，哎呀，佢喺度執咗個陣營，一執陣營之後，啲兵就唔知點解向後退啊！呢隻 game。
Remember in the previous game, MBL had maybe not a lead similar to this.
但係睇下係咪帝王投降先？
just kept fighting and stayed in that game.
巴揸船咯，巴揸船咯，驚啦！即係你見到特登唔行入去，即係即係邊有傻仔會連中3次？撳掣，哎呀！
Let's take a fight over here, please. He's still, I mean, he's taking fights against camels and camel archers.
咁啊，LE2嘅爆炸船佢範圍都唔算好遠。睇下先，呢度2步，真係當人傻仔啊！哎呀，呢度俾人哋攞1、2個長槍換咗一個。等陣先，呢度分咗幾個駱駝搞人哋塊田。哇！然之後佢又係照樣打重裝加3防啊！即係 A 到你死為止。 即係恃住有錢啊！真係咁 A， 左 A 右 A， 即係控都懶得控啊！呢啲打法。咁啊，等，仲有至少要等埋個3防先至即係回頭。睇下先，嚟啊嚟啊！3防仲有10秒，咁啊分咗少少馬咧，應該係諗住引走人定係咩？ 哇！真係屋企立亂啊！即係 NBL 喺呢個時候都唔投，真係俾人哋拉散晒啲兵。咁啊，重裝都升埋啦，咁啊，直接鏟埋 GG。
But Capoch responds, and what a great castle lead.
I think like the castle wasn't even that bad.
哇！你見到 Capoch 點頭啊，即係呢一鋪打得非常之完美。
There's no distraction there, so Capoch can send everything over to deal with that.
Yep.
And like his reinforcements weren't there yet.
Yeah, and
so and it's like.
Very nice.
Why didn't he just make it a little bit further forward or on that secondary gold at the front? Right?
I think it would have been easier for him to take that front area where the house wall was.
Yeah.
But you remember, like we talked about it just before he sent.
唔好同我講又去廁所啊！真係每場去一次呢個人。
The 3TC Boomer's not able to get that much army out, and so Capoch.
坐定啊，唔好起身。
I can convert your army.
Exactly.
即係佢啱啱打完一鋪已經去咗一次，即係同埋佢係咁搶呢個 Red Bull 咧，即係。 即係遲啲要睇醫生啊咁樣。
It was kind of strange from MBL because it felt like he didn't send enough villagers forward. He didn't put the castle in the right spot. Maybe he went for it a little bit too late and he threw away his army. They could have protected it. I like the idea.
哎，咁啊嚟啦，阿拉伯小王子 NBL 啊，咁啊仲有中國。 但係依家啲人話中國唔算係，即係喺 Emperor War 唔算係 S， 但係照計都唔弱㗎。即係始終佢科技平。睇下先，又起身呢條友。去邊啊？ NBL 夾實佢啊！真係唔知佢發生咩事。但係 NBL 又去廁所啊！你見佢向住啱啱嗰個去廁所方向，即係咁後生就可以，即係有尿頻。出線，我覺得 NBL 應該打阿拉伯贏面大好多嘅，照道理應該唔會炒車。 即係除非真係炒車。
Oh, and now the micro. Thank you, production, for that.
Okay. It's like he's never been here before.
I mean, you know, it's my.
即係 NBL 話晒都係呢個阿拉伯，即係出晒名。
Another set after this, another best of 3, and who is playing after this? Is it?
It should be Yo ACCM.
Yo ACCM after this. Oh my goodness.
咁啊，啱啱聽到 T90 話咧就係 last 一場咧就係呢個 ACCM 打 Mr. Yo 嘅，咁啊車哥哥。
I think MBL has. Well, I know what Capoch has. He has Franks and he has Tatars left over. MBL with
咁啊，今日嘅進度略略慢過尋日啦，即係尋日係因為場場都2-0咧，就打得好快。
Both of these feel a little awkward to me. Dravidians, you have the good start, but then the mid game they have no knights, and a lot of times people are dying with Dravidians. And then Chinese, you just straight up can't go scouts, and I don't know, I truthfully don't know what the fletching timing is on Archer plays. And I think MBL, like he did say, I'm kind of just like winging it, and he's obviously winged it quite well to get here.
真係瘋狂去廁所啊 ！NBL 唔知咩事啊，真係好可憐。咁後生。
It's tough.
Well, it's definitely going to be tough for MBL. It's going to be tough for Capwatch. I think MBL will likely pick Chinese here.
I would guess so as well.
And then go for a more Wally approach. Just try and get his eco advantage. I mean, starting with 3 villagers is probably pretty good. Also, cheaper researches as long as you can keep yourself safe. That's the only if, right?
Well, I think this is where it gets interesting because MBL's going to wall like a madman most likely. If he feels he's going to have any.
等先，佢及人哋部機喎，咩料啊？
On Capwatch's computer, he's like, "Come on, man, get in the lobby." Capwatch is laughing.
原來佢唔係去廁所，佢喺度幫人哋入房喎。
Except my friend invite.
I think he's like, what? He's like, you couldn't have waited 5 seconds.
Except my friend invite too.
其實即係有啲，即係佢呢個行為有少少冇腦。即係好彩就係佢對面個對手咧，就好似唔係好介意。即係呢啲，我覺得你鬥人哋啲 setting 咧，要即係避忌下呢啲。即係話晒都係比賽嚟嘅，即係你走去搞人哋 keyboard mouse， 即係有咩事嘅話就都幾尷尬下。即係 NBL 呢啲，即係好似冇乜點樣考慮過呢啲嘢喎，真係。即係叫咩帶頭症定係叫咩好？
And then you take map control, you get that forward position, cheaper upgrades for your infantry, into siege with that extra wood. I mean, MBL, it would suit his style.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about the 2 civs, Dravidians feels like they have to kill fast. Chinese better as the game goes on. When I think MBL, I think slightly better as the game goes on. So it's a
係啊，即係正路係唔會鬥人哋啲嘢噶嘛，即係避忌下都要啊！即係就算幾 friend 都好。睇下先，攞法國出嚟打，睇下 NBL 打咩啊 ？NBL 應該係中國啊，係嘛？
Although he did pick Tatars first.
Yeah, true. He did.
Which is kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe just denying.
係咯，即係鬥人哋啲 keyboard mouse 即係比賽緊啊，大佬！即係喺度摸人哋啲嘢。
Hopefully that's not, something he'll look back to and question.
即係好彩就係 Capoche 佢唔係，即係好似睇落唔係好介意，同埋佢應該都係預你 NBL 都唔會搞啲咁嘅嘢。但係你有陣時，即係呢啲嘢好難講啊！即係人心難測啊！即係可能 NBL 冇乜嘢，但係如果其他人照做嘅時候就，即係都幾尷尬。係就係中國嚟啦，咁啊阿拉伯 NBL 啊，咁啊。咁啊 NBL 應該最出名就係打呢個阿拉伯嘅，即係因為佢無論咩比賽都好咧，佢練習咧就係打開個天梯練，咁然之後個天梯又淨係得阿拉伯。零專。睇下先，中國係啊多村啲啊，你見到佢多咗係咪3隻？但係有一個問題咧，就係因為你一開始就冇咗食物啦，即係因為佢扣噶嘛會，同埋你中國喺封建時代先至開始有呢個即係資源嘅加成咧，其實唔係好夠多嘅，即係反而俾人扣錢啊，即係好似略略有啲蝕底嘅。 咁啊，俾人扣錢嘅話，你想出下兵啊都有啲難啊，即係科技都升唔到依家。即係靠 push，一陣間話即係我個 keyboard 個位唔啱啊，即係搞到我打輸咗。等先，靠 push 呢個時候你見到啦，隻七球咧已經係俾人哋戳咗2下啦，即係可以賴啦，準備。即係個 mouse DPI 唔啱啊！即係咪 NBL 啱啱摸嗰啲嘢，即係有少少唔同咗。睇下先啊，中國係應該係打被動噶啦，因為佢前面俾人扣咗食物啦，即係都出唔到啲咩，一開始略略有啲蝕底。但係佢呢個圍牆係咪穿窿㗎？呢個位？等先，望到有穿窿㗎呢個位。哎呀，咁啊有機會穿紋，但係對面嘅攻係升好㗎啦，已經，即係攞穿紋即係抽。哇，咁樣有啲蝕底。咁啊，中國嘅村民咧，雖然一開始係領先3隻啦，但係你見到依家俾人懟冧咗一個啦，已經。同埋我諗佢因為前面開局應該都窒下嘅，咁所以呢個時候應該係等於淨係領先一半，唔係一隻半村民。即係流動帝國。咁啊，中國終於衝出嚟啦！咁睇下部隊數唔係好夠多啊，即係尤其是靠 push 佢係即係部隊數雖然佢領先1-2啊，但係佢啲兵喺屋企行出嚟啦，就略略地即係 NBL 啲兵要喺自己屋企行過對面咧，即係都有啲不利。睇下先啊！咁啊，法國打呢個中國咧最辛苦應該係因為始終對面有駱駝啊，咁啊經濟又好，即係咩兵都齊。但係我唔知點樣打，即係我平時淨係玩啲普普通通一開波係3村民開始嗰啲咧，即係中國嗰個經濟又好啦，即係好麻煩。喂，等先，靠 push 痛啦！大鑊啦！送兵喎，呢個時候居然，好彩 NBL 應該都唔係第一時間有反應嘅，即係求其執咗幾隻兵就算啦。哇！真係直行直過咁樣，即係又 click 過去對面地圖啊！居然，即係呢啲失誤都即係幾少見喺高手度。即係通常即係新手學習呢啲 game 咧，你第一件事應該係學下點樣，即係至少係巡邏啲兵過對面噶嘛，即係等啲兵遇到人嘅時候會打啊嘛。但係就還可以嘅，依家 KD 4對4。咁啊，靠 push 因為升緊城堡時代啦，咁所以你見佢村民開始都落後啦，但係就即係佔住個 TC 生產咁解。升咗1房。其實中國佢唔使升田都有少少加成都 OK 嘅。矛兵打咩啊？呢個雙馬房。睇下先，佢呢個係雙馬房戰矛喎，可能。可能啦，不過我唔知。佢仲有冇出矛兵啊？冇咯，即係淨係等騎兵喎，即係又好似唔係戰矛喎。即係佢所有兵停晒，然之後就係等馬房出騎。睇下先啊，先加個 TC 正常打。咁啊，唔打即係唔係啲咩一波流啦咁樣，即係慢慢打營運。睇下先，升1攻。打咩？有長槍兵喎。但係打後期嘅話，應該係中國着數啲噶嘛。即係慢慢打後期，居然。睇下先 ，Capoch 係3 TC 啦已經。咁啊有個 TC 咧就保住個大金位嘅，有個 TC 咧就喺側邊。嗰個唔知係咪另外一個金位嚟？
He does. Oh, that's so interesting.
睇下先啊。咁啊，靠 push 係居然喺側邊諗住偷起一個 BK 壓制人，但係你3TC 走去前置人，好似有少少奇奇怪怪咁樣。長槍加騎，你見過都係溝少少駱駝。但係先係呢個工兵數有啲多啊。靠 push。咁啊，佢暫時係得1防，即係未有2防啊！我唔知佢經濟點樣執好咧。佢3TC 都出唔到村嘅，即係佢依家得2個 TC 生產村民。咁啊，黃金係有嘅，等先，點解？睇下佢有冇機會啦，即係佢呢個時候就起咗個修道院。即係執下遺跡補下血都好啊，好過冇。但係呢3個 TC 佢即係去到依家呢個時候先至開始叫做撳到啲村民出嚟喎，即係佢冇食物喎。即係呢個時候5隻騎、4隻矛、1隻工兵同埋2個真女。即係部隊數係11隻嘅嚟到，非常之多嘅真係。咁但係對面有22隻，會唔會開 TC 打死自己？咁啊有11個人掘石啦，咁啊睇下佢係咪計好晒嘅先，即係。可能就係諗住預對面前戰，然之後就即係揾個位起城堡，但係佢呢個城堡位佢起唔到呢個位啦，至少因為棘鬼實晒啦已經，即係除非佢 delete 啲牆，然之後喺隔離起個堡啦。咁但係好似起咁前風險有啲大，可以即係前面呢個保唔住嘅，喺側邊起啦，即係你見佢側邊有一個堡。但係呢個堡咧，佢又唔係話保住好多嘢喎，即係佢右邊都係暴露嘅喎，即係14隻兵得25啫。好似唔係好對路。法國後期有呢個咩啊？火炮長槍，但係應該未必嘅，一開始唔會咁樣打。即係你都要睇人哋打咩㗎嘛。即係中國可以轉好多兵下，即係佢唔一定係駱駝或者騎㗎嘛。即係中國強項就係因為佢科技平，佢可以轉好多兵嘅，即係睇住嚟食嘅，即係基本上。咁啊，所以法國咧唔會話有啲咩，即係唔知，即係預判人哋咁樣咧，真係冇可能㗎。保住個金位保唔到啦，人哋有 BK 啊，即係你喺嗰個位起嘅話，個堡肯定起唔到添。但係佢依家呢個堡咧，亦都唔係話保到啲乜嘢，真係有啲陰功。有啲慘，好似開 TC 開死自己。唔起出少少，又唔使你起太出，你咪保唔到自己屋企咯。即係你依家唔係就係攞資源喎，你係保住自己屋企喎，仲要你部隊數唔夠多。即係你起太出嘅話，你屋企自己俾人清晒嘅話，就即係冇意義嘅。睇下先啊，呢度招咗啲咩啊？求其招咗啲嘢至少。咁啊 NBL 咧要哇直接係。一點就點咗對面嘅輕頭啦，咁啊自己亦都有少少保留住嘅，咁啊呢一波係邊個有着數啊？我覺得靠 push 路可以抌咗少少時間都唔錯啊，而且係保留咗自己 TC。咁啊部隊數咧係14對18嘅，咁啊靠 push 嘅經濟係唔錯噶，好似係唔錯啊，但係抌到時間。咁但係 NBL 唔係一波流嚟嘅，即係佢喺後面開 TC 嘅，所以佢俾住壓力你，好似都還其實都還可以啊！你見到即係人口數唔係落後好多啊，而且不過村民爭10零啫。係咁啊，掘夠晒又終於開一個新嘅啦。哇！佢咁樣捉咗呢一波就真係拖延咗呢個 NBL 繼續壓佢咧，真係舒服好多啊！呢個時候，就係但係經濟應該係法國好少少啊。咁啊，你見到因為中國嗰邊咧，佢仲係1級伐木同埋種田嘅啫。 頭先呢幾個村民，哇！呢個起一個寶會唔會太唔俾面？呢個位可能有啲少少唔俾面。哎呀，俾自己兄頭頂住啊，真係有啲慘。嚟啊嚟啊嚟啊！呢個位開戰，可能有機會決定勝負添啊！咁啊，兄頭咧俾得好靚啦。咁啊，對面係得唔得？呢度招唔招到啊？駱駝一隻兩隻。哎呀，即係 NBL 唔係好敢上咧，即係搞到人哋起寶可能起得到啦。咁啊，呢個攻勢就完㗎啦。咁樣。大鑊啦，大鑊啦！不過又即係等陣先，可能亦都未必想像之中咁大鑊。即係講真，因為咧，你見 Capoche 嘅經濟咧點解咁差咧？你睇下留意佢剩翻嗰啲咧，佢係攞所有資源買石頭翻嚟嘅，即係有少少，即係啱啱嗰個寶啦，至少係。佢係賣晒所有，然之後換咗個寶出嚟嘅。話又補一個 TC， 我覺得拖耐啲嚟打可能有啲機會喎，但係依家毫無疑問就係 Capoche 小優勢。咁啊，部隊數都仲係優勢嘅，還可以。咁啊，法國咧就自己屋企因為有3個寶啦，咁啊開始係分兵出去睇下做啲咩啦。但係應該都做唔到啲乜嘢，即係村民係104對90。其實中國呢個時候都唔錯啊。咁而且成1200黃金啊，即係佢如果執一執屋企經濟都可以繼續打落去嘅話咧，就其實法國打後期都幾難打。係先啊，等呢個帝王搶帝啊！咁啊，搶帝王。咁啊，邊個升得快啲啊？即係睇依家呢個資源。咁啊 ，NBL 咧係得24塊田啫，但係法國呢邊有40㗎啦已經。大家差唔多時間上帝，應該上到帝之後都係5波嘅。咁但係中國後期係着數啲嘅點都，但係問題就係佢嗰個經濟好似 set 得唔係幾好。咁啊 ，NBL 呢度係雖然一個高地啦，但係就法國嗰邊係3個城堡啊，即係如果要鬥呢個巨頭嘅話咧，就即係多城堡啊比較着數啲啊。剩低就睇下後期啦，即係 NBL 後期係點樣啦，即係剩低就係。咁啊，人口好接近，村民就法國略略領先，但係 OK 嘅，冇乜所謂。睇下先啊，慢慢執遺跡。呢一鋪仲係好難講啊，即係因為我唔係好知道 Capoche 後期係點樣嘅，但係 NBL 後期都唔渣噶嘛，好似。啊，先呢度執遺跡，小心啲。啊，先呢個打咗個真女喎，打唔打？反正都係啊，懟冧佢啊！咁啊，部隊數係16對34啊，但係因為 NBL 啲兵咧，全部應該係 camp 喺中間，即係等帝王啊。啊，先遺跡執咗，對面執咗2粒。咁應該係每人都2粒㗎啦，依家係爭1粒喺右手邊，即係大家都喺度準備搶啊。呢個寶會唔會俾人射死一下？哇！好彩冇事，黐線嚇鬼死啊！呢個即係有啲人咧好中意就係即係有機會就係 hold 住你啦，即係一個村民點落去個寶度，然之後佢就全部收村入去個城堡，即係加戰術，然之後就一下秒咗你嗰個地基。即係呢個有駱駝啦。其實呢個形勢中國我覺得唔錯嘅喎，都。咁啊，上個帝王巨頭咧得1個寶啫，暫時有啲蝕底不過。Capoche 好似 Capoche 自己其實佢有 佢冇乜經濟咁好似都，即係升個3防，升咗一個重裝，咁然之後咧就係出咗2個巨頭都冇錢啦已經。但係好彩咧就係佢呢個 map control 都唔錯，即係右手邊控晒咁滯㗎啦，咁啊左手邊亦都係嘗試再前置一個寶。咁啊睇下 NBL 呢度可以分少咗駱駝，唔知夠唔夠快啦。即係分唔分兵啊？有冇反應啊？佢又唔可以分走太多兵喎，即係分走咗嘅話，人哋馬衝過嚟，咁你呢個巨頭就保唔住啊！睇下先，球 push 呢度，你睇下佢就係等你分兵。咁但係你唔分兵嘅話咧，咁啊上面不斷喺度插寶，好似又有啲麻煩啊！睇下先，呢度死咗少少嘅工兵嚟啊，問題不大。即係冇人理佢嗰邊，所以佢就不斷喺度起。但係唔走開都 OK 啊，好似即係有陣時，即係可能 feel 下，你會覺得就係即係打贏正面就夠啦。睇下先，忍耐。咁啊，你見到 NBL 咧係等埋呢個嘅3防啊，準備。睇下先，後面仲有一個寶啊，打唔打？呢個打唔打？仲有佢想等埋呢個3防，但係就諗住邊打邊升啊！睇下先，打咗呢幾個巨頭先啦，係嘛？打唔打？哎呀，佢自己個寶爆咗啦已經。咁啊，屋企咧就略俾人少少騷擾一下啦，就問題唔係好大啊，好似。佢係爭正面咋，即係呢度佢有巨頭小優勢啊，即係4個。同埋呢個高地嚟啊，可能有機會啊，可能未必，可能有啲機會。佢淨係要打贏正面啫，因為正面一穿就成個屋企就廢㗎啦。即係忍耐啦，即係你無論喺側邊點樣起步都好啦，即係你打贏正面。咁而且呢個高地嚟啊，你見到法國佢冇兵，即係佢未轉任何兵啊，淨係用重裝咋，可能要死啊咁樣法國佢。哇！佢完全停唔到 NBL 呢一波嘢啊，即係俾人一波打死。咁呢個時候咧就靠 push 係直接喺後邊咧係狂加軍營咧，係準備轉呢個激兵出嚟啊！唔知夠唔夠快？咁啊，因為你激兵你都要係即係至少升下防啊 ，upgrade 下咁樣，即係可能唔夠時間啊。睇下先 ，NBL 仲喺度忍耐，同埋 NBL 因為佢都有少少嘅老兵喺度咧，幫手即係就算人哋真係出啲激兵啊咁樣，你都可以處理到嘅短時間。等下先，呢個睇下先啦，咁啊收村民啦。飛虎出啲飛虎好似有啲嘥錢啊，真係佢唔係打好多嘢。哇！前置 TC 咁串。喂，唔係喎，真係瓜咯喎 ，Capoche 好似，哇！呢個村民喺人哋城堡底走啊！哇，個村民可以喺個城堡經過，然之後翻轉頭可以係冇死啊！大鑊啦，咁啊正面俾人打穿啦，咁啊屋企經濟都係立立亂啦。睇下先，依家咧就睇下 NBL 有冇辦法穩住自己屋企先啦，至少咁啊有 TC 幫手頂。駱駝，咁啊，駱駝唔好分散走啊！即係走翻上面啦，不如呢度點啊？呢度俾人吞一波細嘅，咁啊部隊數係63對75㗎 ，Capoche 係好似唔掂咯，好似因為 NBL 呢個經濟其實佢冇俾人亂到太多嘅話，咁其實你見佢好似都仲可以即係 keep 住出下兵咁樣。睇下先，呢度擊兵幾多啊？23隻啦，去到，但係有50隻駱駝，同埋始終有老兵喺度幫手啊！即係嚟啊，準備下呢波關鍵嘅一刻。咁啊，分咗少少嘅重裝係打咗另外一邊嘅經濟。咁啊 ，NBL 咧係好穩陣地退一退先啊！咁啊，攞咗個高地，然之後有一個輕頭。哇！真係點啊？呢個時候呢個高地好關鍵啊！真係冇諗住喺下邊打，即係喺呢個高地打。等先，呢個得唔得？呢度即係 Capoche 都唔係好肯定打唔打得贏啊！即係呢個時候佢又唔係好敢試啊！即係部隊數係好接近嘅，78對79，就係巨頭掟巨頭呢個時候就係 得唔得啊？打唔打啊？高地老兵夠唔夠多啊？呢度哇！呢度好多擊兵下喎。嚟啊！好似想打，好似唔想打，即係呢個高地。咁你見 NBL 咧係直接甚至係攞巨頭掟人哋啲兵啊！你見好似得唔得啊？咁啊，擊兵得翻4隻咋？邊個贏啊？哇 ！NBL 喺度慢慢拉扯下咧，然之後對面啲擊兵俾人消耗咗好多隻喎。夠唔夠抽啊？呢個部隊數係40對66啦，40對66。我覺得 NBL 贏咯呢度。哇！佢咁樣摸啊摸啊，然之後啲擊兵死晒啦已經。哇！哇！咁啊，但係 NBL 嘅經濟都自己都有啲傷㗎，你見到佢屋企俾人搞得好亂下，暫時係73村對108村。哇！屋企俾人清晒啦。喂，咁樣佢前面贏咗嘅話，佢屋企俾人清晒嘅話，好似又唔係好對路喎。你睇下 NBL 啲錢好凄涼下喎。咁啊，反而咧 Capoche 佢可以係略略抌下時間，可能會翻山都未定啊！你見佢有100幾村，至少可以忍耐下，即係忍耐一陣間。仲有幾多個巨頭啊 ？NBL 6個。哇！真係佢屋企俾人搞到立亂。NBL 屋企經濟有啲慘啊！真係佢前面贏得係幾關鍵嘅，但係點算啊？呢個時候咁啊，不斷係嘗試清一清人哋啲寶先啊！咁啊，攞少少 map control。球鋪出度44隻兵啊，喺屋企喺度儲緊呢個擊兵。咁啊，44隻兵咧，有30幾隻都係擊兵嚟。先 NBL 冇木材，佢而家出咩啊？即係老練啦，喺度狂撳呢個工兵。好似睇下 Capoche 呢度係想點樣處理咗呢個，即係呢個 push 先。其實佢呢度屋企經濟都幾好啊，真係村民有夠多。先喺呢度得咁少村民。先啊，法國。哇！真係法國呢個經濟好好啊，真係又多田，咁啊又有少少人伐下木咁樣，咁啊黃金咧亦都至少有存款喺度啊。頭先呢個成大堆擊兵啊，即係44隻啊！頭先喺度2個遺跡啊，好吸引咧呢2個遺跡。等，呢幾個巨頭唔好嘥咗。衝唔衝啊？呢個位，人哋有城堡有 TC， 呢個位應該擊兵未必打到啲乜嘢。咁啊 NBL 咧係直接分少少兵啦去處理後面嘅擊兵先啦。咁 Capoche 嘅屋企咧係。即係冇咩嘢可以守啊，所以你見佢咧分翻啲兵翻屋企啦。但係就好似走位有啲奇奇怪怪。就 NBL 依家領先2000分，但係經濟法國都唔錯。但係因為法國打後期係即係好凄涼下，即係冇咩可以。
They're just crazy, man. Both of these guys are so incredibly talented, and then you add to that the determination.
咁啊，黃金仲有嘅，但係就好似唔係好敢亂使。得擊兵啊，可以出咩啊？呢個時候。哇！真係人哋一堆嘅強弩，法國咧唯一可以打下強弩嘅就係我唔知係有啲咩可以打強弩啊，火炮咯，一係就即係因為你矛兵係冇乜用啊，即係咁啊強弩依家去到30幾隻啦，好似 NBL 穩住咗啦，冇啦，即係冇兵打啊，即係可以打咩呢個組合？即係你至少你要諗辦法打到強弩先啦，但係你打強弩嘅話，即係你矛兵冇3攻3防咧，即係都打唔起。咁然之後咧就係睇下佢 睇下先，佢黃金使晒啦喎。冇咯。咁啊，村民得翻106。咁啊 ，NBL 咧有95嘅。咁啊，經濟算係持平㗎啦，差唔多。但係 NBL 嗰度得1級田有啲型。咁啊，但係因為佢係咁死出工兵啦，即係食物都唔算話要好多嘅。咁啊，而且中國有一個食物免費升級嘅。好似後期都係唔得啊！即係中國後期都係撳住一個法國嚟砌。哇！真係啱啱嗰波正面打贏都幾關鍵嚇。即係比着其他人咧，可能已經係叫做分少少兵去，即係清一清上面啲村民咁樣，然之後可能正面就俾人閹咗啦已經。咁啊 NBL 咧就死忍，即係果斷地將所有兵集埋一齊啫，推喺正面打一波。咁啊，法國村民得翻83隻啫，咁啊，中國有93嘅，但係經濟已經翻咗嚟啦，係黃金嗰度仲有右邊可以掘啦，你見到地圖上面。睇下先啊，喺人哋隔離起個修道院，咁啊準備周圍積啊。冇啦，83村啊。睇下先 ，Capoche 佢，喂佢雖然話就話即係輸嘅機會都大，但係冇理由話即係嗰啲馬完全唔理㗎。即係60隻激兵就快。睇下先啦，咁啊阻止人哋執佢嘅遺跡啊！但係呢個組合，你就算打得人正面都好啦，你點樣推人哋？即係一大堆激兵，陰公啊，又俾人剁村民啦！即係後期唔掂啊！後期即係後期唔係好掂啊！咁啊 NBL 嘅村民係96嘅，咁啊靠 push 就俾人剁下得翻70幾啦，70食物都冇啦。我諗應該會揾個位嘗試打一波，然之後就投降啦，即係話俾啲觀眾聽我有做嘢。不過好可惜啊，呢度咁大優勢，即係俾人哋逆轉。仲有65村民，64、65，俾人哋拉就咁拉都真係非常痛苦。哇！又分幾隻肉馬過嚟搞你村民啊！冇啦！即係人口去到150幾啦，咁啊中國經濟比法國好嘅話，即係又可以有好多兵種玩。即係得激兵。唔知可以點算啊！即係咁樣扭令，越嚟越凄涼啊！只會打啦，即係打完個頭啦，應該呢度係嘛？又翻轉頭，睇見都好難受啊！即係打又唔係，唔打又唔係啊！In NBL's base, I mean, he's so good, but he's losing. NBL just got the second gold mining upgrade because he knows he probably won't be on that gold for very long. Yeah, he's like, I gotta get this. And he's like, I gotta get this in. Yeah. 睇下先啊，咁啊喺地圖邊位啊，咁啊起一個新嘅 TC。咁啊 Capoche 係冇知啦，123人口冇啦，即係一個真男人嘅就正面打一波，打完投降。打唔打呢個位？都係翻轉頭。哇！真係 GG well play， 真係咁樣俾人逆轉咗。咁樣俾人逆轉咗，真係慘。NBL making it through in one of the probably the best game of the tournament for me so far. No doubt. I mean, 其實我覺得佢唔知第3、4個寶咧，佢係賣晒啲資買翻嚟啊。其實嗰個係咪真係必要啊？即係咁樣佢好傷經濟啊。
But I mean, what is it up with MEL with these close sets and these crucial moments?
哇！真係 NBL 咁樣打翻嚟。
We'll want to face that.
What's up with these two facing against each other?
It needs to happen more.
It
needs to happen more.
It does. Oh my goodness. Incredible.
Shakes, my hands coming in a little bit.
Shakes for him too. I mean, MBL has got to be so happy with that cap watch.
真係陰公啊！即係啱啱佢帝王時代嗰陣咧，即係有20零個伐木，有60塊田，即係有10零20個黃金咁樣，即係呢個經濟係非常之好啊！呢個法國。
MBL has given nightmares to everyone he's played against. But man, has it been fun to watch. I'm so glad I got to play a part in that one, Dave.
Yeah.
Can't wait to hear his.
定係多線打死自己，即係呢啲成日 RTS 都見到啊！
Some of the struggles he maybe had in that game.
即係 RTS 咧，有啲玩家咧係好中意打多線嘅，然之後就俾人哋成日正面一波就捅死咗。即係因為你打多線講到尾，如果你唔係真係做到啲咩致命嘅嘢咧，即係人哋會覺得都係拗痕。佢冇經啊嘛，因為我見到佢嗰度冇經嘅，即係佢3個城堡，但係佢根本出唔到咁多巨頭。我啱啱見佢升咗帝之後咧，佢係升咗個重裝啦，出咗2個巨頭啦，升咗個3防之後就冇錢啦已經。即係某程度上係因為我唔知，即係我呢個 level 我唔知啊，但係我覺得佢第3個堡好似有啲嘥錢，即係賣晒啲支酒去起嘅。即係同埋佢嗰個位本身係，即係部隊又唔係好夠多咧，即係賣晒支起個堡。
I mean, everyone already identifying it so far as the game of the tournament. What an incredible performance. I want to know, what do you do? How do you lock a game like that down when it goes on for so long? The endurance you show, the tenacity. How do you keep the energy up? How do you stay in the game?
I don't know, I had to collect myself because there was ratings going on everywhere. He had castles on the both sides of my map, and the only control I had was the middle. There was a gold there. I don't know, it was tough to decide what to do. I just moved my whole economy to the middle and stayed there.
仲睇？點解唔睇？
Watching you converge on the center of the map, build those farms, nick the.
聽日又唔使翻工，聽日禮拜5啫，唔係聽日禮拜日啫嘛。
Thing we know when it comes to you, win, lose or draw, we know you're going to put on a hell of a show. Thank you for what you've given us here. It was a gift to watch you play that game, and we are so excited to see you in the semi-finals. NBL, congratulations on the win, and now you get some well-deserved rest. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
咁啊，last 一場應該係 Mr. Yo 打 ACCM 啊。
He is bushed. And for good reason, man.
其實呢2個人即係都有機會攞冠嘅，即係水平。咁但係睇下會唔會係 Mr. Yo 炒車，即係可能好刺激下。
We have been watching the game together. He got 8 castles at some point. 8 castles. Most of them, I'm talking about Capoch, most of them the castles are around all the TCs, around all the map, and then the TCs, why I say around the TCs? Because the TC was in the middle. In the middle, like Day90 and they were pointing out with all the farmers there. I really believe that the big thing here is how he controlled the camels and those crossbows.
Well, that's what they were saying, right? That crossbow, the polar crossbows, you know, a lot of people would have given that up for dead. Don't need these, chuck them away, get some value, whatever. But they were critical. That massive battle on the hill that could have gone either way, and those crossbows were critical in holding off the Franks.
It's amazing how he kept the performance, because the second game wasn't the best game for MBL.
Yeah.
He went sending those villages forward. He failed there with the villages, and then he fell behind in economy. Like you feel like he even said himself kind of Titanic at some point, because he didn't expect that serious. But he kept calm, and then I don't know how he won that last game.
Yeah, I don't think he knows
that he was going to lose it, you know, because at some point the economy with so many castles all over, Franks is very, very smooth.
不過啱啱嗰鋪真係有啲過癮，即係咁樣都死唔去。
Two key moments you identified in this game for us, men. We can sort of have a chat about that. The two things: taking the center, right?
係，大家聽下佢吹水先。
It was pushing back that monk and siege landing.
We're going to see in a moment that he's building already the monastery. When he saw the monastery, he know that he's going to go on the siege, because also they don't have knights, that civilization. Then he cleaned it pretty well with the light caps. And MBL was going water all the time. He has Italians, a very strong civilization. He was having pretty much the control all the time in this game, I believe. I don't think that he was. As you can see, the economy was already 20 villas ahead and we're in 16 minutes. And this is the moment where the lights have gone one forward, the other from behind, and then he's cleaning absolutely everything. And that's a lot of investment by Capoch. Capoch, even like that, he managed to somehow recover and he take too long. But very soon we're gonna see how he get the middle, and when he get the middle, it's so complicated because the game, the longer it goes, it's going to be better and better for MBL. And you can see he has a castle, second castle doing. He was trying. Capoch was doing a lot of farming. At this point, 180 population and MBL 200 pop. It was so intense, the whole series.
Exactly right. But that center island being held by MBL for so long, not only providing him the material advantage of those resources, but also the area of control around the center island. You can see. Can I tell you, like, he was really nervous, right, heading into this series. He really needed to calm himself down, give himself a pep talk and believe that he could do it. And it's incredible that he got there. Let's move on to game number 2 now. This one on Frigid Lake here, Berbers versus Khmer. Well, talk us through what we're seeing here.
I mean, Frigid Lake, I think Berbers is very strong, but Khmer can have probably a little advantage. For the location of those shallows also, it makes that the farms bonus, we were talking, we laughed a little bit, we saw the lumber come in the middle of the farm, so it's so funny, but doesn't matter with the civilization. Yeah. It gives a good advantage. I don't know, I think MBL was reading the game properly because he noticed that his opponent was going to be ahead. That's why he went forward with that castle, all those villages there, but how many villages he lost at that point?
And that was the point that you made to me when we saw this play. The castle went up, right? Like MBL managed to get the castle up, but he paid too high a cost for it and wasn't able to capitalize on that. And really, Capoch did a very good job of maneuvering himself away from this position, took the gold down here, and this just didn't get the value that MBL was hoping for.
It did, and even if the Berbers camels are cheaper, you can see at this point how big advantage he was getting, Capoch. It was looking a good battle, but it was losing too much, MBL. The castle is still not up, and we're talking about 3-4 minutes after all this.
And the monks also were really good.
The monks conversions as well, and well, as you can see, it was really strong.
Yeah, indeed. So Capoch dug in really deep here and did a great job of adapting to this situation. You were talking about how MBL then needed to move in here, right, after ranging all of these villages off the eco, getting these barracks down. You said push, right? Yeah. Drop a castle here, range them off this TC, get them off these farms, but that's not the route that MBL chose. We saw a town centre down here.
Yeah, it didn't happen. I think he will continue the push, but we go for the game of the tournament.
The game of the tournament so far, for sure.
There's a hole. He make some damage, he killed one village, but still. China civilization, he might expect the archers, but, well, even like this, we know MBL. I mean, he was behind like 20, 30 villages at some point, but he keep the army all the time. We want to see soon, already starting to push, trying to push against NBA. I mean, Mangonels is going to be complicated, but already Capoch one castle on the left. He was already trying to cover all his economy. He was ahead right now in 16 minutes, 15 villages already.
I think Capoch had the eco lead for the majority of the opening part of the game. He was ahead in TCs, he was ahead in villages, certainly ahead in castles.
Yeah, but MBL got better efficiency. Why? He was attacking also all the time.
Well, he had the advantage in army numbers almost the entire time as well.
Yeah, and look at here. We're jumping now really ahead in the game because if we make highlights for during all the game, we are here till
watch
tomorrow.
The whole game again.
So many castles. But MBL never lost this army. Those camels and crossbows stay alive forever. Yeah. I mean, Mappa was pointed out the amount of units those crossbows killed. They took almost 100 units, the same amount of group. It was insane. What's having good army? I was talking with Tato. Let's give some information. And maybe here, instead of cavaliers, onagers, halberdiers, and cannons, probably was the choice here. You know, that's information from Tatito that he was thinking that probably was better because those camels are very strong. And how you kill the crossbows? With the onagers.
And that's what I was going to say. The value that was this ball of crossbows we were talking about. He kept alive. They ended up in turning into arbs, and the value that was gotten off of these units.
We see here. We see here.
Yeah.
Point out 100
over 100
units.
There you go. Yeah. 103
units. Those are arbalest. In the meanwhile, when he's attacking, MBL is killing all the castles, and we can see his reaction. It was incredible game.
I mean, I don't think he can quite believe it even yet. He's probably just processing that win. But, you know, we have done this with all the people who have been knocked out of the tournament so far, and I'm going to do it again for Capoch. A great performance from him. He's given us such wonderful entertainment. And
for a lot of the people that we've said goodbye to today, that's it for them in Red Bull Wololo Legacy. Not so for Kapoch, because of course we're going to be seeing him later on in Age of Empires 4. So really excited to see what he can bring to the table.
Kapoch's performance is incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have won today. He's top 12. Age of Empires 4 is still going. The performance he's getting, this man is in another level, guys.
And it's not over just yet. Mem, thank you so much for your analysis there, my friends. We're going to move on very quickly here. We're going to check in with the Viper. We've got a video that we prepared with the Viper earlier on. So after hearing from the Snake himself, my friends, we're going to be back with our next match. Live Age of Empires coming up very shortly as coverage of Red Bull Wololo continues. So stay with us. It's time to check in now with the Viper. With the Viper, the reigning Red Bull champion and arguably, if not the best, certainly one of the best players of this game the world has ever seen. Thanks for taking the time to chat with this, Viper. I want to talk to you about what this tournament series means to you. It took a while for you to actually finally seal the deal and win one of these. You did so last year. Now you're at the top of the heap. What's it like defending the crown?
Yeah, obviously this tournament is a bit special to me because everyone always has expectations that I will do well, and when I went 4 editions without me winning one, there was a lot of pressure on myself, or from myself on myself, to actually find and win one. And I was able to do so last year, obviously. And this year, entering now, obviously I feel pretty confident. I am, as you said, reigning champion, so I'm looking to defend my crown, but obviously everyone around me is stepping it up all the time. So it's going to be really tough, but obviously my goal is to defend the crown.
Well, I mean, now that you're in that position to defend the crown, how do you look back on those previous tournaments where you didn't have the success that maybe people anticipated? Was Red Bull something of a white whale for you? Was it something that, you know, felt elusive, something you were really motivated to get your hands on finally?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, I aim for winning every tournament I play, and when it eludes you that long, it becomes, you kind of feel like maybe it's never going to happen, right? Fortunately, it did. I think maybe the fact that it was a LAN event actually helped me because I have a fair bit of experience there. For sure. And I feel very comfortable and love playing these LAN events because it's just so much just adrenaline, seeing your opponent right across the board and everything. It's something special, and yeah, I just love it.
I think being one of those players that almost has a natural advantage or an affinity for the bright lights of the feature match area, the extra added pressure seems to make you thrive in highly competitive events. But now, as I say, you're defending your title, and while you have that confidence, what are you doing to make sure that you give yourself every possible chance to make sure that you're not unseated as the King of Wololo?
Yeah, so first of all, it's obviously the preparation. You want to put in the work before the tournament. I did also participate a bit in AOE4 before this AOE2 event. But yeah, the most recent months, it's been mostly AOE2. And then we have the 2-week boot camp with the Game Legion team, which helps a lot because that just, everything gets kind of, you get tunnel vision towards the tournament. You block out every surrounding information and possible distractions. So you just fine-tune the strategies, the execution, and I think that's the best way. That's what we did last year as well, and it worked then, so why not again, right?
Run it back. Preparation and focus. The Viper 2 steps program to success.
Exactly.
Viper, thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us, mate. And look, I'm hoping you hoist that trophy.
Well, it's hard to eclipse that one. I mean, that was an incredible set. Unfortunately, we
咁啊，今日最後一場啦，應該。咁啊，聽到 Viper 話練 LE2 之前又走去打咗一排 LE4，咁但係咧就靠呢個 boot camp 咁啊呢個集訓咧去操呢個 LE2，即係練2隻 game 都幾忙啊。
You know, if you would have made a list, you would have probably put Yo in that top 5 prior to his arrival. Yep. Has won Red Bull Wololo before, but if you were to make a slightly longer list, he might.
Mr. Yo 即係估唔到，其實 Mr. Yo 同埋 ACCM 都算係都幾有機會嘅，但係估唔到喺呢個時候相遇。
And he's cool and he's calm and just the way he looked, smiling.
即係最後一個位。
Until he's not, right? But just the way he looked and the way he acts himself is so professional and so focused.
Mr. Yo 希望唔好炒車。
Yeah, and you can
炒
see
車係
that
慘。
we're ready. Obviously, it's late in the day, so we want to speed things up for you guys at home and us here in the production staff. So we already have our Civ draft done. Well, we were wrapping up the final series, and our players are already sitting here in their offices on the main stage. Yo is going to be playing over there as Italians. I'd love to see the Civ draft come up so we can examine it. And there we go, Tristan. It's time for our brains to start working here as we see ACCM with Vikings. I haven't seen that Civ pick yet.
True.
Britons, Dravidians, and Hindustanis against Cumans, Italians, Berbers, and Poles. Another civilization we haven't seen.
Look, that's the seriousness I'm talking about.
Oh.
Okay, he can pull out the grin, but that's like, that might even beat Capoch's gamer face. I don't know. Maybe it's too
ACCM.
but he's ready, man. And like, think of how
嚇，
how
等陣先，佢
far these
哋
players traveled.
draft 好㗎啦，已經咁快。
They have traveled further than most, and they also were denied the opportunity.
就係啱啱播下片，睇嚟佢哋都幾趕啊！即係你見到前面啲人打得有啲慢咧，即係依家連個 draft 都唔俾大家睇，即係求其 show 翻啲 map 同埋即係 shift 就算數。
I think ACCM from Vietnam, Mr. Yo from China, and neither of them. This is the match. Oh, this is heartbreaking. This is the match of both the players that couldn't make it last year. Oh, we want them to stay. Oh, that's unfortunate. We're gonna have Dravidians as well for ACCM, and the first map is Northern Isles.
I've never seen that Yorumi swordsman so real like.
Yeah.
A lot more terrifying than the actual unit.
Like, I think if I was an Arumi swordsman, I would do more damage to myself with that whip. Like, it is a sharpened metal whip.
Yeah, I'd lose an ankle. I'd swing and I'd lose an ankle.
That's how I lost my hair.
Oh.
It just never came back.
Makes sense. Well, take a look at Yo as he strolls through Heidelberg Castle. Oh, he's got a sword as well. That's
some of them have. That was an impressive face. I mean, some of them have swords, right? I've seen some of those on the intro and ACCM. There's that smile. That damn smile. It'll melt your heart for sure. ACCM, you can see with the stat line here. And Doubt said this before we even, I heard him there when they were practicing, when they were going around the sheet. He's like,
哇，同 ACCM 打係5-5波。
Like, that was the only player he had locked down. He looked at ACCM, he's like, 8 out of 10 everything.
But like, yeah, and experience only wasn't higher because he could not physically make it last year, of course. Look at that, 32 games between these two in 2022. It is 50-50. That is very hard to plan. That is definitely something that shows how strong they are.
Yo, a little bit more experience, a little bit more on strategy. I think a little bit more on macro there. Yo is just one of the legends of the game. If I had to make a top 5 Age of Empires players all time, Yo is in there.
He's easy.
Oh, yes, easily in there.
Yeah, ACCM. It's interesting, like, I don't want to say the shoes that he had to fill because he didn't have shoes to fill in Vietnam, but there's a lot of good players in Vietnam, and for years there was Backed, and he was the clear #1, and then like not so suddenly ACCM is like just going deep into everything, and all of a sudden he is Mr. Vietnam, Yo is Mr. China, and here we are. We've got Italians in the blue for Yo. We have Dravidians for ACCM in the yellow. And
嚟啦，賽事開始啦。咁啊，你見到係 ACCM 係運咗一隻斥候咧過對面，咁啊做偵察。
I don't want to talk about it.
等陣先，雙方都一樣喎，居然。
10 different people. I heard like so many players saying, "Oh, only one person's lost the Bengalis today," and Yo's like, "I don't want to talk about it." But the second response was, I should have just.
睇下可以睇啲咩先，即係咁早飛過去對面。
He'll fight the water battle, whatever. He's not a known water player.
加咗個射戰場。
Sneak base, forward mangonel, tower rush, making it messy, and then finding his way through type of player. So we saw him bring the scout over immediately, and well,
暫時好似冇咩特別。
Fire galley, so he's going to continue to go water, but he's got the archer range ready.
Yeah, both players did add a few additional fishing ships. Yo going up to 6, possibly because it's a bit cheaper for him. And Yo now going for a second dock in the back, which will allow him to focus more on water. But we actually have ACCM with the 2 archer, 2 spearman play. I mean, if you don't have any archers at home, it's very hard to stop that. And oh,
頭先呢度係咪捉到個村啊？
Can he get the quick walls down?
有啲蝕咁樣。
Well, it's a
哇！咁樣都死唔去啊，居然！
Wow, I mean ACCM did everything you have to try.
哇！啱啱佢諗住 kick 位㗎啦已經，但係就係爭一下冇 kick 到。咁啊 Mr. U 咧亦都喺呢度做一個 quick walk 㗎嘛。呢個村民可能都要死喎咁樣。睇下呢個長槍兵可唔可以盡快救啊？即係救下命先。咁啊搓到個斥候走一走啊，村民就要走啊。但係村民唔走嘅話咧，就工兵過嚟秒佢㗎啦，準備瘋狂走佬，得唔得？走唔走到啊？呢個村都係要死啊！可惜都係冇辦法。睇下先啊 ，Mr. U 好似有啲立亂，但係。其實佢有射箭場㗎，佢出咗暫時出咗隻矛兵。睇下先，好似成個 plan 唔係好對路咁啊！睇落。一隻村民 OK 啊，睇落。咁啊，預算咧就係 ACCM 領先一步嘅，所以你見到經濟嗰度咧係42、40、41咁樣。
Some of these things were delayed, but I mean, this is frustrating.
睇下先，俾人剁咗個矛兵有啲蝕。至少撳咗個城堡時代。會唔會死村啊？又？兩村民。
ACCM being such a nuisance with just like 3 units.
And again, look at the KD. It's 8-3, 8-4 now. Naturally, he's going to lose something eventually.
個碼頭兩個碼頭。
However, does have the
佢搶咗個城之後唔知點咧，唔知打咩，即係死噴火先。
So if he manages to get that dock up, which ACCM is now adding additional docks of his own.
哇 ！ACCM 呢度4碼頭喎，好似我冇睇錯。
You have the advantage on water with Italians. It's hard to take it back.
咁啊，意大利嘅好處就係佢升呢個碼頭科技平啲。
While all that fight was happening on top of villagers and everything else, because let's just do that too. And now his docks are kind of split.
等，呢度沿路俾人哋發現。瘋狂走。好似唔夠抽喎呢個居然。死唔死啊呢個？仲有少少血。咁啊 ，U 咧喺後邊有，等先呢個轉彎位可能俾人噴到啊！哎呀，真係啊！咁啊，部隊數係12對6嘅，即係好似 Mr. U 呢邊有啲少。但係先 ACCM 啲經濟咁怪雞嘅，即係食物一大堆。好似有啲不利，即係依家3隻船打6隻，而且 ACCM 嘅碼頭都幾鬼多下，只係經濟調得有啲怪雞。不過如果佢有市集嘅話，佢可以買賣調資嘅，即係8食物啊！咁啊，雙方都加個 TC。哇 ，U 啲經濟好似普普通通咁樣。嘣 ，nice， 呢個靚啊，呢個靚啊。暫時都還可以。哇！佢呢度原來仲有5隻工兵喺度升埋老兵，咁啊，哇 ！Mr. U 好驚啊，直接係加個 BK 先啊。呢度係咪穿窿㗎？呢度好似冇穿窿係嘛？都冇所謂嘅呢個，起到出老炮啊係嘛？係啊。咁啊，呢幾隻工兵係略略有啲煩啦，但係就唔係太致命嘅。哇！呢度好陰濕啊，即係鼠一隻噴火水喺後邊。睇下先，出一隻老炮算啦。咁啊，暫時還可以。咁啊，經濟嗰度係53對46㗎。睇下先，嗰個位穿窿過。哇！咁啊，即刻補一補先。死唔死穿？冇事。
ACCM is working on getting his 3rd TC up. And Yo hasn't managed
Mr.
to
Yo
get
呢
any
度
of his
海
10 fishing ships. So Yo is
即係船好似唔係好夠多，即係前面有俾人噴緊，佢仲喺度修理。
flirting with the idea.
咁啊，應該係等呢個爆炸船出嚟搏懵嘅，即係睇下人哋有冇反應。 呢個 TC 起未得切啊，不過有一個老炮喺度，即係村民喐一喐啦，唯有。
We also have to start thinking
哇！真係
if
打到
this
流
goes
粒
like
亂，但係
this,
Mr. 呢度有少少
you really
送
have
兵
access to a
feel 嘅。
unit that no other Civ has access to, the Theresidae on water.
I'm glad you said it. I wasn't going to bring it up ever.
咁啊，17隻兵對4隻，咁啊有3隻船同1隻爆炸船，咁啊對面有11隻船㗎啦已經。
Is a unit you can only make an imp.
長遠睇好似唔係好對路。
We should probably expect some fire
咁啊，而且 ACCM 都差唔多可以等帝王時代添啦。咁啊，反而 Mr. 呢邊經濟好似麻麻地嘅，即係仲要棘人口。睇先，炸唔炸到啊？哇，冇控過嘅呢個完全。 睇先點樣去殘血嗰隻船啦，係嘛？哇，原來佢2部都殘血嘅，不過。 好慘啊！即係呢度打海輸咗，然之後就係對面帝亦都比你快。呢一鋪應該係咪冇㗎啦？咁樣即係人哋仲有時間玩係 BK 添。嘣！又炸一次。 即係炸咗好多次，好靚㗎啦，但係就對面兵太多。
No, that's where the Scorpion is.
Take that, yo. Left one villager behind in the dust as well. As ACCM
即係
continues to make
ACCM 以牙還牙，即係又炸一次。應該冇啊！呢一鋪係嘛？咁啊，對面帝亦都比 Mr. Yo 快好多下，即係撳掣啦，準備。 即係停一停，村民都可以升㗎。
Traveled halfway across the world, up against a former Red Bull Wololo champion.
等下先，1000食物。等下先，佢冇升到喎，居然。佢冇解鎖個科技，可能呢條友即係 ACCM。係啊，屌佢唔記得加建築物啊！咁啊，求其撳2個村民，然之後就應該真係可以升級啦，升帝。咁啊，我諗帝王之後 Mr. 應該投㗎啦，呢度。 睇嚟好似冇咩機會。睇下先啊，好彩即係至少登陸呢度係防住咗嘅，但係海嗰邊應該人哋遞咗之後點打？哇！咁啊，分咗少少村民出嚟。 不過佢冇石嘅呢個，我唔知佢係想加 TC 定乜嘢，即係佢起唔到寶啊！呢個村民。
I think like a full 4 minutes faster than Italians, which have a cheaper Imperial.
Yeah.
And Italians have the cheaper dock decks.
哇！真係升帝快咁多啊！
I wonder how many farms ACCM has though, because if those
咁啊 ，Mr. 嘅漁船咧仲有6部嘅，但係6部係喺因為前面嘅，咁啊，所以你見到 ACCM 佢暫時未殺得到嗰啲漁船。但係經濟差得有啲遠。
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, and also these games can tend to
咁啊，1000木材。
quite a long time. So Yo definitely is going to have his chances here.
即係我記得 Mr. 成日都話自己木材過千，法力無邊。即係，但係 AOE 而家千祈唔好即係經濟執到咁樣。
There's just so much time here from ACCM. I think Yo's in.
應該玩完啦，即係嗱，帝王應該投㗎啦，咁樣即係1分20秒。
Okay, so what's the? I would.
即係應該冇下一步，即係唔知點樣逆轉啊呢個位。即係對面有 map control， 有經濟，有部隊，有科技。
Trying to weigh the pros and cons. I mean, you're right. You can instantly go into them.
It's definitely going to be fast fire.
Yes, we know that.
If they get fast fire.
係先啊 ，Mr. Yo 都調資啊，攞市集。
Why are players playing the new Civs?
係咪先？至少可以撳個帝嘅，但係人哋快佢咁多。
Years in the past, not knowing things.
It really is. You should study the check tree. Well, we do, and then we forget promptly.
If it's not Apple,
即係呢個 timing 真係差得遠，即係明明意大利平啲嘅升級。
Tried this approach yesterday against Hera.
有石頭嘅，咁啊 Missile 啲石咧，佢好似我唔知佢係咪諗住喺中間起步啦，即係佢暫時仲係留住啲石頭，即係唔想用。 咁啊，撳咗個運輸船啊，睇嚟係想運村民去中間啦，但係佢應該嗱，佢依家望到啦，有個哨塔，咁即係話佢想喺中間起步應該都唔得噶啦。街喺邊啊？哇！呢個 ACCM 直頭有準備啊！哇！你睇 Mr. O 佢準備運村民啦，但係就好可惜就係對面快佢一步啊！真係直頭。睇下先，呢度應該打贏嘅，但係運到過去見到有個寶咧，就覺得唔係好對路，應該會走嘅，翻轉頭啦。睇下先，佢望唔到個寶喎，居然。睇下先，望到啦，應該起埋個塔望到啦。即刻走啊！你睇下，即係冇辦法啊！呢個位根本冇可能起步啊！即係喺人哋即係起好嘅時候，你冇可能起。等陣先，Mr. O 呢個寶佢起出嚟咪俾人掟咯咁樣。佢呢個寶其實係咪正路要起後少少啊？即係如果唔係嘅話咧，人哋巨頭一出嚟就可以掟你個寶噶咯。好似，但係佢又好似可能係諗住保住自己啲碼頭，但係呢個寶要俾人掟啊！咁啊，勉強升個帝王，但係人哋啲船即係部隊數係26對11嘅，咁啊睇下 Mr. O 會唔會係死埋呢啲船就頭啦，定係再捱多一陣間咧
？And then you can make cannon galleons. Yep, there's the cannon galleon right there for ACCM. Yo is now selling food. He's getting shipwright.
咁啊 ，Mr. O 打海已經好似係有冇贏過啊
？But right now he's just losing momentum in the middle as he gets a universe.
咁啊，經濟咧係118、119，咁啊對呢個88嘅。
How many kills does that have? If we could maybe see, because that has a few. 6. And the monks also probably have like 5 or 6 conversions in total. So.
Oh, is shipwright coming in that dock? Okay, it completes. It completes. It was in the front dock there. It was being attacked by the cannon galleon.
係先，佢可唔可以忍耐？咁啊，14、5隻兵左右啦，咁啊對27隻。ACCM 喺度等緊㗎啦。哇！呢個哎呀，範圍唔係好夠大啊。咁啊 ，ACCM 喺度等呢個寶爆咧，然之後就全部一嘢踩埋㗎啦。哇！呢個位逼到爆炸，真係冇位走啊！全部人炒埋一碟啦。好似冇啦。哇！真係所有嘢都係 ACCM 領先。即係有經濟、有部隊、有科技，咁啊個保都保唔住啦。咁啊，剩低就係前面嘅碼頭應該都會俾人噴晒㗎啦。咁啊，而且有巨頭幫手拆啦，即係更加快脆。咁啊之後咧，佢就轉咗幾個爆炸船同埋。佢有冇火炮船嘅？就係 Mr. O 有啲慘呢一鋪，即係 BO3落後一場壓力都幾大下，就係瘋狂走佬。咁啊，中間嘅碼頭應該保唔住㗎啦。咁啊喺後邊開始重新起，但係就。哇！其實落後咁多，你喺後面加碼頭重新打翻夠唔夠啊？即係好似都係要死嘅咁樣。即係對面已經136經濟啊，即係有129個村。
He also doesn't have careening. Careening is actually the only mistake he's made in this game because it is something you would actually want.
咁啊，升埋船嘅應該係防啦，係嘛？嗰兩隻腳定係運輸船？咁啊，直接登陸啦。
Yo almost has enough for a castle of his own, and Yo is redocking at the back.
Mr. O 仲有少少經濟嘅，但係就人口落後都幾多下，即係168對125。咁啊，而且 Mr. O 咧係不斷喺前面俾人哋拆建築物啊。
Yeah, it could go after the transport ship potentially.
等先，招咗個爆炸船。哇！如果佢炸咗嗰個運輸船就正啦，即係入面3個巨頭。
it's a bit easier for him to produce now, even if he starts to lack resources.
More demos on the way from ACCM. He's also got more fires on the way.
即係呢度後面兩隻船頂住自己，
All into some range units or range ships.
有冇機會逆轉呢？究竟？
Archer ranges.
即係喺呢個時候，基本上係睇下邊個窮先嘅。咁啊，ACCM 直接係登陸之後就起咗個堡，咁啊再加3個好似係射箭場。
Just like have a tank in there. I mean, Yo doesn't have anything, and this is
即係
back to
互
what
噴。
we've said. ACCM is always one step ahead.
哇！真係38隻兵對16啦已經，咁啊屋企都係俾人哋拆緊。咁啊 Mr. 咧已經係落後3000分啦。
Not gonna go Knights, that's for sure.
Going for another siege workshop there. Is that?
睇下先啊，咁啊對面轉矛兵啊，
Is that the same Magna?
I think it is.
搶中間贏硬啊，即係冇計啊！你前面落後咁多。
We'll never know.
It got shot.
We'll never know.
Oh man.
I know it survived the fire ship earlier. Such a team effort there from that Mangonel.
咁啊，睇下佢捱幾耐啫，但係就逆轉嘅可能好似唔係好大。
It's very late. He doesn't care about that.
咁啊，矛兵嘅呢個文明嘅矛兵攻速好似係快啲。 即係你見佢掟啲嘢掟得快啲。
He's got bomber cannon. He's got 2 trebs in the queue. Look at the amount of units, the variety of units that he has.
咁啊，即係部隊數差好遠啦。咁啊，經濟 Missile 都追翻嚟嘅，至少即係120幾村。咁啊，人口144。 哇！佢依家就係成坨村民真係修理呢個火炮。 等陣先啊，咁啊 delete 咗個呢個係佢自己 delete 定係咩㗎？
Almost loses his. He kills one of the repairers as Yo continues to chase after that.
I still think we should see some Galleon here, possibly. Oh my God, that's on 2 HP. Get them, skirmishers! Nice job. It's just like a couple Galleons.
就係夾硬嚟繼續打試下啦，唯有。
ACCM just has all the control.
咁啊，後面加翻個修道院，然之後自己嘅火炮俾人掟咗啦。咁啊，正面有一個巨頭嘅，咁啊呢個巨頭咧係掟緊人哋個堡。 但係人哋喺自己門口係轉戰矛、火槍，然之後3個巨頭。哇！佢依家想出呢啲咁嘅傭兵都埋唔到身啊！真係。但係經濟可能仲可以捱一陣間。咁啊船咧係有即係 ACCM 嗰邊有15隻船啦，即係15隻連埋火炮船1隻。咁啊 Mr. 嘅海咧仲有7隻船嘅，就應該匿咗喺左下角。 咁啊，部隊數係55對20㗎啦。咁啊，陸地冇咗嘅話就即係就應該完啦。睇下先，等緊3房啊！但係淨係得呢隻咁嘅傭兵，佢打即係坦唔坦到人哋嗰啲火槍㗎？哇！呢個掟中咗啊！居然！睇下先，夾硬嚟啊！夠唔夠打？好似俾人秒喎！哎，呢個靚啊！咁啊掟咗人哋1個堡。哇 ！ACCM 攞1個村民走去起堡啊，然之後俾人掟爆咗啊！但係就都係陸地差好遠啦。咁啊 GG 都係，即係叫做掙扎咗10分鐘。
With Yo being top 5 and everything you have to say about him and how he's looked.
死啦 ，Mr. Yo。
Top 5 right now. In this event, that performance was sick.
一步之遙就係出局㗎啦，咁樣。
Hiding of the additional fishing ships, the proper timing.
即係 ACCM 依家好猛下喎，真係唔好講笑。
2 archers and the spearmen, then the 5 crossbows later on. He had proper micro, had proper macro, had proper decision making up until. Well, the end of the game. It was so good from him.
ACCM is absolutely incredible. We've known this for the past 2 years, throughout his 3 years now since Definitive Edition came out. His rise has been incredible. He's balanced out all those areas of his game that were maybe not up to the other top players, and he is tournament ready. We can see it right here. So we're going to be going to either Shoals or Acclivity here, as Yo has the pick, and we've got Humans.
死啦 ，Mr. 有大危機。
Polls, which are more likely.
Yep.
I think polls are the Shoals pick. Polls for Shoals. Hashtag polls for Shoals. Yeah. We're doing it live. And then we have Berbers and Cumans for Acclivity. Likely Berbers. there. Although humans can be good with early pressure.
Well, here's my thing. Spot on with everything you just said.
究竟會唔會嚟一鋪爆氣啊？
Before that game, you probably say, okay, he goes acclivity. I know he's amazing on land. We've got Northern Isles game 1, has some water. That's great for me. And then, after I win that game, I'm going to go to Shoals. It has a bit more water. Granted, it's different. That's going to be good for me. I wouldn't be feeling so good about going into a map that had any water on it after that game.
Yep. I mean, ACCM also, we look at his Civ draft, and he had Vikings there. And he didn't use it on Northern Isles.
That is unique, isn't it?
Yeah, is he gonna play Acclivity the way it used to be played in the older, because it's been around in the Wololo tournaments for a very long time in Empire Wars, and people used to just wall up on this map.
Yeah.
And if they were allowed to use Vikings, they use Vikings.
Okay, hear me out. This is just the dreamer in me. It probably won't happen. You go Vikings on Shoals. You
also, we did see that in the qualifiers a few times too.
So Vikings on Shoals.
Yep.
Snipe the fish. Full wall, boom. Your opponent goes tons of cav, and you say, hey, welcome to Elite Berserk land, and just destroy the map.
Well, it's more like welcome to Elite Longboat land.
車哥哥玩完啦，車哥哥。
Well, okay, fine. If you want to, just push the Berserks back down.
Yeah.
I want to see Berserks.
To Valhalla.
I don't. At Longboats, we know about Longboats. I want to see Berserks. Chieftains, the new and improved Berserks. Castle Age Berserks are stronger. Anyways, let's.
不過如果繼續支持嘅話，都係支持 Mr. Yo。
I don't think it was shown at all yet, so it would look pretty freaking.
即係話晒都喺 Mr. Yo 身上學咗唔少嘢，即係睇佢直播。
There with Mr. Yo.
即係同埋好多花生。
Quick hit! Yes!
It's happening.
Yes, I'm
it's
so
happening.
excited.
That was the Viking Civ emblem, by the way.
Oh yeah, for those that can't, you know,
we
use
just
an
want to
alphabet.
fill you in. Yeah, or maybe you were on your phone, maybe, and we've got hashtag polls for Shoals.
Hashtag polls for Shoals.
Now we've got I don't know, the Berserk hashtag.
Listen, if you don't want to be the Kipchek, and I understand it, you could pull that guy off with the hood.
I know.
No one knows how much hair he's got under.
But I mean, that's a big weapon. How am I going to get that shipped in?
You're right. You couldn't carry that. You got. Oh man! Oh, look at the seriousness, man. He brought it in game 1.
Like and it's so opposite to his persona too, because like every single time you meet him, he's hugging you, he's smiling.
Yep.
He's friends with everybody. I think like every time ACCM is on the screen, everyone is kind of like cheering for him a little bit just because of how nice of a person he is.
Oh, I mean, he gave one of my favorite Red Bull Wololo interviews ever as well. So I've been really pleased with how things have been going with ACCM so far. He certainly deserves it, right?
Yeah.
He is a true professional, not to imply others are not, but he is a true professional, practicing all the time.
There it is!
Talking strategies and look
試下維京啊，居然。
Does he have like? Is that like a fake beard? It looks like yarn or something.
Hey, today I learned that there are 2 backup knives or swords for the Berserk. I did not know that.
試下呢張圖，之前好似係邊個個？即係之前係 Nico 啊，好似即係喺呢張攞維京嚟玩啊。
I know it looks pretty minuscule and
9 bonus damage for
咁啊，船比較平啦，所以亦都可以係叫做即係唔需要投資太多，但係又可以打下個海咁樣。咁而且我冇記錯就係維京喺海嗰度可以出火炮船嘅，即係某程度上都有啲幫助。但係 Mr. Yo 即係唔控勝有控啊！即係人哋衝過嚟食佢2箭。
Let's see how greedy Yo is here, because when you pick poles, you want walls and you want to.
係試下，但係小心啲啊！即係啲漁船咧食2箭就死㗎啦。
There's a scout. Oh!
哎呀，呢個 block 得靚啊！哇，真係攞戰船擋呢個斥候。Mr. Yo 呢度會唔會有死村民咧？死唔死啊？死唔死？死唔去？哇！原地繼續圍。咁喺呢度再猜下靚嘅。
At that time, but if he can get out of there with that scout, he'll be able to use that on the rest of the map, and yeah, he will get out of there. He also has been able to see Yo's walling and adding a market.
試下維京咁啊，一開波係送一個續輪嘅，咁啊略略經濟都唔錯。
the galleys are kind of to deal with the fish, but the galleys are more to secure map control.
但係自從連指環都冇埋之後咧，就好似越嚟越少人用，即係廢得滯。
If your opponent's trying to take gold on the sides, the galleys can also range part of that. As we see Mappo scrolling over there for us. Galleys coming in.
即係呢個應該要死啊啲預算。
A lot of damage, and ACCM is just going to try and kill these fish without losing a galley. He's managed to get 2. And he might lose this ship if he's not careful.
Yeah, let's see
睇下
if he
先啊
wishes to remain.
都還可以嘅。
Oh, misclick.
He's getting hit at his base.
哦，原來大家互換嘅呢邊。咁啊，預算咧係2步對3步，咁啊 Mr. O 咧係得翻2步啫。但係就你見佢都差唔多點城堡時代啦，好似都還可以喎。
You don't want water, and I don't think that adding additional fishing ships. Granted, we do see that now from ACCM. I just don't think that's going to have the same effect on this.
It's not huge. It's honestly not huge. It's only shore fish, right? They collect very slowly.
But
if you gain the water control, if you've invested into it, you might as well do it, as ACCM has done. He noticed that ship was very weak, managed to take that out with 1 shot, and effectively, I mean,
哇！呢個時間都即係快30秒1分鐘左右。
It's all the same to ACCM.
Well, it's also important that you do have a few more galleys.
咁啊，而且唔係賣石嘅，即係可以霸經濟。
And if you're not going to commit to water long term, I'd like to see the fires if you're Yo.
睇下先啊，咁啊睇下 Mr. O 係喺邊邊開 TC 啦。
Yeah, so he not only is the score going to rise up like crazy because you get 100 points per 10% of the map scouted, but he'll be able to see if Yo is sneaking out there. And I wouldn't normally say that, but we did see that earlier today, and it almost won Valis that one game.
等先，呢度有個隻肉馬，今日有探路準備。咁啊 Mr. O 應該係冇留意到。哇！呢個箭塔幫咗好大忙，但係就 Mr. O 呢邊亦都係預算運作唔到啦，暫時你見到。不過佢即係好神奇地可以升快少少嘅，居然。哇！呢個經濟都幾好喎。打咩啊？打馬。
I thought you meant the stable was a miss.
No, but the Ville's leaving.
點解 Mr. O 啲經濟咁好嘅可以？即係一個伐木一個田，成千木材喎，7分鐘時間。
All right, Yo will also see the ACCM is at.
哇！佢呢個經濟上完城之後可以起勢種田開 TC。
I wouldn't mind a second dock here from Yo. I think it would have so much. It would do so much damage. There's only 4 galleys.
I don't think you need to like. You've already made the decision.
係先啊 ，Mr. O 咁啊出噴火船，咁啊直接係開 TC。咁佢黃金係普普通通嘅，你見到。
To add the second dock right now, which it probably would, probably a mistake. But if you're right, if you keep that 1 dock working, and that tower pretty much ensures that dock will stay alive.
頭先佢唔喺出邊開嘅，居然喺自己屋企開 TC， 咁啊，然之後就2個經濟科技升齊，咁啊，亦都升一升個船。等陣先啊！哇！呢個 ACCM 佢啲船咧送咗去呢個戰塔度，送咗好多部咯，已經。即係 Mr. O 嗰啲 KD 全部都係有一半都係呢個戰塔射嘅。睇下先啊！哇！你唔係喎，呢個地圖，即係因為佢又唔需要特別喺出邊掘金咧，即係有石頭有黃金，好似感覺上都唔錯啊！即係老練種田呢個時候咧，就喺自己範圍度唔出去啦。Mr. O 呢個經濟幾好，真係 set 得，即係2級伐木、2級種田。咁然之後咧，屋企亦都有石頭掘咧，就唔需要特別地衝出去話搶黃金先啦，即係唔使咁麻煩。哇！呢個噴火船。大鑊啦！呢個咩嚟㗎？第幾個 TC 嚟㗎？呢個第4個 TC 喎！哇！咁啊，靠掘石嚟到攞黃金，然之後咧就瘋狂地啊，咁啊喺屋企種田。 睇下先啊 ，Mr. O 咧係嘗試咁啊攞噴火上去噴人哋屋企，然之後咧就喺屋企咧就攞呢個長槍兵去守人哋嘅騎啊！哇！你睇下啲噴火船都幾猛啊，但係就始終有箭塔啊呢個圖。咁啊，你見到2、3個噴火船同埋連升級咧，佢唔係投資咗好多啊，即係反而 ACCM 佢出咗一大堆嘢出嚟，即係俾人拖咗唔少嘢。哇！呢個圖2粒金啊，然之後有石頭骨。執唔執埋粒遺跡？哇！真係喺呢個圖度4 TC 種田。但係我覺得咧，佢應該唔會等帝王啦，係嘛？即係城堡時代都要爆兵衝出去啦，係嘛？應該。但係呢個經濟真係非常好啊！呢個時候，咁啊 ACCM 咧都仲係即係都係3 TC 嘅，但係佢就開咗一個 TC 喺出邊掘金。但係即係維京唔知點嘅咧，即係喺依家呢個版本後期。哇！真係資源非常之好啊！你睇下 Mr. O 呢邊。即係田嘅收入又多啲啦，而且佢升級城堡時代又快。咁啊，村民咧已經係幾多隻？69隻到60隻，即係領先6隻，但係人哋有6部漁船。其實 ACCM 呢幾隻馬做唔到嘢都有啲蝕底。
So you can hide ships behind those rocks. Actually, there is no outline when you put them behind there. So a demo behind there.
即係瘋狂種田，30塊田啦，已經去到。
But I've been waiting for it ever since this map was released.
In the north right now, there is something from ACCM, and that's so smart.
睇下先，咁樣俾人執咗粒遺跡啊！真係，好似仲要捉唔到個真女。
Just like he is on the other side. Yo somehow magically got that relic.
居然俾人執咗粒遺跡喺自己面前。哇！嚟啊！爆馬啦，準備。咁啊，經濟 set 好之後咧，就係城堡時代爆兵。招 ，nice 一隻。咁啊，任何真女招到一隻馬都賺嘅，即係因為一隻馬嘅價錢係比較貴啲。咁啊，而且係一來一回啦，即係人哋少一隻兵，你多一隻兵。睇下先，後面加。咁啊，呢個經濟 set 得非常之好，但係 ACCM 嗰邊，咁啊，黃金你見佢停咗掘嘅，居然。睇下佢係咪諗住即係咁樣嘅兵量升帝先，唔知會唔會死咁樣。
And in most cases, having a few pikemen or whatever and trebuchets to push someone booming is awesome. These knights are so cheap, 60% off knights with the civilization that gets 10%.
睇下先啦，咁啊起咗個堡之後咧，就升個銀冠之後就準備爆兵噶啦。咁啊呢個經濟都還可以啊。睇下先，招一隻馬，居然招唔到。
And that's why Poles are so good on this map, right?
Insane, yeah.
睇下先，嚟啊！咁啊，但係咧就維京嗰邊係等緊升帝啊。睇下先啊，個堡係喺下邊保住，上面有黃金位。TC 想點起啊？咁啊，有好多嘅屋喺度頂住晒。帝王咁啊，維京嘅長槍兵咁啊有少少血加成啊，但係就冇擊兵。
Well, he doesn't have town watch, so he kind of has vision, I guess.
But like, can you do anything if you've got pikemen? I'm not so sure. The castle is so far, well, up until now.
咁啊唔錯，還可以。
So Yo's gonna know that castle's.
咁啊有血統有義防，咁啊攻係等緊嘅啫。哇！直接穿呢個城堡。
Keep in mind, he is kind of on the gold clock.
Yep.
But with the TC in the north, he will have more gold there, and plus he gets some from this.
I think the idea with
即係你點都喺呢個時候咧就搶即係 map control 啦，即係冇辦法。 即係屋企種田種咗咁耐啦，即係總要衝出嚟，即係攞第二啲資源。
On the left side, so that's effectively protecting that gold and the secondary gold in front of Yospace. There was 2 tiles in front of that
睇下
castle.
先啊，睇下維京呢度，其實佢維京好似都升得有啲急嘅喎，即係80零村咁樣。
ACCM pushes in the south. ACCM attempting
睇下先，好似有啲大鑊喎。咁啊，Mr. O 咧直接開始準備開多線啦。咁啊。收唔收到？呢個有冇穿窿啊？圍石牆啊，我見佢好似，但係有冇穿啊？冇穿，可惜。咁啊 ，Mr. 咧直接喺人哋屋企，咁啊開一個雙線左右啊，咁啊左右開弓。但係 ACCM 佢係諗住做啲咩咧？佢係諗住係推呢個 Mr. 嘅屋企嘅。咁但係因為你只能即係你只有一個堡同埋幾個軍營喺前線啦，即係屋企嗰度可能會有啲難受少少。同埋你就算前面有幾個軍營出長槍都好咧，即係。人哋啲馬好平下喎，但係呢度俾人搓死晒，陰公。哇！呢度直接衝啦，睇嚟衝去邊啊？佢呢度其實佢打 TC 都夠打過，即係如果有10零20隻馬。哇！真係死圍石牆，但係石牆係即係救到一陣間，救唔到一世嘅。睇下先，打個即係周街遊走啊！呢個時候就係帶你遊花園。睇下先 ，ACCM 想翻轉頭啊，但係呢度大鑊啦！大鑊啦！呢個時候就係睇下 Mr. O 呢度咧，佢準備轉取啊，應該係。咁啊，用取咧嚟到係處理呢個長槍兵啊。咁呢度，哇！呢度拉開晒嚟打，邊個着數啲呢個時候？咁啊 ，Mr. O 嘅經濟係非常之好嘅，即係45塊田咁樣。咁而且咧係繼續係俾壓力人哋啦，同埋佢上面有掘金咧，佢基本上係冇斷到支啊。等先，自己都加個堡。咁啊，佢自己加呢個堡咧，雖然係加唔到巨頭啦，但係因為呢個堡可以射啲長槍嘅，即係佢特登咧揾個靚位嚟，即係可以幫手叫做推一推人哋。等先，長槍兵有幾多隻啊？呢度俾人淹死啊！哇，大鑊啦！佢部隊數係58對34嘅，你睇下，哇！波蘭嘅馬又平又多，咁啊上面亦都係控制咗個資源啦，咁啊剩低就係唔知點算啊！呢個時候你睇下，咁啊 Mr. O 咧可以選擇退一退嘅，即係等個堡起完咧，咁啊幫手射下啲長槍咧就即係冇問題㗎，要去處理人哋呢個城堡。咁啊馬力都係喺上面衝咗入嚟啦，咁啊 ACCM 開始控唔切啦，哇！真係俾人哋上下夾住啊，咁啊不斷喺度圍石牆，但係你田亦都會阻住自己圍啊，即係某程度上都幾即係要幾花心機慢慢搞。即係 delete 咗啲田啦，即係然之後圍少少石啦，唯有如果真係要嘅話，即係慢慢修理都唔係辦法。即係 delete 2塊田咁樣可以圍㗎，即係咁修理市集。哇！咁啊，然之後 Mr. O 咧直接乘勝追擊喺上面，咁啊加個堡。即係 ACCM 依家田咧得30零塊啫，咁啊因為經濟俾人不斷搞緊啊，唉都係入咗嚟㗎呢個位。咁但係有長槍兵，得唔得啊？夠唔夠打？睇下先 ，Mr. O 唔打嘅，但係就啲馬咧，因為啲 pathing 有啲怪怪地，但係夠唔夠抽呢度？哇！咁樣俾人淹死啊！城堡打帝王真係俾人淹死咗啊！咁樣，即係啲取加馬，然之後經濟又好喎，即係50幾塊田。咁而且亦都喺正上方咧有一個穩定嘅即係黃金收入啦，即係佢需要嘅話咧，佢就可以隨時上帝嘅，亦都咁啊直接投啊 GG。哇！真係殺手鐧嚟啊！呢個 Mr. O 殺手鐧，即係喺呢張圖用個波蘭掘石攞黃金。
I don't know what in the world you do, truthfully. I think the forward in play always loses because you can't get enough pikemen, you get overwhelmed. The other option would be defensive castles, and you try and get to.
好似都幾屈機嘅，即係就咁縮埋喺個角落頭喺度種田。
It's tricky.
Yeah, I think Poles even have the options in late game.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to rely.
同埋佢後期亦都應該比維京好嘅，即係。
Bomber cannon, right?
All with perfect execution from the Poles, of course, which Yo responds with. in ACCM, he's going to ask for some.
ACCM 舉手，
He's waving to the
舉手發問。
Wouldn't be surprised.
但係呢一鋪係決勝局啦。
Looking a little bit stressed out here. Both players know that this match is not only stay or go home, but it's the difference in prize pool, like thousands of dollars for this game number 3.
Thousands of dollars, but also like it's pretty fitting with it being Red Bull Wololo Legacy, and Legacy will be something we talk about a lot more.
Yeah.
But like
頭先係做啲咩圖啊？
this is a legacy thing. Yeah, like
頭先佢咁樣 show 咗一個空嘅，嚟啊望下先。 ACCM home map 呢個 Mr. 可以揀副曼喎，係咪啊？但係人哋有印度不列顛都可以打喎。
Well, do you go Britons or Hindustanis? I've seen both on this map. I really
其實係咪應該副曼啊？即係副曼，但係 ACCM 揀咩好啊？究竟？
Too many players making skirms. I see too many situations where you need to open up an early castle age with a stable.
依家不列顛唔知勁唔勁嘅咧，即係我記得以前啲人都揀得幾密嘅，但係依家好似好少見啊又。
I feel like I've seen so often recently, ever since they lost Halberdier, you know, players not being able to switch once they go into Gulam and then the other player makes cavalry. They can't switch into camels fast enough to counter it, and camels are.
但係呢個非常關鍵嘅呢一鋪，我比較想ACCM 輸。
But Hindustani seem a little bit weaker than they were previously too. So I agree with you on the Britons. Cumans or Berbers on Mr. Yo's side. Cumans feel not too bad for the early pressure.
Yeah, I think it's a close game. Sorry, a very short game. I think that Cumans and their ability to go double range.
Yeah.
The only way you surpass the Britons is if you just have more archer ranges from them, and I think Yo just plays kind of all-in skirmisher archer play.
Yeah.
But alternatively, if he is Berbers, all-in knights is so good.
但係 Mr. Yo 有陣時都唔係跟常理打㗎，即係佢自己有自己一套諗法。
Oh boy, this is.
即係一陣間攞個拍出嚟啊，搞笑。
Very stressful for both of the players. It's stressful for me because I like both of these guys a lot.
They're so awesome.
Yeah. First time, obviously second time seeing Mr. Yo, first time seeing ACCM ever, and what an incredible personality from both of them. Mr. Yo just calmly, he's been here before, he's calmly writing things down. Which civ do I pick? There's two of them. Takes a lot of thought. What if he goes this, then I go this, but if he goes that, I go this, and that's basically.
Yep, essentially.
It's.
But, you know, the approach thing is so tricky here for me because I don't see Acclivity as a good map for Yo. I can't remember a situation where Yo has thrived on that map. Typically, you're seeing early crossbowman play. I don't recall that from Yo. He likes his knights and skirms.
究竟係富曼咁啊？然之後就直接係其實富曼好多選擇喎，因為佢建築物係即係馬房同埋細戰場係平75木材。
Forward tower, even if you spot the gold, like if you deny that gold.
即係前期早少少，即係早過人哋加2個建築物爆兵，即係略都有啲着數。
I feel like we don't see forwards enough, but I guess these players are at such a high level that if you are even 1 second too late with your forward, you can be super punished.
You know, the other interesting thing here, I mean, really trying to dive deep here. So if you guys don't like complex details, then maybe just mute for 5 seconds. But the starting scout, that spearman hit. That sometimes happens. That spearman hit can be the difference between someone being able to mix in skirms right away or not.
Yep.
So you really got to keep that scout.
就係呢一鋪刺激啊！
Oh God, this is. They need to start, man. I need to like jump up and down or something. This is amazing. And hey, there's.
富曼啊，真係。
Why do you do this,
dude? I would be honored.
咁啊 ，ACCM
Okay.
可以揀咩？會唔會用翻不列顛？即係以前呢張圖啲人都好多人都揀不列顛出嚟啊！即係雖然我唔係好明。
Also, this might be the first time we've seen Britons played on Acclivity. At least, I might not have
I think
witnessed
this
it.
might be the first time I've seen Britons in this tournament.
Yeah, because they've been banned a lot, and then there was one other instance where I think they were picked and not played.
Was there? I can't remember one.
即係不列顛始終你前期食羊啦，咁然之後就係爆兵亦都快啲啦，即係略都有啲着數啊。咁而且之後開 TC 又平，即係投資唔使太多。
It was so funny how like Leary ended up
咁啊，亦都可以係邊壓邊開 TC 啊！見過之前邊鬼個？之前邊個打？即係直接係壓住人哋，然之後慢慢開翻 TC， 即係又唔係好貴。咁啊，利用個射程優勢喺出邊操作下咁樣，咁啊又可以加個 BK 出輕頭。
His game sense, his map awareness is second to none. And it is Hindustani.
係印度，
It's not Britons, it's
居然係
Hindustani.
印度。
Wow.
Okay.
Well, you
Still
know,
a good I mean, it's a fantastic save.
You're right.
You got the Ghulams to counter the
咁啊，
archers,
印度
you got the camels,
有一個超全面嘅兵種組合，但係之前好似 nerf 咗呢個，我唔知係咪冇咗擊兵啦已經。咁啊，另外咧就好似係咪冇咗呢個步兵三防？
so frustrating to fight against.
即係略略叫做改弱咗少少嘢啦，即係等佢兵種冇咁齊。
It was Cumans, and why are you doing this to me, Tristan? I see. I can't remember now.
Well, it's okay. That's why we have the production team. They're going to put it up on screen.
How can I not remember this? I just said it.
但係都已經好夠勁啦，真係，反正係有駱駝。
Berbers, of course. Yes, of
yeah,
course.
we don't need.
We did talk about that.
We no longer require the Civ draft. I have a mental image now, and here we go.
睇下先啊 ，Mr. Yo 係直接開 TC 啊！哇！全世界都以為佢係直接係雙開呢個可能射箭場或者係加個馬房。
Is like the mother of all TC spots.
但係估唔到佢居然係直接開 TC 啊！居然 ACCM 望唔望到啊？睇下先啊，佢直接向下走啊！望唔到啊！大鑊啦！可能會有少少戰術選擇唔同都未定㗎。睇下先啊 ，ACCM 呢度，咁啊韞住咗 Mr. Yo 嘅一隻斥候啊，nice。但係。 即係對比起殺咗人哋隻戚，即係感覺上自己即係資訊偵察得唔夠，好似仲蝕啊！不過呢個係運氣問題，即係咁啱向下走啊！咁啊呢個位咧就保住個黃金啦，亦都保住個伐木位，咁亦都可以係 keep 住出村民，咁啊好正。咁啊正面都係圍咗場㗎啦。
His archer, unfortunately for him, I think is just going to run into that second town center.
Yeah, he should be paying really close attention to that.
睇下先，唔知望唔望到啦，定係喺度射伐木啊？繼續。哎呀，望到 TC 啦 ！shoot！ Yo， 嚟啊！啊 ，nice！ 哇，呢度正啊！咁啊，殺咗一個唔係殺咗一個工兵。 即係前期一隻兵都好值錢下。 即係尤其是係好似依家部隊數啊，即係2對5嘅話，即係你殺咁隻都差好遠。睇下先啊 ，Mr. Yo 呢度咁啊，睇嚟都唔係太敢喺後邊食鹿嘅，即係你見人哋都喺度巡嚟巡去。但係唔緊要啊，你雙倍出村，即係唔好太貪心都 OK 嘅。即係射咗啲鹿啦，即係。 ACCM 啱啦，夠淫戰呢個位射一射先最緊要。咁啊，亦都係分一個長槍去清理埋後邊嗰2隻鹿啊，即係唔俾你攞經濟啊喺呢個位。但係先呢個圍牆有冇矛兵啊？但係先有嘅係，但係就略略有啲少得滯。 呢度仲有隻玉馬，拖村民隻抽啦，又要。死步兵唔係死下啲兵都 OK 嘅。村民嘅一隻42隻，其實佢依家村民數領先唔係好多啫喎，佢食物係咪嚟得唔夠多啊？佢得一個 TC 運作啫喎。呢個可能死村添啊，仲要避。哎呀，咁樣死。 等先，Mr. Yo 呢個情況好似唔係好掂喎。即係佢去到啱啱呢個時間咧，先至係能夠叫做維持住2個 TC 出村嘅，所以佢依家係即係咁早開咗個 TC， 但係其實唔係好大優勢喎。即係你見村民數領先4隻咁鬼少。 咁啊，對面亦都係升咗呢個城堡時代啦。
something that can't be stopped right now.
就係話 ACCM 直接咧係喺人哋屋企轉圈啊，即係費事你出去搶資源，即係攞資源啊，即係食少少碌嘅話都對呢個富萬幫助好大，即係周圍種田。有啲大鑊。咁啊，建築物都未睇下先啊，有個射箭場，有個兵工廠咁樣。其實應該唔知佢會唔會加個市集啦。咁啊，村民領先8隻，又死一個村民啦。Mr. Yo 好似有啲不妙。經濟都 OK 啊，咁啊你見到 ACCM 已經係拖村民準備咧係去咁啊加 BK 啦。咁啊 Mr. Ho 加市集應該係調資上城堡時代。你等先呢度送少少兵，但係呢幾隻兵冇乜所謂嘅。大鑊啦 ！Mr. Ho 好似即係，不過佢都冇辦法，佢呢個時候佢都冇辦法停咗呢個 BK， 有啲牙煙。咁啊，而且咧係 ACCM 唔係 all in 嚟㗎，佢係純粹咧係攞個 BK 壓住你啦，然之後就自己慢慢爆經濟。等陣先，出呢個大笨象嘅點解
？Is that double siege workshop for ACCM, or does he have an armored elephant and then a mangonel queued up?
點解出大笨象咧
？Okay.
This is like, right? You've got to kind of commit to one or two.
係先啊，呢啲兵清理咗啦。
But again, if you had knights, I like.
但係因為佢唔係 all in 嚟嘅，所以都即係還好嘅至少。
Good job from those skirms, by the way. 7 kills on those skirms.
Yeah, and Yo didn't overmake army.
咁啊 KD 咧係7對10，但係就人哋駱駝出到嚟啦。咁啊 Mr. Ho 仲未知道上面已經有 BK 啊。哇！直接係開第3個 TC。但係都係一件好事嚟嘅，至少人哋唔係 all in 嚟。真係一個大笨象，呢個大笨象係拆咩啊？呢個係拆塊田啊，諗住。睇下先啦，咁啊 Mr. Ho 咧亦都係好啊，唔係應該係富萬可以喺封建咧，咁啊起到呢個工程單位啊，唔係即係嗰個工程器製造所。咁啊提早起定先啦，然之後就等城堡時代咁啊去出興頭啦。 即係提早起都幾着數喎，即係雖然就出唔到兵暫時，即係升完個城堡時代就可以出啦。咁啊，好可惜 ACCM 唔係 all in 嚟呢個，不過佢諗住亦都唔好咁搏啦。但係 Mr. Yo 木材唔夠啊，有啲大鑊。出咩啊？等陣先 ，Mr. Yo 佢係唔出工程單位喎，啊唔係，即係都撳啦，終於。我以為佢唔出添，即係淨係純長槍兵手啊，諗住。呢個位唔好俾人掟中一下，即係呢個長槍兵俾人掟中一下就好濕滯。咁啊，等埋個移動速度，然之後應該係將啲兵散開嘅，即係不過5隻好似有啲少。咁啊，忍耐。咁啊，村民數係雖然對面追平嘅，但係即係都還可以啊。睇下先 ，ACCM 好似望到呢個興頭啦。咦，預判嘅呢個，哇，爭啲俾人哋換咗，有啲事啦，咁樣就。等先，小心俾人招咗一隻嘢，招咗一隻嘢就一搓就冇噶啦，呢個興頭。打唔打呢個位衝啦？即係夾硬嚟啦，冇辦法。咁啊，先換咗少少駱駝，而且咁啊 ACCM 嘅興頭咧係幫手搓咗呢個駱駝啊，居然。咁啊，後面招，哎呀，佢招到啲乜鬼啊 ？ACCM 嗰個真女啱啱嚇。等先，清理埋個大笨象啦！哇，真係咁樣都可以化解咗呢個進攻喎。但係某程度上都係因為 ACCM 佢唔係 all in， 即係變咗搞咗個唔鹹唔淡嘅，而且 即係 Mr. Yo 處理得運氣都幾好嘅，即係兩樣嘢都。咁啊，一大堆長槍兵。哇！真係 Mr. Yo 啱啱嗰個防守，真係某程度上係即係點講好啊？即係控兵又控得唔錯，然之後運氣亦都唔錯。哇！咁樣守住咗啦，咁但係就形勢都未改變嘅，因為本身庫曼咧，因為佢係封建雙 TC 咧，其實佢正常係應該要多人哋10幾隻村。咁但係咧，佢冇呢個優勢嘅話咧，就都係打得辛苦嘅應該。係咪先？佢都係辛苦嘅呢個時候，即係雖然守得好靚啦，但係就形勢冇乜特別大改。咁啊 ，Mr. 有15隻兵，咁啊 ACCM 係得7隻零8隻嘅啫。咁啊，田咧係19塊，其實佢支撐唔到咁多 TC 嘅喎，即係又要出兵。睇下先出馬弓，即係你出馬弓嘅話，人哋庫曼都有駱駝玩嘅喎。即係勉強可以捱住一陣間啊！即係睇下 Mr. 點樣處理啊！呢個時候佢最緊要就係佢經濟雖然落後啦，但係佢部隊數領先嘅話，可以俾壓力人哋。即係勉強地可以叫追一追嘅，睇下先加馬添啊！咁啊，升過1防，咁啊經濟都唔錯嘅，但係就好似唔係貪上帝嘅，即係純粹係未使得晒啲錢。睇下先7暗 ，Mr. Yo 咧可能會覺得咧就係佢守住人哋一波咧，即係然之後自己經濟又唔錯咧，即係可能會咁樣諗。但係問題就係對面係即係用一個4TC 前置 BK 同你打，哇 ！ACCM 啊，即係呢個係超級唔應該㗎。哇！咁樣俾長槍兵搓咗一大堆馬弓啊，即係咩料啊？呢個就有啲濕滯啦，即係呢個時候馬弓數係得8隻啫，然之後你雖然有好多 TC 啊，但係你投資所有資源就係喺度出村民啊，即係你如果穩定唔到自己嗰啲資源咧，就好麻煩啦。咁啊 ，Mr. Yo 咧係準備緊啦，咁啊升緊呢個2防，準備狂爆馬噶啦。咁啊馬弓得8隻啊，即係你諗下咧，如果人哋啲馬咧多到一定程度咧，不斷喺度搞你屋企啊！你9隻馬弓可以做啲乜嘢？睇下先啊，即係周圍喺度搶資源，咁啊升個血統。喂，9隻馬弓真係有啲刺激喎！你睇下開始嚟啦，準備咁啊 Mr. Yo 呢波馬咧應該係試探嘅，但係就開始扎跳啦，俾人騷擾到。即係呢波兵唔係好多兵嘅啫，得幾隻馬啫喎。大鑊啦 ACCM 村民係好多，但係就10隻馬弓，可能會俾人哋馬亂打死啊！呢個位。死啦！咁啊，10隻馬弓就係追咗上面嗰4隻馬，然之後屋企咧就不斷俾人2防馬開始做騷擾啦。可能有啲濕滯啦，你睇下多線啦，開多線啦，而且冇圍牆啦，開多線啦已經俾人咁啊！而且村民數已經係縮短到相差只能夠係即係講係10零隻嘅啫，再加上係村民做唔到嘢，冇啦 ！ACCM 真係需唔需要開咁多 TC 啊？即係呢個時候咧，你見到 Mr. Yo 咧係乘勝追擊啦，係上前線係插寶啦。佢甚至可以再貪心啲㗎，但係佢呢度都好穩陣㗎啦已經。等陣先，哇！嚟啦，好刺激啊呢個位。咁啊 ACCM 呢個係棘住自己村民起唔到任何嘅。佢呢個位唔靚喎，佢得幾多個村民啊？7個村民可以幫手起嘢咋？哇！真係直接係諗住 delete 呢個射箭場去幫手啦。邊個起先啊？呢個位咁啊 Mr. Yo 有老炮喺後面幫手㗎，得唔得啊？呢度佢 delete 咗個射箭場，其實係咪可以入到去㗎？呢個位得唔得？起未到 Mr. Yo 比較快啊！大鑊啦，心態崩啦呢個位，真係佢呢度咧，仲要係死好多村民啊！哇，96村對105啦已經。你前面4TC 嘅經濟， 咁樣一波俾人哋打翻晒翻嚟。咁啊馬公有12隻，即係淨係。哇！即係不過，即係 ACCM 咧，佢至少咧佢係前期村民比較多啲嘅，佢暫時叫做累積咗好多資源，即係因為早採集啦。哇！咁啊，富曼咧可以喺呢個城堡時代係升呢個中型嘅衝撞車嘅。咁啊，睇嚟係想咁啊利用呢個衝撞車咧拆人哋城堡啦。哇！又係穿窿嘅呢個位 ，ACCM 係冇辦法出門口啊！即係如果佢亂咁出門口咧，就屋企俾人搞到立亂啦。咁啊 ，Mr. 咧喺上面應該係分咗啲村民，唔知又想做啲乜嘢啊？你見到？定係想喺上面掘石，但係咁啱會唔會相遇咧？即係之後。啊，唔係喎，佢走去開 TC 居然。大鑊啦！咁啊 ，Mr. 即係直接開個多先，咁啊逼住呢個 ACCM 咧係轉少少駱駝出嚟。啊！真係可惜啊！即係本來咧係幾大優勢嘅，但係依家就有啲難講啲啦。有啲難講啦，即係佢本身呢個經濟其實本身都還好嘅，但係就俾人亂一亂之後咧就。但係先呢個可以清理咗叫做。但係先佢呢度攞2個村民拆城堡喎，見唔見啊？哇！真係俾咗 Mr. 機會㗎，但係都仲係好似即係穩住咗個局勢，都仲係。但係就刺激好多啦，即係唔係好似啱啱咁樣啦，即係一面倒。係先，你幾個衝撞車俾駱駝捉啦。但係因為始終係駱駝嚟嘅，而且佢係1防嘅咋，即係城堡肥落都痛㗎。等陣先，嗰幾個村民咁啱喺個角落頭罰企。咁啱望唔到。咁啊呢個位睇下先啊。咁啊 Mr. 好似都唔係諗住升帝嘅，即係不斷喺度爆兵。咁但係個村民係做嘢幾有效率嚇，即係冇人騷擾佢。OK 嗰幾多隻馬弓啊？其實 ACCM 馬弓唔係好多啫喎，即係佢分咗少少過去騷擾呢個 Mr. 但係咁啊有少少駱駝咁樣。哇！勉強叫打翻啲嘢翻嚟，咁啊雙方經濟係接近嘅，即係大家都有大約50塊田同埋有啲木材咁樣。咁啊擁埋佢啦！呢度呢一波。呢個唔錯，守住啊！咁啊人口咧係140對129㗎。哇！咁喺側邊，咁啊直接開一個堡種，即係封住你啲田。睇下先，呢個位都唔錯，穩住局勢喎，可能。咦？等陣先，正面前置嘅堡俾人哋用大笨象清咗。其實大笨象打唔係，即係衝撞車打大笨象都大力嘅喎，好似即係大家都係攻城單位，即係你可以咧翻轉頭搓佢一下，然之後就即係至少可以換一個大笨象。睇下先，形勢邊個着數啲啊 ？Mr. 經濟 OK， 咁啊 ACCM 嗰邊咧就上面又有一個堡阻住佢發展。睇下先，佢升個指環，即係溝馬弓啊！睇下先啊 ，Mr. 都唔係好想升帝啦，你見佢都係狂爆兵，即係大家都唔想放棄呢個 map control。即係老鏈爆兵，係咁啊！捉到呢幾個村民 ，nice。咁啊，村民數係124對116嘅。其實 Mr. 嗰邊經濟應該好啲嘅，因為始終 ACCM 不斷俾人搞咧，即係。但係問題就係睇下可唔可以 Mr. 係 keep 住個節奏啦，即係等 ACCM 佢出唔到門口啊。都係要出門口，即係得唔得啊？呢度又搓咗幾隻嘅馬弓啦。咁啊，部隊數係32對21㗎。咁啊 ，ACCM 佢如果分咗啲兵出去咧，咁啊屋企亦都比較少啦。 如果屋企咧分咗啲兵出嚟守咧，咁即係代表正面亦都唔係好夠多噶。得啦，呢度我覺得 ACCM 正面兵唔係好多噶咋，你見到佢部隊數咧去到17隻噶咋。佢如果正面有兵，即係後面唔夠兵噶啦；如果後面有兵，即係正面唔夠兵噶啦，即係17隻兵。哇！呢度俾人搞到有啲立亂啦。咁而且 Mr. U 咧，佢嘅經濟咧有50幾塊田咧，佢係可以等一陣間就可以升帝王噶啦。佢只要等一陣間升帝啦，你見佢亦都係買咗少少石，唔係買咗少少木，唔係食物，咁啊買少少食物，咁啊點咗個帝王時代噶。哇！本身前面真係落後得好多下，但係估唔到。哇！真係嗰一波守得，真係叫做運氣加實力兼備啊！真係本身真係好似落後得幾多下。哇！真係你睇下 Mr. U 呢度咧有60個人掘金啊，然之後有50個人揾食物，即係呢個經濟嘅 set up 咧係你可以爆超多馬。咁啊，然之後右邊亦都係俾人哋做緊騷擾噶，有啲慘啊！咁啊，正面繼續喺度加馬房，即係尤其是呢個富曼咧，佢啲馬房比較平咧，即係你亦都唔需要話特別罰好多木咁樣。哇 ！ACCM 呢個經濟好差，即係俾人係咁搞啊，即係又死村民啦。咁啊 ，Mr. U 咧佢去到150村咯，就快，即係有冇意識望下，即係自己啲村民數。哇！呢度死好多村民啦，炸啦！咁啊，我諗 ACCM 應該冇啦，即係帝王亦都冇錢升。咁啊，部隊數係有嘅，但係問題就係如果人哋係即係升咗個帝嘅話咧，咁啊至少可能有個3房咁樣。咁呢個時候啲馬工你想點樣拉啲馬都拉唔到啊！咁啊而且咁啊 Mr. U 咧有個前置寶啊，至少可以係升完帝之後出巨頭，咁啊慢慢拆定你啲建築物噶啦。哇！等陣 Mr. U 會偷人哋啲田喎，喺隔離。即係有啲凄涼。咁啊 ACCM 要死啦咁樣。哇 Mr. U 居然可以逆轉，咁啊但係村民好似多得滯。咁啊等 upgrade 啫，咁啊3房重裝。睇下先 ，ACCM 應該崩啊心態。咁啊3房重裝升啊，咁啊然之後咧就係睇下升唔升啲伐木種田咁樣啦。其實佢可以升一升個2級戰，同埋可能升下啲彈道咁樣。即係拎嚟等啲城堡啊，咁啊可以守一守人哋啲 Ray。咁啊 Mr. U 呢度死少少村 OK 嘅，即係你見佢呢度短時間死咗20個村民，但係因為 Mr. U 本身太多村啊，即係呢度死20隻非常之唔錯。咁啊分數咧咬得好緊啦，但係就 ACCM 呢度應該冇咩選擇咯，你見佢。咁啊，個陣地已經俾人打晒啦，就即係唔知點樣種田添啊！即係你見佢，即係佢本身都種好多田嘅，但係你見唔見依家咧佢得27塊啦，已經得翻。睇下先呢波點算啊？3房嚟㗎，即係呢啲馬。咁啊，馬公死晒啦。即係任何時候咧都唔應該將馬公企定同人打嘅，即係馬公。彈唔起，咁啊3房馬重裝，就係 ACCM 佢唯一有個即係唯一大家熟悉嘅稱號就係佢死唔投降嘅啫，即係佢依家咧就喺度維持住即係維持自己嗰個稱號啊！即係依家喺度奮戰緊。即係佢雖然喺呢度咁啊出局啦，但係佢至少佢能夠做翻，即係搶翻自己個名號啊！即係死不投降第1名。咁啊人口咧去到120幾啦，咁啊冇錢升帝嘅，咁人哋3房重裝騎，咁啊點遊俠添啊！直頭黐線啊！真係有錢到。
Yeah, and there's the trebuchet attacking that TC.
其實 ACCM 都唔話得啊，即係你諗下喺比賽上面點個遊俠出嚟玩都好難得。咁啊 ACCM 咧係俾個機會 Mr. Yo 咧係出少少遊俠出嚟，咁啊過下癮嘅。遊俠啊，真係勁有錢先可以咁樣點出嚟啊！
Paladin's pretty rare to see in a 1v1 just because
試下 Mr. Yo 依家就求其漏下啲馬嘅啫，即係因為真正爽嘅地方就係出完遊俠之後鏟過去啊，直接。
Sure, he could have done some other things. He could have gone for Seadram and Halb as well, but he's
試下呢波村民點都死啲嘅呢個位，但係感覺上都唔緊要啊，即係百幾村。但係馬公又企定啊，大鑊啦！
Yo had 95 eco kills, and he
大鑊啦，大鑊啦！咁啊，馬公得翻11隻，我諗嗱仲有40秒升遊俠嘅，佢捱埋一陣間先啊！即係 ACCM 俾次機會人哋，即係睇下玩下遊俠先。
Also, Yo's only 150 pop, which is
唔好投注啊！仲有，我覺得至少見到遊俠都要投㗎啦，但係就最好就係遊俠出到嚟啦，即係。ACCM 忍耐，仲有8秒，見到遊俠應該投㗎啦，但係忍耐，唔好投注。嚟啦，遊俠見到啦，投唔投啊？唔投，嘗試打下先，都係 GG 啦，唉，可惜啊！佢。 係，我都唔知啊！真係好，即係點講好啦？即係你4TC，然之後你走去前置人，啊唔係，即係你前置人，然之後走去4TC，咁即係你前置想做啲乜嘢？究竟？即係 ACCM 貪心得滯啊！即係樣樣都想做，然之後前面俾人化解咗，屋企亦都經濟啱啱先重新開始爆下咁樣。
And we're going to have him in here shortly for the interview. Thank you for staying tuned with us. I mean, it's been
真係可惜嘅 ACCM 贏面好大啊！啱啱嗰個形勢，即係前置一個 BK， 然之後屋企開2個 TC 都算 OK 㗎啦。即係佢又開完第3個，又開第4個咁樣。即係然之後咧，前面個前置又俾人哋化解咗，屋企亦都冇兵嘅，即係都係咁爆村民。
Just as competitive as this set here, and then ACCM
真係可惜嘅。如果你諗下，如果佢本身係 all in 嘅，即係反而可能仲機會大啲。即係，但係佢又好似唔係好敢，即係唔係好想搏啦，即係賭呢味嘢。
But still, like my heart's pumping. It's going to be tough for me to sleep tonight, but I better get some Z's because it's going to be crazy tomorrow.
It's going to be even better tomorrow. All right, Riley is now with Mr. Yo, and he's going to tell us some of his thoughts about that series.
Mr. Yo 啊，真係居然贏咗，好非常好 ，nice 啊！但係先訪問冇位坐啊，咩料？
Very late here. It is 11:30 at night. You must be exhausted after a marathon set of games, but also you must be feeling a lot of relief right now.
Yeah. I like my series, the last one, so I get really tired, and I practice a lot today, trying to find my skills back. I don't know. I'm not quite used to the settings, and I'm really happy that I win.
Well, I want to talk about what this tournament means to you because, of course, sadly you weren't here last year, but you have won one of these. You won the first one, the Red Bull Wololo. You know, you are a Red Bull champion. It must just be incredible to have made it through to the quarterfinals, given how much you want to prove yourself here in the castle.
Yes. Last year was unfortunate for me. I failed to come, and I hope this time I can prove myself that I'm worthy the spot.
Well, I think you've already done that. I mean, what an impressive performance here from both of you as well. I mean, ACCM once again playing his heart out, a very worthy competitor. I think he's acquitted.
係先啊 ，Mr. 話自己好攰啊，已經即係安排自己最後一場啊，然之後晏晝又練咗好多場。
The pressure, the constant, unrelenting, the opposition that you were facing. What helped you get across the line?
First of all, I think Human is really good in Empire War. Like, it's hard to stop. And I opened with 2 TCs, and he was harassing me all the time with archers, and then mangonel and camels. I think I transit to pikes. That was the most important part. And then those 2 sneaky knights that killing his mangonels. Yeah, that's what I did there. That stop his push.
Made a huge amount of difference in the end, and Mr. Yo, you've
嗰個 push 真係只能夠講就係 ACCM 都係嗰啲，即係自己喺後面開3TC，然之後唔鹹唔淡走去前置個 BK。
Thank you, thank you.
Speaking of the quarterfinals, my friend, as we head back into our casting chamber, it is time for us to determine our bracket, and we are going to be doing this with a random draw or semi-random draw.
即係始終即係 LE 有陣時啲嘢我都唔係好理解嘅，但係你諗下咧，就係你即係點講好咧？即係經濟呢樣嘢咧，你只能夠係支撐頂籠兩種元素嘅，即係一係就部隊加經濟，一係就可能係經濟加科技啊，即係之類啦。即係只能夠支撐2種元素嘅，好多時候都係即係 RTS。但係 ACCM 咧，啱啱你留意下佢想做啲乜嘢咧？佢想前置 BK 壓人啦，佢想3TC 爆經濟啦、爆村民啦，即係又要科技啦，即係樣樣都想要嘅，即係你邊有咁多錢？即係你講到尾嗰陣，嗰個 timing 得50-60村民左右啊！即係你雖然村民係平啦，但係你至少都要10零塊田去支撐3個 TC 啊！咁然之後你仲要有即係支撐出兵嘅，咁然之後你又要有啲村民去伐木掘金，咁啊去支撐你出真女同埋可能輕頭啦，又或者大笨象啦。即係邊有咁多錢啊！即係開個 BK， 然之後後面3TC。不過好彩就係 Mr. O 嗰度轉個長槍兵，咁啊連埋就係唔知點解運氣咁好，就係即係2個騎兵真係偷咗2個輕頭，而且最搞笑就係 ACCM 走去招咗人哋個長槍兵啊，好似。即係一切都係運氣。等先呢個抽嘅喎，原來。哇！又抽到啦！即係上屆都好似係好早遇到係嘛？定係決賽遇到？哇！咁啊，呢個組合應該係上屆決賽嘅組合啦，即係 Viper 打呢個 Leary。如果最好嘅情況就係MBL 可以打翻 Hera， 咁啊有一個復仇戰啊，即係俾 Hera， 即係咁樣就完美。睇下先 ，Mr. O 呢個，睇下先啊，咁啊 ，Velas，呢個好似係 Mr. O 贏面大啲啊，即係呢一 pair。
Mr. Yo didn't really practice the 2TC build with humans. He played it for the first time. So if he gets more time to think, he's looking good against Velissa.
睇下先，睇下可唔可以 Hera 打個 NBL 啊！真係會唔會咁做馬啊？真係咁啱得咁巧。
But now we move to our other group here, and we're going to find out who is playing against Jordan. It's going to be one.
睇下先 ，Jordan， 仲有邊個人未抽啊？即係唔好 Hera 呢個 ，Hera 應該係最尾嗰個 Hera 最尾。
Tato
啊係喎 ，Tato 啊有。但係呢個 GL 內線喎，咁樣就變咗 Tato，yes，NBL 同 Hera 打個復仇戰啊，咁樣即係代表。
Obviously, what both would have tried to avoid, right? They
命運
played against
命運之戰啊
and Hera there, but that also means we will get the rematch. Of the most epic set we had in
即係復仇戰 Hera。
Quarterfinals once again, it is Hera versus MBL. I challenge you, Nilly, to name a more.
咁啊，雖然係同隊嘅，但係刺激啦，即係上年即係俾人哋即係先贏2鋪，然之後即係反炒3鋪啊！
Those how are those quarterfinals? Those, if I read them, they're more like semifinals and finals.
Yeah, I mean, any one of these could easily be a semi. I mean, many of them could be.
聽日我唔開㗎啦，應該我諗，即係因為星期日即係我通頂唔到啦，即係我聽日應該唔開啦。咁之後咧就係決賽嗰日可以睇嘅，即係係咪4強？即係8強就睇唔到㗎啦，但係4強可以開嘅，同埋 LE4 咯 ，LE4 係我唔知係咪禮拜4啊？禮拜4嗰啲我都唔開啊！真係咁搞笑，佢禮拜4打啊，居然。
might be your favorites, but you couldn't see them because they were banned all the time. Tomorrow is your chance. Longer sets. The better player
即係我唔記得禮拜3定禮拜4啊，即係 AOE 4。咁佢嗰個小組我唔播啦，然之後就係可能係8強開始咯。
My name's Riley, the host, of course, of this event, and it's been great to have your company on behalf of
就係佢26、27
and of course all of the people working their magic
26、
behind the
27
cameras. The entire production
28
staff would like to thank you for being with us today.
等先，28
You make the success
係
of this show possible, and we deeply appreciate your attention and your company.
28好似係
We look
AOE
forward to having
2嘅
you
嗰
once
邊我
again
有。
For tomorrow's quarterfinals. Until then, on behalf of all of us here from Heidelberg Castle, this is Riley Knight saying good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
等先29，但係先 AOE 2咧就係29、30，AOE 4咧就係20幾啊。其實有冇人睇埋 AOE 1啊？即係雖然我唔係好識打，但係我都大約知道啲單位做啲咩。
Second day. We've already got 4 qualified players going to the quarterfinals already. Today we're going to find the other 4.
頭先 AOE 4係28、30、31啦，居然。但係我淨係即係星期5晚開始啦，咁啊，然之後星期6晚啦，星期日我就播唔到噶啦，即係除非佢晏晝打啦，但係好似冇可能。AOE 2 live 啊！唔係啊，其實平時冇人睇啫嘛。如果有人睇嘅話，我有比賽我都可以播下。但係冇人睇嘅話就冇乜癮。而最多人睇，而多人睇係外國啫，香港比較少嘅，即係因為 LE4 咧係吸引咗好多嗰啲平時冇打 RTS 嗰啲新玩家。即係反而 LE2 咧就係嗰啲舊玩家比較多啲啦，同埋始終你舊玩家即係佢哋有一定水平嘅，佢就唔會話特別睇你噶啦，亦都即係好現實噶嘛。即係你諗下，我呢個水平我大約可能係1600、1700分嘅，咁你打到1800、1900你就唔會再即係唔會再覺得一個1600、1700嘅人講嘢有啲咩參考價值噶，咁然之後就會冇乜人去睇啦，即係好現實嘅呢個世界。即係我都好理解嘅，因為你諗下，我其他 game 我都可能打得幾好嘅，咁我都唔會特別睇啲比較弱雞啲嘅人，即係可能直播啊咁樣。即係呢個世界就係咁現實，即係所以2代香港係好少人特別睇我，所以我亦都冇乜癮做。但係今日即係紅牛杯咧，本身係諗住支持 Daniel 嘅，但係佢 mainstream 咧佢又唔係播好多場喎，然之後淨係播咗個 B stream。不過一做就做埋落去咯，即係只不過係禮拜日嗰啲我唔做啦，即係禮拜1至4晚我都唔做啦，即係大約係咁樣咯。同埋我都少打2代啦，依家我唔打2代嘅原因咧，因為我好鬼憎嗰個 pathing 嘅，即係隻 game 有陣時好煩。但係玩係幾好玩嘅，即係贏嗰真係幾爽嘅。但係唉，即係好多時候都係 pathing 搞到好嬲啊！即係呢隻 game。咁啊，今日嚟到呢度先啦，即係5點鐘啦。咁啊，GG。